Chapter 201 A kick in the face, so cool. To be able to practice to the current level, everyone basically has the talent, perseverance, and habits. The relevant soul beast knowledge has already been printed in a book. Su Ming does not need to arrange any other courses. Now he can completely act as a hands-off shopkeeper. A good team is a ball of fire when gathered together and a sky full of stars when scattered. The group separated at the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. There are 3 factions in total. Ning Rongrong took some people to visit the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, including Ye Lingling and Zhu Zuqing. After all, this was promised long ago, and it was not appropriate to delay it again and again. Xiao Wu and Er Ming stayed in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. It seems that the environment here is very good for them. Tang Hao and Yin also stayed. The former claimed that he would leave after Yin cultivated to soul Douluo, and the latter completely transformed the entire yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The sulfur smell in the air disappeared, leaving only the fragrance of flowers and plants. The beautiful flowers and grass were like a dream. If you don't trademark Tino, you might think this is some kind of fairyland of Yaokai. As for Su Ming, he planned to go to the first academy to take a look. Tang San was accompanying him. I don't trademark Tino why this guy wanted to go. In theory, he should stay in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to accompany Tang Hao and others. As for Duguyan, she went home alone. The breeze blew on her face, and her scattered temples were lifted by the wind. Like a blooming peach blossom, revealing a flawless childlike face. Everyone has left. If you want to go together, why don't you tell him directly? The gentle tone was like a best friend who had not seen each other for many years, with a bit of warmth, and a bit of teasing and joking. Xiao Wu's eyes trembled slightly, and she turned her head to look at the blue-clothed woman beside her. Although the two had never met before, compared to humans, they had a common origin as soul beasts. As long as I don't speak, my brother will not take the initiative to say to take me with him. Xiao Wu's eyes were dim, and the words she said were more like the endless river water, complaining and pitying. But the next second, as if nothing happened, she waved her hand indifferently, with a charming smile on her face, and said, "Hey, I'm used to it after so many years. He is like this, his brain is always a string, and he doesn't understand what girls are thinking. Only if I am mentally ill will I let him torment me, otherwise humph, I would have smashed his pig brain long ago." As she said this, Xiao Wu gestured with her fists twice to show that she is very powerful. But as an experienced person, how could Yin not see Xiao Wu's inner thoughts? Some things cannot be completely hidden by being happy on the outside. Does he know that you like him? Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was no less than a missile exploding in the heart. All the expressions on Xiao Wu's face disappeared instantly, and she stood there like a wooden chicken. In an instant, her memory seemed to bring her back to her childhood, back to Dian village. I still remember that someone wanted her to become a spirit ring. I still remember that someone called him his sister unwillingly. I still remember that someone taught her the ways of the world and practiced cultivation earnestly. I still remember that I kicked him in the face while he was sleeping, it was so cool. Ahem, I got it wrong. Xiao Wu, who should have been melancholy, suddenly grabbed her face and laughed. That stinky guy is really infuriating. I don't know what expression to use now. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Yin smiled, and she was more and more sure that Xiao Wu liked Su Ming, and the latter must know it. It's a pity that the concubine has feelings, but the man is heartless. Things like feelings cannot be fully explained in a few words. Yin said seriously, I heard from Hao that he actually knows your identity, and he is very nice to you and has always taken good care of you. Do you think that he is unwilling to accept you because he finds it difficult to accept your identity as a soul beast? Yin pulled Xiao Wu to sit on the grass. The mature woman and the graceful girl, both soul beasts, actually talked about human emotional issues here. Xiao Wu shook her head, I don't know, but he is so smart that he must know that when I cultivate to soul saint, I will be no different from humans. Besides, what's wrong with soul beasts? I have already transformed, and you and Tang Hao can be together. After the delicate tone fell, Xiao Wu pinched the corner of her clothes tightly, and her knuckles turned white. Do you think it is possible that he just treats me as a sister and has never liked me? This short sentence seemed to contain her lifelong strength, and only a few hopes were left to support this body. Looking at Xiao Wu's fragile eyes, which were like glass and shattered at the slightest break, Yin sighed inwardly and regretted bringing up this topic with Xiao Wu. Although they had only been together for a month, she could sense Xiao Wu's lack of affection deep in her heart. What is lacking is always precious, so people are willing to go to great lengths to maintain it. Yin touched Xiao Wu's head and said softly. Although I have known Su Ming for a short time, Hao said that he is a very special person. Although his personality is a little cold, he seems to have no distinction between high and low in his heart. His attitude towards ordinary people or strong people is always consistent, neither humble nor arrogant. He has never seen So Ming's unique eyes, as if everything has become insignificant in the latter's eyes, and it's light and indifferent. I have never seen how lose face in front of someone he can beat and dare not fight back. So Ming is like a scholar, but he is a soul master who takes the power route. Don't you think it's strange? So, I think it may not be because you are a soul beast incarnation, otherwise he would not be so good to you, right? Really? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and her brows were more happy. The next second, she immediately turned into a defeated rooster, and the last proud feather fell to the ground. If it weren't for this, she would just treat me as her sister. From the beginning to the end, she never liked me, right? Seeing Xiao Wu being happy, sad, and stubborn, Ayan didn't know what to say. You, don't always think about this and that. According to my observations over the past few days, the girl named Zhu Qing actually likes So Ming, right? Although everyone with a discerning eye can see it, your brother still keeps a certain distance from her. Do you think it's possible? Xiao Wu was shocked and jumped up from the ground in fear. You mean, my brother doesn't like girls? Ayan. With your IQ, I think So Ming treats you like this for a reason. Yushi explained with a headache. I mean, your brother will not, it may be due to some other reasons. I have no idea about this for the time being. You are so beautiful, and the girl named Zuking is not bad either, but your brother is definitely not stupider than the mistress. Even the mistress knows how to please girls, so he can't possibly not know it, right? Other reasons? Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. How could there be any other reasons? Could it be that my brother has someone he likes? Impossible. I can't possibly not know about this. Or no? That's impossible. Xiao Wu couldn't figure out why, so she could only look at Ayan for help, hoping that she could know something. What are you looking at me for? Even you don't know, how can I know it? But I should know it soon. With a smile on her face, Ayan came over mysteriously and whispered to Xiao Wu. But after hearing Ayan's words, Xiao Wu was not only not happy, but fell into endless panic. No, no. I'm going to stop Tang San now. How can you do this? Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she immediately possessed her spirit and used Qinggong to rush in the direction where Su Ming and Tang San left. But although Qinggong was fast, Xiao Wu's cultivation was there. Under the blue-silver grass of Ayan, who was at the level of Soul Saint, there was no possibility of escape at all. In just a moment, Xiao Wu was bound and pulled back to Ayan. Let me go, I want to find my brother. Xiao Wu's energy was rioting, and she suddenly lost her mind. She looked like a lamb to be slaughtered as she struggled helplessly. Ayan waved her hand, and the azure light overflowed from the blue-silver grass, turning into spiritual light and pouring into Xiao Wu's body. The energy of the blue-silver grass seemed to have the magic power to calm people down, and the originally anxious Xiao Wu's face was completely relaxed. Are you so afraid of knowing the truth? If you know it, you are not his sister anymore? What if he likes you? Ayan's sudden three questions stunned Xiao Wu. She didn't even notice that the blue-silver grass had loosened, and only Ayan's last words echoed in her mind. What if he likes you? Her heart was beating wildly, and Xiao Wu completely lost her composure. Her pink face was like the sunset glow in the sky, so beautiful that it made people feel dreamy. Are you saying really? Xiao Wu looked at Ayan timidly, and suddenly she looked like a well-educated lady. Ayan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, poking Xiao Wu's forehead unhappily. Are you so happy now? Aren't you afraid that he will say he doesn't like you, and you will cry secretly in a squatting place? He dares. Xiao Wu immediately bared her fangs and shouted at Ayan fiercely, as if the person in front of her was not Ayan, but someone else. Why are you being so fierce to me? If you have the guts, why don't you be fierce to Su Ming? Rabbits are rabbits. They will bully the weak and fear the strong. Ayan smiled and pulled Xiao Wu's face. The little girl was really cute. It would be great if she had a daughter like this. He will be angry. Xiao Wu muttered back. Yes, if you are fierce to me, I won't be angry, right? Giving Xiao Wu a blank look, Ayan slowly stood up. Forget it, let Xiao San not tell you. Your attitude clearly shows that you don't want to know. Seeing Ayan was about to leave, Xiao Wu quickly chased after her. Don't, I was wrong, Sister Ayan, how about you tell me when Tang San comes back? Xiao Wu was like a butterfly, circling around Ayan. Ayan raised the corner of her mouth, her eyes showing a playful and naughty look. I won't say it. Xiao Wu. Why are you still holding a grudge? If you hold a grudge, I will hold the blue-silver grass. On the other side, a carriage was speeding on the road. The driver was a handsome young man with blue hair. And on the top of the carriage, there was a silver-haired young man. Sigh. Suddenly, the reins were tightened. The horse's head was raised high, but the carriage did not stop, but moved forward at a walking pace. So Ming opened his eyes, not knowing what Tang San was doing, and thought he was in a hurry. It's okay, I just have something to say to you. Tang San glanced upward, then lowered his head and looked at the vast plain. Although So Ming did not speak, he knew he was there and listening. I can feel that Xiao Wu is not in a good mood recently. There was a slight pause in his voice, and a flash of pity flashed in Tang San's eyes. Although he is not Xiao Wu's brother, he has been with you for so many years, and he has long regarded Xiao Wu as a sister. There are some things that no one will say to So Ming unless he, the person who is most familiar with you, opens his mouth. She treats you the same as usual, because you are her brother and she likes you very much, so she won't make you feel embarrassed. It is impossible to hide people's emotions. Since the Stardo Great Forest, Xiao Wu is obviously not as lively and happy as before in private. I think you should know the reason, right? Tang San's words were not sharp at all, just like a stream flowing, but they could hit the depths of his heart. On the roof, So Ming frowned deeply, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Only Tang San's voice rang in his ears. Xiao Wu is a good girl, she looks pretty, although she is a little careless, but such a girl is very cute. Don't you like to make do with couples? Have you ever thought about these things about yourself? Maybe Xiao Wu's personality is the most suitable complement for you. So Ming used to be a loner, cold as ice, but now it's different. Although he is still cold, he has a lot more human touch, unlike before when he only cared about cultivation. Xiao Wu borrowed Rong's money again. She should want to help you get back the relationship with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect that you pushed away. She knows that the favors she owes are actually the same as the ones you owe. In life, having more powerful friends may protect you. She seems to know what dangers you will encounter, and she didn't even let me go. Tang San paused, his tone suddenly teasing, but still looked serious. Of course, I know Zhu Qing likes you too, and haven't you noticed it yourself? Your attitude towards Zhu Qing is obviously better than that towards Xiao Wu, your sister. Don't you think it's abnormal? Zhu Qing is really good, and you get along very well. If you really have feelings for her, don't delay them. 3 wives and 4 concubines are good. You can calm them down. You talk too much. So Ming's voice came from the roof of the car. His tone was neither salty nor bland, without any emotional waves. Looking ahead, So Ming's eyes gradually softened, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. This girl. Tang San was relieved to hear that So Ming was not angry. He slowly stood up, raised his head over the car, stared at So Ming seriously, and said earnestly. So Ming, people always need to look forward in this life. No matter how wonderful the previous world was, how fascinating it was, and how lingering it was, it's now. Don't reject the present. At the very least, be nice to Xiao Wu. Do you understand what I mean? Tang San's eyes were deep, like a bottomless abyss, containing the whole world. So Ming lowered his head slightly, and his eyes met Tang San's. No wonder you had to follow me, so that's it. You think too much. There is no other reason, it's not suitable for the moment. I'm a ghost to believe you. It's just a love affair at the age of 14, I'm not asking you to learn from a fat man. Tang San rolled his eyes at So Ming, and continued to sit down and drive, his expression clearly showing some ease and joy. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Where can the Jade Woman teach to play the flute? Hee. Drive. Chapter 202 The 4 Great Families, Niu Gao. So Ming, you are finally here. Seeing So Ming, Zhao Wuji was overjoyed and dragged the former in. Come and see, this academy is built magnificently. Look at this craftsmanship and workmanship, it is absolutely unique in Tiandu City. It is not easy to find a better master. I spent a lot of effort. With all the praise, Zhao Wuji's face flushed, as if he had drunk fake wine, and he was very excited. This academy is really like an academy. The previous Shrek Academy is totally incomparable. Zhao Wuji was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He looked at the bricks and tiles in front of him with a bit of warmth. These were all built under his supervision. So Ming had already noticed the first school building complex in front of him. Although the outer fence is still under construction, the corresponding main building has been completed. The grey-white wall has a bit of age. The entire floor is not high, only more than 30 meters, like a castle, with a patio in the middle. On one side of the main building is the classroom, Currently, only a building about 20 meters high, but the corresponding space has been vacated. To the west is the playground and the fighting arena. The most spectacular building is the open-air fighting arena, which almost occupies half of the space in the teaching area. On the other side, separated from the classroom by a road, are student dormitories and some living places. Currently, there are only buildings, and some burly men are decorating with one arm hanging. People in the Douluo world may not understand these things in front of them, because this academy is designed according to the layout of Ming's high school in his previous life. So many buildings are not the Western Gothic style of the Douluo world, but the distinctive Chinese flat floor, which is absolutely unique in the Douluo world. Ming nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. The time here at the academy will be as soon as possible. Although we don't pursue speed, we always have to give everyone a place to stay. It's more comfortable to sleep in our own land. That's it. Zhao Wuji grinned, revealing a mouthful of thick white teeth. Ming, who is this? Noticing Tang San, who was looking at the building, Xiao Xin did not compete with Zhao Wuji for credit, but asked with some doubt, because he felt that Tang San's temperament was very familiar. Teacher Zhao, Ming's appearance has changed. Why can you recognize him but not me? Tang San smiled bitterly and put the college badge back on his clothes. What? You are Tang San? Zhao Wuji and the others were shocked and couldn't believe it. Compared with the changes in Ming's appearance, Tang San almost completely changed his face. If Ming hadn't nodded, they wouldn't have believed that the man in front of them would be Tang San. Pa! Zhao Wuji slapped Tang San on the shoulder with a palm. Feeling the latter's physical fitness, he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, and said, "Good boy, it's only been more than 2 months since we last met, and you're like a different person. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid you have at least the cultivation of Soul Sect. I heard that you have won 7 in a row in the Royal Academy. You have done a great job. You have not brought shame to our number 1 school." Zhao Wuji punched Tang San's chest. His admiration was obvious. Teacher Zhao is too kind. I need to work harder. Tang San smiled bitterly, without explaining, but the smile on his lips seemed to enjoy the straightforward masculine spirit. After a few greetings, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin took Ming to visit the academy. Except for some special signs, such as statues, academy totems, and student honor monuments, most of the academy projects have been completed. It is estimated that things here will be completed in a few days. But establishing an academy is just the beginning. Xiao Xin said to Ming with a serious face, "The Advanced Soul Master Academy is unusual, and it trains the backbone of the future Soul Master world, so the establishment of an academy requires the approval of the Imperial Education Committee. Although the first academy has made a name for itself in Tiandu City, getting the royal family to agree is both difficult and easy. Otherwise, we would not be eligible to participate in the Soul Master competition." Ming nodded and replied, "It is precisely because I know this that I asked Tang San and the others to make a fuss in the Royal Academy. Now that the royal family's attention has been attracted, Emperor Shuye is not a fool, and it is impossible for him to reject a potential academy in the Tiandu Empire. A rooster that lays golden eggs can lay eggs anywhere in its own yard as long as it is not in someone else's yard, isn't it? That makes sense." Seeing that Ming had anticipated this, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin were relieved, laughed, and did not mention it again. Ming always had a sense of foresight when dealing with things. As long as he realized it, there would be no big problems. Just when Zhao Wuji was about to take Ming to the dean's office to have a look, suddenly, a powerful roar exploded in the sky. "Zhao Wuji, get out of here!" Zhao Wuji's happy face froze, wondering why this old rhino came at this time. "Old Xiao, I'll leave this to you. I'll go and deal with it, and I'll be back later." After that, Zhao Wuji left quickly. Let's go, and have a look together." Ming's eyes lit up slightly. He was a little curious about which person in the original novel could scare Zhao Wuji. Tang San and Xiao Xin had no objection, and the 3 of them followed the direction Zhao Wuji left. Before they got close, the sound of the 2 quarreling came over. "What did you agree on? I sent so many people, they are not human beings, they don't have wives and children, right? They work day and night to meet the deadline for you, but in the end they only get this little money. You treat beggars like beggars? Where do you want me to put my face? Go ask around. I'm being polite to you. If you really make me angry, I will not only demolish your broken academy, but also you. Do you believe it?" The old man who was cursing at Zhao Wuji had short white hair like steel needles. Although he was not young, his face was ruddy and he looked very strong. He looked so powerful and fierce when he cursed. The tall figure was almost overwhelming against Zhao Wuji. The 2 of them had strong bodies and looked like a little bear training a big bear when they stood together. Lao Nu, don't be so excited. The money can be discussed. Don't worry, I will definitely give you everything you deserve. The project is not over yet. If I give you all the money, do you think it's appropriate? Zhao Wuji smiled kindly, without any arrogance on his face. Although his attitude was good, he wanted to pat the old man on the shoulder, but the latter ruthlessly shook him away. Words are not enough. You should sign a document first. The previous money is at most 1/4. The rest will be paid in 3 days, no, 2 days. Niu Gao's tone was very urgent and aggressive, and he stared at Zhao Wuji with his tiger eyes, as if he couldn't wait another day. Okay, let's get married now. Can I, Zhao Wuji, still cheat you? Zhao Wuji was straightforward and agreed immediately. He was afraid that the funds were not enough, so he held back the wages. Now that the money was calculated, there was still a surplus, so he naturally didn't care about this. Xiao Xin pointed at Niu Gao and introduced. Su Ming, this is Niu Gao, the patriarch of the Yu clan, a sole Douluo strongman. You don't know that the construction ability of the Yu clan is second to none in the entire continent. Only they can build a college in such a short time. After thinking about it, we handed the construction of the college to them. It was a coincidence that we met them in Tiandu City. Otherwise, we have to go to Longxing City in Xingluo Empire, which will take a lot of effort. Xiao Xian's eyes slightly moved towards Tang San, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The former Yu clan was a subsidiary family of the Haoshan sect, but now it has fallen into this field, which is really sad and lamentable. Soul Douluo. Tang San was stunned, and looked at Niu Gao, who was staring at the gold coins with a somewhat incredible look. Zhao Wuji did not use the gold soul coin card, and the amount of that big bag was at most tens of thousands of gold coins. A soul Douluo is so obsessed with money? Tang San was very confused. Flanders was already a wonder in the Soul Master world, and he didn't expect that there were other people who were so embarrassed. But the Soul Master world respects strength. If you have the strength of a Soul Douluo, are you still afraid of having no money? Even if you go to the Royal Academy to be a teacher, you will have a salary of tens of thousands of gold coins a year. Noticing the confusion on Tang San's face, Su Ming guessed that Tang Hao I am afraid that I didn't mention the 4 major families, so I started to explain. The 4 major families that the Yu family belongs to actually belong to the Haoshan sect. Since the Haoshan sect retreated from the world, the 4 major families have been abandoned. With the Haoshan sect, naturally no one bullies them, but when you are lonely, everyone will come to step on you. The integrity of the 4 major families is worthy of praise. Even in difficult situations, they have never relied on any force and still survive independently and tenaciously. Maybe 10,000 gold coins are nothing to you now, but for them, it is already a very generous reward. Tang San's heart was shocked, looking at Niu Gao with guilt, and he wanted to slap himself. He never thought that the source of all this was the Haoshan sect, and it was because of his parents. 10,000 gold coins can drive a Soul Douluo and his family members to build for a month. This is not a recruitment, but more like a defilement of the 3 words Soul Douluo. And Niu Gao seemed to have gotten used to it, without any dissatisfaction on his face, but was very happy. This scene made Tang San completely silent. His chest seemed to be pressed by a heavy stone, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Boy, who do you think you are? Hearing Su Ming's words, Niu Gao looked over angrily. But his face was as gloomy as water, and anger was raging in his eyes. He shouted fiercely. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. I hate it most when people mention the 3 words Haoshan sect in front of me. If it weren't for the 2 of them today, I would have to teach you a lesson. What happened with Haoshan sect is a permanent scar for the Yu family. How could Niu Gao not be furious when someone mentioned it at this moment? If it weren't for Su Ming's good attitude and not malicious mockery, he would have taught him a lesson long ago. Without arguing with Su Ming, Niu Gao turned around and stretched out his hand, intending to take the money and leave, without noticing Zhao Wuji's livid face. Pa-ta! Just when Niu Gao got the purse, Zhao Wuji suddenly threw it hard, and the purse fell heavily on the ground. With a bang, the glittering gold coins scattered all over the ground. Zhao Wuji didn't feel that he was wrong at all. He stared at Niu Gao fiercely, wishing to tear a piece of meat from him. Old rhinoceros, if you have the guts, say what you just said again. Xiao Xin also stood up, with a Maitreya Buddha-like smile as cold as a piece of ice. Niu Gao, if you want to fight, Zhao Wuji and I will accompany you. But you must apologize for what happened just now. Xiao Xin called him by his name, with a posture of tearing his face off. It's okay to insult them, but to insult Su Ming is to insult their first school. Let alone a Soul Douluo, even if a titled Douluo came, this matter cannot be easily let go. Niu Gao was also stunned by the sudden scene. This kid. Giving Su Ming a deep look, Niu Gao wondered why the two respected and protected this kid so much. But an apology? Absolutely impossible. Niu Gao glanced at the gold coins under his feet. This was the reward of the Yu clan. The Yu clan can sell their labor, and they earn the money they deserve. But it doesn't mean that someone can use money to insult the Yu clan. This money I would rather not have it, and I won't pick it up myself. A terrifying aura as deep as the abyss and as heavy as the mountain exploded from his body, causing the earth to shake. Zhao Wuji, I order you to pick up the gold coins for me. The fierce eyes were like madness, and the cold murderous intent overflowed from Niu Gao, and he spoke word by word, like a demon king roaring. The blue veins on Niu Gao's face were like a dragon, and he stared at Zhao Wuji fiercely. As he roared, his skin instantly turned black, and an extremely thick stratum corneum covered his entire body. The 8 soul rings emitted surging energy fluctuations, which made people shudder. It was Niu Gao's martial soul, the armored giant rhinoceros. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin were not to be outdone, and immediately summoned their own martial souls. Although the powerful King Kong bear was inferior to the armored giant rhinoceros, the two of them worked together and their aura was not inferior to Niu Gao at all. Over the past year, Zhao Wuji has relied on hard training and absorbing the arm bones of the 10,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear to increase his soul power by 3 levels, and is only a step away from becoming a soul Douluo. Soul Bones and Xiao Xin, if they really fight, he will never lose. Boom! The 3 energies collided together, setting off a storm, and the 3 of them retreated in unison. All right. Seeing the battle about to start, Su Ming said in a gloomy tone. This is the academy, are you really going to fight here? Su Ming did not take Niu Gao's previous words to heart. With his temperament, he was naturally a little outspoken. Besides, it was inappropriate for him to expose his scars in front of him. However, Su Ming was still quite moved by Zhao Wuji and the other's attitude. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji snorted coldly at Niu Gao and took back his martial spirit, but the two of them still glared at Niu Gao fiercely, as if the matter had not passed. Niu Gao also took back his martial spirit and looked at Tang San who was walking over and the bag in his hand. The gold coins that were originally scattered on the ground had been picked up by someone at some point, leaving only snake-shaped traces on the ground. Tang San forced a smile and said respectfully. Senior, you misunderstood. He didn't mean it. He just said those words to me. These gold coins and this gold soul coin card are my apology to you. Please accept them. Swish. The golden card was embedded in the tree as fast as lightning. I don't need charity. With a cold laugh, Niu Gao left without looking back. Chapter 203 The Dangerous Game begins. Knowing that Niu Gao had a deep grudge against Haoshan sect, and that this matter was caused by his parents, Tang San chased Niu Gao back. Past grudges must be resolved. As a son, Tang San didn't want to see both sides go on like this. The pain left behind would only belong to each other. After saying goodbye to Su Ming and the other two, Tang San took Niu Gao to the office. Watching Tang San and the other two leave, Zhao Wuji frowned and retracted his gaze, worriedly saying. Su Ming, will Tang San be in trouble? That old rhino has a bad temper, and seems to have a deep resistance to the Haoshan sect. It's harder to convince than that old bastard Titan. Maybe he will vent all his anger on Tang San. Su Ming returned a caring look. If it were you, would you be rude to Tang San? Or, you haven't learned your lesson after being beaten? Zhao Wuji's face immediately flushed. Realizing that he had thought too much, he instantly felt stupid. Yes. I didn't dare to do anything to Tang San. The Yu clan was previously a subsidiary sect of the Haoshan sect. How dare they attack Tang San even if they broke their bones? The word Tang Hao is no less than a godlike existence in the hearts of the 4 major families. Although Niu Gao hates him, how dare he risk his disapproval? Fuck. I lost a lot. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji seemed to remember something, and slapped his thigh fiercely, regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. Xiao Xian held Zhao Wuji's shoulder and greeted him warmly. Look at you, you are so shocked. What's the matter? Did the girl you like run away with someone else? Get lost. Zhao Wuji's face turned black. I regretted not setting a trap for Niu Gao. If this guy beat Tang San, Tang Hao would definitely not tolerate it. Niu Gao has a good relationship with that bastard Titan. With Tang Hao's support, when the time comes, I will twist my butt to provoke Titan in front of me, and that old guy will not dare to do anything to me. Touching his chin with his thumb and index finger, Zhao Wuji's eyebrows and eyes flashed with a thief, and his smile was beyond the description of obscene. Su Ming and Xiao Xian couldn't bear to look directly at it, and the latter even withdrew his hand in disgust. Swish! Su Ming ignored him and took out a purple plant from the system space, the top of which was like a cloud of Ganoderma lucidum. Shua! As the 9th grade purple Ganoderma appeared, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian's eyes immediately fixed on it. The two had been in the Soul Master world for so many years, and they recognized it at a glance as a unique precious medicine. Su Ming, what is this? Xiao Xian's eyes were burning, his eyes were as bright as a lamp, and his heart was pounding. Su Ming waved his hand, and the medicinal material floated towards Xiao Xian. He said without any ripples in his eyes. This medicinal material is called the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, which has the effect of strengthening the foundation, nourishing the essence, and increasing qi and power. Food-type soul masters practice slowly, and the academy will use you too much in the future. This is what I promised you before. It can improve your qualifications and help you practice. Holding the 9th grade purple Ganoderma in both hands, Xiao Xian was afraid that it would fall to the ground, and he treasured it very much. But the more he looked, the less smile appeared on Xiao Xian's face, and he gradually showed his difficulty. At some point, his squinting eyes had opened as wide as possible, and he reminded him seriously. Su Ming, this medicinal material should be of the greatest help to Ling Ling, and it is a better choice to give it to her. I am too old, it would be a pity to give it to me, I think you should give it to Ling Ling. As for the previous agreement, I am willing to help the academy, but if I accept your gift, I feel sorry for those children. Although he was reluctant, Xiao Xian still pushed the 9th grade purple Ganoderma in his hand out. He was promoted 3 levels in the first academy in 1 year, and he also learned some life-saving skills. This is a huge gain for him. The 9th grade purple Ganoderma is too expensive, and it is so hot that he can't even hold it with both hands. Compared with the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, the friendship between the first academy and teachers and students is precious and priceless. You use this to test me, do you really think I, Xiao Xian, can't accept it? Xiao Xian's hand accelerated, and the 9th grade purple Ganoderma immediately fell back into Su Ming's palm. Su Ming glanced down and laughed in surprise. You really don't want this 9th grade purple Ganoderma? No. Xiao Xian did not hesitate at all, his eyes were determined. This scene made Zhao Wuji on the side dumbfounded. Great! I didn't realize that you are such a man, old Xiao, you are willing to give up such a treasure. If it were me, I would have held it in my hand and never let it go. Old Xiao, just for this, there is one more person I admire. Zhao Wuji's powerful slap almost broke Xiao Xian's arm, but the former was beaming with joy, as if he was proud of it. Xiao Xian grimaced in pain, but raised his proud head and said in a low-key manner. If you don't have this awareness, how can you be a good teacher, and how can you be a good dean? Zhao Wuji gave a thumbs up without hesitation, he was really convinced. But the next second, he was hit head-on by Su Ming. Looking at him like he was looking at garbage, Su Ming said disdainfully, you really should learn from Lao Xiao. When I gave you the 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear soul bone, you didn't hesitate at all, the main point was sincerity. Zhao Wuji's face was so hot after being exposed, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know where to hide. Xiao Xian looked at Zhao Wuji in astonishment. What 10,000-year soul bone? It was the soul bone of a 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear. Although he had never heard of it, Zhao Wuji's expression had betrayed everything, and this was what Su Ming said. Zhao Wuji, you uncle. Su Ming gave you the 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear soul bone, and you didn't tell me? You beast, you really deserve to die. Furious, Xiao Xian kicked Zhao Wuji's butt hard. 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear soul bone, you dare to take it. What else will you not dare to take in the future? The latter did not move, and after being kicked, he laughed at Xiao Xian foolishly, a typical one who got the advantage and acted cute. Xiao Xian was extremely angry with his eyes squeezed into cock eyes, not only because Zhao Wuji embezzled, but also because he was a bright moon shining on the ditch. That was the 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear soul bone. If it is used as the foundation of the academy, even Er Ming is better than you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Xiao Xian kicked Zhao Wuji in the ass again. You bastard, you must die. Lingling has already taken another immortal herb, and so have the others. Forget it, since you don't want this immortal herb, I'll keep it. Su Ming pretended to take the herbs back. Xiao Xian saw it and was anxious, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Surprisingly, Su Ming did not take it back, but threw the 9th grade purple Ganoderma into the air. Seeing that the herbs were about to fall, Xiao Xian was at a loss and quickly protected the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Hee hee. Xiao Xian grinned at Su Ming, as sweet as if he had met his first love. Su Ming laughed angrily and did not hold on to the matter. After speaking a few words to the two, Su Ming left and set out on the road to Tiandu City. Tiandu City, Prince's Mansion. Have you done everything I told you to do? The majestic tone was a little cold. Qian Rongxiu held the scroll in her hand, and the incense on the incense burner was upright, and the whole study was filled with fragrance. Below, a young female subordinate stood respectfully, her head slightly lowered, her slender figure undulating, and her palace dress was even more graceful. The woman with a graceful face was named Anna. She was Qian Rongxiu's loyal fan since childhood and the housekeeper of the prince's mansion. In order not to reveal her identity, Qian Rongxiu rarely used the people of the spirit hall, and Anna was Qian Rongxiu's apparent boss. Your Highness, I have selected 20 people. They are all good candidates and will definitely pass the assessment. The refreshing voice is like the waves on the lake, with rhythmic ups and downs, sounding like an oriole singing. Anna looked up at Qian Rongxiu with her beautiful eyes, looking at the latter's quiet and handsome face, feeling the calm and steady demeanor, and a shy thought flashed in her eyes. For such an excellent prince, the entire empire may not be able to find a princess who matches him. There is no absolute in everything. The only feasible thing is to push the possibility to the most possible. Qian Rongxiu did not raise her head, but just sipped a cup of tea to moisten her throat, and then turned the page to the next page. The simple action revealed an unparalleled calm charm. I know my mistake. Anna lowered her head even lower, but she was not worried that Qian Rongxiu would punish her, but she felt very annoyed that she would make such a low-level mistake. Okay, go down. Qian Rongxiu was not angry. She moved her hand holding the book and signaled Anna to leave. Anna, who was relieved, bowed and walked away slowly. As Anna left, Qian Rongxiu immediately threw the book on the table, and a bit of anxiety appeared on her face, which was as steady as a mountain. She raised her arm and made an arch bridge. With a flapping sound, a white dove flew through the window and landed steadily on the back of her hand. Touching the feathers of the white dove, Qian Rongxiu's deep smile made people unpredictable, and took off the bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg. Looking at the contents of the letter, Qian Rongxiu's mouth corners were raised a little more, making people feel that she was more beautiful than a woman. I've been waiting for you for so long, and you finally appear again. Wow! A wisp of flame burned out of thin air and burned the letter. Qian Rongxiu stood up in a flash, her pretty face showing extreme confidence and expectation. Su Ming, since you want to play this dangerous game, then I will play with you. I don't know who will have the last laugh in this game. Swish! In the study alone, Qian Rongxiu raised her hand and fell behind her back, performing a standard gentleman's invitation, as if inviting someone to join the game. Swish swish swish! The curtains fluttered, and the pages of the book turned quickly. This silent and deserted study seemed to be unable to calm down again. The warm smile on Qian Rongxiu's face also turned cold and chilling. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to say that they were weak. Su Ming, women are the most vindictive. The temples were blown up by the wind. Qian Rongxiu smiled lightly, and strode out of the prince's mansion. At the same time, Su Ming also came to Tiandu City. It was the first time for Su Ming to come to Tiandu City. He did not rush to see the sights. He walked slowly to satisfy his curiosity about Tiandu City. Soon, a carriage stopped beside him. The curtains were opened, and a small almond-shaped face that was gentler than a man and more flawless than a woman appeared in front of him. Su Ming frowned and was about to leave. He did not want to get involved in the matter. Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and asked to follow. In this way, the carriage always followed Su Ming. Qian Rongxiu did not open her mouth, as if she saw a human walking upright for the first time, and she admired it leisurely. Finally, Su Ming had to stop. What do you want? Su Ming looked at Qian Rongxiu displeased, was frugal with words, and was cold to the point of being mean. Qian Rongxiu opened her red lips slightly. If Dinsua is free, how about coming up to talk? What is Qian Rongxiu doing? Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he didn't understand why Qian Rongxiu was still in the Tiandu Empire. Logically, last time he mentioned her identity in a vague way, she should either take action or leave the Tiandu Empire and return to the Wuhan Hall to practice. And now, nothing happened. She is still in the Tiandu Empire. Isn't she afraid that I will expose your identity? After thinking for a few seconds, Su Ming still got on the carriage. Although the carriage looks small, it is a different world inside. Even though the two of them sat opposite each other, there was a distance of about 1 meter between them. Gurgle. The hot water rolled over the tea leaves, bubbling white foam. Qian Rongxiu handed the cup over, but did not rush to open her mouth. I'm afraid it's poisonous. Su Ming showed no mercy at all, and the tea was directly poured out of the window by him. If you have something to say, just say it. If you want to win me over, I advise you to give up this idea. If you don't share the same ideals, you can't make plans together. Qian Rongxiu's face sank. She didn't expect Su Ming to be so disrespectful to her that he didn't even say a polite word. But then, Qian Rongxiu started laughing, playing with the teacup, her eyes dim. Should I call you Su Ming or she? Which one is your real name? Su Ming frowned. There was no one watching the battle at the Royal Academy. Either Meng Shenji and the other two said it, or Xue Qinghe guessed it. Qian Rongxiu, what do you want from me? Su Ming asked unhappily, and launched a counterattack against Qian Rongxiu. He stared at Qian Rongxiu's face. Such a superb disguise technique, I'm afraid only soul bones can do it. Swish. But when he heard Su Ming's words, Qian Rongxiu seemed to have her tail stepped on, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Crack. She pressed her fingers tightly on the table, forcing herself to sit back down. What do you want to do? Qian Rongxiu stared at Su Ming coldly, guessing that this person must have a bigger plan if he didn't expose her. If her identity was exposed, the benefits given by the Xue family would not be tempting, and there must be greater benefits. I have already said that you are a good opponent. If you leave Tiandu City and return to Wuhan Hall, your cultivation will increase greatly with your talent. You can arouse my interest. Staring at Qian Rongxiu, Su Ming explained frankly and truthfully. The meaning of his words was not to show off himself, but to explain such a simple fact. But it was still too domineering and arrogant. Qian Rongxiu was so angry that she couldn't speak, and the corners of her mouth kept shaking with a sneer. You mean, you hope that my existence will inspire you to become stronger? You are using me as your touchstone, right? It should be mutually stronger. Su Ming corrected. Qian Rongxiu. I have never seen such a shameless person. A fight outside the city, do you dare? Boom. Chapter 204 Qian Rongxiu's protagonist template. A fight outside the city, do you dare? With eyes as bright as stars, Qian Rongxiu stared at Su Ming. Because of her inner resentment, she actually revealed her original tender female voice, which was pleasant to the ears. Innate level 20 soul power. God level martial soul 6-winged angel. In the past 1,000 years, the most talented person. Even Grandpa Qian Daoliu thought she was the most likely to become a god. Under all kinds of dazzling lights, Qian Rongxiu had subconsciously formed a difference between high and low for her peers. She was not arrogant, but contemptuous, so contemptuous that she could ignore any genius, so her heart was as clear as ice and she was not afraid of the sky falling. Being used as a grindstone by others was something she could do. How could she suffer such a great humiliation? Didn't you say that I'm too weak? Hey, today I'll let you see how angels judge the arrogant and disrespectful people. Qian Rongxiu was full of fighting spirit, and a resolute and sharp aura emanated from her body, as if a god was watching the struggle of an ant, domineering. The curtain stopped shaking, and the atmosphere in the car froze. It is said that the cold wind is biting, but even without wind, it can still be chilling and frightening. The cold is everywhere, so why should it be accompanied by rain, wind, and waves? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he was surprised that Qian Rongxiu would challenge him. With your current strength. Su Ming wanted to refuse this boring battle, but his voice stopped abruptly. Okay. As if he thought of something, Su Ming resolutely agreed. If Qian Rongxiu loses and returns to the Spirit Hall, maybe she will be a good opponent in the future. Su Ming thought so. Seeing Su Ming agreed, Qian Rongxiu's mouth corners subconsciously raised slightly. Everyone says you are the best of the younger generation. If you lose, will you still be the best? Qian Rongxiu stared at the opposite side with her eyes. Her eyes were crystal clear, but she was not impatient, and her fighting spirit slowly calmed down. But her spirit was full and powerful, as if she was about to break out of her body, and rushed towards Su Ming. Su Ming was also looking at Qian Rongxiu carefully, not looking for flaws. How could he talk about flaws before he took action? As the sword said, how can you break without a move? Su Ming was simply curious about how beautiful she was under the mask. This curiosity even overwhelmed his obsession with winning the battle. If he couldn't see her, today would be a little ugly. Su Ming asked himself if he was not a lustful person, but he couldn't resist the scrutiny of beautiful things. After all, Qian Rongxiu was one of the most beautiful women in Douluo continent. And this beauty was hidden under the mask. Just like in Qin Shi Mingyu, Xiao Siming, who rarely appeared, was the most unforgettable, and people wanted to see her beauty. Hu Lina had seen her, and Su Ming felt that she was not satisfactory. Perhaps he could not appreciate her charm. What kind of look is that? Qian Rongxiu frowned and shouted in a delicate voice, biting her pearly teeth behind her red lips gently. She was not angry because of Su Ming's gaze, but because Su Ming's eyes lacked fighting spirit, as if he did not regard her as an opponent. And in this battle, she was ready to go all out. She knew that Su Ming was very powerful. He was able to defeat the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul King a year ago, and she was only a Soul King now. But she believed that victory would definitely be hers. To win, let the opponent lose with conviction. To put a perfect end to this battle for the world's number one. Ever since she heard of the name of she has been comparing them in her mind and imagining the battle between the two sides. She has been looking forward to this battle for a year, and she doesn't want Su Ming to be in this lazy and playful posture. I'm just curious about how beautiful you are. Su Ming leaned back leisurely in the carriage, and his eyes moved elsewhere. Compared with Jian Rongxiu's dignified and noble sitting posture, he really didn't take it seriously, but he looked cool and self-assured. Jian Rongxiu frowned slightly, and never thought that Su Ming was curious about her appearance. Realizing that Su Ming didn't regard her as an opponent at all and was playing with her, Jian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and the flames in her heart were ready to move. You will see. Jian Rongxiu uttered 4 words one by one, and her eyes were fierce enough to eat people. Thank you, Su Ming replied indifferently. It would be a pity if Jian Rongxiu continued to fight like Xue King He. Jian Rongxiu almost went berserk and wanted to hit someone. Did you understand what I meant just now? I said you will see, but you will remember this face. She will let you taste the taste of failure, not to cater to you. Humph. Jian Rongxiu, who was so angry that her mind was disordered, snorted coldly, and simply closed her eyes, out of sight, out of mind, and began to adjust her state. The carriage was driving quietly on the street. It seemed that it did not exist, and no one noticed it. It passed through the north gate of Tiandu City and finally stopped on a forest grass. Boom. The quiet atmosphere lasted only a second before it was shattered by the tornado. The carriage was torn apart by a burst of scorching golden light. Even if it was such a normal movement, the horses would have already fled, but a few horses were lying on the ground, their eyes calm, without any agitation. Swish! A misty figure rose from the carriage, like an angel descending to the earth. In the pure golden light, 6 white wings slowly spread out, revealing fish scale-like textures. A pair of slender legs wrapped in golden white cloud boots slowly appeared, and the air waves blew the golden skirt. The flawless beauty was admirable, but it was hidden in the forbidden area. Further up, there was a raised buttocks, which further supported the slender waist. Under the tight long skirt, the flat belly had no fat. The woman's shoulders were exposed, and the fabric tightly wrapped the tender bulge, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Under the golden light, the jade-like skin glowed with transparent fluorescence. Such a graceful figure, but it made people have no desire. Because the woman was so beautiful that it could make everything quiet. At this moment, the forest seemed to fall into a dead silence. Birds, insects, and animals all stared at the golden figure in the sky, with admiration in their eyes. Even Su Ming was slightly absent-minded, his eyes overflowed with surprise, and he had an impulse to kiss her. This desire to caress, even when facing Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, he had never been so uncontrollable, because the woman in front of him was so beautiful. I'm afraid there is no one more beautiful woman in the continent. Su Ming had to admit that Jian Rongxiu in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her skin was more pure and clean than Xiao Wu's. Her face was more dignified and noble than Rong Rong's. Her figure is also better than Zhu Qing's. But Jian Rongxiu stood in the air, her long golden hair fluttering, her narrow phoenix eyes as pure and innocent as the blue sky, all-encompassing, her dark eyebrows were lightly swept, and she was created by the work of nature, but she was majestic and cold. Above her chin, her rosy red lips looked like a winter sweet blossoming in the snow, overwhelming everything in the world. She was arrogant and unyielding, she was noble, she was sacred and pure, and her delicate facial features showed her peerless beauty. Such a beautiful woman, but in a foreign country, the ending was bleak, which made people sigh. Come and fight. Jian Rongxiu did not open her mouth, and the sound from her throat was like thunder, domineering and unparalleled, suppressing everything. 6 white wings swayed in the golden light. Under her body, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shone brightly. Jian Rongxiu exposed all her reliance to arouse Su Ming's attention, indeed has the capital to be proud of this. If it weren't for Tang San, the time traveler, Jian Rongxiu's experience would be more like the protagonist of a novel. She lost her father when she was young. She was not liked by her mother. She awakened the most powerful martial spirit. She lurked in a foreign country and plotted the entire country. She became a monarch, returned to the martial spirit hall with domineering power, overthrew her mother the Pope, and ruled the continent. Finally she became a god. The revenge flow is probably like this. So Ming tapped his toes lightly, and his body slowly floated in the air, more like a leisurely stroll. With his hands behind his back, the silver tassels fluttered behind him, and So Ming slowly said, "With your current strength, you are indeed not my opponent. To show respect, I can fight you fairly." Boom! The vast breath rushed straight into the sky, and the sky and the earth were about to change color. The originally quiet forest was suddenly blue violently. Qian Rongxiu's heartstrings tightened instantly. Impossible, he is definitely not a soul saint. Qian Rongxiu stared at So Ming's lower body. The angel's sacred energy can suppress beyond the level, but she was actually backfired just now. This situation will only occur when the absolute strength crushes. Qian Rongxiu clearly remembered that So Ming was a soul venerable a year ago and defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul King. Logically, he should be at most a soul sect now. With the soul sect, he should be able to defeat the Soul Emperor. She can also suppress the Soul Emperor and fight against the Soul Saint. According to Qian Rongxiu's thinking, the strength of the two should be comparable, and she even has a slight advantage. But just a simple energy collision just now suppressed the angel's sacred energy and was out of control. How could Qian Rongxiu remain calm? As the colorful light overflowed from So Ming's body, a long horizontal sword appeared in So Ming's hand. With just a slight movement, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this power, and it made unstable sounds. Purple, purple, black, black. 4 soul rings, blooming. 2,000-year soul rings, 2 10,000-year soul rings. Qian Rongxiu was stunned. Even though she had heard about it before, she still couldn't help herself when she felt the pressure of the 4 strange soul rings. No wonder this guy can fight above his level. Qian Rongxiu looked solemn. While nervous, her adrenaline was soaring. She asked herself if she could absorb the first soul ring of 1,000 years. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rongxiu praised generously, "So Ming, I have to say that you are the most talented man I have ever seen. If you are willing, you can join my Wuhan Hall. I guarantee that you can get everything you want in the future." Qian Rongxiu looked at So Ming with a brilliant look. At this moment, she put aside her dissatisfaction just now. There was only pity for the genius in her eyes. She wished that So Ming would agree to her proposal. It would be a pity if such a genius with unparalleled talent and beauty was ruthlessly wiped out. As she spoke, Qian Rongxiu glanced at the knife in So Ming's hand. Because the style of the knife was very peculiar, even she had never seen such a straight knife before. In addition, the blade was inlaid with 5 crystals of different sizes. Sharp, suitable for cutting and chopping, powerful. Qian Rongxiu immediately kept a watchful eye. "Can I be the Pope?" Touching his beloved knife, So Ming said lightly, his narrow eyes behind the blade, revealing a bit of cunning and mockery. Qian Rongxiu's face was very bad. The position of the Pope would never fall into the hands of outsiders unless she wanted to dig her own grave. "Since you are stubborn, then do it." The jade hand drew a line in the air, and a golden light burst out in an instant, slashing towards So Ming. Ding! The index finger tapped the sword body, making a pleasant golden sound. At the same time, the white crystal on the sword body lit up, and the aqua-blue light ball pounced, swallowing the golden light with a bloody mouth. "I said, you are not my opponent now." So Ming kindly reminded again, and then released the second soul skill. Colorful light poured out from the sword body and fell into the soul ring. I saw an illusory figure stepping out from the second soul ring, and then the body quickly condensed and became solid. In the blink of an eye, an identical So Ming appeared. It was not an illusory body of nothingness, but a real entity, even with a shadow. "If you can beat him, come and fight me again." After saying this, So Ming was about to retreat. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. The wings cut through the sky, and Qian Rongxiu rushed towards So Ming at lightning speed. Her eyes were full of anger, and even Huashan could not feel it, and her powerful punch went straight to So Ming's face. "So Ming, what do you think of me? You want to beat me with a clone? Go to hell." Qian Rongxiu was furious. Such humiliation was almost the same as killing her. Just when Qian Rongxiu's attack was about to hit So Ming's main body, a slightly ethereal figure suddenly stood between the two of them. He raised his hand and grabbed Qian Rongxiu's fist firmly. The sword was sheathed, and the wind and waves calmed. So Ming exerted force with his finger and little finger, and Qian Rongxiu felt pain and was unable to resist. Although the body of nothingness only had an average of 70% of the attributes, for So Ming, who had more than 3,000 attributes, the body of nothingness could reach 2,000 attributes. Such a force has crushed all soul kings. In the face of absolute power, Qian Rongxiu could only twist her arm and turn sideways to relieve the force, because the human body joints could only allow her to do so. Damn, is this guy really a human? Qian Rongxiu's mind was in pain. She also woke up, because the power of this clone could still crush her. If it was the main body. Swish. The skirt was lifted up, Qian Rongxiu kicked back, trying to force Su Ming to let go. The next second, a painful squeezing feeling came from her buttocks. Qian Rongxiu's brain was instantly blank, and she was kicked out by Su Ming. Asshole! Qian Rongxiu was angry and annoyed when her private parts were attacked. Her fair cheeks were slightly flushed, but she did not continue to take action, just glared at Su Ming. If eyes could kill, Su Ming's bones would probably be ground into powder. That's right. This guy must have deliberately angered me. In the carriage, on the road, and now, all for this purpose. Let me lose my mind and attack. In this state, I am full of flaws, and he can easily win. With a smile of insight on her face, Qian Rongxiu smiled elegantly and mocked. Su Ming, your method is not very clever. The battle has just begun, are you afraid of losing? Want me to lose my mind? Haha, you think too simply of me, your opponent is me, Qian Rongxiu. Boom. A golden strange energy suddenly spread from Qian Rongxiu's body, and the sacred breath instantly covered all the smells. At that moment, Su Ming felt that he had lost his senses. Angel Field. Chapter 205 Wuhan True Body, Collision. Wow! The golden holy soul power emitting white light permeated. Instantly, the surrounding scenery was covered with a layer of light golden crystal. The body of nothingness Su Ming, the originally solid body swayed, as if it would fall apart in the next second. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Qian Rongxiu danced with her wings and quickly attacked Su Ming. Endless golden light gathered in the right fist, and the sacred power that all demons feared seemed to transform into a dazzling sun. Su Ming did not retreat, using his hand as a blade, and moved a few times to attack Qian Rongxiu. Swish! The raised golden hair was cut off and slid off Qian Rongxiu's head. Qian Rongxiu was secretly happy, and waved her fist towards Su Ming's chest. You can't escape this attack. Just when Su Ming's hand blade was about to fall on Qian Rongxiu's right shoulder, he suddenly felt something wrong, and the chop didn't seem to hit. Qian Rongxiu's body became ethereal, and Su Ming's arm went directly over Qian Rongxiu's shoulder. Angel Realm. Su Ming, who was watching the battle, felt the same way, his pupil shrank, and he also noticed Qian Rongxiu's intention. The Angel Realm is the companion realm of the six-winged angels. It is not only used by soul saints, but only soul saints can exert the greatest power. In addition to increasing strength and weakening enemy power, the Angel Realm also carries the sacred power of purification and dissolution. In addition, it can also make entities illusory. In the Angel Realm, Qian Rongxiu is the absolute master. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu is using the same effect as his ethereal body, which is immunity to damage. But similarly, her body also has a physical body. Bang! As the golden fist fell, an indestructible golden shield bloomed from Qian Rongxiu's fist wind, and Su Ming was defeated by this unexpected attack, and the whole person flew backwards and fell rapidly. Shua! Until he slid on the ground for more than 10 meters, Su Ming stabilized his body with the two-character clamp sheep horse. Beside his ears, the sound of pride also rang. My angelic realm is the nemesis of all energy bodies. You are no match for me in a contest with your clones. Qian Rongxiu stood in the air, under the brilliant golden light, like a fairy descending from the sky, extraordinary and independent. She did not continue to attack, because the opponent she wanted was never this clone, but her face still retained some shyness and anger. Qian Rongxiu was indeed qualified to say this after hitting Su Ming head-on with a successful strike. I saw a huge hole on Su Ming's chest, like a bun being bitten, with golden and colorful lights interweaving on it, constantly consuming the energy of the void body. The void body is a complete energy body, and the sacred power is indeed restrained. Moreover, it is the ultimate sacred power. If the void body had not also integrated the ultimate power, I am afraid that Qian Rongxiu's attack would have shattered the void body. This body is no match for you in a long battle. But it's not difficult to make you lose. Swish! As Su Ming's cold voice fell, the gap in the chest of the void body healed quickly, and only the entity was slightly dim. Swish! Su Ming flew into the air again, at an extremely fast speed, and the whole person seemed to turn into a stream of light in the next second. There is a continuous purification effect in the angel realm. According to Su Ming's judgment, this void body will disappear on its own in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes? It's not a long time, but it's enough. You're asking for trouble. With a cold look in her eyes, Qian Rongxiu danced with her wings and launched an attack again. She was wrapped in sacred energy, making it impossible for people to get close. In this state, Jian Rongxiu is undoubtedly a natural enemy to the void body. Swish! As expected, Su Ming's punch swung again, but it was more of a miss than a miss. Even if this attack is repeated 1,000 times, the outcome will be the same. It's meaningless. Looking at Su Ming, who was looking through, Jian Rongxiu sneered. She suddenly became a physical body behind Su Ming. Her white wings spun rapidly, and her 6 pairs of flexible wings spun at high speed. It turned extremely sharp, like a knife cutting down towards Su Ming behind, trying to cut the latter in half. But then, Jian Rongxiu's face changed slightly, revealing the same different look as Su Ming just now. Because she felt that her attack also failed. Originally behind Jian Rongxiu, Su Ming seemed to disappear out of thin air, and disappeared. Jian Rongxiu instantly froze her figure, and her eyes vigilantly swept around. Moving left and right, Jian Rongxiu did not find the figure of Su Ming. Extreme light derives absolute darkness. In the brightest place, there must be shadows that cannot be illuminated. No one told you that your 6 wings would also be a flaw. At this time, Su Ming's voice sounded on the ground. But he saw his hands behind his back, like a teacher instructing a student, teasing Jian Rongxiu who was fighting. Jian Rongxiu had no time to get angry. The sudden danger she felt made her back cold and her heart instantly rose to her throat. Third soul skill, Angel's Blessing. A purple light shone, and a 3-meter-high golden shadow appeared behind Jian Rongxiu. It was an elegant and holy woman with an elf-like face. She smiled at all living things, put her hands together, and a surge of golden energy burst out, reflecting an insurmountable golden barrier around Jian Rongxiu. Jian Rongxiu did not let her body become virtual. Perhaps in the dark, she also realized that this trick was useless this time. Compared to virtualization, the protection of the 1000-year soul skill is more reliable. At this time, a palm with a golden outline stretched out. In front of it, there was an equally golden sphere. Direction behind Jian Rongxiu. Swish! 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 A layer of blade light floated on the surface of the sphere, like a drill bit thread rotating continuously, with an unstoppable edge that was daunting. Boom! Instantly, the sun lost its color. A terrifying explosion sounded in the sky, and the angel domain that was originally spreading was instantly swept away by the powerful explosion. It was Su Ming's self-created soul skill, the Golden Destruction Raise Nan, an attack containing the ultimate gold energy. Although the angel domain is terrifying, it still has a disadvantage, that is, it will be destroyed by powerful attack power. In the original work, Jian Rongxiu's angel domain was broken by Tang San with the clear sky hammer. Because the most important thing about the angel domain is the sacred energy, it is not like the vitality of the blue-silver domain that can be derived from nature. It can only be brewed by Jian Rongxiu's body, and it is more like a one-time energy. The domain formed in this way is most afraid of being bombarded by absolute power. It takes time to launch the Golden Destruction Raise Nan, and the Genius Soul Master will never give this time to the enemy. However, at this moment, the body of nothingness, under the transformation of the 5 elements, has completely merged with nature. Although Jian Rongxiu's angel domain can outline the outline of the body of nothingness with the power of purification, as long as she can't see it with her naked eyes, she can't detect it with her mental power. The 6 winged wings that symbolize the status of an angel have become a disadvantage that hinders Jian Rongxiu's vision. Boom! The sacred energy and the ultimate gold, the same ultimate, the same gold, collided in the sky, like a dazzling firework exploding. In the explosion, a figure was bombarded by the aftermath and fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. With her palms supporting the ground, Jian Rongxiu wanted to get up, but her slender arms seemed unable to support her body and kept shaking. The white wings were cut into holes at this moment. The situation on Jian Rongxiu's back was even more tragic and shocking. The clothes were destroyed, revealing not the snow-white skin, but the bloodstains of grooves, as if cut by hundreds of knives, and the blood covered the white back. Such a beautiful woman, in this state at this moment, is really unbearable. Cough cough. Coughing blood from her mouth, Jian Rongxiu stood up trembling, with palpitations and strong unwillingness remaining on her pale face. He didn't expect that his 1000-year defensive soul skills could not resist Su Ming's attack, so that he was so easily injured. Seemingly seeing Jian Rongxiu's doubts, Su Ming kindly explained. My soul power is higher than yours, so it's understandable that you can't defend against my own soul skills. If we have the same cultivation, your sacred power can indeed purify this power. Jian Rongxiu remained silent, but her face became more and more ugly. She glanced at Su Ming coldly, her eyes full of loneliness and resentment. Winning is winning, why do you have to humiliate me like this? Soul King vs Soul Sect? You said that your soul power is higher than mine, is this a consolation? As she spoke, blood splattered from the corners of Jianrongxiu's mouth again, but she quickly wiped it off with her right hand, as if she didn't want people to see her fragility at the moment. Wow! Suddenly, a bright golden light bloomed from her body again. Su Ming frowned, are you sure you want to continue fighting in your current situation? Boom! The fifth soul ring lit up, and a golden longsword condensed by golden energy appeared in his hand. You'd better ask the sword in my hand. Jianrongxiu was as majestic as a female war god, and she aimed at Su Ming's eyes with a fierce look. As the heir of the angel family, she had never suffered such a huge humiliation. Today, even if you die, you can't leave here. Jianrongxiu pursed her tender lips tightly, and the blood on her lips added a different kind of charm to the color of her lips. In her unwavering eyes, there was only the sharpness of the sword tip and the figure defeated. Is it irritating? Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With Jianrongxiu's temper, it was indeed difficult for her to accept defeat. But this battle had lost its necessity. This state of mind of fighting to the end reminded Su Ming of his past self. The self who didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, pointing a sword at a great soul master and the world's first genius titled Douluo. Su Ming sighed and said regretfully. If you hadn't been an undercover agent and had worked hard in the spirit hall, you should have broken through to the soul saint level by now. With the soul saint level, you can barely fight me. It's a pity that this battle, which should have been perfect, will probably be hard to have again in the future. Jianrongxiu's eyes changed, thinking to herself, was she overthinking? From Su Ming's eyes, she didn't see any boasting or humiliation. His clear eyes were the truest reflection of his heart. Jianrongxiu even saw some disappointment in Su Ming's eyes, as if he was scolding her. Why don't you practice hard? The corner of her mouth twitched, and as she got to know Su Ming better, the fierceness in Jianrongxiu's eyes slowly faded. Rarely, she regained her calm state of mind. She could see that Su Ming had no obsession with power and status, and the only thing he wanted was to become stronger. At this moment, she seemed to finally understand what Su Ming meant by mutual improvement. If you are invincible, you will feel lonely. She knew this very well. But, is he really invincible? Jianrongxiu took a deep breath and suddenly wanted to verify whether Su Ming was talking nonsense. Could it be that the spirit body of the martial arts could not defeat you? This battle has nothing to do with any false reputation. I just want to see how strong you are. Wow! Before she finished speaking, a strange energy burst out from Jianrongxiu's body, rushing straight into the sky, breaking through the clouds and revealing the sun. The distant sun suddenly grew slightly larger. Then, an even more powerful energy burst out from the sun and attacked the two of them. Boom! The energy-emitting high-temperature flames slammed into Jianrongxiu's body, and the terrifying heat wave instantly destroyed the trees within 100 meters around, turning them into black and broken charcoal. The ground was also ignited, and streams of molten lava flowed and extended to Su Ming's feet. Holy and fire power at the same time. Su Ming did not feel any burning, and looked at Jianrongxiu, who was in the flames and had a painful and ferocious face, and had a bad premonition in his heart. The six-winged angel martial spirit does have the attributes of holiness and fire, but the sun's true fire in front of her is not extreme, and Jianrongxiu is already gritting her teeth to persist. In other words, Jianrongxiu's body cannot withstand the extreme fire, nor can it withstand this sun's true fire that exceeds her ability. Mess around. Su Ming was about to speak to dissuade him. A huge figure emerged from behind Jianrongxiu. The golden gauze fluttered, pure and innocent, with a fairy-like appearance and jade-like color, and its beauty could not be fully described in words. Holiness was boundless, and its brilliance shone through the world. Like a god who saved the world, with his hands open, he embraced everything in the world. The moment his eyes met its gaze, Su Ming was slightly shaken, as if any resistance would be the beginning of his fall into hell. Martial. Soul. True. Body. Su Ming bit his tongue and forced himself to calm down, still shocked by the vast momentum emanating from the angel. God-level martial soul, so terrifying. Su Ming, accept your fate. The meaningful smile was too sad, even though the cuckoo cried blood, but never regretted it. Jianrongxiu raised the sacred sword in her hand high. Similarly, the golden holy sword in the giant angel's hand did not pass over his head. The great power of heaven and earth, all gathered in one body. Instantly cut down. Bang! Suddenly, brilliant silver light exploded from Su Ming's body. The vast galaxy, infinite vitality and wonderful destruction. All the stars have their master at this moment. A silver figure slowly emerged from Su Ming's body. The wind robe fluttered, and the long hair flew. Holding a horizontal sword, it spanned the sky and the earth. The gold and silver colors surged like tides, and the two giants approached quickly. In an instant, everything lost its color. Chapter 206 Jianrongxiu, I will kill you. In the cave, the flowing flames licked the firewood hotly, exuding bursts of hot meat fragrance. Hiss! The gentle chanting sound, like the ups and downs of the flute, can't stop. The temptation to commit a crime exploded on the tip of the tongue, and every cell was immersed in the wonderful fragrance. A mouthful of meat, a sip of wine. Su Ming's cold and jade-like white face also had a bit of drunken blush. Hat. Su Ming's mouth was slightly grinning, he leaned leisurely on the comfortable blanket, his eyes were as light as the evening breeze, and he walked away far away. In his right hand, he tightly grasped a red wine gourd. No wonder Tang Hao is always thinking about robbing Daming. If it weren't for the gift of a fairy grass, Daming would be such a stingy person. The wine in Su Ming's hand was given by Daming. If it weren't for Tang Hao's greedy look, he wouldn't have accepted it. Tasting a sip, the mellow and leisurely wonderful intoxication was so strong that even Su Ming, with his current cultivation, couldn't resist it. According to Su Ming's judgment, this wine uses more than 3 kinds of 10,000-year-old 7th and 8th grade fruit medicines. It can not only relax muscles and bones, but also improve human physique like Xian Shui pills and obtain a certain improvement in cultivation. From Ming's mouth, he learned that this wine has been brewed for almost 1,000 years and has been stored in the bottom of the lake for 100 years. The clear taste can stimulate the strong aroma of the fruit medicine. Of course, the point is that Daming still has half a barrel of this wine. In the future, I'm afraid I'll have to be a robber a few times. Su Ming smiled knowingly. The bucket in Ming's mouth was measured by the size of the two people. So, Daming should have a lot of it. Good wine. Beautiful woman. Good time. Beautiful scenery. Looking at the bright moonlight in the sky, he couldn't help but feel a little drunk. The coldness and pride of the past were hard to leave. His mind was connected in all directions, like a wild horse that was out of control, doing everything. With a flip of his wrist, a crystal yellow ancient flute swam left and right between his fingers, and was finally held in Su Ming's hand. The breath in his mouth and nose was slightly heavy, and his fingers were lightly twisted and closed, and the melodious flute sounded in the silent forest. At first glance, Su Ming's skillful technique should be a veteran in this field, but only when you are in the situation, you will know how absurd the flute sound is. Except for being handsome, there is nothing else. Plop, plop. In the forest, many sleeping birds were startled and flew away. If it had wings instead of arms, the birds would have covered their ears and fled. An owl was also shocked by the strange flute sound and forgot to fly. It almost fell from the tree to the ground. Fortunately, it flapped its wings in mid-air. The sound of the flute is not bad, it can only be described as Douluo, which is very refreshing. Su Ming actually doesn't know how to play the flute. He only learned it a few times with his old elementary school teacher in his previous life, and he has already abandoned it for decades. Under the paralysis of alcohol, people tend to do some absurd things and are easy to be calm and confident to face everyone's doubts and ridicule. Perhaps, this is the true meaning of alcohol making cowards brave. Woo! Accompanied by the movement of the throat, a pair of eyes slowly opened in a strange groan. Her blue eyes were a bit empty and confused, but soon, they were filled with a radiant spirit. The soft ground beneath her body was a fluffy white blanket with particularly conspicuous tips. Further ahead was a dark and cold cave wall with jagged rocks on it. What is this? Her mind was hazy, and Jianrongxiu supported her jade arms and tried to get up. She remembered that she was fighting with someone before, so why did she suddenly appear here? As she raised her back, a cold airflow came over her. Jianrongxiu only felt a chill in her upper body, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Swish! Jianrongxiu quickly grabbed the quilt that was sliding down. At this moment, all the confusion in her mind disappeared, as if she had been pricked by a needle. Glancing around in panic, noticing Su Ming not far away, Jianrongxiu's pupils shrank suddenly, the knuckles of her 5 fingers holding the quilt were deeply embedded in the cotton wool, and her thin lips were almost bitten by her silver teeth. Flustered, helpless, terrified, hesitant, desperate. The anxious eyes were like the dew dancing on the tip of a leaf, and they would fall into the bottomless abyss and fall to pieces in the next second. It was so dark all around, and the air was so cold that it seemed to freeze the bone marrow. Jianrongxiu's arms trembled, her movements were very slow, and she lifted a corner of the quilt in extreme disbelief. The moment she saw the clothes, Jianrongxiu breathed a sigh of relief, as if a death row prisoner had been forgiven and grabbed a life-saving straw. This. But the next second, Jianrongxiu felt something was wrong, because the clothes on her body were not her own, and they were obviously men's clothes. He had only seen this simple, light, elegant, and flowing clothing on one person. Besides, this dress was not worn on her body. Swish! As if struck by lightning, Jian Rongxiu turned her head and looked at her back, which was cool. When she saw the large area of exposed skin, Jian Rongxiu could finally be sure of one thing. She was not wearing any clothes. Boom! Asshole, what did you do to me? Jian Rongxiu was in a panic and quickly wrapped herself in a quilt, trying to retain her last dignity. But the humiliation of being violated surged into her heart. After all, Jian Rongxiu was also a woman, how could she bear it? You shameless fellow, I thought you were an upright person, but I didn't expect you. Despicable. Shameless. Obscene. Just wait, you will regret it, I will let my grandfather kill you. Kill you. Woo woo woo. The tears slid down her cheeks. Jian Rongxiu was as weak as flying catkins in the wind, hugging the quilt tightly, and hugging it again and again. At this moment, she no longer had the calmness and generosity before, only the pitiful and delicate Jian Douluo, who had never been mentioned to outsiders since childhood, was also brought up by her at this moment, which shows how flustered Jian Rongxiu was at this moment. Woo! The sound of the flute stopped abruptly, and Su Ming tilted his head and glanced over. Fingers brushed through her hair, strands of hair passed through her fingers and were held back by Su Ming. I wanted to tease her with words, but the remaining rationality overwhelmed the drunken impulse. Boring. Don't you know whether you are innocent or not? If I really wanted to do something to you, I would have done it when your meridians were broken. Why do I have to ask for trouble to reconnect your meridians? Or, you are narcissistic and think that anyone can be lost in your beauty? Het. Buzz. In the cave, everything seemed to be still. Although Su Ming's words were very cold and ruthless, Jian Rongxiu didn't care. She stared at her blankly with tears in her eyes, looking like a cute little quail. No thing? Jian Rongxiu wanted to accept this truth, but she couldn't accept it for a while. How could nothing happen when her clothes were taken off? But Su Ming's calm appearance made her doubt her judgment. It seems that a woman's first time is painful. Remembering the private etiquette lessons in the palace, Jian Rongxiu bit her pink lips and moved her legs imperceptibly. It really doesn't hurt. Her eyes were slightly bright. Jian Rongxiu lowered her head and her nose wings twitched slightly. Suddenly, her pretty face flushed red, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Jian Rongxiu, what were you doing just now? Dirty man, dirty, filthy, ba ba ba. But when she realized that she really didn't lose her virginity, Jian Rongxiu's mood improved a lot. Let me ask you, what's wrong with my clothes? Raising her head, Jian Rongxiu's slender eyes were like a crescent-shaped scimitar, wishing to cut a piece of meat from Su Ming. Su Ming rolled his eyes at her. You are a soul king who uses his martial soul body forcibly. Don't you know how powerful the true sun fire you have caused is? Su Ming pointed to the golden silk robe he had worn for years, which had a certain degree of water and fire defense. He shouldn't have been so fussy, but Su Ming really felt pain. It's okay that your clothes were burned, but even my clothes were almost burned. This battle was really a big loss. Jian Rongxiu looked in the direction and saw a burnt claw mark on Su Ming's right shoulder. Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but recall the battle scene at that time. At that time, she gave everything and used her martial soul body forcibly, and felt that her whole body was burned by the true sun fire. The fifth soul skill, the sacred sword, plus the martial soul body, almost tore her heart and lungs, and she swung a sword at Su Ming with all her strength. At that time, he seemed to have used his martial soul body. He fell down due to exhaustion, and was finally caught by someone. Shua! Jian Rongxiu was horrified and looked at the handsome man leaning against the rock in front of her in horror. He is a soul saint? No, he is not a soul saint. He only has 4 soul rings. I saw it with my own eyes. He is definitely not a soul saint. Then, this guy has a way to forcibly activate his martial soul body in the soul sect cultivation without suffering backlash. The heart sank suddenly, and Jian Rongxiu was as shocked as she guessed that Su Ming was a soul saint. Soul sect can activate the martial soul body. And the power is no less than the martial soul body under the 6-winged angel martial soul when she was a soul saint. He easily resisted the martial soul body under the full force of her soul king. This is simply a monster. Jian Rongxiu shuddered, and she suddenly cried out in fear when she thought of something. Your real strength, can it be comparable to that of a titled Douluo? Looking at Su Ming in amazement, Jian Rongxiu's face was horrified. In just 1 year, he was promoted from Soul Emperor to titled Douluo. This. Jian Rongxiu suddenly felt a sour feeling in her teeth, and could only bite her pink lips. Her pretty face was gloomy, like a defeated phoenix. She lowered her noble head. Su Ming added another blow, with your talent, if it is the future Tiandu Empire, its current strength will definitely not be much weaker than mine. Absolute strength can crush all conspiracies and tricks, so why do you need to go undercover in person? If it is for the smooth return of the people's hearts, if the spirit hall can really win the hearts of the people, why worry about these? If we cannot intimidate the people, even if this continent is taken by the spirit hall, it will only be a flash in the pan. When the flash withers, it will be the time when the spirit hall will be destroyed. So, you are not that smart to go undercover in the Tiandu Empire. Qian Rongxiu lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen. After a long time, she managed to say something from her clenched teeth. You don't understand. The soft and delicate voice was no longer so sharp, as if there was an insoluble sorrow lingering in her heart. Qian Rongxiu's delicate body exuded a deep hatred, like a circling bird crying and unable to return home. If she hadn't come to the Tiandu Empire and stayed in the spirit hall, she would never be able to break the hypocritical arrogance of that woman. Without the help of the Pope's hall, he could still take over the Tiandu Empire. She is no match for him. Hearing Qian Rongxiu's heartbreaking voice, Su Ming shook his head. The family environment can indeed affect a person's growth. This matter is not only Bibi Dong's misfortune, but also Qian Rongxiu's misfortune. It is precisely because of knowing that Su Ming has no extra thoughts about Qian Rongxiu lying naked on him. The hemp rope breaks only at the thinnest part, and misfortune only picks the unfortunate people. His conscience was completely guilty. Your tendons have just been reconnected, so you can't use your spirit for a short time. Returning to the spirit hall is actually a good choice for you. A few years later, let's fight again. Let me see the real power of your spirit. Su Ming's eyes were full of kind and soft light, and he looked at them with pity. If Tang San and the others saw it, they would probably call it incredible. Su Ming, who seemed to be pure and ruthless, would show such an expression. This is really ridiculous. As if she heard Su Ming's kindness, Qian Rongxiu slowly raised her head, her eyes were full of tears. But looking at Su Ming's sympathetic eyes, Qian Rongxiu's heart was hurt, and she felt a lot of rejection, and her eyes gradually turned cold. She hated such eyes. Very much. Because such weakness is meaningless. After wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Qian Rongxiu returned to her cold and aloof self, and said unkindly. You saved me this time, I don't like to owe favors to others. If you have any conditions, just tell me now. Whether it's soul bones or power and status, even if I can't do it now, I will definitely offer it with both hands in the future. The voice was a bit of a sense of rejection. Qian Rongxiu's face was not cold, but her indifference gave people a chilling feeling. While speaking, Qian Rongxiu slowly lifted part of the quilt, took Su Ming's clothes and began to put them on herself. Ahem. Noticing the spring scenery in the corner of his eyes, Su Ming's face turned redder, not knowing whether it was because the wine was too strong or the bonfire was too hot, and he quickly coughed to remind him. Qian Rongxiu raised her eyes and glanced at him, then lowered her head as if she didn't see anything, and continued to dress. Only the cold voice came over. I've been unconscious for so long. You know whether you should have seen what you shouldn't have seen or not. But I don't want anyone else to know what happened today, otherwise I will kill you. You'd better forget everything today. Since you know my identity, you should also know how powerful the spirit hall is. You'd better not force me to kill you. Great. Su Ming let out a strange sound of comfort. Qian Rongxiu froze, tied her belt with both hands, cast a murderous fierce look at her, and her cheeks flushed. Su Ming didn't notice it, and happily took a sip of wine, with visible joy. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Qian Rongxiu. Drop. Congratulations to the host for becoming the strongest of the younger generation. The strength of the gully-like crushing makes it difficult for the geniuses of the younger generation to match him. Effort rating, 8 stars. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the smelting clone technique. Su Ming, you are looking for death. The cold voice was like an invasion of cold wind. The innocent body was seen naked, and at this moment, he was still speaking so foul language. Qian Rongxiu finally couldn't stand the rage of the volcano in her heart, and rushed towards Su Ming with murderous intent. Although she couldn't use her martial soul, and although she knew it was futile, Qian Rongxiu was completely desperate. This was intolerable. Chapter 207 The Same Person, A Mirror. The bright flames lit up the dark forest. Sitting by the campfire, Qian Rongxiu felt her buttocks burning, and her face was quite intriguing. For a person who doesn't know how to cherish women, being angry with him is simply hurting yourself. He has such a handsome face in vain, but he is despicable. Did you roast this meat? Noticing the roasted meat by the fire, Jian Rongxiu was not polite. She was also a little hungry. But the moment it entered his mouth, it was not as delicious as he had imagined, but rather extremely spicy. Jian Rongxiu's pretty face twisted, her face full of rejection. Su Ming did not speak, quietly watching the moon and drinking. After a while, he replied lightly. You are in good health, I will send you back later. Go back? Where to go back? Su Ming was talking about going back to Tiandu City. He had already seen that Jian Rongxiu would not give up this mission. Jian Rongxiu had been lurking for more than 10 years. If he could persuade her to retreat with just 1 or 2 words, then he could become a god with his mouth. Jian Rongxiu did not respond to this sentence, and glanced over calmly. Is there any water? Shua. Su Ming waved his hand, and a piece of wine was sprinkled in front of Jian Rongxiu. A magical scene followed, and a bowl-sized ice layer gradually piled up, and in the blink of an eye it had already covered the knees. At the top of the ice layer, an ice bowl shaped like a ganodermalucidum was unfolded, and inside it was wine that looked like wine. Ice attribute? Jian Rongxiu looked puzzled, but did not ask any more questions. Instead, she took the ice bowl and drank it. This wine. In an instant, the cool wine flowed over the tip of the tongue and then fell into the throat. A unique feeling rushed straight to the top of the head, as if the soul was rising. Jian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately drank the wine in the bowl without wasting a single drop. But thinking of her shameful moan just now, Jian Rongxiu coughed twice and had to pretend to be calm. Where did you get this wine? Of all the wines I have encountered in so many years, this wine should be ranked in the top 3. It is indeed a good wine. Jian Rongxiu picked up the firewood carelessly, maintaining the height of the flame, but her eyes were sneaking glances, paying attention to Su Ming's next reply. You usually talk so much. Su Ming looked cold, as if he was looking at a gorilla. I thought you were cold and elegant, not easy to get close to, so you would drink quietly and leave alone at this time. Jian Rongxiu. Is this person sick? Is it because I'm not beautiful that you really want me to leave quickly? Hey! No woman can stand being despised, especially a peerless beauty. Jian Rongxiu was so angry that she threw away the cold ice bowl in her hand. The atmosphere once reached the freezing point. Jian Rongxiu did not speak, but took a deep breath. She felt that she had not been so angry today in all these years. If Su Ming did not have too many secrets and needed to know himself and the enemy, Jian Rongxiu swore that she would never want to stay here for a second longer. Swish! After a while, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a booklet fell on Jian Rongxiu's knees. Jian Rongxiu glanced at Su Ming coldly, but still picked up the booklet. Application for Qualifications of Advanced Soul Master Academy. Jian Rongxiu was startled, and then suddenly realized, looking at Su Ming jokingly, thinking that you are begging me, right? If you want to ask me for help, you have to show some sincerity. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be driven at will? Although the two of them were looking at each other, Jian Rongxiu's confident look always gave people a feeling of looking down on her. Su Ming sat on the Diao Yute and replied calmly. Just because I saved you and you are safe now, shouldn't you take the initiative to do such a small thing? Forget it, I owe you. After a short silence, Jian Rongxiu did not continue to negotiate the conditions and put the application form into her sleeve. The atmosphere instantly became cold again. Jian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes dodged, but she couldn't help but speak up and asked. Why did you save me? After a pause, Jian Rongxiu didn't give Su Ming any other chance to refute, and directly broke the last fig leaf, saying. You should know that sooner or later, we will become enemies. If you don't kill me now, you will never have such an opportunity again in the future. For enemies, you should kill them all without leaving any room. You will pay the price for your indecision sooner or later. Jian Rongxiu's eyes were hot and cold, her eyes seemed to be frozen, and the whole person looked extremely serious. Although she lost this time and knew that there was a huge gap between her and Su Ming. However, she can participate in the God test and inherit the Angel God, and she will definitely win back in the future. Grandpa said that even if it is an enemy of a friend, you must fight with all your strength. If she had won the battle just now, although she would not have killed Su Ming, the latter would never escape her control in this life. It is true that we should root out the enemy. Su Ming nodded and continued, and, strictly speaking, we do have a grudge, but this grudge comes from your mother. Swish! Jian Rongxiu's face changed drastically, and she jumped up from the ground. The hatred in her heart overwhelmed the shock of Su Ming's knowledge, and her beautiful blue eyes were full of cold hatred. Seeing Jian Rongxiu's reaction, Su Ming felt even more sympathetic, and his eyes suddenly showed an indissoluble loneliness and sadness. The reason I saved you is purely because of your personal reasons. You and I are very similar. Both your father died early, your mother doesn't love you, and you only have a grandfather who loves you. Su Ming's eyes gradually became moist. Xiao Wu didn't know about this. If he hadn't drunk, he would never mention these past events again. But the next second, Su Ming smiled again, as if he was saying goodbye to his past. I saved you purely because I couldn't bear it and didn't want to see you in such a miserable state. To live, love yourself first, then love others, love those who cherish you, instead of wasting your energy on the issue of love or not, which is meaningless. Finally, I will kindly remind you that if you inherit the angel god, your grandfather will die as a sacrifice. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Qian Rongxiu's eyes widened in shock, the cold almost froze her whole body, only her eyeballs could move. I inherit the angel god position, will my grandfather die? Grandpa will die? Boom! The cold current swept again, and Qian Rongxiu sat down, the whole person was like a robot, stunned. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could Grandpa die? He never told me about this. Grandpa, how could he lie to me? Qian Rongxiu was heartbroken and could not accept it. She wanted to refute Su Ming's nonsense, but she could not open her mouth at all. From the look in Su Ming's eyes and expression when he mentioned the same experience just now, Qian Rongxiu was sure that it was a struggle from the heart and he would never lie to her. Even if she stood in Su Ming's perspective, it would not be. The two were like two sides of a mirror. The same unparalleled talent. The same unhappy experience. They were the people who understood each other the most. Lying to him was also lying to herself. He only cared about himself, so he deliberately mentioned Grandpa Qian Douluo. Because in her heart, the closest relative was only Grandpa. Knowing that Qian Rongxiu could not digest so much information in a short time, Su Ming did not urge her and played the flute by himself. However, compared with Qian Rongxiu's sadness, Su Ming's flute sound was more brisk and free, like a big wave washing away the sand, and he had already looked down on everything. It's just that some of them are hard to hear. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the shadows on the ground are colorful. Tap, tap, tap. Qian Rongxiu suddenly came to Su Ming's side, with a blank expression on her face, only the sadness in her eyes could not be hidden. Without a single word Qian Rongxiu took the wine pot and started drinking. Her snow-white swan neck was raised high, and she drank the wine quickly, wishing she could finish it quickly. Toasting to dispel sorrow, the sorrow became more sorrowful. Perhaps because she drank too fast, Qian Rongxiu suddenly coughed violently. The wine spurted out of her mouth, and she fell down like mud. Gulp gurgle. The wine bag fell on her chest, and Qian Rongxiu's clothes were instantly wet. She supported her thin and weak hands, dragged her legs and slid on the ground, leaning on Su Ming and leaning on the stone. At the moment when her back leaned against the boulder, Qian Rongxiu seemed to have used up all her strength. There was a sense of relief on her face that she had succeeded as she wished, and then she smiled foolishly. Laughing, tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes like beads with broken strings. Qian Rongxiu had no choice but to look up at the moon. Everyone can see a face when looking at the moon. The moon is round, and so are people's faces. The moon is too far away, and so is that person. The closest person is gone. What's the point of working so hard? No. I can't let Grandpa down. Grandpa must hope that he can revive the glory of the angel family, otherwise he wouldn't put all his hopes on me. But what should I do? Qian Rongxiu felt that she had gotten into a dead end, and her heart was broken. On one side was Grandpa, and on the other side was Grandpa's dream that he would rather die to realize. But no matter which one she chose, it was not what she wanted. Swish! Qian Rongxiu picked up the wine bag, and the delicious wine fell on that beautiful face like a waterfall, covering up all the sad tears. Su Ming put down the flute, looked at Qian Rongxiu's crazy appearance, and sobered up instantly. With mixed feelings, he wondered if he had said the wrong thing. Maybe if Qian Rongxiu, who became an angel god, could revive Qian Douluo, she wouldn't have said so many things. After a while, a snow-white jade arm reached out. Do you mind drinking with your enemy? Qian Rongxiu leaned her head against the stone, her eyes were like the breeze and the water, as if she had let go of everything. Only her rosy eyes showed that she had just cried. Although Qian Rongxiu was trying her best to suppress her emotions, how could her inner loneliness and sadness be covered up by her indifferent appearance and the strong smell of wine? But Su Ming. He had no reason to refuse someone who wanted to get drunk. Swish! Su Ming took out 2 more wine bags, threw one to Qian Rongxiu, and kept one for himself. Qian Rongxiu forced a smile, bumped lightly, and then tilted her swan neck to drink. The soul power dissipated and could not be gathered in a short time. Qian Rongxiu's ability to disperse alcohol was not as good as Su Ming's. Not long after, she was drunk. Leaning on Su Ming's shoulder, Qian Rongxiu's cheeks were rosy. She was drunk and looked like a holy and noble angel. She kept talking in her sleep. Only Su Ming, who was leaning on her, could hear clearly what she was saying. Why gave birth to me but don't love me? I am better than anyone else. I am a six-winged angel martial spirit. Why don't you want to look at me straight in the eye? Answer me, answer me. You are not my mother, no. I only have grandpa, only grandpa. Alas. Patting Qian Rongxiu's head, Su Ming felt very depressed. He felt that he was too sentimental. If he could be more ruthless, he might be less tired. He was obviously not happy, but he couldn't bear to see the sufferings of the world. Is this a good thing? After taking a big gulp of wine, Su Ming tilted his head and seemed to be drunk. Shua. After a few seconds, a ghostly figure passed through the woods and appeared in front of the two. The man was wearing a golden robe and a red cape on his back, which was the symbol of the Spirit Hall's Spirit Master. His identity was a titled Douluo. After seeing the situation in the cave, Snake Spear Douluo frowned and was extremely surprised. What's going on? Could it be that the young master likes this person? Qian Rongxiu was seen hugging Su Ming's arms with her arms, her face flushed, and she looked drunk. The point is that Qian Rongxiu is still in her true form at this moment. In the more than 10 years since he came to Tiandu City, he has never seen Qian Rongxiu reveal her true form, and she is still like this. Shua. Seeing Qian Rongxiu drunk, Snake Spear Douluo flicked his finger, and a green light poured into Qian Rongxiu's body. The original intention was to dispel Qian Rongxiu's drunkenness, but when he noticed the situation in Qian Rongxiu's body, Snake Spear Douluo was shocked and his face turned pale immediately. How could this happen? The young master has lost all his soul power. If the great priest knew about this. No, the young master just has a physical problem, not a complete loss of cultivation. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, Snake Spear Douluo quickly took out a green and shining pill and transferred it into Qian Rongxiu's body with soul power. The pill was given to him by Qian Daoliu. It was a peerless elixir for treating injuries, just to prevent Qian Rongxiu from having an accident. With the efforts of Snake Spear Douluo, Qian Rongxiu finally woke up. After seeing the surrounding scene clearly, Qian Rongxiu's heart tightened, and she quietly loosened her arm and stood up as if nothing had happened. The original female appearance also returned to Xue Qinghe's appearance at this moment, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, with one hand behind her back, quite like a great man. The pair of crying eyes also completed the transformation at this moment, dark and deep, making it impossible to guess. Young master, you scared me to death. If there is any action in the future, it's better to notify me, otherwise I can't explain to the chief priest. Snake Spear Douluo's face was full of regret, trembling, staring at Qian Rongxiu with a worried face. It seems that she was frightened just now. It was a sudden move, and I didn't have time to explain it to the Snake Elder in detail. Please don't blame me. Let's go, we'll go back now. As she said that, Qian Rongxiu took a step and went out of the cave. Snake Spear Douluo looked at Su Ming slowly. Young master, how should we deal with this person? Swish. Qian Rongxiu paused and turned her head to look over. Seeing Su Ming's drunken look, her beautiful eyes were angry, shy, gentle, and cold. After pausing for more than 10 seconds, Qian Rongxiu recovered. She let out a long breath and said without question. This person saved me, but he was really rude. Let's spare his life for now. Qian Rongxiu walked over, still with her hands behind her back, without losing her manners. The next second, something happened that surprised Snake Spear Douluo. Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth in shame and anger, and kicked Su Ming's hip 3 times, then she left with a smile as if she was relieved. Snake Spear Douluo, _. Why is this taste so sour? Chapter 208 The First Involution Academy. After a few days of repairs, the basic facilities of the First Academy have been completed. As for the simulated environment, not even one has been built for the time being. It is not a good thing to take too big a step. Besides, Su Ming does not need to worry about these things, they can be done by Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin. After all, the two are determined to spend their lives in the academy, and they are the ones who can't rest, so it's better to leave some things. Niu Gao has now surrendered, of course not to the academy, but to Tang San. It is not surprising that the latter can persuade Niu Gao to settle the grudges. In recent days, the two have been busy building another building for making hidden weapons. The academy taught hidden weapons. It was Tang San who proposed it later. Su Ming had not discussed it with Zhao Wuji and the others before, so naturally he had no preparation. In the pavilion, Zhao Wuji glanced at the plan, and then glanced at Su Ming who was sitting cross-legged to comprehend. Confirming that he had not seen it wrong, his steel-like old face was knotted and uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but speak out. Dean, we only have so many students, isn't it too few? If you are short of teachers, I can find a way. If there is nothing else, I, Akalanatha, still have some friends in the Soul Master world, so I am not afraid of not having a teacher. The academy is divided into majors, strong attack, agile attack, control, auxiliary, and minors, elixirs, hidden weapon casting, soul guides, poisons, which he thinks is no problem. You can major in 4 departments, and only 3 students are admitted to one department. 3. It still starts with the Soul Master, and then there is 1 Great Soul Master and 1 Soul Master. That's fine. The most ordinary Soul Master's innate soul power must not exceed level 6, and the assessment does not look at strength. This is simply selecting mediocre people for training. The Great Soul Master and Soul Master above this limit are lifted. In short, each department will have a mediocre Soul Master, and then there are the Great Soul Master and Soul Master level geniuses. This enrollment condition. It completely tramples on the bottom line of recruiting Soul Master level geniuses before. It doesn't look like a high-level Soul Master Academy at all, and it's even the enrollment standard of a mid-level academy. Only 12 students were recruited in total, which completely shattered Zhao Wuji's idea of becoming bigger and stronger and creating more glory. Su Ming, with his eyes closed, seemed to be wandering in the sky, and his breath was faint and untraceable. Around him, thin and colorful lines overflowed from his limbs, swirled around, and then sank into another limb. As the colorful threads became more and more, Su Ming's face, which was originally calm and composed, began to waver, revealing a hint of pain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the 4th level of Dozhuan Xin Yi once, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the 4th level of Dozhuan Xin Yi once, proficiency +1. Seeing that Su Ming was absorbed in his practice, Zhao Wuji was too embarrassed to ask further, and could only sigh helplessly. If you were to say that he was late, it would be nothing. But I only read the planning book for a few minutes, and you are practicing it now, which is a bit too much. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Wuji almost fell asleep, leaning his head on the railing to fish. Su Ming's body shook violently, as if he had been fished out of the water, sweat dripped down the stone bench where he sat, and his sweaty face showed fatigue. 15 is not a small number. The quality of the soldiers is not the number. The bigger the pot, the more rice it can put. When the first batch has achieved success, the second batch will be opened, and the former will lead the latter to practice. To graduate from the first academy, you only need the scores of the next batch of students to meet the requirements. At that time, the academy will open various points battles to let the students compete. The sleepyhead flew away, and Zhao Wuji opened his eyes instantly. After careful thinking, Zhao Wuji slightly understood what Su Ming meant. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs lay chickens. This can reduce the academy's dependence on teachers and strengthen the relationship between students. Dean, the experience of the previous batch of students cannot compare with the experienced teachers. What if one batch is worse than the next? This. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Zhao Wuji angrily slapped himself in the face. The academy has just been established, what nonsense is he talking about? Su Ming explained, the academy naturally needs teachers. I am so-called guidances in basic life and daily practice, and these people must be selected elites, and the rest are not included in this project. Like Tang San and Ling Ling, with their experience and personality, they are capable of doing this kind of thing. You can understand it as guidance, not a real teacher. As long as you are still in the academy, if you don't work hard to practice and roll yourself, you will drag others along with you. Without a few junior students to lead you, no matter how powerful you are, you can't hold your head up in the first academy. Hiss. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and stared at Su Ming with his green bean eyes in fear. You are indeed a black-bellied person, and you can even come up with such a bad idea. Just like Tang San and the others, because the training projects they accepted are basically the same, although there are differences in length, there is no absolute advantage. Except for Xiao Wu's super charming skills, now when everyone faces each other, no one is 100% sure to win, and basically they win and lose. The situation a month ago. And people like Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling, the two are auxiliary spirit masters, and they used to need to assist others to compete with each other. But with Su Ming's plan just now, they can't compete, but they can let the freshmen under their command compete. I have been leading freshmen for a year, and now I have successfully graduated. No way, there won't be someone who has led freshmen for 2 years, and the points are not enough, right? I am a strange leader in the first school. In 6 years, 20 people have been promoted to the inner courtyard. Who can fight? Thinking of the future style of the academy, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Not only do you have to work hard to cultivate yourself, but you also have to help others improve together? No need to guess, there will definitely be medals, rankings, and competitions for leading others to cultivate, with generous rewards to stimulate. So, in fact, the internal graduation slogan of the first academy is "Squeeze the fresh graduates dry." Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but pity the future students. Su Ming, you really did a lot of bad things. But, well done. The two looked at each other and laughed tacitly. Zhao Wuji couldn't stop laughing, and his voice was heard from afar, making people tremble with palpitations. Although he was still a little worried about the number of students in his heart, which Dean didn't want the beautiful vision of having students all over the world. But he also knew that when the academy was first established, people were more important than quantity. You are laughing so obscenely, are you blind bear trying to eat alone again? The sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and Xiao Xin walked over happily, his round face smiling like a flower. After absorbing the 9th grade purple fungus, his cultivation has been raised to level 78, the same as Zhao Wuji. It is a foregone conclusion that he has broken through to Soul Douluo, how can he not be happy? Old Xiao, congratulations! Zhao Wuji didn't care about this, and happily congratulated him from the bottom of his heart. From Xiao Xin's appearance, he knew that the benefits he got were definitely not less than his own 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear right arm soul bone. Xiao Xin smiled slightly, his eyes were blurred into a slit, like a kind and amiable Maitreya Buddha, and then handed a purple wooden tray to Su Ming. Dean, someone from the royal family just came and said that they wanted to give these things to you. Something? What is it? Zhao Wuji had long been eyeing the tray brought by Xiao Xin. When he heard that it was sent by the royal family, he couldn't wait any longer. The three of them seemed to know what it was, and their eyes were shining. Su Ming took off the red brocade on the wooden tray. What caught his eye was a golden metal plate with a cluster of flowers and a lifelike snow-white swan engraved in the middle. On the swan's open wings, the words First Academy were inlaid with gems. Qianrongxiu did not break her promise and got things done so quickly. Su Ming couldn't help but show his joy. The golden scroll in front of him and the document below were the certificates of the Advanced Soul Master Academy given by the royal family. With these two things, the First Academy can not only receive a certain amount of financial support from the royal family, but also sign up for the Soul Master competition. It is also the only thing that the First Academy currently lacks. Hiss, this is the golden scroll of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Is it a real gold gem? Zhao Wuji held it in his hand like a treasure, as if he was holding a peerless beauty. His rough hands kept stroking it, his eyes became more and more excited, and he wanted to get his face close to it. You beast, don't really bite it. Xiao Xin pushed him away with disgust, took the gold scroll in his hand and looked at it, and opened his squinting eyes as wide as he could, his eyes had never been so dazzling. Then, he muttered to himself. This color is so bright, it should be real gold, right? Zhao Wuji. Su Ming. Real gold, it's real not gold, real is real. Why talk about real gold? Su Ming didn't joke with the two immature boys, his eyes were on the remaining gorgeous clothes on the tray. This dress, is also with these things? Su Ming picked up the clothes and pinched them. The material was very soft, not ordinary fabric. It should be made of soul beast silk. It was so slippery that it was about to fall off the hand, and it felt cool. As Su Ming spoke, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin also looked over. Hey? Zhao Wuji exclaimed in surprise, and said, I haven't heard that the high-level Soul Master Academy was established, and the royal family also gave clothes to the dean. Old Xiao, have you heard of this? Xiao Xin shook his head and said in a buzzing voice, I haven't heard of it either. The royal family has no precedent of giving clothes for congratulations. It's the Wuhan Hall. They like to do this. It's a pity that the Soul Saint clothes of the Wuhan Palace have been lost, and that thing is perfect for showing off. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, it's lost. So who cares about the things of the Wuhan Palace? He filtered out most of the words of the two, but the three words Wuhan Palace made Su Ming feel that he had grasped the key. Swish! Su Ming waved his hand, and the gorgeous clothes in the tray slowly rose. After checking the height and fatness, Su Ming seemed to have understood everything. If it is true, it should be paid by Qianrongxiu, who is like himself and doesn't like to owe anyone a penny. Okay, let's get busy. Old Xiao, you can spread the news that the First Academy will hold a founding ceremony in 3 days and start recruiting 15 students. Under the suspicious eyes of Zhao Wuji and the others, Su Ming calmly took the envelope off his clothes. Then, he gave the two a cold look, indicating that they could get out. No. Xiao Xian took a deep breath and said in surprise. Why does it smell like rouge? Could it be? Xiao Xian dragged the word could it be for a long time, staring at Su Ming with wide eyes. Guzi, you are not right. Zhao Wuji also smelled it, but frowned. There is no rouge smell, just a little fragrance, it is probably from the palace maid. Old Xiao, what kind of sense of smell do you have? Don't even smell shit and think it smells good. Zhao Wuji's eyes were full of contempt, while Xiao Xian's face was twisted with discomfort. How could a person be so stupid? Didn't you see that I was teasing Su Ming? What's wrong with you? Get out, don't get close to me. Xiao Xian pushed Zhao Wuji away with disdain and ran away quickly. I don't know if he was afraid that Su Ming would retaliate on the spot, or if he was afraid that stupidity would be contagious. You are also sick in the brain. Why are you angry for no reason? Zhao Wuji cursed with a sullen face, and left here tactfully. Two funny guys. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then opened the envelope. What you asked for has been done, I don't owe you the favor of saving me. The clothes are accepted, I don't owe you anything. I will invite you to drink together on a certain day, you cannot refuse, now we are even. Snow. The corner of his mouth twitched, Su Ming was extremely speechless, and flames came out of his arms, and burned the envelope. This style of behavior is very clear. I don't believe that Jian Rongxiu is a man. I didn't care about such a small matter. Su Ming continued to practice the 4th level of Dozhuan Xingyi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing Dozhuan Xingyi for the 4th level, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing Dozhuan Xingyi for the 4th level, proficiency +1. Time flies, and the news of the establishment of the First Academy has spread in Tiandu City. The news of sweeping the Royal Academy and the defeat of the 5 Elements Academy made the First Academy the limelight was unparalleled. So once the news came out, it easily caused a violent shock throughout Tiandu City. Many nobles and powerful forces also wanted to get involved in the powerful Pure Land of the First Academy. Wuhan Hall, the Holy Temple. The hanging crystal jade illuminated the entire secret room. Tap tap tap. The old man in a white gold-encrusted robe, a goat beard and a hooked nose slowly approached an empty wall. As the mechanism turned, a secret scroll slid out of the wall. You know everything you have said. No emperor order, no one in the spirit hall is allowed to interfere with the First Academy, and violators will be severely punished. Looking at the order from Pope Bibidong, Saras's sinister eyes flashed with deep doubt. No interference? Why would the Pope issue such an order? Isn't it clear that the existence of the First Academy may threaten the champion of the Spirit Hall? After carefully looking at the secret seal and confirming that it came from the Pope himself, Saras became even more confused. It would be fine if he didn't interfere, but His Holiness the Pope didn't seem to intend to recruit those geniuses. Is he testing the Spirit Academy? Thinking of this, Saratha's sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, showed a bit of sarcasm. You guys, you're lucky. As soon as he loosened his hand, the scroll fell from his palm and fell into the brazier, turning into black smoke and burning. Prince's Mansion. Jian Rongxiu stood dignified, with a more confident and mysterious brilliance between her eyebrows. In front of her, there was a neat set of snow-white ancient-style clothes hanging neatly. As her fingers ran over the patterns on it, Jian Rongxiu suddenly smiled mysteriously and said to Anna, the housekeeper beside her. Anna, it shouldn't be difficult for you to learn how to act and talk like me, right? Chapter 209 Zhao Wuji confronts Titan. Xiao Wu, let's go back to the academy, what are we doing secretly? SHH, keep your voice down, you won't die if you don't speak. Outside the academy, 2 figures climbed up the wall stealthily. Like young kittens, one was innocent and naive, the other was cunning. They were wearing the uniforms of the First Academy, but they acted like students who sneaked out of the academy, afraid of being caught by the teacher on duty, and their movements were timid. They were none other than Xiao Wu and Er Ming, who had returned from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Er Ming, don't get caught. Looking at Er Ming's poor hiding skills, Xiao Wu stamped her feet in anger, wishing she could pack him up and carry him on her back. Swish! Exerting force with her arms, Xiao Wu immediately lifted Er Ming up, and then he tiptoed towards the inside of the academy. The fighting spirit arena of the academy. The fists were rustling, and 2 figures, one brown and one black, were fighting at lightning speed. The pitch-black blue-silver grass was everywhere, like wind and fish, interweaving on the stage, almost drowning the figures of the two. To the naked eye, only the blue light and the condensed golden light were fighting. Stinky boy, this is what you call a little gain. You are playing the pig and eating the tiger for me, right? Zhao Wuji's forehead was bulging with veins, and his two thick bare paws, like waves hitting the shore, slapped the surrounding blue-silver grass with great momentum, trying to delay the encirclement of the blue-silver grass. Zhao Wuji was in a state of exasperation, and was almost furious. I thought Tang San had only gained a little, but I didn't expect this guy to improve so much. You must know that a month ago, this guy was only level 39, and in just 1 month, he has reached level 49. In addition, the strength and toughness of the blue-silver grass reached an extremely amazing level. Without using the spirit body, his powerful diamond bear spirit had to use all his strength to tear the blue-silver grass apart. If one blue-silver grass is like this, then these many blue-silver grasses are simply a nightmare for the attacking beast spirit. Even if he only uses the first 5 spirit skills, it is still quite tricky and he dare not be negligent. No wonder Tang San smiled flatteringly when he mentioned the competition just now. It seems that he is waiting for me to dig a hole, right? Tang San smiled knowingly and said, Teacher Zhao, I have competed with Ming before. His strength is comparable. If you lose. Tang San did not continue to say the rest, but Zhao Wuji's face had darkened, and he did not have the pride of being better than his teacher. He knew Ming. He always spoke with his fists. If he lost to Tang San with his soul saint cultivation, he would probably not be able to raise his head in the future. The goodwill that was finally built up was directly cleared to zero. Apprentice? Ming, you rubbish. Gan. Tang San, you just asked me to go all out. Well, I'll show you that the reputation of my Akala is not in vain. Before Zhao Wuji finished his fierce words, his pupils tightened. Parasitism. Zhao Wuji, who noticed that Tang San's second soul ring was lit up, immediately felt bad. Although he could use his palms to block the encirclement of the blue-silver grass, he couldn't use defense at all when facing the blue-silver grass that suddenly appeared from close range. First soul skill, Akala body. Swish. The golden storm spread from Zhao Wuji's body, driving away the blue-silver grass that originally grew from his body. Akala body can instantly burst out strong golden light and rebound attacks within 3 meters around the body. It is perfect for this situation. But this soul skill also has a flaw, that is, it cannot move. Swish. At the same time, Zhao Wuji's fourth soul ring also lit up. The purple soul ring moved rhythmically and suddenly flew towards Tang San. Facing a control-type soul master, the most important thing is to get close. How could Zhao Wuji not know this? His fourth soul ring can be put on the opponent. Once the opponent is locked, the power of jumping can be instantly reached within 100 meters. Teacher Zhao, this trick is useless to me. Tang San, who was hiding behind countless blue-silver grass, chuckled, and his eyes instantly surged with purple energy, which was the purple extreme demon eye. After being together for so long, Tang San naturally knew the benefits of Zhao Wuji's soul skill combination, which can instantly shorten the distance. But for this soul skill, the fourth soul ring needs strong mental power to accurately lock. In terms of soul power, Tang San asked himself that he was not as good as Zhao Wuji. But in terms of mental power, although Zhao Wuji was also stronger than him, the instantaneous power of the purple extreme demon eye was definitely not weaker than the former's mental power burst. Zhao Wuji's eyes were dull. In just 2 seconds, the fourth soul ring left its original trajectory and passed by Tang San. This kid! Zhao Wuji, who had recovered, gnashed his teeth in hatred, but how could a control-type soul master give a strong attack-type soul master time to react? The black jade color bloomed in the sky, like a brocade of flowers, rushing towards Zhao Wuji. Seeing that Tang San's third soul skill was already approaching, Zhao Wuji regretted it so much that he could only activate the Akala body again and hold the spider web 3 meters away. The reason for regret was not that he agreed to use only the first 5 soul skills, but because there were too many problems with his own soul skill combination. Except for the Akala body, the last 4 soul skills, including the Vajra palm, gravity enhancement, position tracking, and gravity squeeze, were all amplification skills. They were all close combat skills that attacked, shortened the distance, and limited the speed. He knew very well that the powerful King Kong bear had a disadvantage in speed, but the problem was that he didn't have a soul skill with attribute amplification like Ming and Dai Mubai, and could only rely on the attribute defense of the powerful King Kong bear. That is to say, without using the martial soul true body, relying solely on the martial soul possession, his physical attributes were basically fixed. If he faced a soul master with the same level of amplification soul skills, he would be at a disadvantage. Fifth soul skill, Gravity Squeeze. With a roar, the fifth black soul ring under Zhao Wuji's feet instantly lit up. The black light of the 10,000-year soul ring kept pulsating, rippling a layer of dark airflow on the ground, as if the earth collapsed, and the surrounding gravel swished towards his feet. The short cape behind him trembled, turned his shoulder, and was originally more than 10 meters away. Tang San still felt that his body was sliding forward uncontrollably. Swish! Several blue the silver grass snaked over his waist, tightly wrapping around Tang San to prevent him from being pulled by the gravity. Go! Tang San waved his arm, and several fine needles burst out from his fingertips. Under the pull of the distance attraction, the speed of the burst was faster than usual. Tang San, too much. Zhao Wuji's eyes were evil, and his thick bare paw fell angrily. All the hidden weapons that were flying were knocked down and embedded in the ground like bullets. Boom! The powerful brown air wave burst out, sweeping in all directions. All the blue-silver grass that surrounded him was instantly repelled. Tang San retreated under the pressure of this powerful soul power, and his chest was hit hard. The Soul Saint's cultivation is so terrifying that just a simple burst is like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, making people breathless. Swish! The sharp golden claws swept past, and the instantaneous light seemed to make the world blind. Tang San's eyes hurt, and the purple demon pupil also fell into a brief dullness. Tang San subconsciously closed his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The fierce force drove his right arm. On Zhao Wuji's huge bare paw, the dark golden claws were like a ruthless meat grinder, and the solid blue-silver grass could not resist it at all. In just a blink of an eye, the blue-silver grass fell like bamboo joints, making a dull sound. Soul bone. Tang San groaned in pain, but his eyes were fixed on the soul bone on Zhao Wuji's arm. From the information fed back by the blue-silver grass just now, this soul bone can easily cut the blue-silver grass. This sharpness, he has only seen it on Su Ming's martial soul-slashing god. Stinky boy, don't think you can play dumb and eat the tiger. These things are all left over from my past. Zhao Wuji raised his right arm arrogantly, see? If I don't have any trump cards, how can I be the teacher of you monsters? The right arm bone of the dark gold terror claw bear can extend to form a dark gold claw, which can perform a shocking blow of the sky-splitting claw. With this soul bone, even if he encounters a strong attack soul Douluo, Zhao Wuji asks himself that he will not be defeated. That's right. After all, the old ones are the best. Tang San laughed and took a few steps. He had come to Zhao Wuji and observed the soul bone in Zhao Wuji's hand at close range. His eyes were vaguely hot. He had heard about the power of soul bones. The power of good soul bones was more terrifying than the most powerful soul skills, and it could also enhance the strength of the body. If they can successfully absorb a few soul bones, they can completely leapfrog soul rings. With their spiritual power amplified, they are not afraid of the soul shock from the 10,000-year soul beast. This soul bone in front of him, from his perspective, is undoubtedly the best. Teacher Zhao, what kind of soul beast did you get this soul bone from? Tang San asked. Seeing Tang San's envious look, Zhao Wuji was secretly happy, and showed off his soul bone well, then pretended to be calm and said. This is the right arm bone of the 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear. When I accompanied the dean to hunt soul beasts, this beast insisted on blocking the way. Can I indulge it? In order not to affect the dean, I fought it to the death in the end, relying on teacher Xiao's candy beans, I barely killed it. Zhao Wuji, the dean is not here, who can oppose what I say? Boom! Tang San's eyes suddenly widened. The 10,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear was a soul beast that was even more terrifying than the titan giant ape. No wonder this soul bone was so powerful. Ming was so powerful, not to mention that Zhao Wuji's soul saint drove the 10,000-year soul bone, which was also a very precious right arm bone. How could the blue-silver grass resist it? Just when Zhao Wuji was about to brag a little more and suppress Tang San's arrogance. Suddenly, a roar that seemed like yesterday came over. Zhao Wuji, get out of here. Humph, you've been hiding for so many years, but I've found you hard. Let's see where you can escape today. Let me vent my anger and spare your life. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a dead bear. Hearing this voice, Zhao Wuji's face changed, and a little fear flashed in his eyes, but he returned to normal in the next second. You're still chasing me. I'm giving you face, right? Pushing Tang San apart to show him not to bother, Zhao Wuji angrily replied. Old gorilla, I'm here, come if you have the guts. New and old grudges, let's settle it today. After saying that, Zhao Wuji gave Tang San another cold look, signaling him not to bother with the matter. Tang San also realized who the person was. If he was right, it should be the Titan mentioned by Senior Niu Gao. Only Senior Titan and Teacher Zhao had a grudge. Moreover, Senior Titan was also a forger. After thinking about it, Tang San nodded to Zhao Wuji and then came to the side of the soul fighting arena. He was also looking forward to the soul Douluo level battle. Senior Titan was the most loyal supporter of his father Tang Hao, so he could take the opportunity to see the power of the four major families. Whether Senior Titan won or lost, it would be a good opportunity to build a good relationship. Of course, Teacher Zhao wanted to fight this battle. The way men resolve conflicts is so simple. If they don't fight, both sides don't like each other. With the 10,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear soul bone and Dozwan Xin Yi force dissipation, Mr. Zhao may not lose. Tang San thought to himself. The next second, the two felt the ground shaking, as if a prehistoric beast was attacking, roaring. A pale red giant beast was seen galloping on the main road of the academy, almost 6 or 7 meters high. It was a huge gorilla, with reddish and black hair interwoven in a weird color. Its thick arms and body seemed a little out of proportion, but it was the thick and bulging muscles that gave people a sense of vigorous power. When they got closer, Tang San and Zhao Wuji also saw the person clearly. It was an old man with grey hair and beard, whose hair stood up like steel needles. His explosive figure was more sturdy and powerful than anyone he had seen. Just standing there, he gave people a sense of majesty that could not be shaken by mountains. Well, it's rare that you didn't continue to run away today. Just because you are ready to be beaten, I will be gentler later. It won't be too much. You can lie down for 10 days or half a month. Titan put his hands on his chest, with a sarcastic look in his deep eyes, and he was not in a hurry to take action. Facing a powerful and well-known soul saint, this kind of childish play was not serious at all. Tang San could feel what the other party meant. He did not take Zhao Wuji seriously at all. He was sure to defeat him. Old gorilla, it is not certain who will win or lose today. Today, I will accompany you to the end. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and pulled his arms with both hands. The whole person was like a bow and arrow opened to the sky, and the soul power burst out in an instant. Zhao Wuji's original muscles became more powerful and expanded in an exaggerated form. The original 3-meter-high golden bear suddenly rose to more than 5 meters, and the brown-yellow hair grew wildly. Martial Soul True Body versus Martial Soul True Body. Tang San also had to sigh at Senior Titan's hot temper. He came over as a Martial Soul True Body, without hiding it at all, but more like the temper of a blacksmith. Hey, hey, hey. Just as Tang San was about to enjoy the battle, a timid voice sounded in his ears, as if calling him. Xiao Wu. Looking at Xiao Wu squatting in the audience, looking around secretly, Tang San was startled, and a playful look flashed in his eyes the next second. As a big sister, who is she afraid of? Come here. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and growled, so angry that she wanted to pull Tang San over. Glancing at Titan and Zhao Wuji, Tang San finally walked towards Xiao Wu and Er Ming. Shua. As soon as he got off the stage, Tang San was grabbed by the collar by Xiao Wu and swooped down. Hurry up, tell me what you said to my brother. If you don't, I'll break your legs. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San fiercely, but the latter felt great shame from her pink eyes and couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, one thing conquers another. Chapter 210, Practicing Martial Soul Fusion Skills. We have known each other for so many years, will I lie to you again? Think about it, your brother has always treated you as his sister, and suddenly you like him, how could he accept it at once? Think about your brother's personality, what he hates most is to affect his rhythm. Just like you, if you always treat Su Ming as your brother, and suddenly the latter says that he likes you and wants to be with you, will you panic? Everything has a gradual process. Look at Zhu Qing, she never deliberately tries to pester your brother, she always likes you silently and waits for your brother to accept. Would you like a girl who has been silently giving and treating you well, or a girl who always wants something from you? Under the same sky, Xiao Wu's figure is getting farther and farther away. Her mind is always lingering with Tang San's words, and her heart can't calm down for a long time. Under the drooping eyelids, her eyes flicker, as if she will figure out all the mysteries in the next second. On the fighting spirit stage, looking at Xiao Wu's back as she leaves, Tang San's face shows a knowing smile. I have helped everything I can, and whether it can be successful in the future depends on you. The world that Su Ming came to should be very exciting. Thinking about it, Tang San couldn't help but think of the Tang sect. His eyes trembled slightly, and then he shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. On the fighting spirit stage, the huge gorilla and the powerful King Kong bear with sharp claws, the battle between the two has entered a white-hot stage. The fighting spirit stage that had just been repaired was already riddled with holes and was completely in a mess. Bang! Swish! Suddenly, two figures retreated at the same time, their bodies tilted and fell backwards. Boom! A dull sound rang out, and the two figures fell forward and backward, causing the fighting spirit stage to tremble. The huge martial spirits disappeared at the same time, and the two lay on the ground like corpses, with no strength to lift their limbs. Zhao Wuji's body was bruised and purple, and he didn't know how many times he had been beaten. There were holes in his clothes, which showed how strong his punches were. Compared to Zhao Wuji, Titan's body was even worse. The bloodstains on his chest, thighs, and arms were shocking, as if they had been cut by thousands of knives. In terms of strength and defense, Zhao Wuji, who is a soul saint, can't compete with Titan, a soul Douluo. However, Zhao Wuji, who has the soul bone of the 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear, is obviously superior to Titan in physical damage and can cause direct damage to the latter. The two strong men staged a wonderful scene of scolding each other from a distance. Blind bear, if you have the guts, come on, do you think Grandpa is afraid of you? Come on, I'm weak now, it's just right to dig out your monkey brain to make up for it, come here. Asshole. You wait for me, I'm going over now, you wait to die. Come over first, come on, don't just talk, I'll scratch your face. Zhao Wuji and Titan both lay on the ground, spraying each other at the blue sky and white clouds. If you don't know, you would think that the two are going to fight in the next second. Tang San, what's going on? Niu Gao, who rushed back, was stunned by the scene in front of him. I was just leaving for a while, how could it turn out like this? Hearing Niu Gao's voice, Titan was overjoyed and could not get up and immediately shouted. Old Rhino, you came at the right time. If you are a buddy, just beat Zhao Wuji up and vent my anger. Fuck you, you are shameless, right? Okay. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, his gums twisted purple and red, not knowing whether it was pain or anger, and then shouted to the sky. Ming, call your brother out quickly, damn it, come to the First Academy to fight the people of the First Academy, when has our academy ever suffered such anger? Ming worshipper, don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face, come to help me quickly. Tang San. If you can't beat them, call for help. You two are a perfect match. Shaking his head at Ming, Tang San immediately said to Niu Gao. Senior Niu Gao, you explain. This is a healing jelly bean. Swish. Tang San waved his hand, and a green pill fell into Niu Gao's hand. Niu Gao nodded, then came to Titan and gave him the pill. And Tang San also brought a jelly bean to Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, let's stop making trouble. Senior Titan and my father have a good relationship, and I feel guilty about them. You have taken advantage today. Let's put an end to the past grudges. What do you think? Gurgle. He quickly took the jelly bean. After a while, Zhao Wuji, who had recovered almost completely, stood up from the ground. Zhao Wuji shouted. Okay, today I'll give you face. Otherwise, I will make this guy leave the academy lying down. Facing Zhao Wuji's aggressive tone, Tai Tan was unaware and stared at Tang San. Old Rhino, ya what you said, is it true? Tai Tan's voice was shaking violently. Can I lie to you about this? Niu Gao smiled knowingly and patted Tai Tan's shoulder heavily. After waiting for so many years, it's time for the 4 major families to be reborn. Otherwise, any cat or dog can ride on their heads. Hey! Titan took a deep breath, and his deep eyes suddenly burst into brilliance. Take 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, Tai Tan quickly came to Tang San. Power Clan, Tai Tan, meet the young master. I don't know where is the old master now? How is he doing? Senior, there is no need to do this. Tang San hurriedly supported Tai Tan, this is not the place to talk, come with me. Okay. Tai Tan's face was full of red, as if she had married a new wife, and followed Tang San closely. Looking at the backs of several people leaving, Zhao Wuji sneered disdainfully, if you are not a guest from afar, you will leave lying down no matter what. Ming, where are you going? Zhao Wuji noticed that Ming was about to run away, his eyes fixed, and he ran after him. Zhao Wuji's arms around his shoulders, that passionate look, like the big brother in the gang. Zhao Wuji smiled charmingly, Ming, I heard that your strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and now you can fight with Tang San, not bad. How about it, do you want to think about the previous matter? You saw it just now, that old gorilla is a soul Douluo, but I still knocked him down. Although your brother is powerful, I am not bad either, you won't suffer any loss. I won't suffer any loss? Ming pulled Zhao Wuji's hand away and said with disdain. Tisk, if it weren't for my big brother, I wouldn't even want you to be my little brother. If you keep pestering me, I'll let Daming teach you a lesson. Zhao Wuji smiled repeatedly, with an incredibly thick skin. Yes, yes, I'm trying to climb above my station. Hehe, I'm so hungry from the fight just now, and I just happened to have a bunch of golden bananas, how about we go eat some first? Golden bananas? Ming's light golden eyelashes fluttered, and he stopped immediately, staring at Zhao Wuji angrily, saying. You want to bribe me with this, right? This Zhao Wuji smiled awkwardly. As expected, I am an upright person and I am not suitable for playing these dirty tricks. Ming looked at you with disdain, as if he had seen through you a long time ago, and said angrily, Sister Xiao who told me a long time ago that you are the best at using sweet words to deceive people. Nothing is better than nothing. As long as I am not greedy, no one can deceive me. You underestimate me too much. Zhao Wuji's old face flushed, pretending to be lonely and replied, Ming, I didn't expect you to see through me. Well, I won't force you, but I have already bought the Jinrun giant banana, and I can't eat so much, and now you don't want it. Oh, forget it, it's a waste, I'll bury it in the soil and see if a banana tree can grow next year. Having said that, Zhao Wuji prepared to plant trees. But Ming was not calm after hearing this. Golden banana buried in the soil? You might as well throw it away and wait for me to pick it up. Swish. With a big step, Ming immediately grabbed Zhao Wuji. What's wrong? Zhao Wuji was secretly happy, but he didn't show his emotions on his face. He said coldly. That golden banana will rot if buried in the soil. Ming was so embarrassed that his toes were tucked together. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at each other. If you really can't finish it, I'll eat some for you. It's okay. No, no. Zhao Wuji stood up, broke Ming's hand and said righteously. No, Xiao has said that if she knew about this, she would say that I had bad intentions. In the end, I am really a nobody. Forget it. It's better to bury it. It's over once and for all. If the academy plants trees, it can be used as fertilizer. Zhao Wuji looked at the sky in thought and muttered to himself, yes, the golden banana is a rare thing. It should be good to use it as fertilizer. This way, it's not a waste. Kaka. Hearing this, Ming felt his heart was about to break. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he finally said something. That is actually quite wasteful. Otherwise, we can eat it first and then turn it into fertilizer. Wouldn't that be better? The sparkling golden eyes stared straight at Zhao Wuji, and Ming was obviously a little cautious. Yes. Zhao Wuji slapped his thigh and his mind immediately became clear. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten that I could do this. Ming, it's great. You're smarter than me. No wonder you saw through my intention just now. No way. Zhao Wuji pulled Ming up and said, come on, trees will be planted outside the academy in a few days. We have to eat quickly. After giving Ming a look of great responsibility, Zhao Wuji dragged him away quickly. Xiao Wu didn't know that Ming had been fooled again. At this moment, she had come to the secret room where Su Ming was in seclusion. Her heart was beating wildly and she became uneasy. Bang bang bang, Xiao Wu knocked on the door with a flushed face and shouted inside, brother, I'm back. I heard that you have something to do with me, right? In the secret room, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes with a bit of embarrassment. After a while, he replied. Come in. After hearing the voice, Xiao Wu pushed the door and walked in. After looking at each other, there was a little embarrassment on their faces. Su Ming looked at him for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. Ahem. After recovering from his shock, Su Ming pointed to the futon opposite and said. I do have something to talk to you about, please sit down first. Oh. Xiao Wu responded softly and sat down obediently. She was dignified and elegant, not as carefree as usual, with a bit more ladylike temperament, and her beautiful eyes looked at Su Ming shyly. Looking at Xiao Wu, Su Ming's eyes were leisurely and gentle, and he suddenly felt more at ease. After being together for so many years, how could he not see that Xiao Wu had become seriously dependent on him? Even if he tried his best to make her independent, how could he bear to give up after experiencing the most beautiful scene? Perhaps, the more he did so, the more she would rely on him. Growth is not taught, but felt by oneself. In the past, he had never thought about having a partner, or perhaps his past life experience made it difficult for him to believe in so-called love and the so-called everlasting love. Therefore, he politely declined Zhu Qing's confession and deliberately distanced himself from Xiao Wu. If it were in the past life, there would be so many people who would break their heads to marry such beautiful, obedient women as the two of them. So, what was he dissatisfied with? Shaking his head, Su Ming's cold face showed a relaxed smile, and said, I'm studying martial soul fusion skills recently. Maybe I can study martial soul fusion skills suitable for the two of us based on the attributes of our martial souls. So, I want to find you to try it together and see if we can succeed. Are you serious? Xiao Wu's eyes were wide open, her inner joy was about to burst out, and her face was flushed with excitement. Realizing that she was too obvious, Xiao Wu quickly lowered her head shyly and pursed her lips shyly, but her pair of pink eyes were moving delicately. Dreaming. I must be dreaming. Hiss, it hurts. After loosening the muscles of her thigh, Xiao Wu was even happier, with pink bubbles in her heart, and she was almost melted by the sudden surprise. Although Su Ming did not say it directly, she was naturally very clear about the connotation of the martial soul fusion skill. In the Soul Master world, the martial soul fusion skill is basically only possessed by sisters, brothers and sisters, and couples. The martial soul fusion skill is basically a lifelong thing. If brothers and sisters like them who are not related by blood really have the martial soul fusion skill, they will basically never be separated for a lifetime. In other words, the best way is to become husband and wife. Boom. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu seemed to have eaten honey, and she wanted to thank Yin well. Otherwise, I would not express my attitude like this. Xiao Wu, I want to have the martial soul fusion skill with you. Wu. This love talk is too sweet. It's like this right at the beginning, I didn't even get ready, humph, stinky old man. Su Ming helplessly held his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, just stop holding the futon, and sit down quickly. Besides you, I will also try the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Qing and the others to see if it can succeed. What? Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. What futon, what are you talking about? I'm clearly holding. Swish. Looking down, Xiao Wu coughed dryly and quickly put the futon under her buttocks. Just when she was about to pretend to be calm, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that something was wrong. What do you mean I have to try it with Zhu Qing and the others? Isn't it just me, is that right? Boom. Brother, you are eating what is in the bowl, but you are still looking at what is in the pot. Man, hum. Xiao Wu stared at Su Ming with disdain, and her dissatisfaction was completely on her face. Release your martial soul. Su Ming didn't care about Xiao Wu's changeable expression. When he released his martial soul, a card disappeared silently in his hand. It was the martial soul fusion skill comprehension card obtained from the double 100 consecutive wins in the fighting soul field. Swish. The light released by the soul ring made the whole secret room brighter and more brilliant. A bright and sharp horizontal sword lay across Su Ming's head. Seeing this, Xiao Wu also put aside her previous grudges and distractions and released her own martial soul. In an instant, a sword and a rabbit, one black and one pink. Two opposing existences shone in the secret room. Chapter 211 The First Academy, Grand Ceremony. Douluo Calendar, February 22, 2645. Today is destined to be a day that will go down in history and be remembered by future generations. Swish. A flash of fireworks exploded in the sky, and the scattered sparks condensed into the word first. In an instant, it seemed as if all the constraints were turned on. Swish, swish, swish. Countless smaller fireworks rushed into the sky, and beautiful flowers bloomed over the First Academy. Under the illumination of the fireworks, the ribbons hanging around the academy became more bright red, fluttering in the wind. The academy's buildings, big and small, were decorated with lights and colors, and filled with a festive atmosphere, which was very lively. At this moment, the trees straightened their backs. The clouds have a habit of keeping themselves clean. The mountains gather here, and they are the most magnificent here. At the front door of the academy, Zhao Wuji led Qin Ming, who had returned from collecting medicinal materials, to stand respectfully on the 100-meter red carpet. The two also changed into brand new academy robes, with a golden dragon roaring on their chests and a smile on their lips. Noticing the carriage coming, Zhao Wuji was shocked and hurried to meet it. Brother Wuji, congratulations! Ning Fengzi got off the carriage slowly, with a gentle smile on his face, handsome and elegant, and a gorgeous robe without a speck of dust. Beside him was the unignorable sword Douluo with outstanding swordsmanship. Master Ning's coming here really makes the academy shine. Faced with Ning Fengzi's call of brother, Zhao Wuji did not dare to be arrogant, and kept his attitude very low while smiling. Master Ning, please come in, our dean is in the square now. If he knew that Master Ning could come, he would definitely feel honored. Extending his hand to invite him in, Zhao Wuji quickly gave Su Dong'er a look. Please both of you, please come in. Su Dong'er, who was in a daze, was startled and a little flustered. She quickly led Ning Fengzi and the other two into the academy. As for Qin Ming, he peeked at the gift list on the side. Zhao Wuji glared at him with regret, but when he saw Ning Fengzi and the other two disappear, he hurried over. Oh my goodness! This Kai Bao Li Yulai sect is really rich. Looking at the endless gift list, the two looked at each other. They wanted to laugh, but they chose to be reserved. As the face of the academy, they must not let down at this time. As time went by, people came one after another. Wuji, congratulations! No, it's a great honor for our school that you can come. Your Highness, please move. Qin Ming, you personally lead the prince to the square. Don't lose the etiquette of our first school. In addition to the 7 treasures glazed sect, there are also Shui Qinghe representing the royal family and Meng Shenji representing the royal academy. The patriarchs of the 4 major families, the dean of the 5 Elements Academy of Tiandu City, and some students. Seeing so many people coming, Zhao Wuji and Qin Ming's mouths were almost open, and they felt honored. Teacher Zhao! Suddenly, a familiar shout sounded, and Zhao Wuji got goosebumps all over his body. Looking up, Zhao Wuji and Qin Ming were shocked to see the people coming, but their expressions were quite complicated. Flanders. Wuji, I heard that the first academy is celebrating today, so we came here to ask for a drink. Flanders forced a smile, looking at Zhao Wuji, who was dressed in bright clothes, and felt bitter in his heart. Originally, all this should belong to Shrek Academy. Unfortunately, things have changed, and it is useless to envy or regret. Zhao Wuji patted Flanders' shoulders heavily, then looked at Dai Mubai and Oscar, smiled with relief, and said, It's good to be here, guests are guests, don't talk about the past. Go in and have fun, the same goes for you too, eat and drink well, don't think too much. Yet. Flanders nodded and responded, and it seemed that under the influence of Zhao Wuji's generosity, his eyes were less gloomy. Accompanied by Qin Ming, the 3 also entered the academy. On the avenue of the academy, Qin Ming happily introduced the layout of the academy to the 3. Hearing that all these were from Su Ming, Dai Mubai and Oscar didn't know what to say. Compared to an all-round genius like Su Ming, they were no different from trash. Originally, they could have called the latter teacher Su. Unfortunately, such an opportunity will never come again. Flanders and his companions looked at him silently, walking quickly without any intention of stopping. After a while, they caught up with a group of guests who were watching on the avenue of the college. The leader was an old man wearing a half-white robe with bright red patterns, with long flowing hair that was half red and half white. The other 2 elders were middle-aged, wearing blue and white clothes. Behind the 3, there was a group of students. The 3 colors of clothes were distinct, indicating that they came from different colleges. The 3 elders were Huo Wudi, the dean of Shuo College, Lan Chen, the vice dean of Tian Shui College, and Feng Ying, the vice dean of Shenfeng College. Among the students who came with them were Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu. The structure of this first academy is novel, and the style is eye-catching. I wonder where it came from. Have you heard of it? It was Huo Wudi who spoke. Although his clothes gave people a fiery feeling, he had a gentle smile on his face, and his temperament was leisurely and profound. He looked harmless, which was very different from his granddaughter Huo Wu's fiery personality. Lan Chen laughed. He knew the reputation of this senior in the past. No one could match him in playing with fire. He replied respectfully. Old Huo, you traveled all over the continent in the past. You have seen so much. Have you never seen this? Huo Wudi shook his head. I have indeed never seen it. I don't know where there is such a building on the continent. The Hokage interrupted coldly, maybe it is unique. After all, who dares to call it the first academy? It is not surprising that extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Hearing this, Huo Wudi smiled happily and uttered the words, I will deal with it later. He did not say much. But at this time, a strange voice sounded from the back. Humph, this academy is built in a weird shape. It looks ugly. Fortunately, it is not built in Tiandu City, otherwise it will definitely make people laugh. Hearing this, Huo Wudi's face sank. Before he could speak, his right arm was entangled by a pair of jade arms. Grandpa, you have to vent your anger for me this time. That Tang-san is so abominable. I am your granddaughter after all, but he actually ignored me like this. Also, he not only injured Xiao Tian, but also severely injured Senior Jin. If we let it go, how can our 5 Elements Academy hold our heads up in Tiandu City in the future? Huo Wu coquettishly shook Huo Wudi's arm, She bit her pink lips with silver teeth, her eyes were fierce, and her delicate oval face was full of anger, like an angry female fire lion. Recalling the experience of that day, Huo Wu did not feel relieved at all. Her anger accumulated more and more, and her lungs were about to explode. She was a famous genius in Tiandu City after all, but she lost so miserably and now became a joke in Tiandu City. Everything was because of one person. Tang San. If I can't get revenge, I would rather die. With cold murderous intent in her eyes, Huo Wu swore in her heart. As soon as these words came out, Huo Wudi's face changed drastically. Feng Ying, the vice president of the Kamikaze Academy, also looked extremely bad, and glanced at Huo Wu coldly. In the battle with the Royal Academy, the Kamikaze Academy was defeated miserably, and even a teacher was lost, which was simply a stain on the academy. If he hadn't come to the first academy to inquire about the situation, he would not have been willing to come here at all. Although the main reason was in the first academy, if it hadn't been instigated by Huo Wu, the Kamikaze Academy would not have been so humiliated. At this moment, he was still shameless and wanted to drag the Kamikaze Academy into it. Noticed that Feng Ying's face was not right, Huo Wudi did not indulge Huo Wu, and angrily scolded. If I take action in the affairs of my peers, how will others look at my Blazing Academy, all bullies? The Blazing Academy can afford to lose, and let it go. The dignity it lost should be recovered by itself. Humph. Because of your recklessness, not only Xiao Tian was implicated, but also Shenfeng Academy. Don't you know your fault now? Grandpa, this matter has nothing to do with me. Huo Wu's face turned pale, and she wanted to argue. But under Huo Wudi's cold eyes, she dared not act rashly, and immediately put on a pitiful face. Tang San, it's all your fault. And that damn man, otherwise how could I be embarrassed? Huo Wu bit her pink lips tightly, her skin was almost bitten, and she secretly pushed all the grievances to the first academy. Seeing Huo Wu being scolded, Feng Xiaotian stood up with heartache. Grandpa Huo, this is not Huo Wu's fault. After all, everyone was curious at that time whether the number 1 academy was really as rumored. Now that everything has been figured out, if we encounter it in the Soul Master competition, we will not be careless and be caught off guard. Seeing Feng Xiaotian still speaking for Huo Wu, Huo Wudi and Feng Ying looked at each other and didn't know what to say. The two twisted their faces uncomfortably, and their throats seemed to be holding back thousands of words. After a long time, Huo Wudi sighed and said to Lan Chen, who had nothing to do with the matter. Lan Chen, I really envy your Tian Shui Academy, there are successors. As he said, Huo Wudi looked at Shui Binger, who was at the back and thinking about something alone. Hearing this, Feng Ying also smiled at Lan Chen with envy. Tian Shui Academy did not show up this time and did not suffer any loss, but learned all this. Shui Binger, as the rumors said, had a calm leadership style in every move. Although Xiao Tian is stronger, his brain is on Huao. On the other hand, Shui Binger. She is outstanding in talent, ability, and character. With this girl, Tian Shui College will definitely not be lonely. If she is not a little younger, it is hard to predict who will win against Xiao Tian. Everyone, the time for viewing the ceremony is almost up, please move as soon as possible. If you are interested in the scenery of the college, I will take you to see it later. Let's go. Qin Ming, who had passed by, bowed to Huo Wudi and the other two and spoke in a friendly manner. He was not angry about what Huo Wu had said just now, because he knew what day it was today. Qin Ming? Huo Wudi was slightly stunned and said in surprise, aren't you in the Royal Academy? How come you are a member of the First Academy? Lan Chen and Feng Ying also stared at Qin Ming in surprise. They had naturally heard of the latter's reputation and were old acquaintances. But isn't he a member of the Royal Academy? Because Qin Ming and Su Donger took turns to usher in the guests, they happened to miss each other and had never met before, so they were so shocked when they met. Qin Ming smiled slightly and replied honestly. Senior, to be honest, I was originally a student taught by teacher Zhao and others. Without their teachings, how could I be where I am today? Now that the First Academy has just opened, I can be considered to be reunited with them. There is such a thing. The three Huoying were very shocked. They didn't expect Qin Ming and Zhao Wuji to have such a relationship. No wonder the students of the First Academy are so powerful. One Akala and one Qin Ming are enough to convince everyone. Looking at the three people's contemplative and solemn faces, Qin Ming's smile became even stronger. He knew why the three people came here. It's a pity that the number 1 academy is destined to be a world apart from you. The two cannot be compared now, and they will never be compared in the future. Everyone, please. Qin Ming stretched out his hand again. Seeing this, Huo Wudi and others did not stop and quickened their pace to the square. The square, as a place for major ceremonies, is naturally taken seriously by the academy. The layers of rough white jade steps are 300 meters long. The luxury is simple, and the atmosphere is full of structure, giving people a sense of openness. Until the highest point at the end, a white jade pillar stands proudly, with the dragon entwined on it, like a flying sky, lifelike and vivid. In the middle of the steps, there is a magnificent scene of flowing water and strange rocks, which is no higher than the knee, but shows the overlapping peaks. Clouds come from the sky, water floats in the air. At this moment, they are all underfoot. Although not many people came to the first academy, it was not crowded, but the celebration was grand and magnificent. Especially under the white jade pillar, the row of scenic chairs with several people sitting on them attracted everyone's attention and was very scary. The person in the middle was wearing a white cape with gold patterns, which represented the academy. His face was under the hat and he was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see clearly, but just sitting there, he was like the scorching sun suppressing countless bright stars, silent and quiet, but domineering. On the right-hand side, there was a blue-haired man, who didn't reveal any clues, casually holding a gourd and drinking wine, and he only saw that he looked handsome and charming, as unrestrained as the wind. But what was scary was that the person sitting at the last seat on his right-hand side was the titled Poison Douluo Douluo. On the other side of the symmetry were Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo. Douluo can only sit at the last seat? Even Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo can only sit with him? Soul Douluo's Meng Shenji only sat at the first seat on the left side of the stage, with the crown prince Xue Qinghe. Looking at such a seating arrangement, all the guests were deeply shocked. Even Jian Rongxiu was amazed, her beautiful eyes staring at Su Ming sitting in the middle of the steps, with a hint of amusement in her mouth. There are 3 titled Douluos in one academy. No wonder you are so confident that you refuse to join the spirit hall. But the more challenging things are, the more my sister likes to do them. You can't run away. Swish. After drinking the mellow wine, Jian Rongxiu was about to feel comfortable, but she couldn't help but frowned and glared at someone with some emotion. Knowing that I was here, they served the wine only after I sat down, but they used such inferior wine to fool me, Noticing Jian Rongxiu's expression, Meng Shenji thought she was dissatisfied with her seat, and quickly reminded her. Your Highness, the First Academy has such a deep foundation, the Empire should be friendly with it, not make it an enemy. Jian Rongxiu nodded calmly, I know how to handle this matter, Senior Meng, don't worry. That's great. Meng Shenji took a deep breath and looked at the platform again. Although he looked calm, he was deeply shocked in his heart. Of course, Jian Douluo Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi were also shocked. The two looked at each other, and their strange eyes looked at Tang Hao, Ming, and Douluo at the same time. Such a lineup. Not to mention one academy, even if there are 3 sects, it is enough. Ning Fengzi and the others are like this, not to mention the few people who just came to Huo Wudi. They were stunned and stood at the bottom of the first step. It's not that they don't want to move forward, but the steps in front of them are really hot. Chapter 212 The First Academy, a country within a country? Both sides of the steps are full of guests. The left row seats are Qian Rongxiu, Meng Shenji, Titan, and the like. The right row seats are Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xian, and a group of college students. As the few students in the college, Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu naturally can't accompany them, and Su Ming can't do such a thing as using his own family as mascots. Compared with the ease and happiness of the right row, the people on the left row are a bit solemn and smile bitterly. From today on, the name of the First Academy, I'm afraid no one can shake it. Not only the people of the 5 Elements Academy think so, even Meng Shenji thinks so. Because today, the academy has reached another peak. Although the First Academy is located outside Tiandu City, how can such an academy worry about the source of students? I'm afraid that after today, no young nobles were also unwilling to send their children to Tiandu Royal Academy. They would flock to the embrace of the First Academy. Being able to worship a titled Douluo as a teacher was an irresistible temptation for any noble family. So far, there has never been a titled Douluo guarding the academy in the Tiandu Empire. A cough. A dull cough sounded, freezing the originally playful atmosphere. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing and other girls stopped playing. Meng Shenji, Huo Wudi, and others also cast their eyes over. For a moment, countless eyes gathered on Zhao Wuji, and everyone was paying attention. Facing the microphone Soul Guide, Zhao Wuji cleared his throat, and an extremely calm and composed voice sounded from his throat. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend the opening ceremony of my First Academy. On behalf of the Academy Elders Council, the Academy's organizational leadership, and all teachers and students, I welcome everyone. Soon, the First Academy will officially announce enrollment, and work hand in hand with you to jointly maintain the prosperity and stability of the Soul Master community and pass on the torch for the future of the Soul Master community. Finally, I solemnly announce that in order to devote all my efforts to cultivating outstanding Soul Masters, the First Academy will not form alliances since its establishment, but only develop friendly relations. Department, regardless of politics and military, any force and individual, have the opportunity to study in the First Academy, equal opportunity, fair competition. In addition, within the 10-mile radius of the Academy, no major force shall engage in large-scale combat conflicts without authorization. Violators will be regarded as enemies of the First Academy. If teachers and students leave the 10-mile radius of the Academy, all participating in battles and disputes are personal wills and have nothing to do with the First Academy. The consequences will be borne by the individual. Wow! When the last word came out, everyone's face suddenly changed, and they stared at Su Ming in unison. Crazy! Absolutely crazy! How dare the First Academy do such a thing? Meng Shenji was dumbfounded, his eyes cautiously glanced at Qian Rongxiu, Xue Qinghe, his heart in his throat. Su Ming, do you know what you are doing? How could the royal family allow the emergence of a country within a country? If they were willing to form an alliance with the royal family, they would still allow some, but the Academy would not form an alliance and would not participate in politics. This is simply trampling on the royal family's last bottom line. Huo Wudi, Lan Chen and others were also stunned by the domineering declaration of the First Academy, just like Meng Shenji. Although it was just a small fiefdom with a radius of 10 miles, it was harmless to the royal family. But to establish oneself without a fiefdom is tantamount to rebellion and independence. Compared to Meng Shenji's anxiety, Qian Rongxiu was not only not annoyed, but also felt a little happy and relaxed in her heart. She stared at Su Ming's beautiful eyes and flashed a warm smile. Su Ming, it seems that you really have no attachment to power. There is no direct conflict between you and me, so it's good. Except Qian Rongxiu, most of the people present may not have much good feelings about Zhao Wuji's declaration. Among them, including Ning Fengzi and Tang Hao. Swish! As soon as the words came out, the thumb that was moving the jade bead paused. Ning Fengzi looked at Su Ming who was facing away from them, with a helpless look in his eyes. Tang Hao sighed, but didn't say much. Su Ming helped too much. If he spoke again, it would seem too much and too much. In fact, the two of them had similar thoughts. If there was something, they wanted to use the power of the Academy. But with Zhao Wuji's declaration, this possibility was basically cut off. Because the First Academy does not participate in power struggles at all. Only personal will. To put it simply, if there are people from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect studying in the Academy, they can pull out as much power from the Academy as they can. And all this depends on the will of the Academy's top management. The Academy seems to be indifferent to the world, but in fact it is regulating everything and maintaining a delicate balance. As if he thought of something, Ning Fengzi's eyes changed slightly, and he suddenly felt palpitations in his heart. He cursed Su Ming in his heart, saying that he was a sly boy. Su Ming, I'm afraid that the royal family won't let you get what you want with this second move. Ning Fengzi's elegant and easygoing eyes lit up slightly, and he was looking forward to how the royal family would react. If they didn't let someone suffer a little, they would really be a sucker. Because, turning the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower would allow Rong to upgrade from level 26 to level 44 in less than 2 years. A full 18 level span. No matter what the attitude of other forces is, their 7 Treasures Glazed sect cannot refuse the opportunity to study in the First Academy. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect has plenty of money and is not worried about not being able to attract the talents they need in the Academy. To attract students, it costs money. To attract teachers, it costs money. In this case, what else would they be if they were not suckers? But they couldn't refuse. Well. Ning Fengzi sighed and stopped worrying about it. No matter what the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is like today, at least the First Academy can ensure the continuity of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect's inheritance in the future. Isn't the restricted area with a radius of 10 miles a kind of alternative protection? Ahem. The familiar cough sounded again. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhao Wuji quickly said. In order to let everyone have fun, the Academy has also arranged a performance battle for everyone to watch. Of course, if there are other academies willing to teach, the First Academy will be very happy. Performance battle? I think it's a stepping stone. Shi Cai is right. Meng Shenji looked at other colleges and saw that no one was willing to fight. He thought that everyone was not a fool. At this time, no matter whether they won or lost, it would be unpleasant. Huo Wu wanted to stand up and take the opportunity to take revenge, but she was shocked by Huo Wudi's serious eyes, so she dared not to act rashly. The scene was so quiet that it was a little scary. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. No one was willing to stand up. Strange, what is this guy doing? Qian Rongxiu stared at Su Ming curiously. It stands to reason that as the protagonist, Su Ming should show his face, but he just sat there and handed everything over to Vice Dean Zhao Wuji. If you don't know, you would think Zhao Wuji is the dean. This guy took a knife and carved something on a piece of metal. He didn't even look up during the whole process, as if this celebration had nothing to do with him. Just as Qian Rongxiu thought, except for the preparations beforehand, Su Ming handed all the matters to Zhao Wuji. Or in other words, most of the affairs of the academy in the future will be handled by Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian. The original intention of establishing the first academy. One revenge on Shrek Academy. Now that Shrek no longer exists, it is naturally what he wants. To collect the power of faith, being the dean is far from enough. Faith comes from your ability to solve everyone's needs. The faith of Douluo continent is divided into 3 parts, soul masters, ordinary humans, and soul beasts. The number of soul masters is the least. With the first academy slowly spreading its influence, faith will naturally accumulate more and more. What is really important is the faith from ordinary humans and soul beasts. And this is the direction he is currently working towards. 3. Give everyone a place to go. The first academy has been established, and there will not be too much conflict with the spirit hall in the short term. Just develop slowly. The basic expectations for the first academy have been met, and Su Ming feels that he can let go of this burden and step into his own right track. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully carving the spirit gathering core, total number of successes *45. Finally succeeded. Every time Su Ming looked at the delicate metal edges as thick as his wrist, he felt like he was looking at an integrated circuit strip, and felt strange. After looking around and seeing that nothing happened, Su Ming took out a forged silver column again and continued to carve. If 45 times don't work, then 75 times. If 75 times don't work, then 100 times. The system has not yet rewarded the soul master, it must be that I haven't worked hard enough, resulting in the number not meeting the standard and the hidden rules not being triggered. Su Ming comforted himself in this way. In the square, seeing that no one was willing to come out to compete, Zhao Wuji had to turn his attention to his own students. It's time, it's your turn. Xiao Wu and the others looked at each other and exchanged glances. You should come, I'm not suitable to fight with you, I'd better wait for the Soul Master competition. Xiao Wu. I've already fought a few times, it's pointless to come again, you can't let me bully you girls. Tang San. Assisting Spirit Master, don't queue. Yelingling, Ning Rong Rong. I don't care, the key is who to fight with. Zhu Zuking's eyes drifted. I won't come. I don't like fighting. Ming. Everyone. Bah. You are just afraid of hurting Zuking, your big brother Su Ming will beat you. Seeing that only Zuking is suitable, Tang San can only look at Duguyan and ask what she means. Then I'll do it. Duguyan stood up generously, her eyes shining, staring at Zhu Zuking with a surging fighting spirit. After coming to the first academy, she has no victory because of the existence of the Dozhuan Xing Yi technique. Facing Xiao Wu and Tang San, she has no chance of winning, and the only way to break the curse is from Zhu Zuking. This opportunity is what Duguyan has been waiting for. In the academy, you don't need to give in to others, and I won't do that either. After giving a reminder, Zhu Zuking moved her long legs and walked towards the center of the square with a blank expression. Hearing this, Duguyan smiled, but the smile was a little cold, and followed them. Looking at Duguyan and Zhu Zuking walking out, Yelingling couldn't help laughing and said. Tang San, who was feeling depressed, heard this and smiled bitterly, I don't know who will win, but I'm sure I won't be pleased with either of them. Hearing this, Yelingling and Ning Rong Rong immediately covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Of course Zuking will win, she was taught by my brother. Xiao Wu resolutely expressed her attitude, and even saw that she was a little proud. Hey! Everyone started to make a noise. Xiao Wu, you are not right. Hey, what are you looking at? Why can't I bet on Zhu Qing to win? She is her, my brother is my brother, humph. Xiao Wu glared back at them one by one with fierce eyes. She hated that you tied Zhu Qing and my brother together the most. They are not even a couple. Seeing that Xiao Wu softened her heart but still had a hard mouth, Yelingling smiled and came over to whisper. Xiao Wu, what would you do if your brother really likes Zhu Qing? Can you still let your brother drive Zhu Qing away? Or do you want to part ways with your brother? Sister Lingling, you. Listening to Yelingling's teasing tone, Xiao Wu felt embarrassed and angry. This sentence hit her sore spot. Ya Lingling smiled and said, you see, you can't deal with your brother at all. It's no you can only let him do what he wants. Besides, Zuking is so good to your brother. To be honest, you are not as attentive to your brother as Zuking. Any man can't refuse a beautiful woman like Zuking who takes care of him so attentively. Swish. Xiao Wu's heart was about to explode. She glared at Ya Lingling angrily. She had never been so fierce before. What do you mean I am not as good as Zuking? I am the best to my brother, but he just can't feel it. Ya Lingling was not annoyed and asked calmly. Then let me ask you, how many times does Su Ming change his clothes every day, and who washes them? I wash them too. Xiao Wu's eyes were empty, but her tone was not soft at all. Is that so? Ya Lingling pressed. Xiao Wu sulked and pouted, without answering. She did wash, but she was definitely not as long with him as Zhu Qing. Basically, she didn't need him to say anything, she would think about it in advance, and she didn't have any chance at all. Even when it came to eating, Zhu Qing was always there before him, like an inseparable housekeeper, so annoying. Seeing that Xiao Wu understood, Ya Lingling continued. Although Zhu Qing looks cold, when she meets someone she likes, she will be devoted and passionate. If you didn't like your brother, I'm afraid you would hate your brother to marry such a woman as your sister-in-law. Think about it yourself. When you squeeze Zhu Qing, has she ever gotten angry with you? I heard from Rong that Zuking used to be very sharp in her criticism. As the saying goes, if you love someone, you love his dog too. If you can quarrel with her, it is probably because she is giving in to you. If you don't believe me, think about it yourself. Zuking can tolerate you, so why can't you tolerate her? Why do you have to be so overbearing and want your brother to be loyal to you and only be good to you? Boom. With a fierce tremor in her heart, Xiao Wu bit her pink lips, her watery pink eyes flickered constantly, as if recalling something. When they first met, Zhu Qing was indeed cold and hated men, but now she is so gentle and enthusiastic towards me it's like a completely different person. Besides, after knowing each other for so long, Zhu Qing has never been angry with me, and their relationship couldn't be better before. Yes. If I don't like me, a woman like Zhu Qing, I would be eager to call her sister-in-law. Xiao Wu's eyes darkened, and she suddenly felt a little guilty. Seeing that the effect has been achieved, Ya Lingling's pretty face blushed slightly, and she subconsciously said sorry in her heart, and quickly left Xiao Wu's seat. It was not until many years later that Xiao Wu realized that Ya Lingling's intention was not to drink, and why she persuaded herself so earnestly. Methods, extremely despicable. Chapter 213 Zhu Zuking's Eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that woman should be the granddaughter of Poison Douluo, and she originally belonged to the Royal Academy, right? SHH, keep your voice down, don't get yourself into trouble. It turns out that Senior Douluo's granddaughter has joined the First Academy. No wonder he is now also a veteran of the First Academy. It is rumored that Douluo broke through to the Soul Sect 2 months ago. That cold beauty looks only 1314 years old, right? Humph. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Douluo snorted unhappily, looking down on the mountains and rivers with his sharp eyes, and the pressure of the titled Douluo shocked the whole audience. In an instant, the scene was silent. Letting Douluo leave the First Academy and join the First Academy, the courage of the senior really makes Feng Zhi admire. Ning Fengzi turned his head to the right, his eyes lingered on Tang Hao and Er Ming, and then he smiled knowingly at Douluo to show his friendship. Don't hit a smiling person. Douluo didn't dare to be arrogant when Ning Fengzi called him senior. His face softened slightly and he said, "Why does Sect Master Ning deliberately flatter me? I heard that your daughter's martial spirit evolved into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. I believe that in the near future, the 7 treasures glazed sect will give birth to a titled Douluo with the 9 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda is amazing and has made the 7 treasures glazed sect what it is today. In the future your sect will be even more glorious than before." Ning Fengzi laughed, "I am grateful to the senior for his praise." After a slight pause, Ning Fengzi shifted the topic to the battle that was about to begin, and said with a little curiosity. "Although I have known Dean Sui for a long time, I really don't know much about the situation of the First Academy. I wonder what your opinion is on this battle." Knowing what Ning Fengzi was thinking, Douluo glanced at him coldly. "I don't want to humiliate myself, and the result will determine it. Although the girl is young, she is not an ordinary person." Douluo's tone had changed. He leaned back on the chair after he finished speaking. His figure was completely blocked, giving people a sense of alienation that the conversation had ended. Seeing this, Ning Fengzi smiled helplessly. Knowing that he could not get anything out of him, he did not continue to speak. Getting words out of him? Getting Douluo's words out of him? Ning Fengzi naturally did not have this idea. After all, he had known Su Ming for a long time. Rong Rong had entered the academy long ago, and he had already investigated Zhu Zuking's identity clearly. He was thinking about Tang Hao and Daming, wondering what their origins were. It was a pity that he talked to Douluo through the two of them. One of them was silent, and the other was tasting wine. There was no sign of speaking at all, so he had to return empty-handed. Douluo noticed Ning Fengzi's thoughts, so how could he continue to cooperate with him? Look, what is that? At this time, a startled cry of fear rang out. It was a male student from the Kamikaze Academy. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Following his finger, he saw the center of the square, where the blue and purple soul power was surging, and the two soul rings were moving independently, magnificent and unique. How is it possible? It's a 10,000-year soul ring. Oh my god! It's really a 10,000-year soul ring. She didn't explode. Are the people in the first academy all monsters? Douluo. The young disciples of the three academies were all numb. The fourth soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. They have never seen such a shocking thing. Huo Wudi was stunned, and he almost pulled out his beard in surprise. Lan Chen and the others also looked at it in a daze, envious and surprised. As for Huo Wu, she was really blank at this moment, muttering, how is it possible, how is it possible? Feng Xiaotian and Shui Binger were also shocked. Although they didn't know the specific situation of the first academy, they could tell from the details. The woman in front of them was at the middle level in the first academy. But even so, she actually had a 10,000-year spirit ring, which, in time, you will probably cultivate more monsters. Qian Rongxiu clenched her wine glass, and suddenly felt uneasy. With the First Academy's situation, if the Spirit Hall wants to unify the continent, it is very likely to directly conflict with the former. Even if Su Ming indulges and stands by, the Spirit Hall will never let the First Academy grow to an uncontrollable level. Compared to the declining upper three sects, the newly born First Academy is more threatening. When you are afraid, even the best friends are not far from the enemy. Alas, it would be great if you joined the Spirit Hall. Qian Rongxiu sighed, and suddenly felt extremely upset. She was not afraid of fighting a genius like Su Ming. But if it was Su Ming? There is a saying that the latter said is very correct, he is a man to her, and I am a woman to him. If it is not an human, who would be willing to hurt themselves? At this time, a fierce shout interrupted Qian Rongxiu's thoughts. Third soul skill, green phosphorus purple poison. In the center of the square, a green poisonous snake swirled around Douluo's body, quietly waiting on the left side of her body. With the possession of the martial spirit, a diamond-shaped green scale emerged from Douluo's brow, and her eyes that had returned to black turned green again, emitting a coldness without any emotion. As the 1000-year soul ring lit up, Douluo raised her right arm, and at the same time, the green-scaled snake also raised its head high. Boom! The green-scaled snake opened its mouth and purple airflow overflowed from its fangs. Although it was only a few strands, the speed of gathering was extremely fast, and it turned into a happy poisonous ball with a diameter of 1 meter in the blink of an eye. Swish! 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 As the poison ball formed, it seemed that something was squirming inside, constantly compressing the size of the ball. In the blink of an eye, only half a meter in diameter remained, beating like an egg that was about to explode at any time. Seeing that the poison released by Douluo was so huge and the control of the poison was so exquisite, even Douluo couldn't help but say wonderful, feeling extremely embarrassed. Outsiders watch the excitement, insiders see the doorway. As the top poison user, Douluo saw at a glance how much Douluo had improved. In comparison, even when he was a soul king, he might not have such control. Although it was the third soul skill, judging from this explosion, it was definitely not weaker than her fourth soul skill. Ning Fengzi nodded and echoed the praise. On the side of the four major families, Yang Wudi's eyes showed a bright edge, and he was obviously a little surprised. With just this move, the attention was diverted from Zhu Zuking's fourth soul ring, the 10,000-year soul ring, which showed everyone's recognition. Be careful, I can't cure your poison. After all, they were companions, and Douluo didn't want to hurt Zhu Zuking badly, so he reminded her coldly. Zhu Zuking leaned forward and crouched slightly, with her slender and strong legs spread out, like a fully drawn bowstring, ready to go. The left eye was dark green, the right eye was clear blue, staring at Douluo at the same time, and the sharp claws like spikes passed through the air, moving forward and backward in a measured manner, capable of attacking or defending. Thinking of a very serious question, Ye Lingling asked suddenly before the battle started. Tang San, if you are poisoned by Yan Ziai now, can you cure it? Tang San said without hesitation, my detoxification method is mainly to use blue silver grass in conjunction with Douluo Xin Yi. Although Yan Zi's soul skills have been greatly enhanced, my blue silver grass has been enhanced more. Blue silver grass is not a problem. The only thing to consider is whether the body can bear it. I am okay, but I am afraid. Tang San did not continue to say the rest, but his solemn face revealed everything. Since the awakening of his bloodline, his physical fitness has improved a lot, and his immunity to toxins has been greatly enhanced. As long as the Douluo Xin Yi is used to quickly expel the toxins, there will be basically no great harm. Seeing this, Ye Lingling already understood everything. Fortunately, teacher Xiao Xin was there, so there was no need to worry about this. Now, it depends on whether Zuking can make it. Seeing that everyone is concerned about Zuking, Xiao rolled her eyes speechlessly. No, instead of worrying about her, you might as well worry about Douluo. I've already said that Zuking was taught by my brother, second only to me, and she practices so hard, you actually worry about her. I'm really impressed. You don't really think that Zuking's strength is as simple as it seems, right? Bang! With the violent the battle officially began with a bang. The sphere condensed by the green-scaled purple poison exploded like a grenade explosion, and countless venoms shot in all directions without dead angles. Yes, you read it right, it was venom, not poison mist. Swish! The venom was impenetrable, and Zhu Zuking's eyes were slightly cold and serious, and she rushed out with a whoosh. Swish! Whoosh, whoosh. The venom flew over her right shoulder and passed through her armpit. The venom that was supposed to hit her missed, and was dodged by Zhu Zuking in various clever postures, as if she had already predicted all the processes. The speed was even faster. This scene made everyone stunned again. This was not dodging, but charging in the hail of bullets. It can be called art. This is a scam, right? Many people were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths, and they couldn't help but feel absurd. Feng Ying frowned. Xiao Tian, what do you think of her speed? Feng Xiao Tian had just recovered from his shock, and he smiled bitterly when he heard this. Uncle San, why do you ask me? Don't forget, your martial soul is also a sensitive attack system. When you were a soul sect, could you avoid such intensive attacks? Feng Ying sighed, and when he looked at Zhu Zuking, his eyes were even more amazing. With such a speed, if I don't use soul skills, I can barely do it with my soul king cultivation. Feng Ying only said half of his words, but Huo Wudi and the others heard another meaning. Yes, Soul King can achieve it. But it's just reaching it. The speed of going uphill and downhill is not equal. Now, we are fighting. Facing the venomous liquid. Such a fast and accurate move, who can guarantee such a perfect move? On the seat, Tang San stared at Zhu Zuking and frowned secretly, thinking that this speed was definitely not inferior to his own ghost shadow. If it comes to accuracy, under the premise of using the purple demon eye to observe, I am afraid that he is currently at this level. Besides, Zuking has not used her soul skills yet. And she is a spirit master of the agility attack system. A spirit master of the agility attack system with a fourth soul ring of 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Tang San also had a headache and covered his forehead. Sure enough, everyone was right. There was no normal person in the first academy. First soul skill, green phosphorus red poison. Seeing Zhu Zuking approaching, Douluo was shocked. She did not expect Zhu Zuking's speed to be so fast. She reacted and turned to use the first soul skill. But a red poisonous mist was sprayed out, wrapping Douluo in it. Her skin emitted a hot red light, and her originally green eyes also opened a touch of blood red. The excited look was like taking stimulants. Swish! Feeling the changes in her body, Douluo smiled confidently and rushed towards Zhu Zuking immediately. Her green phosphorus red poison was an excitatory poison that could stimulate nerves. Now it could increase her attack power and speed by 35%. Relying on the cover of the poisonous fog, she was confident that she could gain the upper hand in the battle. As for the people watching the battle, they finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the two figures rushing into the purple poisonous fog. Abnormal. Too abnormal. It's okay that the speed of the quick attack soul master is fast, but the speed of the control soul master is too fast, and he's still playing tricks. I'd rather not see it, it's too annoying to see it. In the center of the square, the purple poison was diffused, blocking the vision. I couldn't see what was happening inside, and only the sound of fists and feet fighting could be heard. In order to prevent the poison from spreading, Douluo had already controlled the poison in a certain area. And the poisonous fog in front of him was evaporated by the venom. Bang! But the confrontation lasted less than 8 seconds, and a figure in the poison was repelled. Shua! Douluo hurriedly stabilized her body. Because of the fierce confrontation, her originally plump body was even more turbulent. She stared at the poisonous fog in front of her with unexpected panic in her eyes. Can see it. Zhu Qing can see it. How is this possible? Although she didn't want to believe it in her heart, Duguyan knew that all this was true. This spreading poisonous fog was intentional by her. It could not only cause continuous damage, but also block the line of sight. Duguyan thought very clearly. Although she was a control-type soul master, she was not a direct fixed control. If she wanted to fight against the agile attack type, before the poison was fully effective, she could only create an impenetrable space with poison, so that the opponent could not find her quickly. Without a target, there is naturally no way to attack. And she, taking advantage of the characteristics of the green-scaled snake that can find prey without using eyes to observe, can launch a more effective attack in the poisonous fog. It can be said that Duguyan's judgment has almost no loopholes. The only thing she misjudged was Zhu Zuking's eyes, cat's eyes. When Su Ming fought with Zhu Zuking for the first time, he sensed the uniqueness of Zhu Zuking's eyes. Xiao Wu's eyes were trained to control the mental power. And Zhu Zuking's eyes were deliberately trained to observe and predict. Among all people, she was definitely the one who practiced the hardest. If her martial soul did not affect the upper limit, her strength would have been greatly improved. If her martial soul was the clear sky hammer, she would definitely be able to compete with Tang San in terms of strength. Talent determines the upper limit, but hard work can surpass oneself. Zhu Zuking belongs to a person who has stepped into the kind of person who is immersed in a domain and achieves the name of genius through hard work is also the most favorable aspect of Su Ming. As for hard work, Xiao Xin has the most say. Xiao Xin, don't ask, just refer to Su Ming. Shua. Suddenly, a sharp white light broke through the poisonous fog. Duguyan was about to fight back, but suddenly his eyes flashed. After a brief pause, he felt a numbing chill in his throat. A sharp claw had already surrounded his neck, and the spikes almost touched his skin. Gurgle. Chapter 214. You said you would be single, but you want to take off? This you lost already? The sudden scene made everyone a little shocked. It was really the battle ended too quickly. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took only about half a minute. I thought Duguyan's terrifying soul skills could gain a certain advantage on the battlefield, but I never thought. It was Zhu Zuking's list of crushing. Both of them are soul masters, but judging from the current situation, Zhu Zuking's strength is obviously higher than Duguyan's. At the elder's seat, Dugubo's surprised expression quickly faded, and he sat down as if nothing had happened, as if he was not the one who was excited just now. Dugubo, ahem, I am an elder in the first academy, don't talk about other relationships. Swish. Zhu Zuking put down his claws, the purple light on his body dissipated, and he withdrew from the martial soul possession. Facing victory, Zhu Zuking was not happy or proud at all. Her face was extremely calm. She kindly reminded. You are indeed a rare rival among your peers, but when facing people from our number 1 academy, it is best not to judge by common sense. It's nothing to lose to me. After all, besides Tang San and Xiao Wu, I am the first one to practice with Su Ming. You have only been here for less than 2 months, and you have improved so much, while I have been here for more than a year and a half. Duguyan's eyes dimmed, unable to refute. She knew that she had thought too much before. Not only was she improving, but so were others. The 8th seat wanted to defeat the 3rd seat? Although the seat number does not represent everything, it can also reflect something. Zhu Zuking left the square and glanced at Su Ming from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that the latter was still busy and focused, she was not angry, but her eyes were more admiring and infatuated. What she hated most was the kind of man who only stared at women's bodies. Although Su Ming was not as enthusiastic towards her as a couple in love, as long as she was more enthusiastic, everything would be fine. A man who focuses on the inner and has the outer is a beautiful scenery. Zhu Qing. Seeing that Zhu Qing never looked at him from beginning to end, Daimyo Bai smiled bitterly at his seat, and suddenly regretted his escape. She is indeed an excellent girl. If he hadn't run away, he might have created a miracle. Unfortunately, everything can't go back. After Duguyan returned home in disappointment, Tang San pulled her to sit beside him and comforted her. Yanner, it's normal for everyone to win or lose. With Zuking's current strength, I dare not say that I will win for sure. But if you want to go further, I still have a way. I won half in. With a male companion, I don't need a best friend anymore. Seeing that Tang San and Duguyan were already whispering privately, Ya Lingling shook her head helplessly, then took out a candy bean and handed it to Zhu Zuking. After taking it, Zhu Zuking swallowed it immediately, and her frown was slightly relaxed. Although she won an overwhelming victory, Duguyan's poison was indeed powerful. Even if she used Dozuan Xingyi to detoxify, she still couldn't completely eliminate it. Although the nether spirit cat has extremely strong eyesight, it is not as resistant to poison as the blue-silver grass. If she stays in the poisonous fog for a few minutes, I'm afraid she will have no power to fight back. The celebration continued, but the second group of performances did not start, as they always needed to hide some of their strength. The rest were songs, dances, and music to ease the atmosphere, which was unanimously approved by Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian. Soon, everyone was immersed in the shouting and laughter, enjoying it endlessly, as if they had forgotten the shock they had brought before. But the matter of the First Academy was like an unstoppable storm, sweeping across the entire Tiandu city. The gate of the academy. Zhao Wuji was busy seeing off the guests. Feng Ying smiled softly, as if he had seen a brother. Vice President Zhao, the previous incident was the fault of my Kamikaze Academy. I will come to visit you tomorrow with a small gift. I'm afraid I will beg for mercy again then. I 1/2 G. Zhao Wuji, no, President Feng is too polite. Okay. Then I'll wait for you at the academy tomorrow. Okay. Seeing Feng Ying being humiliated and about to be slaughtered, Huo Wudi was happy in his heart and suggested whether the two sides could send exchange students to study. Unfortunately, Huo Wudi's plan fell through and was resolutely rejected by Zhao Wuji. The entire First Academy, after enrollment, only had 20 students. Exchange? What the hell? Besides, the First Academy needs to learn from you guys. Knowing that they would be rejected, Huo Wudi and Lan Chen did not look disappointed. After expressing their friendship, they hurriedly left here. Although many nobles were interested, the royal family's attitude was unclear, so they did not dare to interact too much with the First Academy. Some people quietly left the banquet midway. Although the title of Douluo is tempting, if the First Academy is labeled as a rebel, the nobles who come and go will be in trouble. Tang San also led the 4 major families to leave the academy. It seems that he is going to let them meet Tang Hao outside to avoid revealing clues. Hey! Seeing that a large number of guests have been sent away, Zhao Wuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, Lao Xiao, this business of entertaining people is really not a human thing to do. No wonder the dean dislikes these empty excitement the most. I finally understand it today. With this trouble, it's better to just fight. After pretending to be a cultured person for a day, Zhao Wuji couldn't pretend anymore. His upright and peaceful appearance disappeared, and he grinned and cursed. Xiao Xian rolled his eyes and replied, "Come on, look at how arrogant you are today. In the future, the whole Tiandu city will probably know you. Don't be so ungrateful. If you don't want to, I'll take over next time." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji laughed, and his old face, which was already yellow and waxy, also turned red. Let's not talk about this. Who else hasn't come out yet? Send them off as soon as possible, and I don't want to serve these masters endlessly. SHH, please keep your voice down. Glancing at the academy, Xiao Xian changed the subject and discussed. We can recruit a few more teachers to deal with these matters. Teachers are always needed. After all, they are experienced. We will have to deal with other forces in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji also nodded. Without teachers to command, the 2 vice-deans were like commanders without troops. As for the vice-dean Douluo, he was just a decoration and would not do these things. Okay, Master Ning and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have gone to see the dean, so we are probably not needed. At the end, Zhao Wuji showed an ambiguous smile on his face and raised his eyebrows at Xiao Xian. Ahem. Xiao Xinji blushed and said embarrassedly, "Well, I won't participate in these things in the future." Hey? Zhao Wuji blinked confusedly, "What are you talking about?" "No. What do you mean you don't participate in that kind of thing? You dog, why are you pretending to be a serious person now?" Xiao Xian scratched his face in embarrassment, feeling a little shy and embarrassed. "Well, I've fallen in love with a girl recently." You puff. Zhao Wuji was struck by lightning, staring at Xiao Xian in disbelief. "We agreed to be single together until old age, and you told me that you were fascinated by a woman? Where is the dignity of a man?" Pa Zhao Wuji gave himself a crisp slap in the face. It's what he deserves. "Forget it, I'll sort out the gifts I received myself." Zhao Wuji waved his hand weakly and walked towards the storeroom. "Tired, destroy it." Seeing this, Xiao Xian's facial features twisted together, and he covered his fat face with annoyance. "Minor, I don't want to expose you either. It's the enemy, too cunning." In the courtyard, 4 cups of tea had just been filled, and white smoke was still coming out. A warm breeze blew, and the white mist dissipated, and the tea circles spread out. 4 people, separated and occupied 4 sides. I have fulfilled the previous agreement. If you want good things in pairs, I'm sorry I can't do it. Su Ming waved his hand at Su Donger, seemingly not noticing Ning Fengzi's changing expression, and continued. With the power of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, they still can't find it. I believe you know that you can't force it. If you plan to send some disciples here, I have no objection to it. They just need to pass the assessment. Compared with their origins and identities, I care more about their character. After saying that, Su Ming looked at Jian Rongxiu, signaling her not to stare at him anymore, as he didn't have any scars on his face. Su Ming had said everything he should have said, and Ning Fengzi's previous words were all in vain. When he was about to reply, Jian Rongxiu got the upper hand. So, people from the royal family can also study in the first academy. Jian Rongxiu's tone was calm and natural, but because he was facing her, Su Ming always felt that the former's eyes were full of playfulness. Su Ming nodded without expression, of course. After receiving a positive answer, Jian Rongxiu smiled mysteriously and did not continue to speak. Ning Fengzi's expression also eased a little. In this case, I will select some people to come after I return to the section. But please pay more attention to that thing, Brother Su. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect is not short of wealth. Even if it is related news, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect can definitely afford the price. Immortal products are not something you can have just because you want them. Su Ming did not continue to pour cold water, and said quickly. By the way, remember to pay the balance later. The academy has just been established, and the expenses are huge. Just don't default on it. Okay. Ning Fengzi sighed. He was used to the etiquette of indirect conversation, but he was still a little uncomfortable with Su Ming's set. He really didn't know how to be tactful. And the biggest problem was that other people also got the immortal grass, but the 7 treasures glazed tile sect needed to pay. Who could he ask for courtesy? Ahem. Knowing that Shueqing he had something to say alone, Jian Douluo coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention. He smiled like the wind, free and easy, with extraordinary bearing. Su Ming, I have learned more about the way of the sword recently. If you have time, how about discussing it again? Chen Xinmu the light was blazing, and he was already somewhat thirsty and eager, wishing that Su Ming would agree immediately. But seeing Su Ming shaking his head, Chen Xian's heart sank to the bottom, and his friendly face also darkened. What do you mean by shaking your head? Wouldn't it be good to practice sword with me and improve together? Su Ming declined politely, let's talk about it later when there is a chance. I just made one point, and there is not much change in the discussion. I have been neglecting sword practice recently, and I really don't have much understanding. Chen Xian was not disappointed, but he didn't say much, and silently picked up the tea. Not long after, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo left. Only Su Ming and Jian Rongxiu were left in the courtyard. You're not leaving yet. Su Ming began to drive the guests away. Do you want me to leave so much? Holding her chin with her right hand, Jian Rongxiu paused while stirring the tea with chopsticks, and her beautiful eyes raised, like the rising sun, shining brightly. I have something to do. As the prince, you can't stay here forever. Instead of having this leisure time, you might as well think about how to improve your strength. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson from the beating you received last time. What Su Ming said was fine. After all, Jian Rongxiu did lose miserably last time. But it sounded completely different to Jian Rongxiu. Being beaten? Jian Rongxiu immediately remembered the scene of being spanked by Su Ming with a shoe that day. Her face turned pale and she felt ashamed and angry. If I hadn't let you go, you would be dead now. How dare you tease me? Jian Rongxiu suppressed her anger and said word by word. I think you'd better speak nicely and keep me here. She held her breath, stared at Su Ming and continued, if I'm unhappy, I'll go back and exaggerate the news that the First Academy is going to be independent. Hehe, do you believe it? Before tomorrow, your First Academy will be surrounded by the army. Seeing Su Ming's face change, Jian Rongxiu felt that she was in control and laughed. Title Douluo is indeed powerful, but if he is an enemy of the entire royal family, who would dare to come to your First Academy to study? So I suggest you say a few words that I'm willing to hear, maybe I can help you deal with it, so that the newly opened academy won't be in trouble. What do you think? Hibiscus's jade face turned pink. Jian Rongxiu stared at Su Ming with a smile, feeling that he was full of energy with a sure victory. Do you have anything else to do? After a while, Su Ming finally raised his head and asked this question lightly. The smile on his face froze immediately, and he felt like he had punched cotton. Jian Rongxiu breathed a sigh of relief. You are so boring. Pouting indignantly, Jian Rongxiu stretched out her hand angrily and said without question. Give it to me. What? Su Ming asked in confusion. Whine. Do I still want your people? Jian Rongxiu was so angry that she wanted to draw her sword and slash at him. She blurted out her dissatisfaction, look at the clothes you are wearing, which is far worse than the one I compensated you with. Hey, the founding ceremony of the college, don't you know what your vision is? Only those two stupid women treat you as a treasure. I don't know what kind of love potion you have given them. Humph. Disdain. There was nothing else in his eyes except disgust. Looking at Jian Rongxiu, who was furious and very different from usual, Su Ming frowned in confusion, wondering if she was on her period today and was so irritable. There should be no knowledge in this area in the Douluo world. Soul power is different from physical power, can that state be eliminated? Ahem, Su Ming rubbed his nose, feeling a little embarrassed, but still pretended to be calm and said. Girls should not drink alcohol during those days, it will be bad for their health. If you want to drink, you can wait until you are better. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a while, Jian Rongxiu stood up like a frightened rabbit, her pretty face flushed and her eyes were bloodshot. Dirty and shameless. I will kill you. Chapter 215 Annoying Jian Rongxiu. Stop, don't even think about escaping. This is my academy, why should I run away? Hehe, that's the best. Jian Rongxiu's face was full of frost, and she raised her hand, and a sword appeared in her hand. If you don't run away, you won't be able to escape my sword today. Swish. Jian Rongxiu gathered her strength and stabbed Su Ming's left shoulder. Ka. With a pinch of 2 fingers, the sword that was about to pierce through the body stopped in front of Su Ming. You know you can't beat me, but you still attack. Isn't the previous lesson enough? Su Ming applied a little force with his 2 fingers, and Jian Rongxiu's long sword bent. Bang! The amazing elasticity exploded, Jian Rongxiu took 2 steps back, and immediately raised the sword to stab again. There was no fancy sword moves, just the simplest straight stab. Enough. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and exerted a little force with his fingers, and the long sword in Jian Rongxiu's hand was taken away. I just gave a kind reminder, why is there such a deep hatred? Jian Rongxiu, please remove the greeting. You. Jian Rongxiu's face was flushed, like a steamed bun just taken out of the steamer, with faint heat coming out. She waved her fists at Su Ming again in anger, as if she wanted to beat the master to death with random punches. Unfortunately, she was clamped by Su Ming again, and she struggled and yelled. Who said you can't fight if you can't beat me? You dirty and shameless guy, it doesn't matter if I hit you once or twice. Come on, hit me here if you have the guts. Jian Rongxiu shouted and glanced at the ordinary chest, completely forgetting the shyness of a girl. I thought you were a decent person, but I never thought you would say such dirty words, so shameless. Jian Rongxiu stared at Su Ming with red eyes, like a little girl who was deceived, feeling very aggrieved. This scene stunned Su Ming. I just kindly reminded her not to eat ice during menstruation, why did she react so strongly? Could it be that he was right? It was really today? So, he was angry out of shame? Su Ming smiled awkwardly and explained. Don't get me wrong, I just mean well. My words were careless, it was my fault for not checking for a moment. Facing Jian Rongxiu in such a state, Su Ming was also a little at a loss. Hit her. You can't really hit her there? What kind of person would you be then? Scold her. It seems that he is not right, and it is not as natural as scolding Xiao Wu. Although Jian Rongxiu looks like Xue Qinghe at the moment, she is a woman after all. A woman with a tangled mind. Not as easy to preach as Xiao Wu. Hey! Hearing Su Ming's apology, Jian Rongxiu paused, stared at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes, and shouted angrily. Let me ask you, after I fainted that day, did you do anything dirty to me? Su Ming asked back, do you think I'm that kind of person? If I did that to you, you would have been devoted to me by now, wouldn't you dare to do that? Devoted? Don't dare to do it. Asshole! What are you talking about? Jian Rongxiu's face, which had just calmed down, was charming and her eyes were shy and panicked. Nonsense, nonsense! Do you think I'm that kind of lowly woman? Will I be trapped by the lust of men and women? I tell you, even if that happens, I can't. Jian Rongxiu stopped talking and glared at Su Ming with bared teeth. What's that look in your eyes? Eyes? I don't believe it. Su raised his eyebrows, go on, I'm listening. You. Asshole. Jian Rongxiu raised her foot and went towards Su Ming's genitals. Are you serious? Su Ming hooked his right foot and locked Jian Rongxiu's right foot with his ankle. Okay, stop it. What kind of woman you are, maybe I know better than you do. Besides, there is nothing wrong with a woman who is just beginning to fall in love and deeply in love, except that she is a little bit in love, and can give everything for love. It would have been better if Su Ming hadn't said it. After he said it, facing such a cheesy and heart-piercing praise, Jian Rongxiu became visibly flustered, her whole body was burning, her heart was in a mess, and she was embarrassed. I am not what you think. Jian Rongxiu pretended to be calm, but her pretty face was as red and crystal clear as a pomegranate. Even if you treat me like that, I will never commit myself to you. I only hate you, never love you, Hearing this, Su Ming laughed, but did not continue to refute. Having the same experience, how could she not know what Jian Rongxiu really is like? For a person who has lacked emotions since childhood, once she begins to fall in love, it will be a very fatal thing for her. Su Ming also knew that his family experience was similar, so he would not easily give all his love to others. Love is something that is easy to deteriorate. Choosing one person to live with forever is too beautiful, beautiful to be unreal. Therefore, he would rather divide his own feelings into multiple parts, so that at least he will not be hurt to the end. Perhaps this idea is a bit biased, but it is what Su Ming thinks is the safest way, that is, safety comes with great risks, it is easy to get jealous and overturn. Clang! The sound jingled, and the fruit was scattered all over the floor. Su Ming, you! Zhu Zuqing looked at the two in horror, her beautiful pupils gradually dilated, and her heart was extremely panicked. Could it be? No way! Swish! Su Ming and Jian Rongxiu were stunned at the same time, and noticed the incongruous posture of the two at this moment, and immediately ejected like a magnet. Jian Rongxiu is a woman, it's fine. At this moment, but a man. Man on man? A discordant scene flashed through his mind, and Su Ming couldn't help but secretly spit, but said calmly on the surface. There was a misunderstanding just now, so His Royal Highness the Crown Prince took the initiative to attack, but I stopped him. Chinger, don't get me wrong, I don't have that kind of bad habit. Zhu Zuqing said oh, and an inexplicable shame flashed across her face, and she squatted down to pick up the fruits on the ground. But Jian Rongxiu on the side didn't want to do it, and glared at someone fiercely. What do you mean I'm presumptuous? You're presumptuous. Suddenly, Jian Rongxiu seemed to have thought of something, and a mischievous look flashed in her eyes, and then she said loudly. Su Ming, you are so bold that you actually flirted with my sister, the Princess of the Empire. Su Ming? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Zuqing also raised her head and looked at Su Ming with a strange expression. You flirted with the princess? Seeing that it was almost the same as what she expected, Jian Rongxiu's eyebrows flashed a smile, and then scolded. You shameless villain, this matter concerns the dignity of my empire, don't think you can let it go easily. Wait for me to report to my father, and you will regret it. After that, the atmosphere fell into a brief freeze. Su Ming stared at Jian Rongxiu with big eyes. You are sick, right? Is this fun? Jian Rongxiu was not afraid to look at him. This is the price you pay for flirting with me. At this time, Zhu Zuqing also put away the fruit and walked over. For some reason, from her cold face, Su Ming saw a bit of teasing, as if she was secretly happy. Is what he said true? Zhu Zuqing tidied her hair, revealing a fresh and refined face. What do you think? Su Ming replied helplessly. Zhu Zuqing's face was slightly red, and her eyebrows drooped slightly. When she looked up, her eyes seemed to be the sun and the moon breaking through the clouds, and she smiled and said meaningfully. Fake is sometimes better than the real thing. Cough cough cough. Su Ming was choked and coughed rapidly. He glared at Zhu Zuqing unhappily. Since practicing the martial soul fusion technique, you have become more and more courageous. What do you mean by fake is better than the real thing? Did I really tease the princess? Are you happy? Zhu Zuqing smiled slightly, like a spring breeze. Yes, a woman like herself is indeed a little silly. If someone else was her partner, she would be angry and hate teasing other girls. But if it was Su Ming, who was proactive, knew how to tease girls, and knew how to please girls, it would not be a bad idea. In that case, it would be simpler for them to be together. I'll get you some more fruit. Zhu Zuqing smiled and was about to leave, but was stopped by Su Ming. No, she'll leave soon. Su Ming glanced at Jian Rongxiu. Yes, he was talking to you. Jian Rongxiu refused to give in and gritted her teeth and said, I'll eat before I leave. Swish! Their eyes met, and fierce sparks almost flew in the air. You did it on purpose. What can you do to me? Jian Rongxiu, I advise you to take care of yourself. Su Ming. Otherwise, what? Jianrongxiu. Believe it or not, I will expose your identity. Su Ming. Go ahead. Jianrongxiu. Su Ming, you are really a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. You guys keep arguing. Zhu Zuqing shook her head, left a word, and left without caring about the two of them. Although she didn't know where Su Ming met Xue Qinghe, she felt that Su Ming was more tolerant of Xue Qinghe after being with him for so long, which was different from his cold and serious aura in the past. The academy had just announced governing by painting the domain. With Xue Qinghe mediating in the royal family, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, it was said that Xue Qinghe also gave Su Ming a luxurious aristocratic dress. The relationship between the two must be unusual. Su Ming didn't have many friends of the opposite sex, so Zhu Zuqing didn't treat the prince as an outsider. Arguing with him? Humph. Who cares? Jianrongxiu looked disgusted, pulled away and sat back on the stone chair. After staring at Jianrongxiu's back for a few seconds, Su Ming shook his head helplessly and said, "If you want to stay, then stay." After that, he was ready to leave. Leave? You bastard, you really leave? Leave me here alone? Seeing that Su Ming had already walked a few steps, Jianrongxiu could not sit still. Stand up. Instantly, she came to Su Ming. Jianrongxiu hooked her hand. You can leave, but leave the wine first. Pa. Su Ming's eyes squinted, and he slapped the dishonest hand. Jianrongxiu hurriedly retracted her hand, and when she saw that Su Ming missed, the corner of her mouth rose imperceptibly. You still want to hit me? Dream on. Su Ming. In the original novel, Jianrongxiu was not so difficult to deal with. Could it be that I opened her Ren and Du meridians that day, causing her to become thick-skinned? Alas, it's so annoying. Su Ming walked away without caring about her. Jianrongxiu did not stop him. Every time Su Ming took a step, she took a step back, always facing him, with a cold look in her eyes, as if she would not give up until she achieved her goal. Swish! The footsteps stopped. A breath rushed in from the nose and finally flowed into the lungs. All the emotions on Su Ming's face disappeared. He said coldly. If it were someone else, I would kick him without hesitation. I pity you, but it doesn't mean you can push it. I don't have time to mess with you. Swish! Jianrongxiu's face changed wildly. Facing Su Ming, who was frosty at the moment, the indifference seemed not on his face, but in her blood and her heart, so cold that she panicked. Jianrongxiu pursed her pink lips in grievance, her nose was sour, and tears welled up in her eyes immediately. Her delicate and fragile eyes made me feel pity. You. Su Ming's heart softened, and he scratched his hair fiercely, and a few clumps of his neat hairstyle were scattered. It is said that Jianrongxiu is the god of crying. Today I finally understand. Okay, I'll give you the wine, okay. Su Ming took out 2 bags and stuffed them into Jianrongxiu's arms like coaxing a child. Jianrongxiu was indifferent and stared at Su Ming. Her eyes were like wet banana leaves, full of resentment. Damn it! You are robbing nakedly. Damn it! I was not so efficient when I robbed the Ming dynasty. Su Ming took out a bag with a painful heart. Okay, I'll give you 1 more bag, is this okay? Jianrongxiu continued infatuatedly, her eyes did not change at all. Just when Su Ming was about to continue cutting meat, the former stuffed all the wine bags back. No, keep it for yourself. Jianrongxiu's lips moved, and she suppressed the emotions in her heart. Ding, ding, ding. Without giving Su Ming a chance to react, she turned around and ran away quickly. The air exuded an inexplicable charm. Su Ming was stunned. What happened? Could it be that I just said something too harsh? No. Jianrongxiu couldn't be like this just because of a few words. After all, she was unhappy just now, and she directly drew her sword. People's hearts are hard to guess, and you can't guess it. Explain the matter clearly as soon as possible, and I should also plan the 5th soul ring. Su Ming sighed, and didn't take it too seriously, and then walked towards the office. It has been a while since he broke through to level 50, and he can't delay any longer. After explaining the enrollment issue clearly, he should also find a way to get a 100,000 year spirit ring. The setting sun is about to set, and the brilliant sunlight with a little residual heat stretches Su Ming's back. On the other side, there is also a shadow, very urgent. The long shadow is like a galloping, making it impossible for people to fix their eyes. Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Swish! Jianrongxiu plunged into the luxurious carriage, her extremely cold voice without any emotion. Return home immediately. I don't want to stay here for another second. Swish. In a trance, it seemed as if a cold current from the far north surged past. Even the royal knights in heavy armor shivered with cold, and were frightened for a while. Really? The First Academy really bypassed the imperial power and wanted to rule the land. They don't want to die, right? At the same time as they were shocked, their faces froze rapidly, they clenched their spears, and their deep eyes revealed a creepy murderous intent. Bang! The commander of the Imperial Guards crossed his arms across his chest. He who disobeyed the Imperial order should be killed without mercy. Your Highness, the First Academy is so audacious. Should we send troops to surround the entire academy? The voice was fierce and bloody, as if the royal knights could crush the area within 100 miles with just one order from Qianrongxiu. Didn't you hear what I said just now? The cold voice sounded from the carriage, like a piece of ice knife. The commander trembled and half knelt down quickly. Let's go. I don't want to stay here for another second. Chapter 216 Qianrongxiu made friends out of nothing. The Imperial Palace, the meeting room. Your Majesty, the First Academy is so audacious, where does it put the royal family and the empire? If this matter is easily abandoned, other academies will follow suit in the future. After 10,000 years, won't the empire be divided into tiny pieces? The one who spoke was a strong old man with bronze skin. He had a tiger head and leopard eyes, and was extremely sturdy. Although he was wearing noble clothes, he could not hide his bloody murderous intent. What came out of his mouth was not saliva, but sparks, which made people restless. General, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. The First Academy has 3 titled Douluo sitting in it. Isn't it said that when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits? Helian Yi turned his head to look at the gentle white-haired old man who spoke, with obvious respect on his face. My lord, I am not an arrogant person. I know my own weight. But as a soldier, my duty is to defend my country. Countless men have swallowed this breath. Hearing this, Prime Minister Kainyu sighed and explained. General, our enemy should be the Spirit Hall. If you rashly attack the First Academy, you will end up in trouble. The First Academy is called an academy, and the number of students is small, but its power is no less than the 3 upper sections. Forgive me for being disrespectful, Your Majesty, it should be outside the secular world. Outside the secular world? Like the 3 upper sects. Ignore this matter? Helian Yi's face suddenly changed. Are we going to let them do this? If the Empire does not make a public statement, the world will think that the Empire is afraid of the First Academy. Today, it is 10 miles in radius. In the future, it will be 30 miles or 100 miles in radius. Who can guarantee that the First Academy will not become the next Wuhan Hall and threaten the safety of the Empire? This Qin Yu was speechless. As the palace minister, although he did not say anything, it did not mean that his important ministers had nothing to say. Soon, the ministers of both the civil and military sides began to argue. As civil officials, many of them were also soul masters, and their quarreling momentum was no less than that of the generals. The originally solemn meeting hall turned into a vegetable market in the blink of an eye, bustling with people. It seemed as if countless bees were buzzing, making Emperor Shuiyi's head ache. Okay, be quiet. Ma Anmian's voice was not loud, but as soon as it came out, the meeting hall became quiet in an instant. The ministers who had been arguing fiercely returned to their seats. Emperor Shuiyi looked down at them with a domineering attitude and said, The empire governs 10 provinces, and its dignity cannot be lost. The atmosphere of the First Academy really needs to be suppressed. King He, you have negotiated with Su Ming, have you made clear the attitude of our empire? Swish. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Shui King He. As the Grand Master Shui King He is humble and kind, and is favored by many ministers. More than half of the ministers are close to him. If Emperor Shuiyi dies, it is almost certain that he will inherit the throne. So the ministers all want to hear his attitude so that they can move forward and backward in unison. Quiet. Surprisingly quiet. Since the beginning of the meeting, Shui King He has not said a word, and it is the same now. He only saw his hands crossed, forming a bracket with the table, his brows furrowed, his eyes flickering, and I don't trademark T know what he is thinking. Even if Emperor Shuiyi just said something, he didn't trademark T listen at all, and was in a daze. Your Highness! Your Highness! Seeing that Emperor Shuiyi trademark's face had sunk and Shui King He was still absent-minded, Qin Yu hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. As if she heard something, Qianrongxiu trademark's eyes became bright again. Noticed that everyone was staring at him, Shuiyi looked a little unhappy. Qianrongxiu stood up quickly. Please forgive me, father. I am really feeling a little unwell, and I was in a trance for a while. I didn't want to disturb you and the ministers. I will die. Emperor Shuiyi's face changed again. He had no doubt about Jian Rongxiu's words, and his voice softened. Since you are ill, don't insist on it. Go see the imperial doctor first. Father Jian Rongxiu looked anxious. Shuiyi waved his hand and said without question. Okay, let the ministers discuss this matter. You don't need to worry about it. Your health is important. Marquis Zilan also participated in the celebration of the First Academy. You can tell me what happened at that time. Yes, Your Majesty. Marquis Zilan quickly stood up. Jian Rongxiu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Emperor Shuiyi. Go, let the imperial physician take a good look at your body, don't leave any stubborn diseases. The future of the empire is on your shoulders, understand? The imperial aura on his body slowly faded away, and Shuiyi reminded Jian Rongxiu earnestly like an ordinary father. He has already lost 2 sons, and Shuibeng is arrogant and rude, and it is difficult for him to take on the responsibility. Whether from the perspective of an emperor or a father, Shuiqinghe must not be in trouble. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was, the person in front of him was Jian Rongxiu, and his 2 children also died at the hands of the former. Seeing Emperor Shuiyi's attitude, Jian Rongxiu didn't say anything, bowed, and prepared to leave. But when he reached the door, he couldn't help but stop and interrupted Zilanho's story. Father, I suggest that it is best not to use force against the First Academy. Not to mention a 10-mile radius, even if it is a 50-mile radius, it is not a bad idea to give it to the First Academy. The empire is vast and rich in resources. If we can win Su Ming's favor at this price, it will be a great blessing for the royal family. After speaking, he turned his head. Jian Rongxiu showed an extremely bitter smile on her face. The last time. Just the last time. I will never help you again. Jian Rongxiu left the meeting hall in a trance, leaving only the ministers and the emperor looking at each other in bewilderment. Jian Rongxiu knew that if she could provoke a struggle between the empire and the First Academy, she might be able to win over Su Ming to enter the spirit hall. But she still chose to give up. She was in a bad mood at the moment, even worse than when she replaced Shuiqinghe, who was good to her. Jian Rongxiu symbolically went to the Imperial Medical Bureau, took a simple check, and left. She knew better than anyone whether she was okay with her body. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. The lake surface was sparkling, bringing up the golden afterglow, and her watery eyes rippled with the waves, and her mind gradually drifted away. Jian Rongxiu leaned against the railing, her originally bright eyes dimmed, as if her soul had left her body. Your Highness! A sweet voice sounded in her ears. Jian Rongxiu turned her head to take a look, and then turned her head back, as if nothing could stop her from enjoying the sunset. The lonely back, the blank eyes, were melancholy and lonely. Your Highness, dinner is ready, why don't you eat something? Anna looked at Jian Rongxiu with great distress. Since she came back, Jian Rongxiu has not eaten for a day, and the whole person is dazed, as if she has been drained of energy. She sat there for an afternoon, her melancholy eyes full of worries. No, I'm not hungry. Jian Rongxiu waved her hand lightly, not realizing that she had any problems now. She just wanted to stay here for a while. Just for a while. This Anna looked at Jian Rongxiu and became more worried. With a slight hesitation in her eyes, Anna clenched her fists and said with courage, Your Highness has met someone you like, right? Hey? Jian Rongxiu frowned, and her eyes changed in an instant. The cold eyes seemed to kill Anna, staring at her to death. Swish! Anna felt like she fell into an ice cave, and her back was wet. Your Highness, please forgive me. Anna shouldn't have guessed your thoughts. It's just that I can't bear to see your Highness so worried, and I want to relieve your worries. Anna was about to kneel down as she spoke, feeling nervous and uneasy. Okay, get up. Jian Rongxiu's expression eased, and she didn't mean to blame Anna, but her eyes looked a little weird. Why do you say I met someone I like? They. Affairs of the empire, big or small, maybe it's because of other things that bother me. How do you know that I met someone I like? Seeing that Jian Rongxiu was not angry, but rather interested, Anna showed a more affirmative smile on her face. What are you laughing at? Your Highness, if it was because of the affairs of the empire, you wouldn't be like this. Oh. Jian Rongxiu looked at Anna in confusion. She felt that she was no different from usual, but just felt a little tired, so she just let it go. Anna smiled and explained. I have been following your Highness for 8 years, and I naturally understand your Highness. Your Highness is talented, has calmness and thinking that ordinary people can't match, and has always been good at handling the affairs of the empire. I know that your highness can't be like this because of the affairs of the empire. After all, in the whole 8 years, I haven't seen your highness so lost and hit like today. And it's hard for a person's eyes to hide emotions. Your highness's eyes just now are obviously not upset, but wronged, right? Swish. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were cold, and her body was filled with a frightening murderous aura. How dare you? It's nonsense. I am the prince. I will smash the head of anyone who dares to make me suffer. Qian Rongxiu stared at Anna fiercely. How could I, Qian Rongxiu, suffer any grievance? There will be no grass left on the graves of those who bully me. It's ridiculous. And she said she didn't suffer any grievance. This excited and out-of-control look, this tone of voice, almost like a woman. Facing such a fierce and evil Qian Rongxiu, Anna was not only not afraid, but also smiled more, as if she was secretly happy. I don't know which lady can get the favor of His Highness, it's really enviable. You still dare to laugh, you really think I won't punish you, right? Qian Rongxiu clenched her teeth, she was already on the edge of her bottom line, and she would be furious in the next second. Anna quickly restrained herself and explained to Qian Rongxiu. If it were any other time, she would not dare to be so bold. Your Highness, with your ability, nothing will bother you. The only thing I can think of is love. Love. Qian Rongxiu's eyes became more confused, and she felt a panic beyond her expectations. She wanted Anna to stop talking, but she couldn't control her mouth at this moment. That's right. Anna continued confidently, Your Highness, you are already 26 years old, but you have not yet decided on a crown princess. There are even rumors outside that Your Highness is not interested in women at all. Anna has served Your Highness for so many years, and has never seen Your Highness fall in love with a girl. The women in the mansion are pretty and charming, but Your Highness not only does not touch them, but even does not allow us to help with bathing. Your Highness, you should know that many noble children get married as soon as they reach adulthood and give birth to children in less than a year. Although Your Highness is worried about state affairs, he can always contact some noble ladies, but Your Highness has never. Every time the Emperor and the Empress organize a blind date for nobles, they will ask me to take you, but Your Highness always refuses. In other words, Your Highness has not experienced love between men and women. So, this is the only thing I can think of that can make Your Highness so distressed. Qian Rongxiu stared at Anna, and for a moment the confusion and shame in her heart surged into her heart. Impossible. I can never fall in love with him. I have only met him twice and stayed with him for only one night. How can I have feelings for him? That guy is annoying. I can never like him. If I want to like someone, I want someone who treats me well. I hate him even if he is given to me as a vulgar person. Giving someone a vicious look, Qian Rongxiu said coldly. Anna, I don't have anyone I like at all. This is just your wishful thinking. I think you are worried about me. I won't punish you this time. Go down. Hearing this, Anna didn't move. She looked at Qian Rongxiu very seriously. Her feet seemed to have taken root and she was as stubborn as a mountain. Your Highness, we are servants. We know that we are not worthy of Your Highness and have never had any extravagant hopes. But there is one thing that Anna must tell Your Highness. Falling in love with someone is very painful. If you have any troubles, you can share them with Anna. Maybe Anna can give you some advice. Knowing that Qian Rongxiu was still going to be stubborn, Anna directly cut off her retreat and said bluntly. Your Highness, I know that you often stare at the clothes in the room in a daze recently, sometimes smiling brightly, sometimes frowning. I guess that clothes were given to Your Highness by a beautiful girl. Hearing the first half, Qian Rongxiu was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's fake. It's absolutely fake. She stared at the torn clothes purely because she wanted to defeat that bastard. But just as the shame and anger in her heart came up, Qian Rongxiu was broken by Anna's second half of the sentence, and her cold face smiled like a flower. Ahem, you're right, it's a girl. But she's not as pretty as a fairy, she's extremely ugly. I can't wait to step on her face. I 1/2N. You're still saying no. You look like you're definitely in love. Your Highness, you've never been like this before, you're so jealous. Anna struck while the iron was hot and asked. Your Highness, was you wronged by that girl? Yet. Qian Rongxiu subconsciously whimpered, but immediately, she realized something was wrong. What girl? She was wronged by that bastard, not by her sweetheart. He is not worthy. I treated you so well, but you find me annoying and want to drive me away. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Qian Rongxiu's silver teeth chattered. Humph. One day, I will demolish your broken academy. What can you use to drive me away? Come back to her senses, Jian Rongxiu noticed Anna's half-smile, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jian Rongxiu's eyes were fixed, and the whole person seemed to be in spirit. She stared and asked. Ahem, Anna, that if you are disliked by your opposite-sex friend and driven out, what will you do? Anna covered her mouth in surprise. Your Highness, you were driven out by your sweetheart. You. Jian Rongxiu blushed in embarrassment. What sweetheart? Opposite-sex friend, is an opposite-sex friend. She yelled angrily. Don't try to trick me, just tell me directly. Anna. What do you mean I'm trying to trick you? You said it yourself. Chapter 217 Jian Rongxiu's Love Mentor. The prince of the Tiandu Empire was not only despised, but also driven out. Recalling Xue Qinghe's noble manners in the past, Anna was so happy that she could only hold back in her heart. Your Highness's cute contrast is actually adorable. Speak up. You're quite talkative. With her narrow and long phoenix eyes, Jian Rongxiu was angry at someone unknown, and said unhappily. What would you do if you were driven out by a friend of the opposite sex? Are you very angry, and you want to beat up that bastard? Of course. Anna didn't think twice and immediately said what Jian Rongxiu said, such a person is really too irritating, and beating him up is not a light punishment. If you ask me, such a person is not worthy of being liked, and it's better to be single for life. As soon as these words came out, Jian Rongxiu felt a lot more comfortable, and even liked Anna a lot more, and completely forgot about the punishment. It has to be said that when it comes to dealing with men, women have an indescribable tacit understanding and closeness. Seeing that Jian Rongxiu was in a much better mood, Anna knew to strike while the iron was hot, and the gossip fire in her heart was about to overflow. Your Highness, I wonder which family this young lady is from, who dares to reject you. With such courage, she must be no ordinary woman, no wonder she is favored by you. Humph, don't try to trick me. Jian Rongxiu looked cautious and said seriously. Tell me what you think. If your friends are annoying and kick you out, what will you do? Leaning against the railing, Jian Rongxiu raised her eyes and looked straight up at Anna. Her beautiful eyes were particularly serious. Seeing Jian Rongxiu's shyness, Anna immediately understood that she couldn't joke anymore. After thinking for a while, she said. Then we have to separate people. Separate people? What do you mean? If the other person is like this all the time, then it's not my fault, then of course I have to be angry, because it's his fault. If he doesn't apologize and coax me, I will never forgive him. But if he is usually very good to me, rarely gets angry, and rarely scolds me, and now suddenly finds me annoying, then I have to think about the reason. Is he in a bad mood recently, or did I really go too far, or are there other reasons? If so, if it can be explained, it's harmless to forgive him at the right time. After all, there are no two people in the world who are absolutely compatible. How can a relationship without experience be considered a great love? Looking at Anna staring at her tenderly, her eyes sweet like the spring breeze with the fragrance of grass, Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but feel shy. She lowered her head and didn't continue to speak, already immersed in thinking about this speech. Especially the sentence, how can a relationship without experience be called a great love, which touched her heart even more. Su Ming, is he good to me? Jian Rongxiu pondered this question. Although she didn't want to praise him, she couldn't get over it. Knowing that my identity was fake, he chose to conceal it. We would be enemies sooner or later, but he not only didn't kill me, but saved me. Moreover, he told me about my grandfather, not wanting me to regret it for the rest of my life. If that guy said it, he felt pity for me who had the same experience. That's right. If I hadn't felt his kindness to me, how could I be so unscrupulous and not care about exposing my identity and confronting him? How could I care about that guy and go to his academy to support him and not want to hurt him? Apart from his personality, it seems that guy is really good to me. Bang! Jian Rongxiu was embarrassed by the eyes, nose and lips on her delicate face that were almost squeezed together. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be my fault? It was obviously that annoying guy. I just wanted to stay a little longer and asked him for something. How can it be my fault? Jian Rongxiu glared at Anna angrily, her eyes were extremely fierce. If she didn't get a reasonable explanation, she would never agree. It was obviously for his good, but he didn't appreciate it. I am Jian Rongxiu. Staying a little longer, isn't this enough to express my feelings? And hearing this, Anna covered her forehead with despair. Your Highness, there is indeed a reason why you were kicked out. My poor prince, what can I say about you? Stay a little longer? That's a little? That's asking for trouble. Order something? That's a little? That's a signal to break up. Anna was so disappointed that she could only analyze it from the bottom of her heart. My Highness, you and him should have known each other for a short time, and she didn't even know that you liked her, right? Qian Rongxiu pursed her lips, neither nodded nor shook her head. Anna understood and continued. As a woman, I must tell you that girls hate others pestering them the most, and that is really annoying. Besides, it is always men who give things to women. How can a man take the initiative to ask for things from women? Subconsciously, she has a bad impression of you. Even if it is a girl, you can't do this, because it will give the man a feeling of greed and difficulty. Not to mention that His Highness is a man, and it's not long since we met. It's no wonder that such an action would make the other party angry, alas. Qian Rongxiu was furious. How much benefit did he give you to make you speak for him like this? With just a few words, he pushed all the blame on me. It's my fault, isn't it? Of course he is wrong. Anna changed the subject and continued. I am analyzing for you, Your Highness. Besides, when pursuing a girl, Your Highness can't be so noble, you must be humble and put down your face. If Your Highness relies on your status to make her surrender, you will only get her as a person, and your heart will be alienated. At least before you get the heart of the future crown princess, Your Highness should not put on the prince's airs and think that everything is natural, otherwise. The word stopped abruptly, and Anna quickly stepped back 2 steps to avoid the range of Qian Rongxiu's raised arm. Humph! Qian Rongxiu put her hand down indignantly. What is putting on airs? I clearly already regarded him as a friend in my heart. It's that bastard who is stubborn and makes me angry. With a stern face, Qian Rongxiu looked very angry on the outside, but she also took Anna's words to heart. So there are so many details in love. I thought it was simple. As long as 2 people like each other, they can be together. Bah, bah, bah. What love? I don't like that guy. At best, we are just confidants. Not daring to say that she is a girl, as that would expose her identity, Qian Rongxiu estimated that love between men and women should be similar, so she said. Anna, you seem to know a lot about this. I remember that you have never had a lover, right? After saying this, Anna's face turned red and she was very embarrassed. Why, are you going to hide it from me? Swish! Anna's face changed drastically. She bit her pink lips, her beautiful eyes shy and timid, and she said with a guilty conscience. Well, I learned it from reading books. There are many books on this subject on the market. Many sisters in the mansion have read them. I heard that it can be used to please His Highness. Swish! It would have been better if she didn't say it. After saying it, Qian Rongxiu wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Female. I am a female. Qian Rongxiu was screaming in her heart. The next second, her face darkened, her half-closed eyes were filled with cold light, and she stood up suddenly. Anna, you are so bold, you actually plotted against me like this. Don't you know that the palace rules are strict and the royal majesty cannot be violated, which is equivalent to a death penalty? Swish! Anna's face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground in a panic. Your Highness, please forgive me, Your Highness, please forgive me. I didn't mean to do anything wrong, I just wanted Your Highness to be happier, and the sisters in the mansion didn't want to make Your Highness unhappy because of these details. Qian Rongxiu's face didn't improve at all, she stared at Anna coldly and said. Are the rules of Yuexuan not enough for you to learn? Do you want to learn those despicable means? You are royal ladies, not actors who show off their tricks in the brothel. How can you degenerate like this? Anna stopped. She kept kowtowing, saying sorry, and quickly explained. Your Highness, although the etiquette taught by Yuexuan is appropriate, he never taught us the specific communication methods for dealing with people. Many servants in the palace are often scolded and beaten. We are helpless. We are afraid of angering the master. This action is also helpless. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. Please punish me. I will never dare to do it again. Anna kowtowing like pounding garlic, and her panic-stricken look also made Qian Rongxiu's anger disappear. Okay, get up. Qian Rongxiu sat down, his face was much more relaxed. He also knew that the situation of the female officials was indeed treading on thin ice. If they were not careful, there would be casualties. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Anna breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was still in her throat. Go and collect all the books hidden in the mansion. Pass the order down. Such books are not allowed to appear in the mansion in the future. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. She was a girl, and being fantasized about by a group of women made Qian Rongxiu's scalp tingle. After receiving the order, Anna immediately left for action. In less than an incense stick of time, piles of books were placed in front of Jian Rongxiu. They were probably 1 meter high. And there were 3 piles in total. Are you crazy? Jian Rongxiu's forehead jumped violently, and Anna stood on the side in fear, waiting for her fate. The Crown Prince loves again the rise of the Crown Princess. My proud Crown Prince. Dirty. Hands are dirty. She wanted to reach out and pick up a book, but Jian Rongxiu put her hands behind her butt. She took a deep breath, suppressed her shame and anger and shouted. You. When the words came to her lips, Jian Rongxiu was too shy to say them. When she thought that the mansion was full of resentful women who imagined her, she wanted to escape from here immediately, for fear that she would be. After a while, she finally said a dangerous word. If anyone dares to have such thoughts in the future, I will sell her to a brothel, do you understand? Yes, Your Highness. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. Fingers tapped the railing, as if knocking on people's hearts. Jian Rongxiu asked casually. If I really like a girl, what should I do? Anna didn't dare to look up, cautiously, and said slowly. If Your Highness really likes a girl from a certain family, you naturally need to visit her more often. But it's best not to do it deliberately. If you meet by coincidence, that's the best. You can capture the girl's heart imperceptibly, let her always think about your goodness, and let her be inseparable from you. How imperceptibly? Jian Rongxiu's eyelids moved. How imperceptibly? Jian Rongxiu's eyelids moved. Anna said, Your Highness, you don't know that what girls lack most is a sense of security. If Your Highness can occasionally show up to help her when she needs it, she will naturally be attached to Your Highness. After all, girls believe in the arrangement of fate and hope to have a Prince Charming. When Your Highness expresses his feelings, you can take the initiative to invite him to play and relax, prepare surprises and leave an unforgettable impression on him, and that's enough. Jian Rongxiu was speechless, knowing that she was overthinking. This man's set was not suitable for her. What about you, what should you do if you like a man? Does Your Highness want to chase the girl, or does he want the girl to chase him? Anna muttered in her heart and quickly sorted it out. Compared to the direction of men, she, as a woman, is more adept at dealing with this. Moreover, she actually had a crush on Xue Qinghe, and she always thought about something at night. Anna looked at Jian Rongxiu with her eyes. If I like him, I naturally have to find out how he feels about me. First, the overall feeling, whether he hates me or not. As long as he doesn't hate me, there is always a chance if I work hard. If he is friendly to me, at least it proves that there is something about me that attracts him, that would be even better. Second, whether the identities of both parties are possible, that is, whether the obstacles that exist between the two parties can be overcome. Anna stopped and did not continue to explain this. Because she felt her face burning hot, and there was a thrill of breaking the constraints in her heart. These words, as a slave, she could never say to the prince. But now, she can. Thinking of it, Anna also let go and raised her head boldly. Third, if the above 2 points are good, then there are indeed conditions for becoming a partner. I don't know what others will do, but I will definitely take the initiative to pursue my true love. Although this road may be full of scars, liking someone is like this. I want to see him, think about his every move, think about how good he is to me, and I wish I could cross thousands of mountains and rivers to stay by his side and let him feel that I am also good to him. For this reason, I am willing to do anything to pursue him, cater to his preferences, please him, let him notice me, and let him like me. Let him understand that for him I can give everything, including life and dignity. If you don't love me, it's your loss. Anna stared straight at him with a very complicated look. This speech made Jian Rongxiu blush and she didn't dare to look at him. She wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in the soil. How could she not hear that Anna was expressing her will and taking the opportunity to confess to her? If it weren't for the second point, the gap between their status was too big, I'm afraid she would have pursued me relentlessly instead of restraining herself. Although shy, Jian Rongxiu was also shocked by Anna's vigorous view of love. Or, no girl would not admire such courage. Jian Rongxiu also envied, but she had too many things to carry on her shoulders, how could she easily get what she wanted? Okay, you go down quickly. Jian Rongxiu waved her hand hurriedly, her voice soft, compromising and urging. Being stared at like this, her inner shame and anger were like a mountain torrent, making her at a loss, unable to tell east, west, south, and north, how could she dare to let Anna stay? Anna pursed her lips sadly, her eyes were filled with mist, but she still bowed and retreated respectfully. In Anna's heart, you will always be my respected prince. Hey! After Anna left, it was unknown how long it took Jian Rongxiu to regain her composure. The blush on her face had not completely faded, and the residual heat was slowly burning. She glanced at the books on the ground and immediately gnashed her teeth in hatred. No wonder they have such thoughts about me, it turns out that it is all the fault of you peddlers. Don't let me catch you, or I will make you live a life worse than death. Swish! With a wave of her hand, all the books were taken away by Jian Rongxiu, and then she went to the bedroom. I want to see what is written in it. What kind of shit is this that can be so confusing? Behind the righteous back, her steps were fast and her face was hot. Chapter 218 Tang Hao vs Xiang Jun. The first school. The thriving school is full of vitality. Although there are still only a few people in the school, everyone's face is full of enthusiasm. Everyone has been assigned their own tasks. As long as the news spreads, the school's external enrollment is almost a done deal. The strong attack department is in charge of Yi Arming and Zhao Wuji. The quick attack department is Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. The control department is naturally Tang San and Du Guyan. In addition, the auxiliary department is Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong. The hidden weapon department is also being established, and basically only Tang San can be in charge. As for alchemy and soul guides, Su Ming does not have enough time at present, so he can only put it aside temporarily and pay attention to suitable talents first. In the courtyard, the strongest group of people in the school gathered together, as if they were discussing something important. Compared to Tang Hao and Daming's ease, Du Gubo pretended to be free and easy. Boy, are you sure you don't need me to go? With this guy's strength, if he really encounters an enemy, he and Daming may not be his opponents. Speaking of this, Tang Hao glanced at Du Gubo. He was not to belittle him, but he knew the danger of Su Ming's trip. Not to mention Daming and Du Gubo, even if he was included, it was not absolutely safe. In the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, there are powerful soul beasts that make him difficult to deal with, so we must not be careless. Tang Hao, I don't like to hear your words. Both are titled Douluo. Although Du Guyan knows that he is not Tang Hao's opponent, he does not indulge him. He said quickly. In a one-on-one fight, I am indeed not your opponent, but in terms of deterrence, I will definitely not be weaker than you in the Stardo Great Forest. As long as I want, I can make the area of dozens of miles filled with poisonous gas in an instant, and no grass will grow. Although those beasts are strong. As if someone was strangling his throat, Du Gubo glanced at Daming in fear. Why did he have such a strong murderous intention towards me for no reason? Tang Hao laughed, and his face showed the expectation of watching a show while leaning against the tree stump. Du Gubo, you'd better keep your mouth clean. Daming's green eyes showed naked ferocity, like a prehistoric beast staring at its prey. There are many soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest that are stronger than you. Don't get killed in them. That would be a joke. If I hear you call a beast again, I don't mind experiencing your poison. Du Gubo's mouth twitched awkwardly. Although he didn't know why Daming was so angry, he shut his mouth tactfully. Okay, you two are both masters, I won't bother with you. Su Ming shook his head at Tang Hao. There are probably more things happening at the academy, and maybe there will be some movement from the royal family. This time it's a matter of wits, not hunting, it's more appropriate for you to stay at the academy. Daming added seriously, your family is reunited, how can we separate you? It's enough for the three of us to go to the Xingda Great Forest. With me here, there shouldn't be much of a problem with safety. Tang Hao didn't speak immediately. He took a sip of wine in depression, silently indicating that he appreciated the kindness. Only at this moment could he drink secretly. His family has recently banned alcohol. The good days just came, and they ended in the blink of an eye. Maybe, this is the price of growing up. I never break my promises. Since I promised to escort you to the Xingda Great Forest, I must go. It was not a discussion, but a domineering announcement. The voice was loud and powerful, and the heroic spirit solidified the space. Even Daming and Du Gubo felt the heavy pressure and were moved by it. Stubborn donkey. Su Ming gave Tang Hao a look of disgust. Tisk. Tang Hao seemed not to hear it, patting his knee with his left hand and continuing to drink, not caring at all. This scene made Du Gubo amazed. Looking at the Soul Master world, only this guy dared to scold Tang Hao in person, and the latter was not only not angry, but also had to endure it. When can I get such treatment? Du Gubo was envious. I guess if I scolded him, Tang Hao would have to take action. But Su Ming? Well, if Yan'er married Tang San, Su Ming would not come, I'm afraid they would not even open the table. I don't know what happened between the two of them to make Tang Hao treat them like this. What? If Tang San knew what Du Gubo was thinking at the moment, he would certainly feel the same way. Sometimes, the relationship between Tang Hao and Su Ming made him, as a son, feel envious. If we use the words of later generations, the current status of Su Ming and Tang Hao is fighting friends. Fighting each other. The former is waiting to beat Tang Hao in the future. The latter is waiting to beat Su Ming in the future. The two were born in the wrong era and could not take action for the time being. They could only fight with words, which led to the current situation of fighting each other. But in terms of fighting, Su Ming's skills can beat Tang Hao by 18 streets. The latter is no match and has been retreating step by step. Why are you staring at me? Douluo glared back, his deep voice revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Even though I am the weakest among the three, I am the vice president after all, and I have to have face. I have boasted about myself, if I am not allowed to go. How can I live as a man? Senior, it is indeed a good choice for you to stay. Tang Hao did not care what Douluo thought anyway, he had to go. Since he recovered, he hadn't moved his hands and feet for a long time. It was inevitable that he expected the great forest of stars would give him some surprises. The blue dragon on his forehead was jumping, and Douluo was about to get angry, but Su Ming interrupted him first. Old poison, I didn't say I wouldn't let you go. I mean, you go and tell the royal family. Although the royal family won't be so stupid as to go to war with the First Academy, I'm afraid that smart people who think they are right will do stupid things. Hey! Douluo grinned slightly, secretly relieved. Not bad, not bad, you are still a genuine kid, you didn't embarrass me. Okay. I have some relationship with the royal family. As long as I show up, the royal family will never dare to mess around. Haha, if you really force me, I don't care whether he is a royal family or not. The narrow eyes were full of sinister aura, and a green light suddenly lit up. Buzz! Douluo waved his hand domineeringly, and the huge green phosphorus snake dragged Douluo's body away. Standing on the snake's head, Douluo was independent and headed towards Tiandu City at a high speed. His robe fluttered in the wind, dragging his neat hair, domineering and unrestrained. Seeing Douluo walking away, Tang Hao, who was drinking, put away his wine gourd and stood up solemnly. Du Ming helplessly held his forehead. Su Ming, we are really on your pirate ship. Xiao Wu has learned bad things, Ming has also learned well, and we are not immune. Under the gap between his 5 fingers, the Emperor's green eyes seemed to smile, and the light was amazing. Swish! 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 The next second, 3 figures soared into the sky and rushed towards the Xingda Great Forest. Douluo! Dean, you are really a kind person. With Douluo guarding the academy, there should be no big problems. Besides, there are 4 sole Douluos from the 4 major families. When necessary, they will not stand idly by. If not, Tang Hao would not be able to leave so peacefully. With the improvement of his cultivation, Su Ming's flying speed is getting faster and faster. In just one day, the 3 of them arrived at the Xingda Great Forest. Looking at the endless green shade top, Su Ming was shocked. Whether he could get 100,000-year soul ring depended on this time. Without stopping, the 3 of them rushed towards the core area. The long rainbow pierced the sun. The momentum of the tidal Douluo shook the birds and beasts in the distant mountains and forests. Wherever he passed, the forest seemed extremely quiet, as if everything was frozen. Seeing that the core area was in sight, Ming said earnestly. Su Ming, there are many beasts in the core area, and their temperaments are very violent. It is best not to take action. Tang Hao, you should restrain yourself. Don't forget what you are here for this time. Hearing this, Su Ming responded, and Tang Hao had no objection. Although he wanted to have fun, he was not a fool. When the business was over, it would be easy to have a fight. As the 3 entered the core area, as expected, several spiritual powers immediately swept over and stared at the 3. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the 10,000-year soul beasts rose and fell, as if they were conveying a special message, extending to the distance. Swish! In the depths of the Xingda Great Forest, a domineering man stood on a cliff. He was wearing black armor, with a pair of black dragon wings raised behind him, exuding an unparalleled aura like an emperor, looking into the distance. Under his feet, several figures of dozens of meters, like a hill, exuding wildness and tyranny. The most attractive ones are probably the 2 women among them. She was slender in green clothes, like a fairy in spring. She was beautiful in black armor, charming and enchanting. Swish, swish, swish. Sensing the unusual movement, the black-armored Emperor Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His golden eyes were cold. The Red King, Xiangjun, Baiji and Zig also opened their eyes at the same time. Their faces were extremely ugly, and anger was jumping in their eyes. On the bottom of their feet, there were mysterious patterns engraved, extending from the iceberg in the center. And in the iceberg, a strange-looking soul beast was frozen. It had a round head and a fleshy body, and it looked like a bug, but this bug was unusually delicate. The body seemed to be carved from white jade, crystal clear, and there were 10 golden patterns on the body, one of which was relatively illusory. Damn it, 6 against 1 is nothing. If you have the ability, we can fight alone. No, I can't seem to beat any of them. Damn it, they are all soul beasts. You are not that woman, do you have to treat me like this? You are bullying the beasts too much, it's really bullying the beasts too much. Hey, 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 is there anyone nearby, preferably a beautiful woman, save your brother Meng, give me the first kiss, plus a month of mental training service, no, a year of mental training service, I guarantee you won't suffer any loss. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm kept running around in the crystal, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't do anything, so he could only complain to vent his dissatisfaction. And this made the several soul beasts even more annoyed. They are also soul beasts over 100,000 years old, not to mention their shockingly weak strength, but also so unscrupulous. They grinned, but ignored the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, and looked into the distance. Damn human, how dare you trespass into the core area? I'll kill you! Bang bang bang! While running, the terrifying weight caused the ground to shake. The Bear King couldn't stand it, and with his hot temper, he led the way killing from afar. Humans breaking into the core area already angered the beasts, not to mention that they also disturbed their chance to practice. Seeing the Bear King leave, Emperor Tian did not stop him, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. It seems there is also the breath of soul beasts and it is very familiar, it is Daming. But why did he bring humans into the core area? Swish! Emperor Tian's face changed, and he immediately shouted to the King of 10,000 Monsters. The newcomer is quite powerful. To prevent accidents, you can go to help that reckless guy. See what the situation is. Boom! The King of 10,000 Monsters nodded, and the branches in the sky rose from the ground, like the tentacles of an octopus, dragging its huge body away quickly, and the speed was not slow at all. What does a human look like? At this time, a soft milk voice sounded, and the ethereal voice was mixed with confusion. Like a newborn baby, lacking knowledge of the world, but eagerly looking forward to it. A small animal less than 1 meter long crawled out of the furry hair on the top of the Red King's head. It had golden hair and a nearly translucent body, like a little lion. It looked like it had just been born. When it opened its mouth, it showed its small fangs. It moved half force and half shakingly, and was very cute. Under the delicate hair of the little animal was not flesh, but neat scales. On its forehead, there was a thin red slit, as if something was about to come out. Humans are all insidious and cunning. They will do anything to hunt our soul beasts. If he falls into my hands, I wish I could chop him alive. The Red King's tone was cold and fierce, full of murderous intent against humans. Although it was much gentler in front of the little animal, it was still too fierce. The little animal was startled and lay down honestly. Its cute big eyes were trembling, and its pure and clear eyes exuded the danger of being ignorant of the world, which made several fierce beasts feel pity. Even Emperor Tian scolded the Red King, his expression full of love and pity for the little beast. At this time, noisy voices sounded again. Damn! It's not fair. Brother is handsome and elegant, who can compare to him on land and sea? How can he be worse than him? Why should he eat and drink well, while I eat and drink well? Tisk, you still say that humans are insidious and cunning, aren't you the same? Even if I die in the hands of humans, I won't be as cowardly as I am now. Shut up! With a roar, like Tian Qing's anger, Emperor Tian stared at Tianmeng Ice Silkworm with a frosty face. Shut up, why are you so loud, I can't hear you. The voice became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was as resentful as a young wife, wriggling like a maggot in the crystal barrier. I can't beat you, but I'll disgust you to death. On the other side, Su Ming and the other two had already encountered the rushing Bear King. Human, you are looking for death. With a height of 15 meters, he looked like a small mountain when he stood up. The muscles on the Bear King's body were extremely explosive, with a copper head and iron brain, dense fur, and indestructible. The pressure was like the collapse of the sky, and his breathing stopped. While swinging his arms, the terrifying monster force was about to burst out, and the 3 or 4 meter long claws slapped Su Ming and the other two. Stop! Daming hurriedly shouted, but the overwhelmed Bear King seemed not to realize Daming's identity and still slapped. This power is really terrifying, no wonder it can hurt Emperor Tian. Su Ming's eyes were amazed. The terrifying power of the Bear King was not comparable to that of the 10,000-year Dark Gold Claw Bear. Especially the Dark Gold Claw, just a glance, Su Ming felt a tearing pain as if his body was broken into several pieces, and even a trace of extreme gold could not be completely immune. Humph! Tang Hao's eyes turned cold, and he went up without saying anything. The seventh soul ring under his feet lit up, scarlet and bright golden light shone in all directions, and the clear sky hammer in his hand suddenly grew 100 meters. The huge hammer head was not much different from the size of the dark gold terror claw Xiong Jun. Boom! A shocking collision sounded, and the golden light shone, like a star exploding. The world went to silence with the roar. Chapter 219 The Shocking Power of the God-Level Soul Bone. Boom! With a majestic and thunderous roar, the clear sky hammer and the dark gold terror claw collided with each other. The dazzling golden light engulfed the scarlet and dark gold, and only the golden light was left between heaven and earth like ripples. A huge roar fell, and the rocks flew through the air, raising billowing smoke and dust. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Su Ming was shocked and his heart surged when he saw everything around him. De Ming couldn't stay calm, and he felt a palpitation in his heart. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it was not easy for him to resist such a terrifying and heavy attack, and he would have to go all out. And this was obviously not the true strength of the two. The hazy smoke gradually became clear, and the originally lush forest within a radius of several hundred meters around him was now completely in ruins. The broken and potholed ground was bare, emitting heat waves, and everything around him changed from solid to gaseous in the collision between the two. The dark gold terror claw Bear King who rushed over fell dozens of meters away at this moment, and the tiger's mouth of his right palm was stained red. The figure staggered up, covering his shaking head and shaking. On the other hand, Tang Hao was in a worse situation at this moment. The clear sky hammer in his hand fell to the ground, and his right arm kept spasming. The solemn and uncomfortable expression on his face clearly showed that the collision just now had exceeded his body's tolerance limit. Otherwise, with Tang Hao's control over the clear sky hammer, it would be impossible for him to let it go. Humph! Tang Hao shook his right arm violently, dispelling all the pain, and the clear sky hammer that had fallen was back in his hand. Human, you are the most powerful person I have ever seen. You are very good. The buzzing sound was like thunder, and Xiong Jun waved his arms, adjusting his state, and his violent eyes gradually became fearless madness and ecstasy. Except for Dityan, this was the first time he was repelled in a power clash. Such a human is worthy of being killed by him. The claws flashed with an unstoppable golden light, and the light became stronger and stronger, and even Xiong Jun's heart became excited. The Xiong Jun's body did not move, but the horror of this attack had already filled everyone's heart. In the air, circles of ripples spread, and the void was trembling, approaching the edge of breaking. Facing the terrifying blow of the dark gold terror claw, Tang Hao's heart was alarmed, and he even felt the danger of death. Just as he was about to use the great Samurai hammer, three voices suddenly sounded at the same time. Stop! One was a fierce shout. One was friendly. One was anxious. Su Ming and the other two looked at the back of the dark gold terror claw bear at the same time. Countless vines came in a mighty manner, and a strange tree 20 meters high was running quickly. The reason why it was strange was that the whole tree had no leaves, only branches and vines, and the trunk was also a completely different pitch black, not a solid pitch black, but an illusory pitch black, which looked like a black hole swallowing the stars. What was even more weird was that there was a standing eye on it, which looked extremely creepy. Seeing the arrival of the 10,000th Demon King, the Bear King still raised his arm in the air, and a shocking blow could fall at any time. King of monsters, our business has nothing to do with you. This human is ours. This reckless man. The King of monsters showed displeasure in his one eye, and his old voice was like a huge bell, not a bit false. The beast god has ordered me to come and help you. The situation is unclear at the moment, so you can't act arbitrarily. We have to do business. If you have any opinions, you can tell the Lord Beast God later. You. Hearing this, the Bear King was furious, his head was a lot bigger, and he was very unhappy. Emperor Tian, it's Emperor Tian again. Sooner or later, one day, I have to. Swish. He slashed his arm violently, and the power of the dark gold claws poured to the side. Boom. The terrifying and vast, indestructible claws attacked nearly 100 meters, cutting towards the distance as if they could not be stopped. Swish. 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 The claws chopped melons and vegetables for who knows how many kilometers. There was no end in sight. The whole forest seemed to be cut in half. Even the clouds in the sky were affected by the sharp air and torn into two halves with a straight line. The king of 10,000 monsters looked even more unhappy. He glared at it and then cast his eyes on Su Ming and the others. Daming, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have turned into a human form. If you don't release the breath of a soul beast, I'm afraid I can't confirm your identity. After these words came out, Xiang Jun blinked in confusion. Daming? You are Daming. Xiang Jun stared at Daming in disbelief, with a very rich expression, surprise and astonishment, and his eyes, which were bigger than lanterns, showed admiration. Human form. Daming, actually chose to transform and rebuild? Isn't it not afraid of falling in danger? As one of the 10 fierce beasts, Xiang Jun asked himself if he had such courage. After all, human lifespan is too short and the risks are too great. As for the relationship between the beasts, every 10,000 years, the Xingde Great Forest will hold a ceremony to worship the dragon god. Only 100,000-year-old soul beasts are not allowed to participate. How could they not know each other when they were in the same forest? But later, Daming and Xiaohu's mother volunteered to move to the edge of the core area, and Ditian handed over the periphery to them for management. Due to the energy difference between the two places and the extremely high risks in the periphery, Daming and his people became the outposts of the core area of the Xingde Great Forest in disguise. The soul beasts are simple and know how to be grateful more than humans. For this reason, Ditian compensated Daming and tried to strengthen the dragon blood power in his body. Because they owed Daming and his people a favor, the attitude of the several fierce beasts towards Daming and his people was not bad. And in terms of strength, Daming's cultivation is not bad. With nearly 170,000 years of cultivation, he is not far from the level of fierce beasts. Even Xiang Jun only had a cultivation level of more than 300,000 at this moment. With the blessing of the three-eyed golden gaze, the heavenly dream eye silkworm, and other factors, he broke through to more than 400,000 years after 10,000 years. Daming's originally stern face immediately showed a smile, and he said happily. Brother Tree Demon, Brother Xiang Jun, please don't blame me for disturbing you this time. Really, Daming? After Daming's affirmative answer, the 10,000 Demon King and Xiang Jun looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Although Daming's words became more literary, they did know the voice clearly. There was no time to reminisce. Wang Yaoang's eyes vigilantly swept over Tang Hao and Su Ming, and asked in a deep voice. Daming, you should know that humans are not allowed to enter the core area. You actually brought humans in, what exactly do you want to do? The core area is the gathering place of soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, and it is also the secret place of the entire Stardo Great Forest. Its importance is naturally self-evident. If he had not had a good relationship with the Ming dynasty, they would have regarded him as a traitor and would have taught him a lesson and expelled him. When the words came to his lips, Daming looked embarrassed and glanced at Su Ming. Why don't you do it? He couldn't open his mouth to ask 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice. At this time, why should you be embarrassed? Tang Hao was full of fighting spirit, and his tone was like taking dynamite. But before he could continue, Su Ming had already stepped forward and said frankly. I came here to give you a great opportunity. A loud voice came out of his throat and resounded in a radius of 100 meters. Su Ming put his hands behind his back seriously, and his serious look showed no guilt at all. It seemed that what he said was the fact and would become the truth. Being able to become his own soul and become a god together in the future, isn't it a great opportunity? Su Ming felt that his words were very reasonable, and naturally he was full of confidence and fearless. But Tang Hao and Daming could not remain calm. They were so shocked that they coughed at the same time, and their toes were digging the ground with embarrassment. Good fellow, you asked others to sacrifice, and you still said it was an opportunity. I have seen thick-skinned people, but I have never seen such a thick-skinned person. When you are beaten up by a group of people, don't trademark T say we know you. Yes, we are not familiar with each other. Not only Tang Hao and his friends, but also Xiang Jun and Wang Yaowang were a little confused by this. Humans, give them an opportunity? It is simply a big lie. The king of 10,000 monsters immediately realized that there was something fishy going on, and shouted without saying anything. Human, no matter what you are doing here. This place is not for you to set foot on, retreat quickly, or I will bury you here. Humans are the mortal enemies of soul beasts. The Bear King also knew that this was not credible. He raised his bear paw to Su Ming and threatened. If it weren't for the Ming dynasty, I would have beaten you into a meat pie long ago. Human cub, get out of here. Kill you and dirty my claws. Knowing that he would encounter such a situation, Su Ming was not surprised, nor was he angry. He said calmly. I came to the Xingde Great Forest this time, and I didn't there is hostility. If we can win together and get what we need, that would be the best. How about this, you take me to see Dityan, and I will talk to him. The king of 10,000 monsters narrowed his eyes and said coldly, human boy, Lord Dityan is not someone you can see whenever you want. If you know what's good for you, you'd better take the initiative to retreat. Hee. Seeing that the three parties were blocked twice, Tang Hao didn't have such a good temper. He sneered and went towards Xiong Jun with the clear sky hammer. One step at a time, as steady as Mount Tai. All the strength of the body was concentrated on the clear sky hammer, buzzing with scarlet light. If you don't let me, I will go. Am I Tang Hao, am I afraid of you? Swish. The voice seemed to be mixed with endless frost and coldness. A red and cold airflow spread out in all directions with the clear sky hammer as the center. The chill froze their proud ambitions, and the fear of falling into hell kept attacking the nerves of the king of 10,000 monsters and the Bear King. The faces of the Bear King and the 10,000 monsters changed drastically, staring at Tang Hao in surprise. You are Tang Hao. Tang Hao, the recognized #1 genius in the Soul Master world. Even though they were in the Stardo Great Forest, almost isolated from the world, the two beasts had heard of Tang Hao's reputation. Even Dityan had said that Tang Hao's talent was no less than Tang Chen's, and he was an absolute rival they needed to face up to. And Tang Chen? He was one of the strongest soul masters in the world, and even the Lord Beast God did not dare to say that he could definitely win. The reason why they hid in the Stardo Great Forest was because the three strongest people in the world were all there. Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul. And he could also withstand the attack of the Bear King. Yes. It was him, Tang Hao. Okay. I've heard you're a man, let's see how powerful you are today. Roar. With his thick neck raised, Xiong Jun roared at Tang Hao in a battle, feeling extremely happy. His heart was speeding up, his blood was gushing, Xiong Jun was so excited that he could hardly tell north from south, his eyes were shining with golden light, and the dark golden hair on his body was shining with golden light. Just as Xiong Jun was about to attack Tang Hao, he suddenly felt his soul shake. It was as if some ancient door had been opened, and a desolate and ancient breath came towards him, bombarding his soul, his blood, and his dignity. Roar! Roar! The same annoying breath as that on Emperor Tian's body attacked Xiong Jun, and he was instantly enraged, his eyes bulged, and bloodshot. He kept roaring at Su Ming in a frenzy, trying to break free from the shackles of fear. But when he looked into Su Ming's eyes, the throbbing from deep in his blood made him want to surrender again and again. He could only stand there in fear, roaring unwillingly. After roaring twice, the roar of the Bear King became smaller and smaller, and the giant palm that was showing off its might was also put down, and the legs could not stop shaking. Hwa hwa! The tree body of the 10,000 Demon King was also shaking in fear. Unlike the behemoth bloodline possessed by the Bear King, it could still struggle and roar twice. If it were not a human body, I am afraid it would have knelt down and crawled on the ground at this moment. How is it possible? How can this human have the same breath as the master? Could it be he is also a soul beast, and has some origin with the master? The 10,000 Demon King kept speculating in his heart and could not calm down for a long time. Ming felt even more deeply. He had the blood of the Dragon Clan. If he was not so strong and Su Ming was not targeting him, the impact would not be great. But even so, he could not help wanting to kneel down. Soul beasts pay great attention to the inheritance of blood. High-level blood has suppression. High-level blood of the same origin is even more clearly divided into levels to restrain and enslave. His eyes could not stop trembling. Daming knew for the first time that Su Ming actually had such a terrifying power hidden in his body. Moreover, it was the power of the Dragon Clan. Even, he felt the desolation from the ancient times from this power, so primitive that it made people tremble with fear. It was as if the ancestor was staring at him on the long river of the eternal years, with awe without anger, making people at a loss and dare not move. This kid is getting more and more terrible. Tang Hao shook his head and put away the clear sky hammer. He couldn't help but doubt whether he could beat him in the future. Oh no, wait until he is titled Douluo. I am level 95 now, and will be level 96 or 97 in the future. Can I really beat him? Ahem. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Ming was sweating and pale as if he had just been pulled out of the water. The whole person also fell straight down from the air. It is too much of a stretch to use the power of soul bones. But this time, there shouldn't be much of an obstacle. Looking at the open space black hole, Su Ming was secretly happy. He took out a few candies and ate them calmly to make up for the soul power that was completely consumed. If he had not rashly used the god-level soul bones, he would have exploded and died if he had not had half of the control of the ultimate fire and ultimate ice. Shua! As the black hole opened completely, a dark figure stepped out from it. The man was sturdy and strong, with black armor and black wings, and golden eyes that were majestic without anger. Beast God. The 10,000 Monster King quickly bowed his head and saluted. Although the Bear King was unhappy, he still made a symbolic gesture. Emperor Tian did not look at the two of them, his eyes were fixed on Su Ming. Or, it was his eyes. Human, where did you get the power from? The voice was majestic and powerful, and there was a bit of expectation in the seriousness. Emperor Tian's eyes were shining, suppressing the surprise in his heart. Could it be that the two Dragon Kings are still alive? Noticing that Emperor Tian's arm was shaking uncontrollably, the 10,000 Monster King's pupils were startled, and his heart was even more shocked. What the hell is going on? Chapter 220 Soul Beast Master, Guyuina. In the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Su Ming received half of the ultimate ice and ultimate fire rewarded by the system. This reward does not act on the eyes, but on the changes in soul power and martial soul. As for Su Ming's two eyes, the abnormal red and blue eyes are because of the gift of the two Dragon Kings of ice and fire. This is the result Su Ming got from the system when he noticed something wrong with his eyes on the way out. The two eyes are actually the ice and fire soul bones, which come from the ice and fire Dragon King. However, these soul bones are different from the limbs and torso, but eyes. And the energy in them is lost in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, barely maintaining the god level. If it weren't for the intention of the ice and fire Dragon King, and the mutual restraint of the ice and fire attributes, Su Ming couldn't integrate them into his body at all. Even at this moment, there are a lot of restrictions on the two soul bones. Su Ming can only use the extreme ice and fire power above, and the Dragon King's gaze containing blood. In other words, what Su Ming contains in his body at this moment is already the ultimate ice and fire power of the perfect level, and he doesn't need to comprehend and hunt it anymore. The only pity is that these two soul bones did not improve any of Su Ming's attributes and soul power. It's like the ice and fire Dragon King only wants to give him the ultimate power, and the soul bones are just carriers. It was also because of these two natural, seemingly one-piece opposing soul bones that forcibly suppressed the chaotic collision of the ultimate fire and ultimate ice rewarded by the system that Su Ming was able to remain safe and sound, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. And this is why Yin later noticed the abnormality in Su Ming's body and condensed a soul core for him despite the weakness of just recovering from human form. The soul core containing the ultimate wood has extremely high compatibility and can coordinate the ultimate power of other attributes and integrate it into the soul master's body. The only drawback is that the first soul core of the ultimate wood focuses on vitality and growth, which is not very compatible with Su Ming's martial soul and soul skills. So that most of the time when Su Ming uses soul skills, he uses the soul power in the soul sea instead of the wood attribute soul power of the soul core. This time, Su Ming came to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring to enhance the gold soul power in his body. Soul rings are like faucet switches. Wood attribute soul power breaks the lower limit of soul ring activation, and extreme gold explodes the upper limit of soul ring soul skills. Therefore, the purpose of Su Ming coming to the Stardo Great Forest is actually for the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear King. If he can convince the Bear King to get a 300,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear soul ring, there will be a significant difference in both physical attributes and soul skill power. Beast God. Seeing Dityan appear, Daming's heart was in his throat, and he couldn't help but call out to wake up Su Ming, who was looking at Dityan. Swish. Coming back to his senses, Su Ming suppressed the heat in his heart and said calmly, "The power of my eyes was given to me by the two seniors. As the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, you should be aware of these two powers, right? Gift? Could it be that the two Dragon Kings of Ice and Fire have other plans?" Dityan frowned, his eyes a strange light flashed. As the former chief of the Dragon God's personal guard and the current patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, Dityan immediately noticed the source of the power in Su Ming's eyes. Ice and Fire Dragon King. According to seniority, even he has to call him uncle. After the war in the God Realm, the Ice and Fire Dragon King had fallen and could not have survived. Otherwise, with their strength, who would have allowed the Dragon clan to be in such a predicament? It should be the remains of the divine thoughts. But why would the two Dragon Kings give their relics to a human? The golden eyes stared at Su Ming. Dityan silently pondered the possibility. The two dragon eyes contain the purest source of power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. It is almost a perfect inheritance. Hey! Suddenly, Dityan seemed to have discovered something strange and cried out in surprise. And this cry also surprised Xiangjun and the 10,000 Monster King. There are not many things that can surprise Dityan. Soul Core. This human is only at level 50, but he has condensed a soul core, and it also contains extreme attributes. No. Extreme wood, extreme soil, and a little extreme gold. 5 kinds of extreme power, gathered together, this. Emperor Tian's pupils shrank suddenly, as if he had discovered some huge secret, his golden eyes trembled, and a look of surprise filled his body. Noticing the strange gazes around him, Emperor Tian, who had come to his senses, frowned, and his terrifying aura slightly threatened, and everyone, including Tang Hao, changed their faces. Human, did the two who gave you the opportunity leave you any words? Emperor Tian stared at Su Ming, his golden eyes emitting ripples of air. In an instant, Su Ming felt his spiritual platform explode, as if a pair of eyes were spying on the flow and changes of his sea of consciousness. There was no pressure at all, but the feeling was quite unique. Human, did the two who gave you the opportunity leave you any words? Emperor Tian stared at Su Ming, his golden eyes emitting ripples of air. In an instant, Su Ming felt his spiritual platform explode, as if a pair of eyes were spying on the changes in his sea of consciousness. There was no pressure at all, but the feeling was quite unique. Human, did the two who gave you the opportunity leave you any words? Emperor Tian stared at Su Ming, his golden eyes emitting ripples of air. Human, did the two who gave you the opportunity leave you any words? Human, did you have just like the sun comes out, all the darkness is dispelled, leaving only a pure place in the heart, which cannot be polluted. Just when Su Ming was about to answer, he felt a mysterious power burst out from his body. Magnificent, ancient, noble, supreme, like a provoked emperor, the incomparable power instantly burst out from the 5-color element seal on Su Ming's forehead. Buzz! Under the colorful halo, Su Ming's body was full of divine light, and the whole person was like a god, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Boom! Suddenly, a dark lightning burst out from Su Ming's forehead. The terrifying and deep destructive aura shook the entire forest. It seemed to come from the supreme heaven, punishing the disrespectful people in the world. Di Tian's face changed drastically, and he was instantly struck by the dark lightning. No. It's not that he reacted slowly. It's that he didn't dare to react at all. With a whoosh, the meteor broke through the air at a high speed. The demigod Emperor Tian was blown away like an ant, dozens of miles away. Boom! A loud explosion resounded throughout the forest. A huge mushroom cloud rose with the flames rising into the sky. Thunder was dancing, wind was howling, and the earth was shaking. In the sky, a straight black hole dozens of miles long could not close for a long time. At this moment, the breeze in the forest seemed to be so hot that it would melt people. The atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. Gurgle! Gurgle! The sound of swallowing saliva was as loud as an alarm clock. De Ming stared at the mushroom cloud in the distance with his eyes wide open. Tang Hao's eyelids twitched, and he thought, it's unknown in the future, and it's not suitable to fight with it. The king of 10,000 monsters was so worried about his fear that his head became bald, although there were no leaves on his head at all. The frightened eyes drooped slightly, like a glass ball jumping. When he saw the black blood emitting surging energy on the ground, the usually violent and irritable Xiang Jun also became cute. Time passed very slowly. A few seconds of sound made people wonder how long it had been. The divine light dissipated, and Su Ming slowly fell to the ground. He was also trembling, showing a harmless and innocent smile, and said, "If I say I don't know what happened, will you believe it?" Hiss! You are not laughing. It's simply a death warrant from the messenger of hell. Swish swish swish! The Xiang Jun was faster than anyone else, nodding frantically. Now I believe whatever you say. By the way, it was Emperor Tian who asked me to come out just now. All matters have nothing to do with me. The 10,000 Demon King followed closely behind, honestly standing in a row with Xiang Jun, and swept the fallen leaves on the ground with branches, laying out a VIP green carpet. We can discuss it if there is anything, just don't fight. You also know that we beasts have always loved peace. Su Ming. Let's go and see how Di Tian is doing. Feeling the nature of soul beasts to seek benefits and avoid harm, Su Ming gave Tang Hao and the others a look and flew towards the center of the explosion. The closer he got, the more Su Ming lamented the horror of the system's attack power. Di Tian landed more than 30 kilometers away. After only 10 kilometers, he could already see the charred land. It was a kind of black that was black to the bone, as if all the elemental substances had been turned into carbon. The towering trees of dozens of meters were left with only a black charcoal stick less than 1 meter high. Looking away, one by one, the area of 20 kilometers became a real hell on earth, and the heat waves made people's throats extremely uncomfortable. The two beasts were shocked, but couldn't help but feel genuine fear. Such an inhumane attack, I'm afraid only gods can do it. God? The two men and two beasts looked at Su Ming anxiously, and Tang Hao was also wondering if he had been played in the past few years. The comprehension and creativity of the evildoer. Unimaginable cultivation speed. Extraordinary calmness. Can create exercises, soul skills, make pills, and cast soul guides. 14 years old, is this a talent that a human can have? Or is it that the gods are playing tricks on the world? If not, how to explain this terrifying attack that destroyed everything? A soul king severely injured or even killed a soul beast at the level of extreme Douluo. Swish! Just as the four were terrified and couldn't figure out what was happening before their eyes, Su Ming looked at the green light rising into the sky in the distance. In the sky, green energy emitting vitality fell like white snow. In the glittering light, a swan's slender white-green neck stretched out, its eyes and beak were crystal clear, as if carved from jade, and it had a phoenix's golden crown on its head. An elegant and beautiful emerald swan was circling in the sky, chirping softly and with a sad look. The healing power of the emerald swan is indeed strong. If it were Lingling's soul, the nine-hearted begonia would probably become an immortal martial spirit. Swish! Su Ming, with his eyes brightened, quickly flew towards the center, and a section of dead carbon tree fell to the ground and broke into pieces. In the center of the black zone, at the bottom of a huge pit 100 meters deep, endless life energy scattered from the sky gathered. The majestic Emperor Tian was now blackened by the thunder and lightning, screaming in pain, gasping for breath, and bleeding continuously. The black armor on his chest was replaced by layers of indestructible scales emitting black light. However, the dragon scales with amazing defensive power still did not keep him intact. A blood hole as big as a bowl tore through the dragon scales on his abdomen, from the front to the back, without any flesh and blood blocking it. Through the charred flesh and blood, one could see the soil below. What was even more bizarre was that the dark energy at the wound showed no signs of dissipating, but instead spread along the body. If it weren't for the emerald swan in the sky using its huge vitality to block it, I'm afraid Tian would have become a pile of charcoal at this moment. Tian, you will be fine. Don't worry, Sister Baiji is already saving you, you have to hold on. Ziji held her lover's arm tightly with both hands, tears welling up in her eyes, heartbroken, wishing she could take on this pain for him. Realizing the weirdness of the dark energy, Baiji's gentle, loving, compassionate and anxious voice fell from the sky. Zig, that energy is not something we can handle. I can only slow it down for now, but I can't provide more effective help. To save Tian, we must find a way to get rid of that energy. Shua. Just as Zig was terrified and desperate, a misty silver energy suddenly surged from the depths of the Xingda Great Forest, like a rainbow descending, and directly injected into Tian's wound. Seeing this, Baiji and the other two girls were overjoyed and quickly bowed to the depths of the forest. With the Lord's help, Tian would definitely be saved. But after a few breaths, the energy flowed back again. The power of annihilation is useless even to gods. The voice was cold and slightly gentle, lingering like music, majestic and noble, like the strings of a harp being played, ethereal and slow, but with sadness and anger. Bang! As soon as these words came out, Baiji, who was surrounding Tian, turned pale and felt as if she was dead. Lord, you can't even save Tian? The power of annihilation? Su Ming, who had just arrived, heard this and the turmoil in his heart overwhelmed his shock at Tian's injury. The system uses the power of annihilation. The power of annihilation. The God King of the God Realm has the power of destruction. Could it be that the two have the same origin? Or, the system was created by the God King of Destruction to train his successor? No. The God of Destruction should not have the intention of abdicating at this time. Human, it is you who hurt the sky. Just as Su Ming was thinking, a heart-wrenching roar sounded in his ears. Boom! Followed by the terrifying pressure of the abyss, he wished he could be crushed into a pulp. Su Ming felt like he was drowning in oil, unable to break free from the stickiness, and his body was extremely cold. Su Ming knew that it was naked killing intent. Zig. Baiji quickly grabbed Zig and shook her head to signal not to be impulsive. Although she was also angry, the person in front of her could severely damage the sky, so she must not do anything stupid. Sir, if Tian offended me before, I can apologize on his behalf. Please, sir, spare his life. The voice came from the depths of the forest, but it was tactfully and clearly transmitted to Su Ming's ears. Guyuina, she has awakened. Su Ming's heart trembled. Although he was curious, it was not the time to care about these things at the moment. If Tian died, I'm afraid the three of us would not be able to get out of this forest. Had. Su Ming sighed in his heart and had to ask the system, the one who tied the bell. System, you can't let me take the blame for the things you did yourself, right? Ding! The host can spend 20,000 fragments to ask the system to execute. 20,000 fragments? I only hoarded 130,000 in total, and you asked for 1/15 of it. Swindler. Su Ming's face looking at the forest with difficulty, through the layers of green grass, a beautiful silver-haired woman seemed to appear in front of him. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or not. Of course I can save him, but this time, I need a dark gold fear claw bear soul ring with at least 100,000 years of cultivation. Of course, the older the better. If you agree, Guyuina, I can save him immediately, and give you a transformation pill, so that you can use the soul beast to shape a human body without recultivation. Yes. A cold voice sounded from the side of his ear. Su Ming turned his head and looked. A graceful and charming woman had appeared beside Dityen without knowing when. She was half squatting, with silver hair hanging on the ground. The delicate jade feet were vaguely visible. The exquisite back exuded a haunting charm. Chapter 221 The Future Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear God. I wonder what level Guyuina's strength is now. Looking at the charming back, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a fiery color. The Silver Dragon King, the main elemental power, and possesses the ultimate elemental power. If he has her as his soul, he can gather all the ultimate elements. It is very likely to have the power of creation and destruction. That is the power of the origin of the universe. Who doesn't want to have the foundation to become a god king? Guyuina frowned. The ethereal purple eyes looked behind her with a little surprise, and her white jade-like skin flashed with anger. But after a few seconds, Guyuina's dissatisfied eyebrows loosened again. Su Ming had already had no distracting thoughts and suppressed his thoughts, so that Guyuina did not dare to continue to investigate and could only give up, but her expression became a little colder. The lesson of Emperor Tian was still fresh in her mind. Not to mention that she had not yet recovered her god-level strength. Even if she was at the god-king level, she would not dare to confront the power of annihilation easily. As the incarnation of the dragon god, she knew very well that the power of destruction was a part of the power of annihilation. The part that was separated was so terrible. The real power of annihilation was not something she could contend with at all. Even the Lord Dragon God, who tried to control the two original forces of the universe, annihilation and creation, failed, and eventually let the Soul Beast clan fall to this point. Why does a mere human have the power of annihilation? With his physique, he can never withstand this power. What secrets does he have? Guyuina blinked her long eyelashes, and her beautiful purple eyes flashed with confusion. That pure and flawless, ignorant and pure, was really lovable. As Guyuina turned her head, Su Ming was amazed by her beauty and could not help but secretly praise her. Among the people he had seen, the only one who could compete with Guyuina in terms of appearance, figure and aura was Qianrongxiu. Their skin was equally white as snow, as if water would come out if they were pinched. Qianrongxiu's skin was vibrant white, while Guyuina's skin was desolate white, exuding a delicate beauty all the time, making people love her. Qianrongxiu's beauty was impeccable. The only thing that Su Ming felt was a flaw was perhaps her blonde hair. Aesthetically, although gold was luxurious, its texture was hard, and it lacked the beauty of matching with her daughter's identity. At least in his previous life, Su Ming was not very interested in foreign blonde beauties. A head of smooth silver long hair, coupled with a beautiful face that only existed in comics like an elf. Guyuina, the master of soul beasts, was indeed impeccably beautiful. Su Ming, what are you doing? Do you know that Xiao Wu is still waiting for you? Seeing Su Ming staring at Guyuina, Daming was disgusted, not only because he felt sorry for Xiao Wu, but also because of Guyuina's identity. She is the ancestor of soul beasts. Humans, don't covet. Pa. Su Ming's lofty beliefs were envied by him. Daming slapped Su Ming's shoulder fiercely, pressed his shoulder hard, and said coldly. Su Ming, I think we should save the beast god first. If he has an accident, I think we will all have to stay here to be buried with him. Well, Su Ming nodded after coming to his senses, and walked to Dityen's side. System, 10,000 fragments, just take back the annihilation power from Dityen. System. You know how to bargain. You really don't consider treating Dityen, right? Ding. Deducting 10,000 high-level fragments, power is being recovered. ZZ. The wound was filled with electric currents. Dityen was in great pain. He gritted his teeth and screamed in pain. All the remaining power of annihilation gathered into a dark thunder at a speed visible to the naked eye, and sank into Su Ming's forehead at a uniform speed. Without any verbal reminder, Baiji opened her hands and began to treat Dityen. Without the influence of the power of annihilation, the big hole in Dityen's abdomen healed quickly in the green vitality. In a moment, the wound disappeared completely. Wow! Dityen staggered to his feet. His face was as pale and weak as Baiji's. He was so weak that he seemed to fall down in the next second. He could only rely on Ziji's support. Looking at Su-ming, Dityan felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. The previous blow injured his origin, and his cultivation of more than 100,000 years was destroyed in an instant. Go down and recuperate. Seeing that Dityan had something to say, Guyuina shook her head and said without question, you are lucky to be alive. The Soul Beast clan cannot afford such a loss. Don't worry, the huge energy in the little guy's body is enough for you to recover. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, Dityan was relieved. He looked at Su-ming deeply and left unwillingly with the company of Baiji and the other two girls. Guyuina turned her head and looked at Su-ming. Her cold face seemed to have no emotion at all, like an iceberg beauty. Get what you need, please leave the Xingda Great Forest. Bear Lord, you must not disturb him. Yes, my lord. Bear Lord and the 10,000 Demon Kings had arrived earlier, quietly waiting for orders, without any hesitation. When they heard Guyuina talk about Dityan's injuries, they were all nervous at the moment. Even the Lord couldn't do anything. If it were them, they would have died by now. What can they use to interfere? Use your life to interfere? Swish. After saying this, Guyuina turned into a spiritual light and disappeared, and it seemed that she continued to sleep and recuperate. As Guyuina left, the pressure on everyone, including Tang Hao, suddenly dropped, and they felt much more comfortable. Ahem. Su-ming also let go of his hands and feet, and his eyes were burning towards the three beasts, Bear Lord, King Demon King and Red King. To be precise, it was Bear Lord. I have reached an agreement with your master. I need a dark gold terror claw bear that is at least 100,000 years old. You should have no objection, right? Swish. The 10,000 Demon King and the Red King cast their eyes on the Bear King, as if to say, you are the patriarch of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear clan, and this matter should be handled by you. A 100,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. But it is the top combat force of my clan. Moreover, it is very difficult for the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear clan to reproduce. Now there are only less than 20 Dark Gold Terror Claw Bears in the entire clan. Among them, only he and his cousin are over 100,000 years old. Thinking of this, the Bear King clenched his fist in anger and unwillingness, and the dark gold claws pierced into the palm of his hand without feeling any pain. Human, you need a 100,000-year soul ring. Can you exchange it for other soul beasts? It's not easy for the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear to reproduce. How about we catch other 100,000-year soul beasts for you? The Bear King looked earnest and expectant. He was not as domineering and cruel as a fierce beast. His melancholy face was almost full of grievance. Even if he was beaten half to death by Emperor Tian, the Bear King had never been so angry and desperate. The Lord had already given the order, and the other party's hidden strength was so terrifying. No matter how unwilling he was to harm other soul beasts, he had to do so for his own tribe. Even if he was facing the strange eyes of the Red King and the 10,000 Demon King at this moment, he had to say it. Su-ming shook his head and said, I only need the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. The Bear King looked ashen and desperate, and Su-ming's voice continued to sound. Don't worry, I don't want you to sacrifice, but I have a way for you to coexist with me. As long as you are in the state of soul, that is, spirit, I will resurrect you when I become a god in the future. As a spirit, you can also enjoy the treatment of gods at that time. Boom. When these words came out, both the soul beasts and Tang Hao changed their faces and were extremely shocked. Soul? Resurrection? Become a god. Just a few words gave them an unparalleled impact. Become a god. That is what all soul beasts dream of. In the past million years, no soul beast has become a god. God, one word is one weight. Like an insurmountable peak, it stands in front of all soul beasts. Including Dityan, becoming a god is almost impossible. In hundreds of thousands of years, they have seen too many soul beasts die, and too many soul beasts of 100,000 years old cannot survive the heavenly tribulation and eventually vanish into thin air. The heavenly tribulation is so terrible, let alone the final divine tribulation. Becoming a god is just a beautiful memory. The three beasts of the Bear King stared at Su-ming with complicated eyes. It was hard to imagine that as a human, he could be so calm when he said such a big talk. Is he really so confident that he can become a god? No one would ask this question. Who would be willing to believe in something that is almost impossible, even if it is answered in the affirmative? The Bear King asked in a buzzing voice, Human, you just said that you will not die if you sacrifice. Let me ask, what is the soul you are talking about? Su-ming did not hide it and told the story about the soul. Contract? Soul coexistence? And can you use your own abilities to fight? This. After listening to Su Ming's story, the 10,000 Demon King and the Red King were immediately excited, and their lantern-sized eyes were completely lit up. They were not happy for the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, but for all the tribes. Because once this method succeeds, it can indeed reduce the casualties of some soul beasts. At least when they are on the verge of despair, they can get a way out for soul beasts and avoid tragic death. Of course, no beast wants to solve the conflict with humans once and for all. In their eyes, human slaughter of soul beasts is the root of all evil, and there is no room for reconciliation. They only have revenge. The three soul beasts have cold eyes and fierce faces. Suddenly, the Bear King raised his head abruptly, and his huge head and arms and body were one, and there was no trace of neck at all. No. Human, what you mean just now is that you want me to be your soul. The Bear King's eyes were silly and terrifying, and his amazing brain circuit made Su Ming speechless. I have said it so bluntly, can't you hear it? No. It's not a soul. Su Ming's eyes seemed to be full of light, staring at Xiang Jun brilliantly, and shouted. No matter how hard you try to cultivate Lien, you can't become a god, nor can you defeat Emperor Tian, am I wrong? And I have given you a new path, a path that is very likely to make you a god. Respected future Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear God, don't you want to defeat Emperor Tian and restore the glory of the Dark Gold Terror Claw clan? Boom! The pupils of Xiang Jun suddenly dilated, and the joy in his eyes was like a surging river, unable to be taken back. The god of Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear? Isn't this tailor-made for me? And Tian? If I become a god, I will beat you to death. Shua Chi rubbed his nose with his arm. Xiang Jun took a fierce breath and sucked back the drool from his mouth. This human is so handsome. Those who are involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Tang Hao and Daming couldn't help but give Su Ming a thumbs up in their hearts. Your mouth can switch freely between extreme cold and extreme heat. They will only obey you in their next life. Daming looked at Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, as if looking at its former self, felt sad but also lucky for it. At least in terms of promises, Su Ming is absolutely reliable. Pa! Seeing that Bear Jun was about to get lost in the human's bullets, the 10,000 Demons King slapped Bear Jun's butt with a tree branch. Wake up! You forgot that he is a human, and human sweet words are absolutely untrustworthy. Together with the Red King, the two of them winked at each other crazily. Jealous! You are jealous of me. Don't worry, if I become a god, I will never forget Yuthi's group of younger brothers. Sundara retracted his gaze, and Bear Jun's face was serious. Human, don't take me for a fool. In 10,000 years, no human has become a god, are you so sure? If you can't convince me, I will never agree to become that cowardly soul, let alone respect you as my master. With his hands folded in front of his chest, the Bear King gave Su Ming a proud and unruly look, signaling Su Ming to start. It's not that easy to trick the future Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear God. My eyes are so bright. A bright light shone from the golden pupils of the Dark Gold Terror Claw. His right mouth slightly raised, revealing ferocious white teeth, while shining. Su Ming was neither hurried nor slow, as if he had already made up his mind, and it seemed that he was more confident than ever at this moment. First, you can't kill Tian, nor can you defeat him. Second, you don't have the slightest possibility of becoming a god in the future. You just have the blood of Behemoth, not the golden Behemoth, let alone the purple gold Behemoth, while Tian is the purest blood of the Dark Dragon clan. Third, your master has already spoken, do you want to betray the Soul Beast clan? The fourth. Su Ming did not continue, but saw the golden and silver light overflowing from his body. A stunning, colorful crystal horizontal sword appeared in Su Ming's hand. The blade is sharp and unparalleled, the cold light cuts the soul, the back of the knife is formed by the circling beast, and the whole looks like undulating mountains. The deep mountains can hide treasures, there are 5 crystal stones of different colors dotted in it, exuding a wonderful aura, and blending with the whole knife. One circle, purple. One circle, purple. Another circle, black. Finally, black. The wind and waves in the forest seemed to be frozen at this moment. The swaying branches showed strange bends and did not rebound for a long time. Numb. Completely numb. With a dull look, Xiang Jun rubbed his eyes hard, still finding all this it's not a dream. Humans, where do you get such a high-end soul ring configuration? The 10,000 Demon King and the Red King opened their mouths, and the muscles at the corners of their mouths spasmed uncontrollably. A small golden beast also woke up from the fur on the top of the Red King's head, staring at the colorful young creature standing in front of him, like a god, with its eyes shining. Boom! A flash of green light, Su Ming's colorful light shone brightly. Swish! In an instant, a 30 to 40 meter tall colorful figure stood up like a sword out of its sheath, holding a horizontal sword in hand. It looked arrogant, exuding a unique aura, with clothes shaking and a sharp sword. The surroundings were shrouded in colorful clouds, and everything around seemed to lose its luster under the gaze of this gorgeous and charming colorful figure. This is a human. Chapter 222 Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Should I Die for Being Excellent? At the age of less than 15. Soul King Cultivation, 2 purple and 2 black. Able to forcibly use the martial soul true body. Soul power gathers the extreme of the 5 elements, possesses the Dragon King soul bone, and controls the extreme ice and fire. The strength that bursts out is not inferior to the titled Douluo. And the power he carries is so great that even Emperor Tian cannot contend with it, and the master is also awed by it. If such a person cannot become a god, who else can become a god in this world? It can be said that in the eyes of Xiangjun, Su Ming is already an alternative, a miracle. And all kinds of miracles superimposed together, that is. God, the secret is beyond words. The huge and thick bear pressed the ground into 2 oval pits, and the whole beast of the bear was unusually quiet, so quiet that it was shocking. The Bear King, who was usually irritable and cruel, was now holding a half of a tree trunk and making gestures on the ground. Circles, crosses, circles, crosses. It was like a child playing a game, with an extremely focused look, forgetting himself and the world. The king of 10,000 monsters and the Red King stood quietly by, without disturbing it, and were also curious about what choice the Bear King would make. This was a gamble. A gamble with life as the stakes. The longer they lived, the more they, the fierce beasts, feared death. 3. The Xiangjun, who had cultivated for more than 100,000 years, was no exception. Therefore, they understood Xiangjun's inner struggle. Even if he chose to give up, they would not look down on him. Not everyone has a chance to become a god. And the opportunity in front of them is greater than any they have ever encountered. Everything depends on how Xiangjun chooses. Su Ming and the other 2 did not urge Xiangjun, but set up a barbecue grill on the side, with mellow wine in their hands, taking a break from their busy schedule. Su Ming, who was that woman before? Tang Hao was meticulous and spoke deeply, and finally asked the question in his heart. This time in the Stardo Great Forest, he was very shocked in his heart. He did not expect that there was such a mysterious strong man in the Stardo Great Forest. Ditian, he had heard his grandfather Tang Chen mention that he was a strong man who was not weaker than him. But Gu Yuina. If Su Ming had not mentioned this name on his own initiative, as if he was hinting at something, he would have been completely unfamiliar with it. Tang Hao couldn't help but think about it and felt terrified. Once the conflict between soul beasts and humans broke out, a godlike strongman was hiding behind them, which really made people feel cold. It's hard to tell her origin. I can only tell you that she was born as a first-level god, and her strength can even be compared with that of a god king. And the god king is level 150. You should understand what I mean, right? Su Ming raised his mouth, and his mind didn't seem to be on Tang Hao, but he suddenly had a green pill in his hand. Swish! With a flick of his thumb, the pill fell a few meters behind him in a parabolic state. Tang Hao and Daming were so shocked when they heard this that their eyeballs trembled violently, like a restless active volcano. Level 150? This Tang Hao barely suppressed his inner shock after drinking a mouthful of tasteless wine, but he still couldn't calm down. For a title Douluo, level 100 is already a chasm, not to mention level 150. For other people, just hearing this news would make their hearts collapse. Tang Hao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he closed them again, looking at Su Ming with doubt and hesitation. Why did Su Ming know all this? Why could he severely injure Ditian? Tang Hao was eager to know the answers to these 2 questions. However, considering that the secrets involved were too big, this Haoshan Douluo was finally in a state of hesitation and unwilling to delve into it. Swish! Daming threw a wine gourd to Tang Hao. Although he was also shocked, he pretended to be calm and said with a smile. You old drunkard, why do you care about these trivial matters if you don't drink? If you know too much, I'm afraid you can't get out of this forest. By then, I can find you a feng shui treasure land with birds singing and flowers blooming. You can't hide your eyes when you want to kill someone. Tang Hao glared at Daming coldly, leaned against the tree and continued to drink, ignoring the 2. Daming laughed and glanced at Su Ming with his eyes bright, ignoring these trivial matters. On the ground, the fragrance of the emerald green pill spread out. Although the refreshing fragrance was a little light, it was very tempting. Swish! The golden light and shadow flashed by, and the pill disappeared. Su Ming seemed to be unaware of all this, and devoted himself to the great action of filling his stomach. In the past, Zhu Zuoqing did the barbecue, which saved him a lot of trouble. Now that she is gone, he has to do it himself. I don't know if he has fallen into someone's trap, a knowing smile.jpg. In the bushes not far away, a small golden beast was also curiously looking at the things in front of it. What is this? It scratched the pill in front of it with its claws, and the three-eyed golden lion's smart eyes were full of curiosity about the unknown world. As a fragrance hit its nose, its eyes lit up and it sniffed the pill with its cute white jade nose. It smells good. The refreshing fragrance passed through its body, and its soul seemed to be caressed by a hand. The three-eyed golden lion felt very comfortable, and liked the pill in front of it even more. It treasured it very much. Wow! The bushes were pulled apart, and the three-eyed golden lion stole a glance at Su Ming, and then set his eyes on the pill on the ground. The cute and adorable little face seemed a little tangled. No, no, this is something lost by humans, I can't take it. If they knew I picked up something from humans, they would definitely laugh at me. The three-eyed golden lion scratched his face, and a hint of stubbornness flashed in his sincere eyes, like a little girl sticking to her bottom line in front of snacks. 1. 2. The three-eyed golden lion swallowed his saliva, bent his limbs, and lay down with his whole body pressed against the ground. The golden eyes, which exuded a wonderful spirit, stared at the elixir that was close at hand. I picked it up in the forest. In the forest, why? Swish! Suddenly, the small and attractive tongue rolled over quickly, leaving saliva marks on the elixir. Wow 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 wow! This thing is so delicious! It's much better than those unpalatable medicinal materials. The taste of the elixir rolled into the tongue, and the taste buds exploded instantly. Boom! The three-eyed golden lion, who was forced by the beast to eat a lot of medicinal herbs to improve his cultivation, was very surprised. He kept circling around the elixir like a cute little fox, and his long tail raised gusts of fragrant wind. 1 bite. 2 bites. He showed off and didn't stop at all. It can't come down. The three-eyed golden lion didn't swallow it in one gulp, but kept licking it with his tongue. The pill disappeared quickly with naked eyes. In the blink of an eye, only a pool of saliva was left on the ground. I didn't expect this thing could also improve mental strength. The three-eyed golden lion curled up on the ground, the whole beast face was satisfied and leisurely, enjoying it very much. But when it thought of its previous experience, it couldn't help but bared its fangs, and its anger was visible to the naked eye, and its beautiful eyes were also a lot colder. It's so hateful. Why did the Red King and the others ask me to eat those medicinal herbs? Hey, you only know how to bully me, not letting me play around, and not letting me eat delicious food. Humph, I will never listen to you again. The claws scratched in the air angrily, and the three-eyed golden lion was like an angry little girl. It was even more funny and interesting because of its young age. Swish! The three-eyed golden lion's face turned serious, and he stood up from the ground and opened a hole in the grass. This human should be lost again. It is impossible that there is only one. He lay down, his eyes sneaking a glance at this side, and the three-eyed golden lion chose to ambush silently. Humans hunt soul beasts. Once you are discovered by them, they will never let you go. Remember, you must stay away from humans at all times now, and wait until your cultivation breaks through 10,000 years. The warning of Emperor Tian has been deeply engraved in the mind of the three-eyed golden lion, and he dare not cross the line. But as time goes by, the three-eyed golden lion can't wait for the temptation from delicious food. Swish! With a flick of his claws, a small stone slapped on Su Ming's back. I didn't get close to humans. The three-eyed golden lion smiled with success, and she was impatient and immediately used her unique ability to start a spiritual dialogue with Su Ming. Human, do you still have that unwanted, sweet thing? You mean the elixir? Hearing Su Ming's response, the three-eyed golden lion's eyes lit up. This human was not only handsome, but also seemed quite gentle. Afraid that someone would forget, it quickly replied. Yes, 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 it's the elixir. No. Swish! The joy in the three-eyed golden lion's eyes immediately fell, and it looked like it wanted to kill Su Ming. Human, you'd better give me a few, otherwise. What else? Su Ming would ask. Otherwise, I'll let Ji Wang and the others teach you a lesson. The three-eyed golden lion had a fierce face, and his cute nose exhaled hot air, as if he was angry. Go and yell. Su Ming was amused in his heart. Another immature little girl, with a temper similar to the previous Xiao Wu, was quite interesting. Ultimate power, ultimate fire, ultimate light. 3 ultimate powers, plus the attribute of destiny, are simply unique. Unfortunately, if it were 100,000-year soul beast, it would be perfect. Wait. After saying this viciously, the three-eyed golden lion moved its limbs that were stepping on the golden flames and disappeared in an instant. But just a minute later, it came back with its head down and its expression even angrier than before. Even Di Tian was severely injured, and Gu Yuina spoke up. Who dared to attack him? So, the reinforcements that the three-eyed golden lion could bring were equal to nothing. Swish! Knowing the little mood of the three-eyed golden lion at the moment, Su Ming threw it casually. Boom! A pill was ready to hit its head, and it also extinguished her anger. In an instant, the three-eyed golden lion lost its temper, and changed its face faster than turning a book. Hey, seeing that you apologize so sincerely, I forgive you. After a proud reply, the three-eyed golden lion immediately began to show off the elixir with full concentration, his eyebrows and eyes full of smiles. Su Ming laughed angrily, thinking back to the fate of the three-eyed golden lion. He couldn't help but kick Tang San a few times, thinking that it was simply useless after becoming a god. Such a cute and adorable soul beast can just become a soul spirit, but must she make room for her niece? No wonder there were so many people who slandered you in your previous life. Boom boom boom. After a while, the earth shook rhythmically. A huge black shadow covered the sky above Su Ming and the other two. The Bear King's eyes were slightly glaring, and his fierce face without any expression looked unusually serious. Human, swear that if we sacrifice, we can exist in the form of that soul spirit. As soon as these words came out, Su Ming's face suddenly showed joy, and the matter seemed to be settled. What's the difficulty? Even if the soul fails, you become a soul ring, and I can revive you in the future. Don't worry, I'm a man of my words, and I will never break my promise. In order to prevent Xiang Jun from having any doubts, Su Ming solemnly swore in the name of Tang San if he failed, he would die. Who told you soul beasts to call you humans without asking your names? It's your fault. Hearing this, Tang Hao was so sad that he held his forehead and gnashed with hatred. Alas! When I first met Su Ming, he was so upright and heroic, like a chivalrous demeanor. That's the name he would never change. How come he has become like this now? Xiao Wu. It's none of my business. My brother has had some bad tastes since he was a child, but he just looks very serious. Well, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. Seeing that Su Ming really swore, Xiang Jun didn't think much about it. Soon, it brought a few people back to the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. It was a valley full of birdsong and flowers. It was like a fairyland on earth, more beautiful than the lakeside cottage where Xiao Wu and the others lived. The air was filled with a charming fragrance, but it was not pungent, but rather very pleasant. On the hillside, there stood a mysterious stone palace, with dragon patterns circling on it, moss and vines densely covered, full of a sense of age. After noticing that Xiang Jun had returned, Di Tian, who had almost recovered from his injuries, flew out of the palace where he lived and landed in the middle of the square in front for gatherings. Di Tian, one day, I will defeat you fairly. The Xiang Jun roared with a loud voice, as if declaring war, and his fiery eyes could melt everything in the world. This was the biggest obsession in his heart as he lived in the Xingda Great Forest. Facing the arrogant and rude Xiang Jun, Di Tian was not angry. He glanced at Su Ming coldly, and finally his eyes fell on Xiang Jun, and he reminded him majestically. You have to think clearly. If he fails, you can't survive, let alone defeat me. I'm afraid it's a luxury to live. The Xiang Jun's eyes immediately became fierce. What he hated most was Di Tian's attitude of a superior, which was disgusting. Humph! Don't scare me with these. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, enough. Even if I fail, I am the first beast who dares to risk his life to become a god, no worse than you. If he succeeds, we can become gods together, instead of listening to your orders here and being your vassal. Di Tian's expression was very cold. He originally planned to keep Xiang Jun, his right-hand man, but he didn't expect Xiang Jun to be so stubborn. It's a pity that he kept you alive in the first place. You'd better take care of yourself. After a cold snort, Di Tian did not continue to persuade him and left directly, preparing to continue to absorb Tianmeng's silkworm to restore his cultivation. Baiji and Ziji, who came with him, did not leave. Perhaps they also wanted to see what this so-called soul was. Hiss, human. Oh my goodness, humans have rushed here. Could it be that they heard my call and came to save me? Underground, the Tianmeng's silkworm trapped in the barrier and hidden underground used its powerful mental power to explore the situation above the ground. When his mental power slightly detected Su Ming and the other two, he was shocked and a strong hope surged in his heart. Boom! 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 Damn it, how can that bitch be so powerful? My mental power can't even contact the outside. After repeated mental attacks, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm lay down in despair. Jealous. Definitely jealous. You ferocious soul beasts must be jealous of my handsome looks and kind character. Alas, I am damn excellent. Looking up at the starry sky, tears will not fall. Chapter 223 The Fifth Soul Ring, Dark Golden Soul Ring. Wow! The golden array pattern with a round outer circle and a square inner circle rises in the middle of the square. It stretches across the heads of Su Ming and Xiang Jun. The crooked and strange patterns are complicated and difficult to distinguish, exuding a deterrent from taboos, and it is impossible to look at it for more than a few times. Su Ming forcefully opened the golden pupil, carefully observed the outline of the soul contract, and imprinted it in the depths of his mind. If he could understand the mystery of this contract, it would be of great help to Decivia, persuade soul beasts to be good in the future. Xiang Jun also raised his non-existent neck. All people and soul beasts, at this moment, focused their eyes on the soul contract. Ditian in the castle also looked over through the window glass, and even Guyuina, who had just fallen asleep, woke up. Looking at the series of array patterns above the ground, Guyuina blinked her beautiful eyelashes. Her sixth sense told her that it seemed that she would have some kind of connection with this contract in the future. As the soul contract appeared, golden pure energy fell from the sky, covering Su Ming and Xiang Jun. One man and one beast, their spiritual consciousness, was instantly pulled out and immersed in the soul contract. Soul contract. Heaven and earth as witness, soul as contract, together as one, blessing and disaster depend on each other. A solemn declaration sounded in the minds of one man and one beast. As if it was the key to open a mechanism, Su Ming clearly felt that there was an extra layer of bond with Xiang Jun's soul. The outermost is the contract. Then the next step should be separation and fusion. As soon as the idea came out, Su Ming instantly felt that his consciousness returned to his body. Looking up, the second section of the series of array patterns began to emit shining golden light. Roar! As if sensing discomfort, the Bear King was about to roar, but the sound suddenly fell. Swish! A figure less than 2 meters long left the Bear King's brain. The figure seemed transparent, but it was more like dark gold casting, crystal clear, but gave people an impeccable hard texture. As this little bear figure appeared, the light in the Bear King's eyes fell rapidly, and the originally sharp eyes dimmed in an instant. As if he had lost his soul, he stood there blankly. The Bear King also discovered this strange scene, hesitated a little, and quickly calmed down. Human, our strength is not comparable to that of other 10,000-year soul beasts. How much you can bear depends on how much pain you can endure. I will do my best to transfer my energy into your body, don't die. There was some concern in the serious voice. Xiang Jun obviously realized the consequences of Su Ming's death and did not dare to be careless. Transfer the soul bone directly. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming's eyes moved away from the contract above his head, and his blue and red eyes flashed with a firm golden light staring at the bones taken out of Xiang Jun's body. The dark gold color represents unparalleled solidity. The thick spine represents the source of all power. More than 20 ribs on each side, arming this body with a set of absolute defensive armor, without the looseness of human ribs, or in other words, it is armor. Seeing Su Ming like this, Xiang Jun didn't waste any words. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the indestructible trunk bone exploded in an instant, turning into countless liquid gold powder, rushing towards Su Ming's chest. Hold on! Xiang Jun reminded deeply, he knew that the pain of fusing soul bones in this way was extremely high and the risk was extremely high. But this method can maximize the energy contained in his body. And this is what Su Ming deliberately asked for. Fusion and sacrifice seem to have similar results, but the process is very different. Because sacrifice is the most gentle way, completely based on the physical fitness of the soul master, and will not cause any pain. And fusion is a complete reorganization of the soul master's body. The biggest advantage is that it can directly intercept everything belonging to the soul beast. As the golden liquid powder poured in, the heart-wrenching pain came like a tidal wave. Boom boom boom. The bones in the body, including the spine, were swallowed up and abolished by the golden powder bit by bit. Ants are biting bones. Tearing nerves. The torture of the flesh is dull because it needs to be transmitted step by step, but this pain only reaches the brain. The disaster that destroys everything. The edge of collapse. The desire for suicide relief. In an instant, they all gathered together. Su Ming clenched his teeth, his lips trembled violently uncontrollably, his lips turned purple and black, and beads of sweat could not stop falling. But even so, Su Ming did not make a sound. Only the twisted facial features squeezed together could convey his pain at the moment. Wow! The fierce flames rushed from the soul sea to the sky, all attached to the soul bones, burning the liquid gold, making him softer. Further out, there was a layer of soldiers, isolating the damage to the body caused by the extreme fire. Boom! The emerald soul core absorbed frantically, quickly injecting all the vitality and soul power into Su Ming's chest, stabilizing the fusion situation. One after another, severe pains came, almost pushing Su Ming into the bottomless abyss. Strange, did I see it wrong? Rubbing the back of his head in a naive manner, Xiang Jun stared at Su Ming with an incredible face. He knew very well that soul bone fusion was an inhuman pain, and no one could bear it. But as the process progressed, the human in front of him did not roar to vent the pain except for the trembling of his body, but completely resisted it. Such a strong endurance, even Xiang Jun was shocked, and his heart inevitably added strong expectations. This scene also shocked the other beasts watching. Can't this human feel pain? They all wondered in their hearts. In front of the window, Emperor Tian was moved, and respect slowly emerged in his eyes, and he was full of energy. Humans are indeed a race with unlimited potential. I am amazed. It's a pity that fate is against us, and we will inevitably become enemies in the future. Emperor Tian sighed in his heart. He did not abandon his hostility towards the human race, but there are some things that always transcend the race and are sympathized by humans and soul beasts. That is perseverance. The soul bone of the Bear King is the most difficult to be integrated among all the beasts. The soul bone close to the ultimate gold is the sharpest and strongest soul bone, unlike the water attribute and wood attribute soul bones. Compared to the shock of the beasts, Tang Hao and Daming were much calmer. Instead, they bet on how many hours it would take for Su Ming to merge successfully. They were very bold. Underground, where no one noticed, two pairs of eyes were also observing all this. Quite like my brother in the past. Tianmeng Ai Silkworm's eyes were brilliant. Human. Gu Yuina's beautiful eyes half closed, muttering to herself, her calm heart suddenly had a little uneasiness. After an unknown amount of time, as Su Ming's ribs and spine all turned into bright dark gold, the soul bone fusion was declared over. You still have 10 minutes to rest, and then we will condense a soul ring for you. The excess power will be integrated into your soul bone, you be prepared. While speaking, Xiang Jun could not hide his joy, and he was more and more looking forward to Su Ming's future, and his attitude and tone were much softer. The most difficult soul bone fusion has passed. With this guy's strong physique now, he should be able to withstand a soul bone of 100,000 years. Su Ming nodded and then opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 57. Martial soul, slaying god, red quality, 353550/500000. Special constitution, berserker body, intermediate. Soul skills, breathing technique, light kung fu, perfect, golden crow sword technique, perfect, mixed element sword slash, perfect, gathering spirit technique, perfect, holy spirit sword technique, sword 12, fighting star shift, 4th level, star slash, extreme gold eyes, golden destruction raise nan asterisk self-created soul skills upgrade points asterisk 570. Items owned, advanced freedom fragment asterisk 123224, sword realm experience card, pure ice, time limit comprehension card, 1 fire attribute soul power. Power volume, 4623, normal. Defense, 5011, normal. Spirit, 3970, normal. Speed, 2889, normal. This. When he saw his own values, even with Su Ming's temperament, he was shocked. Soul power, a full 4 levels. Strength and defense, the values increased by 1500. What does 1500 mean? This value alone can crush the Soul King to the ground. It is almost half of Su Ming's value increase in the past 8 years. And this is just the increase brought by a soul bone of the Bear King. If the dark gold Terror Claw Bear's right arm bone is used to increase the Berserk body, this value can easily exceed 10,000. And the value of 10,000 is basically the watershed of various title Douluo. Strength 1W, strong attack system, the value under the martial soul true body. Defense 1W, defense system, the value under the martial soul true body. Although it is not completely accurate, it can be used as a reference. Just as 100,000 years is the watershed of soul beast cultivation, it can reflect strength to a certain extent. Of course, except for unique soul beasts such as the dark demon evil god tiger. In addition, the torso soul bone also brought Su Ming 2 powerful soul skills. 1 dark gold invincible body, determined by the amount of soul power injected, it can have the defense of the dark gold Terror Claw Bear under the same level of soul power. 2 Bear King true body, summon the Bear King's body. The specific strength depends on the host's cultivation, and weakened by 30%. Both soul skills can be called powerful and unmatched skills. The first soul skill, Dark Gold Invincible Body. Although it is measured by the injection of soul power, with Su Ming's current level 60 soul power, it is impossible to put all the soul power on it. But each time it is activated, the Soul Master level soul power output can be continuously consumed, which means that it has the same defense of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear for thousands of years. If the Soul King level soul power is used, it is the defense of a 10,000-year Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear, at least a 100,000-year Soul Beast level. With the improvement of cultivation, as long as Su Ming's cultivation reaches the 95th level of titled Douluo, using this soul skill normally is equivalent to having the defense of a 100,000-year Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear. How should the defense of the Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear be viewed? For example, during the Peerless Tang Sect period, the 470,000-year-old Xiangjun was equivalent to level 97, soul power, and successfully used his forehead to block the full force attack of the 95th level strong attack system Super Douluo, Martial God Douluo Xian Liner. The result? Only a few hairs fell off, there was pain, but no substantial damage. Even the original work mentioned that Xiangjun's physical quality was above Emperor Tian, which shows how terrifying it is. It's really the original work. In the simplest terms, a level 95 Su Ming can use this skill to withstand the attack of any level 95 Soul Master, with pain but no bleeding. In the same situation, the second soul skill Bear King's true body is even more terrifying. A level 95 can summon a level 95 Bear King? Although the strength is weakened by 30%, the real strength is definitely not inferior to the level 98 titled Douluo. Although at that time, Su Ming asked himself that his strength was definitely not inferior to the level 98 titled Douluo. But there is also a point that is most easily overlooked. That is Su Ming's actual soul power level is inconsistent with the measured level. The so-called level 95 is not the real level 95. Just like Su Ming is now level 60, but he has a soul core that only titled Douluo has. Although this soul core is currently in its infancy and cannot be equal to the soul power of titled Douluo, at least he now definitely has the soul power of Soul Saint level. At level 95, the strength and soul power Hey! Don't be surprised by praise or criticism. Pick up your mood again. Leave everything behind. Su Ming was full of energy and shouted to Xiangjun. Come on! Hearing this, Xiangjun took a deep look at the ancient palace behind him, and then looked at the two girls, Baiji, and his reluctance was covered by a firm look. Shua! The dark golden little bear turned into a stream of light in an instant and rushed into Su Ming's forehead. At the same time, the huge energy of Xiangjun's body also began to flow madly into Su Ming's slashing god. Is this where we will live in the future? In the sea of consciousness space, the dark golden giant bear suddenly crashed in, and the ruthless tearing feeling almost tore Su Ming's sea of consciousness apart. Aware of this situation, Xiangjun quickly sealed his mental power and took the initiative to turn into nutrients to nourish this space. Hey, isn't it said that consciousness is connected? Why can't I sense his consciousness? No. This kid's soul power has just broken through to the Soul Emperor, where does he get such a vast sea of consciousness, and this space is so solid? The unexpected change made Xiangjun a little panicked. Just as he was about to ask, Su Ming scolded him. Are you here for sightseeing? Can't you see I'm absorbing the soul ring? Xiangjun smiled bitterly and quickly cooperated to condense the soul ring. At the same time, he dispersed his own energy into 3 streams. The first stream flowed into the God Slayer to condense the soul ring. The second stream rushed into the soul bone attached to the dark gold terror claw. The third stream flowed into the soul sea and turned into soul power to supplement Su Ming's soul sea. Originally, Xiangjun only wanted to divide it into the first 2 streams, but he noticed that Su Ming's body seemed to be able to absorb his own energy, so he divided it into another stream. After all, the higher Su Ming's soul power, the faster he will become a god, and the more powerful it will be for him. With Su Ming's current physique, there is no problem at all to absorb the 100,000 year soul ring. What's more, the energy is still dispersed. Good boy, you didn't lie to me. While controlling the 3 energies, Xiangjun also sensed that his soul core and soul sea were gradually connected, and he could draw on the soul power of the soul sea to a certain extent. Moreover, it seemed that he could also mobilize the 4th soul skill. This discovery completely put Xiangjun down his guard. If he was locked up in this sea of consciousness, his status would be completely unequal, and he would really be slaughtered by others. The situation was obviously not bad. As time passed, a dark golden soul ring gradually solidified under his feet. The horror of the super year limit completely suppressed the first 4 soul rings, and even the black 10,000-year soul ring became dim. Similarly, Su Ming, who opened his eyes, had no light in his eyes. 300,000-year soul ring, soul skill martial soul true body, hehe. Chapter 224 Tianmeng's explosive operation. Wow! The majestic dark golden energy turned into a blade and swept in all directions. Sand and rocks flew, dust turned into mist. The power at that moment was so strong that even Tang Hao and Bai Ji, who were ranked among the titled Douluo, felt palpitations. The energy dispersed and gathered, and finally turned into a dark golden soul ring wrapped around the outer edge. An amazing scene followed. Su Ming's first and second soul rings turned black at this moment. It was from a 1,000-year soul ring to a 10,000-year soul ring. You is the 4th soul ring, it has become much stronger, and the heritage it exudes is at least not weaker than 50,000 years. At the same time, Su Ming's soul sea also had unusual movements. The soul sea, which was originally about a few miles in diameter, has now become an ocean with no end in sight. The proportion of the green soul sea is slowly decreasing. As the golden light shines, the gold element soul power that has been squeezed to the edge corner is rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it actually occupied 1/3 of the area. Gold, 1/3. Gold, 1/4. Represents the water soul. The red and white of the power and fire soul power add up to only 1/4. And the smallest is the dark yellow representing the earth soul power. Under the golden soul sea, a small, crystal clear golden prismatic crystal core has already condensed and formed, becoming the master of this world. It is a few points larger than the green soul core, and its aura is also stable. I am afraid it is not far from the real soul core. With Su Ming's current total soul power, he can actually only condense 1 soul core at most. But the soul core is the result of the soul power transitioning from liquid to solid. Su Ming has been compressing soul power. Therefore, the time to condense the soul core is also advanced, but the soul core at this moment is not as big as the authentic soul core. But with Xiang Jun's cultivation, if he really condenses a soul core for Su Ming, it will definitely be a complete soul core. Unfortunately, the energy brought by Xiang Jun is too scattered. To improve the God Slayer, pure near extreme gold energy is required. The ultimate gold soul core requires pure near extreme gold energy. The expansion of the soul sea requires gold and other soul power. To improve the external soul bone to 100,000 years, gold energy is also required. To condense a 100,000 year soul ring, huge energy is also required. Therefore, with Xiang Jun's 390,000 years of cultivation, he was ultimately unable to condense a complete soul core for Su Ming. Damn it! Hearing that Su Ming still disliked the soul skill he brought as a martial soul avatar, Xiang Jun almost vomited blood in his sea of consciousness. Boy, don't be ungrateful. Have you ever seen a human whose 5th soul skill is the martial soul's true body? When the time comes to activate the martial soul's true body, and then cooperate with the subsequent soul skills, don't you want to think about the power? As soon as these words came out, Su Ming's face immediately changed. He didn't expect that Xiang Jun would reveal the truth in one sentence. It seems that the dull Xiang Jun is not so stupid. Xiang Jun, I 1/2. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 62, corrected. Martial soul, slaying god, quality red, 423800/500000. Special constitution, berserker body, intermediate. Skills and soul skills, breathing technique, light kung fu, perfect, golden crow sword technique, perfect, mixed element sword slash, perfect, gathering spirit technique, perfect, holy spirit sword technique, sword 12, fighting star shift, 4th level, star sharp blade, extreme golden eye, golden destruction raise nan * self-created soul skills improvement points * 570. Items possessing, advanced freedom fragment * 123224, sword realm experience card, pure ice, time limited comprehension card, 1 fire attribute soul power. Power, 5123, normal. Defense, 5311, normal. Spirit, 5070, normal. Speed, 3289, normal. Hey! The black gold shard turbid gas slowly came out of his mouth, and Su Ming opened his eyes. At the same time, the spirit body of the Bear King also separated from Su Ming's sea of consciousness and appeared in the outside world. Success, success! Everyone stood up instantly, looking at the scene in front of them in amazement. The Soul Master absorbs the Soul Ring, but the Soul Beast will not die. Such a pioneering effort is undoubtedly a milestone. It can change the confrontation between humans and soul beasts to a certain extent. Especially Bridget, whose inner joy is like a torrent of rivers. As the most powerful healing soul beast in the Stardew Great Forest, she has seen the most deaths and is the most sensitive, which has always weighed on her mind. It is not just the fate of the fierce beasts, but other soul beasts on the verge of death can also have such a blessing, which will be a blessing for the soul beast clan. Underground Palace, Guyue's strange light flashed in Naz's eyes. As if she thought of something, her expression suddenly became inexplicably surprised, and her chest rose and fell violently with excitement. Now, facing the oppression of the god realm, it is almost impossible for the soul beast clan to become a god. Even if I recover my strength, I am afraid I have no chance of winning against the 5 great god kings. If I use the power of humans, maybe I can change the god realm's view and pattern on the soul beast clan. It doesn't matter if I can't succeed, at least I can strengthen the soul beast clan's voice in the god realm. Moreover, this move can also continue the soul beast clan. Yes. Souls and humans can become gods in the same way. Even the lowest level priests and third level gods belong to the power of the god realm. And if humans become gods and can inherit the throne of God, they should at least be second level gods. Souls are their partners. Under the influence of this friendship, how can humans who become gods be indifferent to the demands of souls? If there are enough humans with souls who inherit the throne, wouldn't it be equivalent to souls occupying the god realm? In this way, the soul beast clan will have hope of revival. How can Guyuina, who shoulders the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the soul beast clan and feels confused about the future, not be excited at this moment? The fierce beasts can live for hundreds of thousands of years. In hundreds of thousands of years, there will be quite a few humans who inherit the throne, which is enough to reshuffle the current god realm. If the human in front of me can become the god king. Guyuina clenched her fists, her violet-like beautiful eyes were blazing, unable to suppress the urge to create a god in her heart, and unable to resist the temptation of the soul beast clan's curve rise. But at this moment, a violent roar sounded underground. Guyuina turned her head suddenly, and her face was instantly covered with frost. Tianmeng, you dare! Guyuina was immediately furious, and the pressure that was superior to the soul beasts came over like a tidal wave. Boom! In the crystal mountain, a milky white ripple spread out. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm desperately used his powerful god-level mental power to counter the mental pressure from Guyuina. But Guyuina's mental power was originally at the level of God King. Even if it was severely damaged, her cultivation could not even reach the god level at this moment. With the strength of her mental power, Tianmeng could not compete with it at all. Just like facing Yi Lao's consciousness, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm did the same. At this moment, facing Guyuina's attack, he was instantly injured and spit out blood. Stinky woman, you wait for me. I will be back. Swearing and furious, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm took a breath and sucked back all the blood that was spit out to his mouth, not wanting to waste it. But the last circle of golden rings at his tail began to move violently, like a gunpowder barrel about to explode. Ha ha ha, don't be obsessed, I'm a legend. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm grinned, with a round head and eyes, and a smile that stretched into a line, just like Fat Bu in Dragon Ball laughing. The smile was fearless, liberated, comfortable, happy, and a little distressed and mocking. Bye, bitch. Boom. The powerful milky white energy exploded from the golden soul ring. The 10th ring representing the god-level cultivation of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm exploded, and the terrifying energy burst out in an instant, and it actually successfully blew a gap in the crystal mountain barrier. The squirming body of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm flew out of the gap at a high speed. Tianmeng, you are looking for death. Guyuina's face turned pale, and silver blood came out of the corner of her mouth. She wanted not to cause trauma to the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, which would affect the huge energy nutrients in his body, so she left a lot of room for her attack just now. I didn't expect that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm would be so crazy that it would choose to self-destruct its god-level ring. The energy lost could be used to treat her and cultivate fierce beasts. How could Guyuina not feel distressed? Swish! She was so angry that she didn't care about her injuries and immediately chased after him. 2 figures, like dragons swimming out of the sea, swish swish came to the ground from the underground of the square. Run away! You really think I'm afraid of you, right? You underestimate me too much. The corner of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's mouth grinned, and its eyes fixed on Su Ming, who was staring at it in astonishment. At this moment, its face was covered with blood. It was originally a fearless hero image, but that smile was really wretched and not to be praised. Just kidding. How could a million-year-old soul beast choose to run away? Not only Guyuina, but even Su Ming could see that this guy was being stubborn. After being sucked by the beasts in the Xingda Great Forest for more than 10,000 years, he still couldn't escape. He only had strong mental power, but his strength was not as strong as that of a 100,000-year soul beast. How could he escape from Guyuina? Indeed, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm also knew that Guyuina was powerful, but it was just talking nonsense. Not only was there Guyuina, but several fierce beasts were also here. It knew that it couldn't escape. And he didn't want to escape. His target has always been Su Ming. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm knew his situation. If he didn't escape, he would be sucked dry by Guyuina and Ditian sooner or later, and he would still die. But the appearance of Su Ming gave him hope. Ditian returned with serious injuries, and he had already found out that there was a big secret. The subsequent soul contract made Tianmeng Ice Silkworm ecstatic. Su Ming's body was able to accommodate the energy of the Bear King. After being stabilized by a soul ring over 100,000 years old, it was stronger than before. The same is true for mental power. With the expansion of the Bear King's mental power, the strength of his sea of consciousness is absolutely not bad. It can be said that in the eyes of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Su Ming is a perfect Jinchuriki and the best refuge. Swish! The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm turned around and gave Guyuina a mocking smile, and attacked Su Ming like lightning. Could this Tianmeng guy be? A gleam of surprise flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Facing the attacking Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, he seemed to see that there was no threat, so he did not dodge. Boom! Instantly, the forehead of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm touched that of Su Ming. One person sang a song, and their eyes met. Each other, confirmed their eyes. Boom! At the collision point, endless starlight exploded, and the entire valley was illuminated by brilliant white and golden light. The sudden scene completely stunned all the beasts. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, what on earth does he want to do? Damn! Sensing the spiritual power of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm invading, Xiang Jun's mentality exploded. I just opened up a living space, you want to take it for free, right? Swish! Xiang Jun immediately returned to Su Ming's sea of consciousness, ready to block the invasion of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. At the same time, Ditian and others also surrounded them, forming a stalemate with Tang Hao and the others. Tianmeng, stop it! Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Guyuina was anxious, knowing that Tianmeng wanted to use Su Ming to get out, and her body was shaking with anger. If Tianmeng Ice Silkworm succeeded, she would have to wait tens of thousands of years to restore her god-level strength. In an instant, Guyuina stared at Su Ming and Tianmeng with purple eyes, and a cold and extreme murderous intent emerged. Her originally beautiful face was angry and embarrassed, and her clenched fists were about to explode. If I hadn't fallen into your trap, how could I have been caught by you? You still want to deceive me, do you think I'm stupid? Tianmeng's face was stern, and his mental power instantly blasted through Xiang Jun's obstruction and forced into Su Ming's sea of consciousness. Buzz! The strange pattern reappeared, bursting from the foreheads of the man and the beast, like fireworks, instantly wrapping up the man and the head. Xiang Jun, don't worry about him. He wants to become a soul. In the sea of consciousness, Xiang Jun was stunned when he heard Su Ming's voice. Souls, when have they been so popular? So, should we help the soul beast or you? In an instant, Xiang Jun made the choice he had made, and began to use his mental power to stabilize Su Ming's sea of consciousness to prevent it from being torn apart by Tianmeng's Ice Silkworm's mental power. Boy, I didn't expect you to see through me. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Hehe, I'm here to make sure you have a good life in the future. Also, remember to avenge me and kill that bitch. Su Ming. Automatically filtering out these dirty words, Su Ming kept his mind focused, and saw strange textures appearing in his sea of consciousness, which looked very similar to the soul contract just now. Based on Su Ming's understanding of the soul contract just now, this part of the texture belongs to the content of the spiritual consciousness grafting, and all the textures are impossible to draw with his current mental power. But there is no problem with one part, after all, the spiritual power of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm ranks at the god level. So, Su Ming contacted Tianmeng as soon as possible and asked him to draw this part of the texture according to the guidance of his mental power. The spiritual consciousness grafting array pattern and the soul power transition fusion array pattern of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm slowly merged, and a simplified version of the soul contract suddenly took shape. In an instant, the energy in the body of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, including soul power, mental power, and soul power, began to surge into Su Ming's body, and the huge body of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was also shrinking rapidly. Seeing this scene, how could the beast sit still? Ditian roared and took the lead in attacking Tang Hao, preparing to stop Su Ming. Zig and Baiji also stopped daiming. Humph! Big Sumeru hammer. Knowing that Ditian was so powerful, Tang Hao never thought of holding back. His eyes met Ditian's cold eyes fiercely without any fear. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the soul rings on his body began to explode one by one. The terrifying aura was like lightning, as if it condensed the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles, and it was impossible to resist. Wow! The sky of the entire valley was instantly covered by scarlet blood clouds. The original dark area with blue arcs of electricity now emits an incomparable golden light, like an awakened emperor, majestic and unparalleled, freezing everything around him. Buzz! The clear sky hammer rapidly grew larger, instantly turning into a huge hammer hundreds of meters long. What a big Sumeru hammer! Emperor Tian couldn't help but sneer, and his body also emitted an incomparable black light, covering the sky and the sun. The terrifying aura seemed to come from the underworld, and it was not inferior to the sky at all when it wanted to fight against the sky. Roar! The terrifying and huge phantom appeared and disappeared on Emperor Tian's body, and it emitted bursts of dragon roars, which was soul-stirring. Emperor Tian's body suddenly grew larger, 800 meters tall, his hands turned into dragon claws, his head turned into a dragon head, and his figure was covered with indestructible black scales. Boom! The clear sky hammer martial spirit and Emperor Tian's 800-meter giant body in the form of a dragon man were about to collide in the blink of an eye. As the battle spread, Su Ming was already immersed in stabilizing his body and receiving energy. If they were affected at this time, none of them would survive. Xiang Jun quickly roared at Tian Meng Ice Silkworm. Tian Meng, quickly inject energy into this kid's torso bones. Bah, you dare to order me around? You! Although he was tough, at the critical moment of life and death, Tian Meng still decisively part of the energy was injected into the trunk bone. Dark gold invincible body. After receiving the surging energy from Tian Meng, Xiang Jun was overjoyed and immediately activated his own soul bone. OM! The sky and the earth changed color again, and the dark golden light broke a gap in the terrifying red and black energy, and firmly occupied the ground. Like a pillar connecting the entire continent, even the terrifying collision of the extreme Douluo level could not shake Su Ming at all. Chapter 225 Tianmen's Revenge absorbed Guyuina. The dark gold invincible body originally measured the strength of its defense by the amount of soul power injected. There is no need to question the cultivation of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm for millions of years. Even if the cultivation level is now a ring, it still contains terrifying soul power. Even if it is calculated according to the lowest 900,000 years, it only needs to inject a part to reach the soul power mobilization level of 500,000 to 600,000 years of fierce beasts, which is not a problem at all. 500,000-year-old and 600,000-year-old beasts are similar to the 98th level cultivation of humans. With the dark gold terror claw bear's almost equivalent abnormal defense, even a 98th level soul master cannot make it bleed. At this moment, being on the ground, it is naturally not a problem to resist the attack of the extreme Douluo. Swish! Seeing that the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was about to turn into human nutrients, Guyuina's lips trembled with anger, and her eyes wanted to stab someone. Without any hesitation, she rushed towards Su Ming in the face of the terrifying energy of the battle between Tang Hao and Ditian, trying to stop the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's actions. Unfortunately, she underestimated the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's plan. Knowing that Guyuina was a ruthless woman who liked to harm the elegant and handsome soul beasts, Tianmeng, who had finally escaped from the tiger's mouth, would not let her disturb his good things. Tianmen's choice was very decisive, with only 2 words: speed. If the speed is fast enough, he can merge with Su Ming immediately, and Guyuina can only stare blankly. For this reason, when he and Su Ming's spiritual consciousness are connected, he carries all the energy and mental power with the seal. With Xiang Jun stabilizing Su Ming's sea of consciousness, his mental power can flow into Su Ming's sea of consciousness unscrupulously. 5. 6. 7. 8. Seeing the 8th seal taking shape, the 9th seal is just around the corner. The anger that has been suppressed in Tianmeng's heart for a long time was finally released at this moment, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Stinky woman, brother, go. Swish. Tianmeng put down the last taunt, and poured into Su Ming's body like water flowing into the sea, and then disappeared. Only a layer of crystal jade remained, slowly falling to the ground. Unlike Xiang Jun who retained a complete body, the energy composition of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was too large, so there was no body left at all. Swish! Guyuina's right hand missed, and the palm with a terrifying momentum clasped on Su Ming's forehead. Fortunately, Xiang Jun activated the torso bone soul skill dark gold invincible body for Su Ming at this moment, otherwise Su Ming's head would have exploded directly under one blow. No. Watching her hope fall to the bottom, Gu Yuina felt deeply frustrated and couldn't accept what was happening in front of her. After tens of thousands of years of sleep, she finally waited for Tianmeng's silkworm. More than 10,000 years. It only takes more than 10,000 years. She can recover to the god-level strength. If she loses Tianmeng's silkworm, she will have to spend at least tens of thousands of years. She could wait, but the soul beasts. Could it be? Is this the fate of the soul beasts? Gu Yuina trademark's already confused eyes were now even more empty, filled with heartbroken sorrow, like a cuckoo crying blood and wailing, sad and soulless. Su Ming, who had just opened his eyes and wanted to be happy, immediately retracted his smile when he saw Gu Yuina like this. His eyes were evasive, as if he was the invisible me with no sense of existence. Let alone Gu Yuina, Su Ming asked himself. If he encountered this, he would have the urge to kill someone at this moment. Gu Yuina didn't trademark go berserk, which was a great blessing for him. Poof! Gu Yuina suddenly vomited blood in a rage. The silver blood, with a crystal luster, sprinkled towards Su Ming like crystal. Su Ming was about to wave his hand to intercept, but suddenly, the array pattern that had disappeared appeared again in the blink of an eye. The silver blood touched the array pattern and was absorbed by the latter. In the sea of consciousness, the milky white and golden soul of Tianmeng's silkworm slowly became translucent, as if it would collapse in the next second. But the arc of his mouth was wider than usual. The evil little eyes were bloodshot, with an indescribable morbid madness. Ha ha ha, bitch, you have come to this day. Boy, hurry up, why are you standing there, let's absorb her together. With her as your soul, you can become a god 100%. Follow Brother Ming, I guarantee you will have a good life, let's go. Xiong Jun, =degree equals. Su Ming, I1/2. Absorbed Gu Yuina? Listening to Tianmen's arrogant smile and sensing that he was establishing a connection with Gu Yuina's spiritual consciousness, Su Ming was numb. What should I do? Well done. Or you are a stupid teammate. Asshole, what did you do to me? Sensing the spiritual connection, Gu Yuina panicked and slapped Su Ming with her jade hand. Although the movement was gentle and graceful, the palm power containing the elemental power made the surrounding scenery flow wildly. One palm for summer, one palm for winter, in the blink of an eye changed the world. Boom. Unfortunately, Gu Yuina still failed to break through to the god-level strength, and this palm was still resisted by dark gold invincible body. Even so, Su Ming still felt a dull pain in his chest and coughed up some blood from the corner of his mouth, which shows how terrifying Gu Yuina's strength is. His Adam's apple gurgled. Su Ming looked at Gu Yuina, and his eyes became more fiery. If he could get the power of the Silver Dragon King, becoming a god would be absolutely unquestionable. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely rush in without thinking at this moment. But Su Ming still suppressed this greed with his rationality that he had maintained for a long time. It's not on the same level as her mental power. Gu Yuina will definitely not yield if I force her to absorb it. Besides, my body cannot resist the blood power of the Silver Dragon King at all, not to mention the hidden ultimate power of the elements. If she fights back desperately, I'm afraid I will. Seeing that Su Ming was still hesitating, Tianmeng Binkan was so angry that he cursed. Boy, what are you still hesitating about? If you keep doing this, I can't stand it. In order to carve this array pattern again, the mental power consumption was huge, and Tianmeng could only draw the mental power of the 9th mental seal. In order to support the dark gold invincible body, he directly broke the seal of the 9th soul power, and the soul power rushed into the trunk bone crazily. If Su Ming missed this opportunity, he would have wasted 100,000 years of cultivation. Punishing Gu Yuina, the joy of revenge is gone. Even the cultivation is gone. This is a loss of both the wife and the army. And these things are what I left for you to become a god. At this moment, Tianmeng's silkworm is like a parent who spends tens of thousands of tuition fees every year, staring at his child who is struggling to figure out what 1 + 1 equals, feeling frustrated. Tianmeng's silkworm, I can win even with a dog, and you have been thinking about whether to give out gems or shoes for 5 minutes. Ahem, stop talking nonsense and get back to the point. As Tianmeng's silkworm said this, Su Ming suddenly woke up. The seal on the soul sea was loosening. The 9 spiritual light balls on the sea of consciousness were also loosening. I was being driven completely. 1 step forward, it's a loss. 1 step back, it's also a loss. But Su Ming couldn't tell Tianmeng, the fool, because Gu Yuina's phantom had already condensed in his sea of consciousness. His and Gu Yuina's seas of consciousness were already connected together under the effect of the contract. If he said that, Gu Yuina would know, and she would not be afraid of anything at that time, and he would be the one who suffered the most. Just when Su Ming was thinking about how to reasonably solve the problem in front of him, suddenly, a terrifying suction force broke out from Gu Yuina's forehead touching Su Ming. The terrifying pulling force like a black hole bound Gu Yuina and Su Ming at the same time, and the two had difficulty walking, and Su Ming began to suck the energy in Gu Yuina's body crazily. Tianmeng, you did it! Su Ming gritted his teeth and shouted, trying to tear Gu Yuina's arm apart, but all his strength was in vain. Under this terrifying suction force, Su Ming felt that his strength was completely diluted and useless. At this moment, Su Ming had no surprise in his heart, because under Gu Yuina's turbulent energy, he felt that his body was about to be torn apart. Ka ka ka! Cracks had spread from Su Ming's forehead, almost exploding his body. In the face of the supreme energy, even the dark gold invincible body could not continue to maintain its body intact. The situation was critical. Damn! I was careless. Tianmeng discovered the abnormality at the first time, and quickly called Xiangjun, the great enemy, to start blocking the energy from Gu Yuina. I heard from my brother that this matter has nothing to do with me. Just now, my brother Fusion also felt something unusual. There must be something wrong with the contract. Contract? Something wrong? Su Ming, who had been gritting his teeth and persevering, heard this, and a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. He immediately realized that the simplified version of the soul contract skipped some steps. But at this moment, Su Ming had no chance to regret. Feeling the extreme pain from the cracks in his body and the heart-wrenching pain, he almost swallowed up his reason. System, exchange for the gold of living beings. Ding! In view of the special situation of the host and his strong repayment ability, he can be allowed to consume in advance once. Ding! Deduct 200,000 high-level fragments. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gold of living beings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for owing 77,776 high-level fragments, please pay it off as soon as possible. Su Ming, congratulations! I congratulate you, uncle. Wow! A fingernail-sized prism-shaped green crystal appeared from Su Ming's head. Under the green light, the moss and plants in the square began to grow wildly. Zhuoan system. Su Ming immediately activated the ultimate wood soul core to absorb the energy of the gold of life. The ultimate wood attribute in the soul core comes from the gold of life and the help of the blue-silver emperor. Its most important characteristic is that it has the power of healing. Su Ming's idea is very simple, to use the powerful self-healing power to counter this cracking trend to prevent the body from being further injured. The texture of the contract is related to the operation of heaven and earth. Unless it is destroyed with absolute strength, the contract will continue. Replacing the prince with the gold of life can minimize the damage to the two. This idea is not wrong. Under the terrifying healing ability of the gold of life, the spreading energy was forcibly controlled, and slowly began to close to the forehead, and the pain in the body also quickly weakened. Unfortunately, Su Ming considered it from his own perspective. As the gold of life appeared, Gu Yuina's attention shifted to the gold of life. Her original resentful expression was replaced by surprise, and her purple eyes showed a hungry excitement. Gold of life! It was actually gold of life. Gu Yuina was roaring in her heart, and she couldn't suppress her ecstasy. The reason why she chose to hide in the Star Do Great Forest was because she saw the terrifying life energy in the Star Do Great Forest. For tens of thousands of years, the gold of life she got was only this size, but it allowed her strength to recover rapidly. How could she hold back when she saw the gold of life again at this moment? Boom! Gu Yuina raised it with difficulty, and after the dazzling golden light, a nearly spherical crystal made of hexahedral crystal blocks appeared in her hand. Buzz! Half of the life energy released by the gold of life was taken away by this crystal ball. Su Ming's eyes were cold. Gu Yuina, what are you doing? Gu Yuina's face was pale, but she rarely showed some joy, and said excitedly. Human, you took my ice silkworm, so you can exchange it for this. You. Su Ming gritted his teeth in anger, but fortunately this piece of living gold was enough. Considering that he got Tianmeng for free, he was embarrassed to care about these things. But sometimes, on some issues, if you don't give up, others will give you a step. Gu Yuina, who was using the living gold to feed herself, suddenly felt that the suction began to change, and the energy of Tianmeng and Xiangjun began to flow back into her body. The effect flow of this contract is not one way. This. Gu Yuina's beautiful eyes were bright, as if she had discovered endless treasures. Looking at Su Ming's excitement, it was as if the prey suddenly became the hunter, and the pleasure of killing surged in her heart. Gu Yuina narrowed her beautiful eyes and carefully examined the human in front of her. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, energy of 1,000,000 years. Bear Lord, energy of more than 300,000 years. 5 kinds of ultimate elemental power can make her awaken the ultimate elemental power as soon as possible. There is also the relic of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, which can completely help her restore her control over the ultimate fire and ultimate ice during her lifetime. Moreover, this person also has the power of annihilation in his body. Mine. All mine. Fragrant. It smells so good. Gurgle, Guyuina swallowed her saliva uncomfortably, and madness gradually occupied the peak of reason. The great cause of the revival of the Soul Beast clan is already within reach. You were the one who developed greed for me first. Human, this is not up to you. Without waiting for Su Ming to react to the meaning of this, Guyuina suddenly stepped forward and held Su Ming's left hand tightly with her left hand. Boom! Guyuina, who was fighting desperately, burst out with an unprecedented terrifying momentum, like magma rising into the sky, and the hot air wave swept across the sky, even separating Tang Hao and Ditien who were fighting, and the battle was forced to stop. Swish! Guyuina forcibly pulled away her right hand that was bound by the suction force, and with a turn of her wrist, she controlled Su Ming's right hand that was holding her wrist. Domineering. Determined. Her eyes were cold and hot, like an emperor, and could not be resisted. The next second, Guyuina made a more intimate move. She brought her forehead closer, and the 4 eyes met. They were so close that their noses touched each other, and their bodies were pressed together. So that Su Ming could not only feel the fragrance of orchid exhaled by Guyuina, but also smell the natural and intimate virgin fragrance from her. Boom! As their foreheads touched each other, a suction force more terrifying than before appeared again. It's just that this time, the suction force comes from Guyuina. What is affected is Su Ming's soul power. And the entire soul sea. Guyuina, you dare. Chapter 226 Guyuina and Su Ming, who wins? The engraved simple contract consists of only 2 parts. 1. The connection of spiritual consciousness is used to strengthen the connection between soul masters and soul beasts. 2. Energy infusion is the most direct fusion process. But this simplified version of the contract skips an important note: the master-slave constraint. Who is the master? Who is the subordinate? Once this constraint is gone, the world where the strong are respected has always been the strong plundering the weak. At this moment, Guyuina's strength is absolutely superior to Su Ming. So she can turn the tables. Tian Ming, I'm going to kill you. You're looking for death, don't take me with you. Get lost. Can you blame me for this? It was his own fault for not being decisive just now. In the sea of consciousness, seeing the sudden change, Xiang Jun and Tian Meng were so flustered that they were about to fight. Xiang Jun threw Tian Meng to the ground, baring his teeth, his mouth and nose full of anger, wishing he could chew Tian Meng into pieces and swallow him now. Originally, with his own background, plus Tian Meng, a rookie million-year soul beast, it was a foregone conclusion that he could help Su Ming become a god. But Tian Meng wanted to plot against Guyuina. He was not good enough to do anything, but more likely to cause trouble. Although Guyuina was the master, Xiang Jun did not want to die. The Behemoth clan and the True Dragon clan had a blood feud, so his relationship with Ditien and Guyuina was not very harmonious. He was even more unwilling to sacrifice for Guyuina. Enough. In the sea of consciousness, Su Ming's furious voice suddenly sounded, like thunder. Humph. At the moment of life and death, Xiang Jun and Tian Meng knew the limit, and quickly separated to prepare to deal with the next situation together. Feeling the energy in the sea of soul and sea of consciousness rapidly dissipating, even the soul bones were moving. Su Ming was not in a hurry, but he still forced himself to calm down. After a brief analysis, he gave his own judgment. The contract allows me to absorb Guyuina's energy and reverse it, which means that the two are now interconnected. Now it depends on who bursts out with stronger power and can dominate in the middle. As soon as these words came out, Xiang Jun and Tian Meng's panicked eyes instantly calmed down. Who is stronger, who will dominate? Tian Meng. Su Ming shouted meaningfully. Swish. Xiang Jun stared at Tian Meng, although he was angry in his heart, but now he could only hope for this bastard. Sure enough, the protagonist always appears last. Tian Meng took a deep breath, and Tian Meng's originally funny, chubby round face became particularly stern, quite like a general who was entrusted with a great mission and would not change his face even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Buzz. Tian Meng raised his head and looked at the dome of the Sea of Consciousness, looking at the 9 spiritual sealed light balls. His eyes gradually became firm, and his bright eyes burst into brilliant light, an endless fairy light exploded from his body. Exciting! Tian Meng couldn't help but roared to the sky, which was extremely tragic. Looking carefully, he saw that his several short legs were trembling, and he was obviously very scared. Crack! The 9th light ball was like a floodgate opened, and a long golden river flowed down. Under the nourishment of this spiritual power, Su Ming's entire sea of consciousness became no longer calm, with raging waves and whistling sounds. At the same time, the 9th soul power light ball on Su Ming's soul sea also had the same reaction. The foundation that Tianmeng originally left for Su Ming to improve, facing the situation of life and death, finally had to be released in advance at this moment. The 9th. The 8th. The 7th. Boom! Su Ming's soul sea, which was about to dry up, recovered in an instant and expanded at a rapid speed. Pool fill water. Continue to fill water. But the pool will be full one day. Body of mad fighting, burning soul. Su Ming clenched his fists tightly, and a cluster of scarlet flames mysteriously appeared above the soul sea. It sank into the soul sea as if it fell into an oil barrel. The soul sea was ignited in an instant, and the flames soared into the sky. And, it went towards the soul power ceiling light ball in the sky. Buzz! Su Ming's body began to emit pale golden flames, and his momentum was also rising rapidly. Human, you have good means. But today, you can't escape. Knowing that Su Ming was struggling, Gu Yuina was indifferent at all. She just slightly increased the strength of her hands and suppressed Su Ming so that he could not move. The two fell to the ground in a strange manner, but Gu Yuina didn't pay any attention to it. Her pink lips slightly raised, her eyes were bright and charming, and she continued with the attitude of a winner. The power of annihilation in your body is indeed terrible. I guess there must be a relic of a powerful god in ancient times in your sea of consciousness. As long as I don't invade your sea of consciousness unconsciously, nothing will happen. With your current strength, you can't resist me at all. Instead of asking for trouble, you might as well try to obey me. Don't worry, I won't kill you, and I won't let anyone kill you in the future. After speaking, Gu Yuina raised her momentum again. The terrifying energy frightened everyone, causing the entire valley to shake, with a tendency to overturn everything and change the world. Want to swallow me? Seeing the situation getting out of control, Su Ming showed a cold smile. Gu Yuina, are you really invincible? Have you ever heard that the fish dies the net breaks? 4 words, one by one, hit Gu Yuina's heart like a heavy hammer. Gu Yuina's smile froze immediately. Human, what do you want to do to me? Su Ming did not answer, and the right arm soul bone burst into golden light, and 2 kinds of flames burned on Su Ming's body, which was the right arm soul bone skill frenzy. In an instant, Su Ming's clothes were burned, revealing his naked body. Gu Yuina's clothes were also burned, but it seemed that the material was good, and only the gauze on her arms and thighs was burned. Ah! Human, you are obscene. Gu Yuina was very ashamed, and her mind suddenly went blank. Until this moment, she realized that she was lying on Su Ming's body, and she almost jumped up in shame. The man's body was before her eyes. Even Gu Yuina, the soul beast master, had never experienced such a scene. She closed her eyes quickly, biting her red lips with her silver teeth very hard, looking extremely beautiful, almost bleeding, and her face as red as a blooming rose. Su Ming's face was also extremely embarrassed. As a man, it was the first time for him to have such close contact with a woman, not to mention that the woman in front of him was the fairy-like Gu Yuina. Bang bang bang! He could clearly feel every ups and downs of Gu Yuina's delicate body, and his heart was beating like a drum at this moment. Even Xiao Wu usually just touched his arm to show intimacy. But the burning soul of the berserker body and the frenzy of the dark gold terror claw bear's right arm bone, the two were combined to perform to the extreme, even though Su Ming's clothes had been deliberately strengthened with materials. Now, it was purely a special case. Boy, stop looking. If you look again, I really can't stand it. Seeing that Gu Yuina was still devouring his energy, Tianmeng screamed anxiously. Gu Yuina was even more embarrassed when she heard it, but she was still alert in her heart, and her eyes cracked a little to prevent Su Ming from causing trouble again. Su Ming came to his senses and knew that he had to compete today. Once the bet started, there was no turning back. Body of mad battle, burning spirit. In the sea of consciousness, one of the spiritual seal balls belonging to Tianmeng's ice silkworm also began to burn wildly, blowing up a storm of energy like a storm. Puff! The sea of consciousness was hit hard, and Su Ming only felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes, ears, nose, and other 7 orifices also began to bleed, and his appearance was extremely miserable. Fortunately, it was Tianmeng's spiritual power that was burned, otherwise Su Ming would not last more than 10 seconds with such crazy burning of spirit, and he would be unconscious or even collapse of spiritual consciousness. Boom! More earth-shattering energy burst out from Su Ming's body, changing the wind and clouds, and overturning the world. The aura emanating from Su Ming at this moment is no weaker than any super Douluo. Su Ming's original physique really couldn't withstand such a powerful surge of energy. But dark gold invincible body can. Su Ming is betting everything at this moment. Tian Meng also bet on 18 sealing balls, and Xiang Jun also spared no effort to activate the torso soul bone and right arm bone. The three of them are very clear at this moment that things have come to this point and they can't help themselves. Gu Yuina will not give up. They are not willing to be lambs to be slaughtered. The two sides can indeed reconcile, but once they relax, the situation will completely turn to the other side, and there will be no turning back. No one dares to bet. LV. With a fierce bite of his teeth, the 6 soul rings under Su Ming rose at the same time. Originally, there were 4 black soul rings, 1 dark gold soul ring, and 1 black soul ring. Tian Meng sealed it first, so he only gave Su Ming a 10,000-year soul ring as a base, and he would upgrade it after the matter was over. The first 4 black soul rings had begun to emit blood red, and buzzed became more and more transparent, and would turn into a 100,000-year soul ring at any time. The last 6th soul ring also changed drastically at this moment, from black to brilliant gold. Red 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 red. Dark gold. Brilliant gold. The appearance of 6 soul rings over 100,000 years made everyone in the beasts present stare blankly. Gu Yuina was also stunned, and could not recover from her shock for a long time. At this time, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering shattered everyone's beating hearts. Su Ming's outermost red soul ring shattered with a bang. Then, the second one. The third one. One after another, it shocked everyone's eyes. Gu Yuina was completely stunned. She didn't expect that the human in front of her would fight to the death. Madman. Another madman. From Tang Hao's performance in the battle just now, Gu Yuina was very clear about the power of the exploding ring, not to mention 6 soul rings over 100,000 years old. Feeling that Su Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and could even bring fatal threats to herself, Gu Yuina finally woke up from her greed and quickly let go of Su Ming's hand. Human, stop it, I can let you go. Let me go? Su Ming laughed dumbly, looking at the exploding golden soul ring and the soul contract that still restricted the actions of the two. The smile on Su Ming's face became more and more free and easy. Good suggestion. Unfortunately, it's too late. As the voice fell, the vast blood-red energy instantly engulfed Su Ming, and Gu Yuina was no exception. In the center of the square, it seemed that a door to hell was opened, and a blood-red light column that destroyed the world rose into the sky. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. The light column stopped rising until it was 10,000 meters away. The light column expanded and emitted a destructive force, and the light cut through the eternity. It swept in all directions with unstoppable force, and the surrounding space was also shattered, as if the world was destroyed. My lord. Tian was anxious, but he was frightened by the terrifying power and could only take Baiji and others to evacuate here. Damn it, Su Ming, you must not be in trouble. Otherwise, Xiao Wu will kill me. Damn it, Daming gritted his teeth and could only carry the exhausted Tang Hao away quickly, otherwise they would be buried with him. Magnificent. Magnificent. The terrifying scarlet light column pierced the sun and could be seen everywhere in the star forest. Just looking at it from a distance, it was terrifying. Daming and Tian retreated more than 10 kilometers before they felt relieved. The energy lasted for about half a minute before slowly gathering and its power gradually faded away. Shua. Suddenly, 2 figures, one white and one gold, emerged from the blood red. He rushed out in the energy explosion. Damn! You stupid bear, wait for me! Seeing Xiang Jun carrying a person and running faster than anything else, Tian Meng, who had short legs and was indescribable, felt deeply hurt and was very angry. Wait for you! Xiang Jun turned his head and glanced at the big bug jumping and squirming behind him, with disgust written all over his face. In my opinion, it's good that you were blown to death just now. After saying that, Xiang Jun, who was holding Su Ming, ran faster with his thick legs, as if he had abandoned Tian Meng. Alas, why bother? Although I have done the most this time, you must not belittle yourself. It is not your fault that I am not good looking. After all, my appearance is obvious to all in the soul beast world. Little brother, I have never disliked you. Hey, wait for me. Seeing Xiang Jun disappear in the blink of an eye, Tian Meng felt a chill in his heart. The surrounding bushes were like a cage, as if countless eyes were staring at him. Gurgle. Cold sweat fell from his forehead. Tian Meng was terrified. Fear kept stimulating his nerves and stimulating his potential. Swish! Jumping high, Tian Meng's ice silkworm connected head and tail, turning into a white moon wheel and sprinting in the forest. The height of its art is at least not less than 3 floors. Seeing Tian Meng surpass him, Xiang Jun was stunned. Hey! De Ming on the tree wanted to reach out and call Tian Meng to ask Su Ming what was going on, but his arm froze in mid-air. In Tian Meng ice silkworm's eyes, the forest only had a green light and the word pass, and it ran very fast. It was not until they saw Xiang Jun carrying Su Ming back that Daming and Tang Hao's hearts finally dropped. Hiss! But looking at Su Ming's miserable appearance at this moment, the two still couldn't help but gasp. The body full of holes seemed to have suffered inhuman punishment. The original white robe had now turned blood red, and the white bones were exposed at the shoulders and ankles. The blood flowing out of the 7 orifices had formed blood stains, which was terrifying. Although it was so miserable, Tang Hao and Daming could hear the surging heartbeat in Su Ming's chest. Daming carefully checked and confirmed that Su Ming was not in danger of death, so he dared to rest assured. Daming nodded to Tang Hao, "Let's go, we can't stay here for long. If Ditian finds us, we are no match at all." Xiang Jun didn't say anything. After entrusting Su Ming to him, he and Tian Meng, who had retreated, entered Su Ming's sea of consciousness. The terrifying explosion that shocked the world and made the gods and ghosts weep just now caused them huge losses, and they also need to recuperate in a short time. Swish! Rising from the ground, 2 figures turned into meteors and took Su Ming away from the Xingda Great Forest. On the other side, the square. The red light faded, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and a shocking scene appeared in front of them. The entire valley had been destroyed, and the area of 10 kilometers was turned into ruins. The square even formed a huge pit with a depth of 1 kilometer. In the deep pit, silver light flickered, and something drilled out of the soil. Bang! Pieces of soil and stone fell from her body, and Guyuina staggered and barely stood up. Originally a beautiful lady in white, why did she get stained by the dust of the world? Turning her head and looking around, Guyuina's eyes were empty and lifeless, with blood stains on the corners of her mouth. The silver hair at her feet was covered with black dust and dirt like her jade feet. Even though she was so embarrassed, she still couldn't erase Guyuina's exquisite and stunning beauty, which made people feel pity for her. Wow! As the silver light of the dragon horn on her head dimmed, the snow-white dragon scale shield guarding her disappeared. Cough! Guyuina coughed unconsciously. Boom! This was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and her delicate body could no longer hold on for a second, and collapsed with a bang. Chapter 227 Sharing the same bed with Zhu Zuqing? Old bear, do you think that I am insulting you by asking you to be my brother's younger brother? You? Are you worthy? The Bear King replied disdainfully, with a contemptuous look as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Not angry, not angry. Hee. With a carefree smile, Tian Meng put his hands behind his back like a human. Although he had no hands at all, he still showed his aloofness. When I was in the far north, I was also a famous emperor. Old bear, have you ever heard of the Ice Emperor in the far north? Tian Meng looked sideways and raised his mouth with disdain for the world. No one could understand him, and no one knew him. Ice Emperor? The Bear King's expression changed slightly. Why are you telling us this? Do you have any relationship with the Ice Emperor? Tian Meng shook his head. He did not deny the words, but denied the tone of the Bear King's words. You are so ignorant, I'll tell you the truth, Bingdi is my girlfriend. Even Swaity has to give me some respect when she sees me. When I was in the far north, I was a very powerful person. If I hadn't slept in the ice for more than 10 years and accidentally drifted to the mainland along the ocean, how could I have been caught by you? Tisk. The Bear King spitted disdainfully, holding his hands coldly. Act. You continue to act. The Bear King buzzed and said, I'm telling you, I'm not a fool, your words won't work on me. The Ice Emperor tribe is your natural enemy, and they would like to swallow you when they see you. You have cultivation but your strength is so weak, the Ice Emperor will only like you if he is blind. Swish. As soon as these words came out, Tian Meng, who was originally dressed in formal clothes, turned pale. A pair of crystal clear and beautiful eyes revealed a cold bloody light. Obviously, what Xiang Jun did just now had touched his bottom line. Calling him a waste, no problem. But you said that Bingdi was still stepping on him, that's not okay. Tian Meng's rear end suddenly exerted force, and he flew towards Xiang Jun like a bullet. He had no hands or feet, and he opened his mouth and bit Xiang Jun's shoulder directly. Xiang Jun was stunned for a moment, and didn't react for a long time. Is this guy sick? Looking at Tian Meng, who had a face full of hatred and every muscle on his face was biting hard. Xiang Jun didn't feel any pain, but was really shocked. But when Xiang Jun waved his palm to pull Tianmeng away, the powerful force broke Tianmeng's body and made it weak, but the latter still bit tightly and didn't let go. Apologize. If you don't apologize today, I will bite you to death, but I will disgust you to death. You. Do you believe it? Tianmeng was like a madman, staring at Xiang Jun fearlessly, his voice full of resentment and hostility. Like a mad dog. Tianmeng, who has always been afraid of death, suddenly became so crazy that even Xiang Jun was shocked and a little afraid that this guy would drag him to death. After all, this stinky bug dared to plot against his master Gu Yuina. A typical brainless person. Just as Tianmeng and Xiang Jun were arguing and fighting, a ripple suddenly spread out above the sea of consciousness, like the palm wave of a green willow, perfectly drawing soft ripples. Hey! Tianmeng and Xiang Jun felt something in their hearts and looked at the sky above the sea of consciousness in surprise. But Su Ming obviously didn't want to pay attention to these two chirping jokers. As soon as his consciousness recovered, he withdrew back to the real world. In the neat and new bedroom, the window was half open, and the light was at the intersection of yin and yang, making the brightness of the whole room just right. On the backlit side, the soft couch was covered with luxurious quilts that ordinary people could not imagine. A man was lying quietly on it, his handsome and fair face was peaceful and leisurely, and his long white hair was scattered without restraint, but the man was still stunningly handsome, making people unable to help but look at him a few more times. Beside the bed, a hot woman in white clothes was leaning on the bed and taking a light nap, perhaps because she was too sleepy. The man was none other than Su Ming, who was brought back to the academy by Tang Hao of the Ming dynasty, and the woman was named Zhu Zuqing. The delicate eyelashes with a little bright silver moved, and as the eyes slowly opened, a pair of beautiful eyes walked from chaos into light, examining everything around. Fortunately, realizing that he had returned to the academy, Su Ming felt relieved. It was finally like what he thought, and he was not trapped in the Star Forest. Yet, he glanced at Zhu Zuqing beside him, but just when Su Ming wanted to get up, he found that his strength had disappeared. No. It's not that the strength disappeared, but that he couldn't feel the existence of his hands and feet. What's going on? Su Ming frowned deeply, and the sudden incident made him feel uneasy. The mental power clearly detected that his whole body was intact and his injuries had healed long ago, but he couldn't move at this moment. Due to Su Ming's slight head movement, Zhu Zuqing, who didn't dare to sleep deeply, was immediately awakened. When she saw Su Ming wake up, her nose suddenly felt sore and her eyes immediately turned red. You woke up. Her voice was trembling and she couldn't control herself. Tears slid down her cheeks, but her sparkling beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Rowdy held Su Ming's hand tightly. Several days of suffering gradually destroyed the long-awaited expectations, and now the light finally came. Zhu Zuqing's tearful face slowly leaned on the back of Su Ming's hand, sobbing. You bad guy. Wu, do you know how worried I am about you? At that moment, I was scared to death. You cruel guy, do you know that every time you are covered in bruises like this, someone will feel sorry for you? If something happens to me, what do you want me to do? I can't go home now, and I have to worry about you every day. Bad guy, Wu bad guy. Even if you don't feel sorry for me, you should think about everyone. Crystal tears dripped on the back of Su Ming's hand. Zhu Zuqing cried heartbreakingly, but Su Ming could not feel the touch and wetness. But some feelings, as long as you listen to the sound, you can sense the other person's emotions. Zhu Zuqing has always been cold and taciturn, but she has always been a very strong woman. She didn't cry when she had a falling out with Dai Mubai. She didn't complain when she was exhausted from the battle. Even though he had rejected her feelings before, she always faced it with a smile. It was the first time that Su Ming saw Zhu Zuqing so heartbroken, and his heart softened, feeling that he owed her something. Sometimes, I really hope that you have a bit of temper like before, instead of being submissive like now. Su Ming opened his mouth reluctantly, and perhaps because of his physical condition, his words were a little hoarse. After dealing with these things, I will go to your house to see you, what do you think? Zhu Zuqing was startled, wiped her tears, and wondered why he suddenly said this. Why are you going to my house? Zhu Zuqing asked in confusion, her eyes were red. What do you want to do? Su Ming looked down at her with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Boom! Zhu Zuqing's body trembled violently. If she still didn't understand what it meant, then she would have lived in vain. A happiness came too quickly. Zhu Zuqing was completely unexpectedly, the whole person looked silly and cute at the first moment. The rouge on her face became redder and redder, and the deer in her heart became faster and faster, and she was so sweet that she was bubbling. You. Zhu Zoking's face was full of red clouds, and she didn't know what to say at all. Is it too fast? We have only known each other for more than a year. Besides, I am not prepared for this. You have the final say in everything, you annoying guy, you don't know how to be gentle with women. I hate you so much. Feng Qingguan gave someone a blank look, and Zhu Zoking lowered her head shyly, almost stuffing her little head into her breasts. Su Ming smiled slyly and said casually, if you don't want to, then forget it. Who doesn't want to? As if her tail was stepped on, Zhu Zoking raised her head suddenly. But when she saw the half-smile on Su Ming's face, she immediately realized that she had been fooled. Ah! So bad, just bullying me. Overbearing man. With red cheeks, Zhu Zoking hardly gave Su Ming 2 pink fists, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. She was already very happy, but worried that she was too childish, so she had to purse her lips tightly and resisted laughing. But the pleasure of relief was higher and higher. Because in the future, in front of her lover, she no longer needed to suppress her inner feelings with calmness and rationality. Like is like, it's that simple. From now on, he will be her piece of heaven. Her face was burning like fire. Zhu Zoking bent her slender waist, and delicately placed her face in Su Ming's palm, revealing the attitude of a little girl who would never change until death. You are seriously injured and have not recovered yet, so let's not talk about this for now. When you are free and want to go to my house, I can take you there at any time, how about it? Su Ming's palms were very warm, and he felt particularly steady when dragging his face. Zhu Zoking closed her eyes, and her soft and weak voice seemed to be acting coquettishly, and also seemed to be talking to herself. Hearing this, Su Ming was silent for a while, and changed the subject. What about Lingling? His 9-hearted begonia can't completely cure me. Su Ming's tone was very indifferent, without any sense of crisis of being unable to move, but seemed to be chatting. Zhu Zoking had already felt that Su Ming's limbs could not move. She did not dare to show panic and replied calmly. Sister Lingling has treated you, and she treats you several times a day. Logically, your physical injuries should have healed. As for why you can't move, according to Uncle Tang, your body should have been hit by a huge energy shock. The Lingling martial soul treatment is only an external injury, but this kind of instinctive consciousness is best to rest and wait for the body to recover naturally. Su Ming nodded, which was similar to his judgment. Being able to escape from Guyuina and gain such a huge gain, this situation is completely acceptable now. It's just a pity for my system task. Su Ming talked to Zhu Zoking about what happened this week. There are 3 main points. First, the enrollment of the college has been completed. Currently, the college has 30 new students, waiting for Su Ming to check and select the most satisfactory 12 people. Second, Tang Hao is in seclusion. Su Ming could understand this. Even if Tang Hao used the explosive ring in the battle with Ditian, facing the severely injured Ditian, the former was still suppressed. Besides, Ditian had not used the Dragon God Claw yet. With Tang Hao's personality, how could he tolerate this failure? Third, the royal family did not make any moves. It seems that Dugubo's intervention was effective. But after he came back, he knew that he was abandoned, and spent his days in the academy cursing, which made the freshmen who participated in the assessment suffer. As for some other things, Teacher Zhao was fully able to deal with them. They were not important. Zhu Zoking did not mention them, fearing that it would affect Su Ming's recovery. Okay, you should sleep for a while too. My body will be fine, but you have dark circles under your eyes. You are not afraid of becoming ugly, right? Su Ming could tell from Zhu Zoking's condition that she should not have slept for a few days, otherwise her eyes would not be so red. At this moment in the academy, Su Ming was not worried about any problems for himself. He could not move, but his soul could fight. I'm fine. Zhu Zoking shook her head stubbornly, as if she realized that she had neglected something, and asked considerately, by the way, are you hungry? Otherwise, I'll go prepare some food for you. You haven't eaten for several days. Su Ming smiled helplessly. I said I'm so full now, do you believe it? Okay, give me some water, and come up to sleep for a while. I'll call you if there's anything. Yet. Zhu Zoking nodded obediently, and was about to turn around, but suddenly her feet seemed to take root and she couldn't move a step. You just said, tell me to go up to sleep. She pointed at herself in astonishment, and then pointed at the bed. Zhu Zoking's cold voice was unusually sharp, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. Su Ming's eyes indicated that you heard it right. If you feel it's inconvenient, call Xiaowu over. You can go back to your room and sleep for a while, in case you are not used to it and can't sleep. Swish. Zhu Zuqing blushed immediately. This ISIS this the Suming I know? Is the progress too fast? 2D better go back to my room and sleep, otherwise I'll be so embarrassed if someone sees me. She bit her engorged lips with shameful teeth, and her swaying figure left with a sense of embarrassment. She turned and drooped her head, leaned forward and handed the cup to Suming. Drink it. There was a little emotion in her cold and sweet voice. Every time he generously let me choose. Every time there was only one choice. You just know how to bully me. Zhu Zuqing was ashamed and angry. But for some reason, she didn't dislike Suming's overbearing way. Instead, she felt sweet inside. The feeling of being manipulated by others made her unable to stop. This was the first time he took the initiative so much. How could she refuse? After drinking some water, Suming gave Zhu Zuqing a look that said you decide for yourself, and then sank his mind into the system space. After walking on the edge of death, I had a completely different life and completely different perceptions from my previous life. Destroy step by step, build step by step. At this moment, Suming seemed to understand the word now and became less stubborn. Outside, Zhu Zuqing's face was as red as a ripe red peach. She stayed there and stared at Suming and the empty space on his left hand. Xiao Wu went to collect herbs. She won't be back for a while. I'll just sleep for a few minutes. I'm too sleepy. Just a few minutes. Biting her delicate red lips tightly, after a brief struggle, Zhu Zuqing bent down and slowly took off her boots, revealing soft white socks and slender and round legs. Soon, a beautiful figure got into the quilt and embraced her with her hands sweetly. She was buried in the quilt, not daring to show a bit, leaving only her delicate eyelashes in the dark shaking with her heartbeat. As for Suming, he was stunned by a series of messages that suddenly popped up as soon as he opened the system interface. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge of obtaining a soul ring over 100,000 years at the lowest cost. Task evaluation. Since the host obtained 2 soul rings over 100,000 years, the classification and summary calculation. To obtain the Xiangjun soul ring, the host mainly paid 10,000 high-level fragments, and the cost was judged as not high. When obtaining the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm soul ring, the host paid 200,000 high-level fragments, and was seriously injured and almost died. This challenge failed extremely. Comprehensively considered, the host obtained 2 soul rings at a time, and the age was too high, the difficulty was too great. Level judgment, 4 stars. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a drop of behemoth's blood. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a soul, and the number is 2. The host is rewarded with the mind control technique. Drop. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Soul King, and rewarded with LV5 recovery pills. Drop. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Soul Emperor, and reward LV6 recovery pill. Ding. The host fought desperately to deter the 6 fierce beasts and defeated the powerful enemy, successfully making Gu Yuan regard him as the biggest rival, causing a sensation in the Stardow forest. The weight in the hearts of the soul beasts has never been matched by humans for 10,000 years. Reward, Berserker Body * Advanced. Ding. The host owes the system advanced fragment loan, and the daily interest is 1/10 of the total amount owed. The principal and interest of the loan need to be repaid today for 116,664 advanced fragments. Please pay it off as soon as possible. Ding. Chapter 228 Not Afraid of Death. Talking Reason with Suming? This. After carefully reading the system trademark S message records, Suming trademark S mood was like a roller coaster, falling straight from the top. Going to the Stardow Great Forest to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring is a challenge. If he fails, he will also think of other ways to get a 100,000 year soul ring. The ways are not limited to hunting. Therefore, this is the fundamental reason why he abandoned Douluo and took Tang Hao with him. It was just that the incident happened suddenly, and the system intervened and successfully shocked the fierce beasts such as Ditian, making it much easier to obtain the Bear King's soul ring. As for Tianmeng, that second-rate guy was purely an accident. Suming did not expect that it had been captured and merged with him by accident. Therefore, even if there was no precious drop of behemoth essence blood, that is, the challenge failed extremely, Suming could give full marks for the harvest of this action. As for the recovery pill, these are all routine rewards. The only thing that made Suming a little happy was the mind control skills such as the mind control technique. With his current mental power, he is more like a control system soul master than any mind control soul master. Black. System, you are really black. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Accepting the kindness of the system, Su Ming forced himself to stay calm and not curse. But the more he looked at it 1/10 a day, the darker his face finally became. Usury? This interest rate, even a loan shark would cry and call him godfather. Su Ming was so angry that he squeezed out words from his teeth. System, I thought 1/10 a month was your bottom line. 1/10 a day, hee hee. No wonder you were so proactive and generous when you asked for the loan. Great, very good. You did a great job. Ding. If you don't force the host, you will never know how hard the host can work. I hope the host will keep up the good work. Be confident, you can do it. Poof. System, you are probably going to become a spirit. Su Ming was too tired to complain. The interest of more than 7,000 fragments a day, the interest was all he could handle. Can't earn. High-level fragments can only be obtained by decomposition. The more than 130,000 high-level fragments were accumulated by decomposing 2 immortal herbs. Su Ming glanced at the system storage column. Items, LV5 and LV6 recovery pills, behemoth blood, Douluo spirit beads, decomposable, Hunyuan immortal grass, decomposable, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, decomposable, Tianmeng ice beads, decomposable, sword world experience card, pure ice, time limit comprehension card, fire attribute soul power. There are only 3 immortal herbs obtained from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. 2 of them are of great benefit to cultivation. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower can filter out martial soul impurities, which is also useful for himself. After thinking about it, Su Ming said helplessly. System, decompose that Tianmeng ice bead. Su Ming felt pain in his heart when he said this. Although most of the energy in Tianmen's body was merged into his body, it was the inner lining of a million-year-old soul beast after all, so it was naturally precious. It's a pity that it's a fusion, otherwise the inner elixir taken out after the deep-sea demon whale king was killed is an almost complete inner elixir of a million-year-old soul beast, which can be used to create a special artifact in the future. According to Tianmeng, this inner elixir has at least hundreds of thousands of years of remaining cultivation. As for the other cultivations, they have long been sealed in Su Ming's soul sea, and now I don't know how much has been wasted. Ding. Decomposition of Tianmeng ice pearl is successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 125,000 high-level fragments. Ding. Congratulations to the host for paying off all loans, with 10,554 high-level fragments remaining. Swish. Su Ming clicked on the overall personal information interface. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 64. Martial soul, slashing god, quality, gold, 206/10000000. Special constitution, berserker body, advanced. Soul skills, breathing technique, light kung fu, perfect, golden crow sword technique, perfect, mixed element sword slash, perfect, gathering spirit technique, perfect, holy spirit sword technique, sword 12, fighting star shift, 4th level, mind control technique, melting clone technique /starlight / extreme gold eye, golden destruction raise nan self-created soul skills upgrade points 570. Items owned, LV5 and LV6 recovery dan, behemoth blood essence, Douluo spirit pearl, decomposable, Hunyuan immortal grass, decomposable, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, decomposable, sword realm experience card, pure ice, time limited comprehension card, fire attribute soul power. Strength, 6,623, normal. Defense, 6,516, normal. Spirit, 7,530, normal. Speed, 4,089, normal. It's a pity that I'm not like Huo Yuhao, a spiritual power soul master. Seeing that his spiritual power was as high as 7,530, Su Ming couldn't help but want to exchange for a spiritual martial soul to try the effect. Normal spiritual power is 7,530. If combined with spiritual power soul skills, it is enough to torture a title Douluo to death. Even if only the spiritual attack god devouring of Hunyuan sword slash is used, the spiritual explosive power derived from it is enough to severely injure ordinary title Douluo like Douluo if it hits. Of course, what made Su Ming happiest was that his martial soul had been upgraded to the gold level, and Advanced Berserker Body. Advanced Berserker Body, born to fight, never stop until death, endless fighting will become your endless motivation. Effect, every time the host defeats or kills a soul master or 100-year-old, or more, soul beast, he gains 2% of the opponent's soul power, strength, defense, speed, and mental power. Note, the effect is a cumulative value with no upper limit, but this effect is an active skill. After it is activated, the effect only exists for 1 hour, and the cooldown time is 1 week. Hey! Su Ming didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief until he saw the last note. Fortunately, there is a time setting, otherwise it would be stacked all the time, and he would really become a god directly. This skill is a bit tasteless, but it is also a bit like it. It seems to be quite strong, after all, there is no upper limit. The biggest problem is that a real strong duel will never give you time to stack buffs. Obviously, this effect is most suitable for large-scale battles, preferably wars. If you can instantly destroy or defeat 10,000 Soul Kings, based on an average of 10,000, 2% is 200. 2 million. Even gods can't withstand this punch. No, there are only nearly 100,000 Soul Masters in the entire Douluo world, not to mention the number of Soul Kings. Wishes are really too beautiful. Su Ming shook his head and closed the system interface. Consciousness penetrated into the sea of consciousness, and mental power materialized, transforming into Su Ming's original appearance. As Su Ming's feet landed on the ground, waves appeared in the sea of consciousness. Brother, you are finally here. Tianmeng hid behind Xiangjun with a terrified look, with less than 1 meter left in his body, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and glared at Su Ming frantically. The Xiangjun, who was originally extremely fierce, now looked like a primary school student being scolded, sitting obediently, looking aggrieved, and daring to be angry but not to speak. Human, I know, you won't die so easily. A cold snort came into his ears, and the cold words were like a knife, full of hatred. The snow-white top and short skirt swayed gently with the silver long hair. The fairy-like jade-colored figure, like a fairy in the sky, gradually revealed her true appearance. The purple eyes stared at Su Ming, and the anger was intertwined. Gu Yuina's chest rose and fell violently. It seemed that she had not subsided in the past few days. Su Ming waved to Tianmeng and Xiangjun, and the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye as if they had been pardoned and fled for their lives. Not seen. As for Gu Yuina, within the contract, the consciousness of the two has been connected. Even if the two are tens of thousands of miles apart at this moment, she can still show her true appearance in Su Ming's sea of consciousness. However, this is just a simple projection. Gu Yuina actually has no strength. The reason why Tianmeng and Xiangjun are afraid is purely psychological. What do you want to see me for? As he said, Su Ming waved his hand and created 2 sofas on the sea of consciousness, and sat down unceremoniously. That look, that action. There is no sense of guilt at all. Gu Yuina gritted her teeth in anger and sat down angrily. I tell you, the matter between the two of us is not over. The revenge for the treasure, the hatred for humiliation, I will sooner or later. Stop it. Su Ming immediately stopped her. He hated these behaviors that were tough on the mouth but honest on the body. You came to my sea of consciousness for no reason and came to ask me for punishment? You have hurt me so much, and I haven't bothered you yet. First of all, the matter of Xiangjun is a matter of mutual consent between you and me, and there is no wrong connection. Secondly, in the matter of Tianmeng, he took the initiative to sacrifice himself and merge with me to plot against you. I am at most the beneficiary of this benefit. You think that I am robbing your things? Is this robbing something that I took the initiative to do? Gu Yuina's eyes changed slightly, and she didn't let go at all. She said in a cold voice. Even if you talk nonsense, it's useless. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has fallen into your hands now. You have to give me a satisfactory explanation. Su Ming waved his hand disdainfully, and even felt a little ridiculous. Since you are entangled with this, then I want to ask you, is Tianmeng a pet you raised? Gu Yuina's tone stagnated, and her silver teeth clattered. Since he is a soul beast, the soul beasts are naturally under my command. I am the common leader of soul beasts, is there a problem? Of course. Su Ming, who had been waiting for Gu Yuina to say this, couldn't help laughing. Let me ask you again, where were you when it was a 100-year-old soul beast and weak? When it was hunted by its natural enemies and on the verge of despair, where were you, the soul beast leader? Now that it has cultivated for 1,000,000 years, you, the soul beast leader, have escaped and are going to sacrifice it. Don't you think you are shameless? Su Ming's loud voice hit Gu Yuina's chest like a heavy hammer. The latter's face turned pale in an instant. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to refute. But Su Ming didn't intend to let it go, and continued to question. Since it didn't receive your direct favor, what right do you have to force it to do these things? The revival of the Soul Beast clan? The future of the Dragon clan? The glory of sacrificing for a great cause? Haha, that's just your wishful thinking. What's the difference between your behavior and the soul masters who hunt soul beasts to improve their strength? Yes, Di Tian and the others are soul beasts, Tianmeng is not a soul beast, but just your nourishment, respected soul beast master, am I right? Boom. Gu Yuina's delicate body trembled, and she pursed her lips tightly, her pale cheeks full of panic and fragility. You didn't say it. Gu Yuina lowered her head in shame, her silver teeth were trembling, and her knuckles holding the hem of her skirt were white and bone white, and she was completely unable to refute Su Ming's sharp words. She was very clear about the connotation. One, since she was the soul beast master, she naturally treated soul beasts equally, instead of sacrificing one to protect the other. The difference between closeness and distance is selfishness. 2. When she forced Tianmeng to sacrifice, she was no longer his soul beast master, and was not qualified to talk to him as a soul beast master. Seeing that Gu Yuina did not speak, Su Ming did not urge her and continued to wait. After all, he could not move his body now, and he did not feel anything even though there was a beautiful woman lying next to him. He was freer in his sea of consciousness. After a while, Gu Yuina finally spoke. Even so, I caught it, and it belongs to me. At this time, Gu Yuina was no longer cold, and her tone became soft and weak, with some stubbornness and beauty of a girl, and she sounded resentful. Yes, you caught him first. But the problem is, he has already escaped, right? Su Ming's mouth corners slightly raised. From the moment he escaped, he was free, and you and I can compete fairly. As long as you have a little kindness to him, you will respect his decision. So, whether from the result or from the will of the soul beast, Tianmeng belongs to me, which is a result that does not need to be disputed. But you. As he said, Su Ming's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly turned cold as ice. He chose to sacrifice and merge, and in turn calculated you, which is purely a normal act of revenge. I want to ask you, you were imprisoned by humans to absorb power, don't you want revenge? He just took back what he lost, what's wrong with him? What about you? Shameless, you even want to devour me in turn, and rob my life gold in the middle, is there such a reason in the world? Su Ming's scolding voice became louder and louder, and his eyes became more and more indifferent, like a machine without any emotion. Because of your wanton devouring, I almost lost my life. How dare you come to me for revenge? Haha, if I don't let you compensate for my losses, I will use your soul beast clan as a sacrifice to start a frenzy of war. You should be grateful. It's all a selfish dispute over interests. Don't show off. You are so arrogant. If you don't accept it, then just start a war. Let's see if the gods in the god realm know that you are hiding in the star forest. Will the star forest be safe? With the last sentence, Gu Yuina was completely panicked. Except for the fierce beasts, only Su Ming knew her identity. If the gods knew that she was hiding in the lower world with Douluo, they would definitely destroy her without hesitation. Even the surviving fierce beast accomplices such as Ditian would definitely not be spared. Thinking of this, a chill rushed from Gu Yuina's spine to her head, and her silver teeth bit through her pink lips, revealing silver blood. I cannot bother with you about Tianmen's matter. But you can't leak the news of my existence, I beg you. Her voice was choked with sobs, and Gu Yuina felt more and more wronged as she spoke. Her purple eyes were already tearful. Finally, she couldn't help crying out wow. With her slender legs together and stepping on the sofa, Gu Yuina's arms were wrapped around her legs, and her frightening face was lying on her hands and knees, curled up like a hedgehog. Gu Yu couldn't stop crying. Tianmeng was robbed, severely injured by humans, and now she was abused and threatened by the same human. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Hey? Where did the pig cry come from? You are the pig. You are the pig. Woo hung hung hung, pig cry, you bastard. Woo woo woo. Chapter 229 Cunning Gu Yuina. Woo woo woo. In the sea of consciousness, the delicate crying sounded like the sound of nature. This scene stunned Tianmeng and Xiang Jun. Humans are so terrifying that they even made the master cry. For the first time, Xiang Jun had a new understanding of the word human. He secretly reminded himself not to be reckless in the future. He must not take action without understanding the strength. Even if all the titled Douluo have 100-year spirit rings, he must test the details before taking action. Maybe the thief is pretending. Tianmeng. Are you talking about driving? I'm so confused. Tisk tisk. Tianmeng raised his eyebrows at Xiang Jun in a wretched manner. Seeing the latter's disgusted application, he immediately realized that this stupid bear is also a novice. Even if it is not a novice, it is still an animal with a lower body, so stay away from it. On the other side, Su Ming has been kept silent. He leaned on the sofa with his right hand supporting his face was handsome and elegant, his deep eyes stared at Gu Yuina, with an interested look on his face. If it was any other woman, Su Ming would definitely be moved. He was most afraid of women crying and upset, and he might have been gentle with women. Unfortunately, she was Guyuina, a soul beast that inherited the wisdom and personality of humans. A game without gunpowder was unfolding between the two, and outsiders could not see it at all. After a while, the crying scene was over, and Su Ming waved his hand to remind. Don't stop. Keep crying, you look pretty when you cry. I haven't seen a beautiful woman like you cry for a long time, it sounds like you enjoy it. Guyuina? Human, you are sick. Guyuina, who had just raised her head, was in tears, and her expression of resentment suddenly froze, and she looked at Su Ming in astonishment. But when she came to her senses, Guyuina was filled with anger, and the resentment of being treated as a clown prompted her to clench her fists. Asshole! Are you a man or not? Guyuina's eyes widened with anger, knowing that all her tears were shed in vain. Hearing this, Su Ming laughed, are you not clear whether I am a man or not? Swish! Guyuina's mind immediately flashed with the scene of Su Ming's naked body that day. Her face was instantly covered with red clouds, burning all the way to her snow-white swan neck, extremely ashamed and angry. Swish! Guyuina punched Su Ming in the face. Ka! Su Ming simply raised his hand, and Guyuina's fist could not go any further. Then, Su Ming slightly turned his wrist. Guyuina's face changed drastically, and she was pulled to the sofa by Su Ming, unable to withstand this force at all. You! Guyuina's purple eyes flashed with a trace of panic, and she wanted to use her hands to break free, but it was useless. Su Ming's only hand was like a cage of the gods, imprisoning the Silver Dragon King. Swish! Without intending to make trouble with Guyuina, Su Ming let go of his hand and reminded her. This is my sea of consciousness. You can materialize here, and you still use some of my consciousness. Are you sure you still want to fight me? Hearing this, Guyuina's mouth twitched, and she put down her raised fist honestly. If her real body was here, she would definitely not let it go so easily. But now, the mental power of her concrete body is less than 1% of Su Ming's mental power. How can she fight him? If you are fine, don't show up in my sea of consciousness. Otherwise, I will see you once, then. Su Ming did not continue to speak, with a smile on his lips, his eyes swept over Guyuina like a lustful look, the meaning of which was self-evident. Guyuina was not Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu, and she didn't know that Su Ming had strong self-control and reason for women. If he really teased them like this, the two women would not be so difficult to deal with. Guyuina only felt a chill in her body, and goosebumps appeared. Disgusting! The cry was full of shyness and anger. Guyuina subconsciously put her hands in front of her chest and stared at someone warily. Hee. Su Ming stretched his body without caring and said lazily. Next time if you play with these little ones in front of me again, if you are playing tricks and trying to bargain with tears, I will not be polite to you. I got the spirit ring I wanted, and you also benefited a lot, so the previous matter is settled. If you are playing tricks and trying to blackmail me morally, then I can only say that you treat me as a fool. As he spoke, Su Ming's deep eyes flashed with an extremely cold light. Guyuina's body trembled, and when she looked again, Su Ming returned to his smiling face, but this smile only stayed on the surface. Guyuina bit her pink lips, her eyes flickered with guilt, and she obviously understood what Su Ming meant just now. How is it possible? How could this guy see through it? Did I make any mistakes? Guyuina frowned slightly, the shame and weakness on her face disappeared, and her eyes seemed to have changed into a different person. Swish! Guyuina slowly put her hands on the roots of her thighs, sitting upright, her jade face was charming, and her dignified posture inadvertently gave people a feeling of coldness and domineering, and the unique momentum of the king came to her face. Human! What happened just now was my fault. As for the previous incident in the Stardo Great Forest, I can also pretend that nothing happened. I came here to negotiate a condition with you. Su Ming's throat moved, and he uttered the word say lightly. Since the two seas of consciousness were connected, although Su Ming didn't know what Guyuina was thinking, the system had already displayed Guyuina's current data. When Guyuina emerged from the sea of consciousness, Su Ming checked her current state. Compared to when the sea of consciousness was connected in the Stardo Great Forest, Guyuina's current strength has actually increased a lot. As for the reason, in the Stardo Great Forest, Su Ming took a huge risk to blow up the soul ring, but in fact he didn't really want to die together. Instead, he planned to burst out with absolute strength, trying to reverse the decline while taking away the elemental control power in Guyuina's body again. Guyuina's strength is indeed strong, definitely not weaker than Dityan. Even if he tried his best, he only gained a short-term dominant position, and then fell into a stalemate of strength. Until the power of Su Ming's ring explosion disappeared, the two had exhausted their strength and could not fight anymore. As for Su Ming's injuries, half came from himself, and the other half was caused by the collision of Gu Yuina's energy. This is what happened in the battle in the Xingda Great Forest. The two did not fight in substance, but just burst out their body energy to fight for the dominant position. It's just the right of guidance. During this period, the 5 elements of the two people's bodies also produced a wonderful chemical reaction. As a result, Su Ming was very satisfied, and Gu Yuina should be similar. The specific results are: Su Ming absorbed the 3 hidden extreme powers in Gu Yuina's body, making up for the shortcomings of the ultimate gold, ultimate earth, and ultimate wood. Although it did not reach the perfection of the ultimate ice and ultimate fire, the 3 were at least about 70%. As for Gu Yuina, in addition to absorbing most of the gold of living beings, she also unlocked the elemental control power of the ultimate ice and ultimate fire hidden in her body from the eyes of Su Ming's twin Dragon King Ice and Fire Soul Bones. From a single the evolution of pure element control to the extreme can improve Gu Yuina's strength. As for the other 3 elements, I'm afraid she also has some extreme control. Otherwise, Su Ming would not have felt that the soul power of the two had some resonance before she regained consciousness. According to Su Ming's knowledge, it should be the complementary circulation of the 5 elements. If they practice together, the speed of cultivation can be improved. Gu Yuina has received so many benefits, and she still has the nerve to ask for compensation and cry. It's strange that Su Ming can spoil her. Seeing that Su Ming always looks as steady as an old dog, Gu Yuina frowned secretly and still made her own proposal. I think we can cooperate. Hey, Gu Yuina breathed a sigh of relief, and without giving Su Ming a chance to refute, she quickly continued. You have 5 extreme powers in your body. If you want to condense soul cores, the difficulty of each additional one is more than 10 times that of the previous one. With your cultivation, if you want to transition safely, the risk is tantamount to suicide. If my guess is correct, the soul cores in your body now are not condensed by you alone, right? Su Ming was silent for a moment, then nodded. What Gu Yuina said was indeed correct. The ultimate wood soul core was barely condensed by yin extracting the huge vitality of the plants around the yin-yang eye of fire and ice. The ultimate gold soul core was condensed by Su Ming and him when the cultivation of Xiangjun was divided after 300,000 years. When condensing the ultimate gold soul core, the two forces collided. If it were not for the strong compatibility of the ultimate wood, Su Ming asserted that it would not be so easy to succeed. The ultimate fire, ultimate ice, ultimate earth. If it is not wrong, he will need to rely on absolute power to condense later, at least the soul power of the super Douluo level, in order to turn the condensed soul core and make it move. Seeing Su Ming nod, Gu Yuina was rarely happy, the corners of her mouth raised elegantly, and continued. If you want to find someone to help you condense, it will only become more and more difficult as your cultivation improves. Even that person will not be able to shake the soul core in your body until he dies. You must know that I have the power to control the ultimate elements. Looking at the entire continent, there should be no one else who can help you suppress and condense the ultimate soul core except me. At this point, Gu Yuina did not continue to speak, and a smile like spring breeze appeared on her face. In Gu Yuina's opinion, no one would refuse such conditions, so she was very confident that Su Ming would definitely agree to her proposal. Unfortunately, Su Ming already had a solution to this situation. Su Ming replied calmly. Help me condense the soul core, and the price you pay will not be small. Nothing is gained without profit, tell me your conditions. Thinking that Su Ming was already tempted, Gu Yuina was secretly happy, and her tone became more and more gentle. I don't need you to pay anything now, but in the future. If you can become a god in the future, I think you can help the Soul Beast clan change the current situation. Wait a minute. Su Ming gave Gu Yuina a look that said don't tease me. You mean, you can't be asking me to help you change the rule that soul beasts in the god realm cannot become gods. This rule is not a rule. If you want to change it, do you know what it means? Of course not. Gu Yuina was angry, her cheeks puffed up, she was not stupid, how could she make such a request? That's what I said. Su Ming's heart suddenly relaxed, so he said. Such a strict request, how can I do it for you just to help me condense the soul core? At least you have to pay more, don't you think? That's natural. Gu Yuina was not angry at all, and didn't expect Su Ming to change this. As long as the situation of soul beasts is better, it would be better if there are 1 or 2 priests in the god realm who can temporarily protect the soul beasts in the lower realm, and Su Ming can slightly protect the soul beasts, then she will be satisfied. Let's do this, Gu Yuina opened her mouth, and her voice suddenly got stuck in her throat. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she stared at Su Ming in surprise. You just said add money. Add money? She asked again with a higher voice. Gu Yuina's eyebrows twisted into waves, and the information contained in them was too much, making her facial expression very interesting. Who am I? Where am I? Gu Yuina, who inherited the wise godhood, couldn't help scratching her head in confusion at this moment, and her panic looked very cute. What does this mean to add money? Is it okay to give money? After a brief moment of confusion, Gu Yuina swallowed her saliva hungrily, her purple eyes sparkling, and she asked in a trembling voice. You mean, you have a way to change the God realm rule that soul beasts cannot become gods? Su Ming shook his head and said, I won't nod rashly to things that I'm not 100% sure of. I can only say that there is a possibility in this regard, but I can't absolutely reverse it all. Of course, if you are strong enough, you can create another God realm, and all problems will be solved, right? Gu Yuina's heart trembled, and her hands and feet were cold. She didn't expect Su Ming's ambition to be so big. Create another God realm? Is this really possible? Although she couldn't believe it, Gu Yuina's eyes were rippling, and it was obvious that this matter had touched her heart. After a long while, Gu Yuina calmed down. Let's not talk about this for now. If you can really do it. Don't worry, I will definitely come to you, even if it costs anything. Gu Yuina said loudly, staring at Su Ming closely, without any falsehood or shame on her face, as if she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. In order to avoid more trouble, she cut to the chase. I will help you, the request is very simple. When you really become a god in the future, can you help my soul beast clan to a certain extent? Don't worry, if you can't become a god, this condition will be considered invalid. Even if I have helped you, you don't need to pay any price. What do you think? Free? Su Ming's mind immediately popped up these two words. Unfortunately, if he can't become a god in the future with his own background, then he should really doubt his life. I think the so-called help is too empty, and I don't want to be bothered many times. How about this, I can build a soul tower for you, and all soul beasts that die naturally or seriously injured can return their souls and energy to the tower. Soul masters who need soul rings can get soul rings from the tower without hunting soul beasts. In this way, the sharp contradiction between you soul beasts and humans can be alleviated to a certain extent, and the soul beast clan will not be extinct. What do you think? Gu Yuina once again turned into an emoticon, 1/2 RI 1/2 I 1/2 I 1/2 Q. Soul tower? No, I just want a sweet date to quench my thirst, but you have to give me a big apple, right? Alas, what should I do? Gu Yuina's cold and pretty face showed a refreshing smile like a queen, domineering but not without tenderness. Human, I really like you more and more. It's a pity that you are not the Golden Dragon King, otherwise I would have fewer troubles if I conquered you. Su Ming. Chapter 230 Su Ming's Plan, Enter the Sword World. Star Forest. The originally destroyed valley has now been restored to its original state. The valley is full of flowers and plants, and the trees are lush. The new white jade palace has no gold or silver decoration, but it is still magnificent. The throne standing on the mountainside. In the secret room, the white and purple light is dense, with a bit of unreal beauty, reflected on a beautiful and stunning perfect face. Gu Yuina, who was lying on the crystal bed in the middle of the secret room, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing fascinating purple pupils. The crystal clear beauty is even more pleasing to the eye when surrounded by flowers and plants. On the walls around the secret room, purple and white two-color crystals of various sizes grow, and the flowers and plants grow naturally, which is magnificent and can be described as a divine creation. Believe it or not. Gu Yuina's expression was slightly hesitant. But after just a few breaths, when she opened her eyes again, her eyes became extremely firm. Emperor Tian. Gu Yuina called out with her mind, but in the blink of an eye, Emperor Tian's tall figure had appeared in the secret room. Master. Emperor Tian bowed respectfully, but his eyebrows were squeezed together, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood recently. Gu Yuina seemed to see through everything, sighed helplessly, and said. I can't do anything about Tianmen's affairs. Swish. While speaking, Gu Yuina stretched out her slender jade fingers. She raised her index finger slightly, and a piece of gold of life the size of a grain of rice flew towards Tian. My lord, this. Feeling the surging life fluctuations of the gold of life, Tian was shocked. But soon, he reacted. My lord, I cannot accept it. You keep this gold of life, so that we can restore the glory of our dragon clan as soon as possible. Tian wanted to send the things back to Gu Yuina, but the latter shook her head lightly, with a cold face and no color, like an unattainable emperor. Soon, I will continue to sleep to repair the injuries in my body. Soul Beast Clan, there are many things you need to do. Most of the Jinwu of living beings has been used. This is left for you to recover your cultivation. Dityan did not shirk and asked respectfully, please give your orders, my lord. Guyuina nodded with satisfaction. Her eyes rarely fluctuated, but her expression was still meticulous and cold, completely different from the Guyuina that Su Ming had seen before. From today, a certain number of signs of this object will be set up in the entire Xingda Great Forest. Warn all soul beasts that within 300 meters of this sign, no soul beasts can kill each other. Violators will be severely punished. Guyuina waved her hand, starlight swayed, and the specific appearance of the sign appeared in front of Dityan. But looking at the sign, Dityan was stunned, because he knew this sign, wasn't it the martial spirit of that damn human? What on earth is going on? Dityan was puzzled. Originally, this matter could reduce the fighting between soul beasts, which was indeed good, but why use the martial soul of that human? Could it be that the master fell in love with that human? As soon as the bold idea came out, Dityan was stunned, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Guyuina half closed her beautiful eyes, and a cold and dark light surged, and she rebuked. Dityan, do you think I will fall in love with a human? Boom. Dityan's face suddenly stiffened, and he didn't dare to breathe more because he knew that he was deeply sinful. With Guyuina's identity, falling in love with a human? This is simply a stain on the honor of the Dragon Clan. Even if he just thought about it, he was guilty. Dityan gritted his teeth, his face suddenly became fierce, and when he was about to take action, he was suddenly stopped by Guyuina. Enough! Guyuina shouted angrily, her face was extremely ugly. The blood of the dragon race is dying, don't do anything reckless. The laws of the dragon race are used to rule the powerful race, not to destroy the ruined dragon race. Dityan felt complicated, and finally slowly put down the dragon claws that were fixed on his chest. Guyuina calmed her mind and then ordered. Apart from this matter, I have reached a consensus with Su Ming that he must not be harmed in the future. In addition, collect the soul bones and some medicinal materials in the Xingda Great Forest, which will be of great use to me. The jade finger pointed at the void, and waves were rippled. Guyuina poured the information of all the medicinal materials into Dityan's brain. Yes. Dityan did not ask any more questions, and disappeared like a ghost in an instant. In the secret room, Guyuina was the only one left in the blink of an eye. Just as she was about to return to the crystal bed, she suddenly stopped when she thought of some things before. She had a stern face and a cold face, and her beautiful eyes were angry. I don't know who she was angry with. If you dare to talk nonsense to that human again, talk about love, don't blame me for being rude to you. Don't forget your identity. After the voice fell, the secret room instantly became dead silent, and the temperature dropped to the extreme. But there was no one else here at all. It seemed that Guyuina was talking to herself, which was very strange. The first school. Finally, it's settled. I don't know how many soul bones there are in the Stardo Great Forest, hee. On the bed, Su Ming's mouth opened up an amazing arc. Su Ming was naturally happy to reach a cooperative relationship with Guyuina. The number of soul beasts' beliefs is as much as possible. Maybe there won't be too many at the moment, but over time, it will be a huge number. As for soul bones and medicinal materials, Su Ming deliberately planned to go to the Stardo Great Forest. He originally wanted to cultivate the little foodie three-eyed golden lion and let it find them. But so many things happened along the way. Now that I can borrow Guyuina's hand, it's naturally the best choice. Su Ming glanced at her with his eyes drooping, and said with a smile. You usually sleep with the quilt covering your head. Zhu Zuking's body froze, and she was in a difficult dilemma between pretending to sleep or coming out. Hesitant. Finally, like an eel, it came out little by little. Zhu Zuking's beautiful eyes were shy and timid, her face seemed to have been steamed in a steamer, red inside and out, her little hands weakly pulled Su Ming's arm, overflowing with lust. It was the first time for her to have close contact. When she thought that she was holding him, Zhu Zuking couldn't sleep at all. Her heart was trembling and almost exploded. Su Ming's handsome face was all over her mind. Seeing this, Su Ming knew that it was his own fault and didn't want to do something bad with good intentions. Okay, go back to your room and sleep for a while. If you sleep here, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep until tomorrow morning. Well. Zhu Zuking responded with a low voice, glanced at Su Ming charmingly, and then reluctantly got off the bed. I'm leaving. Zhu Zuking's chest rose and fell violently, and without waiting for Su Ming's reaction, her warm and soft red dotted her cheeks. In an instant, Zhu Zuking disappeared in the blink of an eye like a frightened rabbit. So Ming shook his head with a smile, and his heart was also stirring, feeling wonderful. But the next second, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by seriousness and earnestness. Since I can't go to other places now, there is one place I can go and see. So Ming's eyes were bright, and an irregular card with thousands of swords engraved on it appeared above his head. Swish! So Ming looked at the wall on the side, his eyes moved, as if a sword was inserted into the wall. Squeak! As his eyes moved, gravel powder kept falling from the wall. Sleep and realize the truth, no problem. Do not disturb. It takes a long time to go to the sword world, so I have to leave a reminder. It would be better to remind him in person, but unfortunately this sword world does not belong to the Douluo world, so it might cause trouble, so Su Ming did not intend to explain it. System, use the Sword Realm Experience card. Ding! The Sword Realm Experience card was used successfully. Ding! The Sword Realm was successfully connected, and the mental power extraction began. Ding! Transmission preparation, please prepare my host. Boom! The strong light brought extreme shock, almost shaking Su Ming unconscious, and his head was in great pain. When Su Ming came back to his senses, he was still stimulated by a cold airflow. He looked up and saw a grey land. All sounds were quiet, the grass and trees withered, and only black and white were left between heaven and earth. The sky was in chaos, and it was a scene of the end of the world. The sound of the water was very strange, not like the sound of flowing, but more like the sound of the void. The dark stream was filled with all kinds of long swords, and there was no end at a glance. Each sword was flashing with a strange halo, as if it could capture people's hearts. Just staring at it, Su Ming felt his mind swaying. Swish! Su Ming moved his hand, and a sword flew out of the stream and landed in Su Ming's mobile phone. Wow! As soon as he got it, he felt an electric shock, and Su Ming suddenly felt his mind go cold, and countless images flashed in his mind. There are mountains above and ravines below, and people live in them. This is called the Three Alones. Not following the law of heaven, not respecting the earth, people have the reason not to fear heaven and earth. Why cherish rebirth, why fear life and death? If you kill the ruthless, there will be no sun and moon here, and no enemy. Watching the practice of swordsmanship and mental skills, Su Ming was not intoxicated by it. The sword world is the sword thought of the Fenjiun swordsman, with countless swordsmanship essences, and it looks like it is true. The sword in his hand tends to be evil, walking the path of ruthless heaven and earth, and no one can be killed. Su Ming does not want to become such a person. With a flick of his hand, the bad long sword in his hand returned to the dark stream. Su Ming did not continue to explore the sword in the stream, but cast his eyes on the three towering mountains that were close at hand and far away in the sky. In the sword world, the sword's positive thoughts turned into mountains, and the evil thoughts turned into pools of water. The three mountains represent three people. The Nameless Sword. Mu Yingxiang, the Absolute Sword. Qi Ju, the Master of the Skyless Purgatory. Hey, I don't know if there is a sword 23 in the sword world. You can't ask me to go to the Nine Voids and the Boundless World. However, Wu Ming's swordsmanship seems to be very good. If I learn from him, it will work. With full of expectations, Su Ming quickly flew towards the bright white mountain in the distance. But the next second, a strange scene happened. The mountain that was originally far away in the sky seemed to feel Su Ming's thoughts. The virtual and the real are combined. Su Ming's eyes were dazed for a while, and when he landed, he was already under a snow-white mountain. Buzz! A huge sword that was extremely sharp stood high on the top of the mountain, and it looked somewhat similar to the hero sword. As Su Ming approached, the huge sword that emitted a strong white light seemed to be activated. Swish! 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 In an instant, endless sword energy raged, and the river was surging, covering 1,000 miles. Didn't you say that the sword world is not as dangerous as the Nine Sky Boundless world? I'm not coming to the sword pond, but the sword mountain. Righteous way. Su Ming's heart tightened, and he wanted to raise his sword to resist. A strange scene appeared. The sword energy that was about to attack Su Ming actually surrounded him 4 meters away and turned into a sword energy tornado. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy became more and more, almost connecting into a piece, and the bright sword energy gradually emerged with a texture like a light curtain. There was a figure inside, dancing with the sword in his hand like a flying swallow. Flexible and free, swinging without a thing, moving smoothly, amazing. Fate is ruthless, brothers are great, 10,000 swords sacrifice themselves, one sword becomes famous. Unknown is famous, the name of the nameless, glimpse the mystery, unexpected. Unknown sword technique, Su Ming was overjoyed and was about to be fascinated, but suddenly felt something was wrong, because this thing seemed to lack the unknown sword technique. The unknown sword technique is not a substantial martial arts, but a magical sword meaning, from which one can comprehend the supreme sword technique suitable for oneself. Just learning the superficial sword technique, even if one can glimpse the mystery, is not conducive to concentration. I originally learned the sword technique of living beings, and this inexplicable sword technique is not much stronger than it. And he is good at the moves, not to mention the existence of the Holy Spirit and Sword 23. It's better to master one skill. Su Ming's mind was clear, and he immediately comprehended this inexplicable sword technique with the idea of watching, especially the strongest move, inexplicable sorrow. For some reason, Su Ming, who had nothing to ask for, felt that his mind was smooth when he comprehended the inexplicable sword technique. It was really inexplicable. Also, when Su Ming comprehended the sword technique, it seemed to sense Su Ming's existence. Swish! Two figures cast their eyes at the same time. One of them was handsome, cold, and arrogant, and his body was red and snowy, obviously different from a human body. And the other one had red hair, a ghostly black face, and a hideous demon like hell, hanging in the middle of the pool. Above his head, there was a fierce sword that exuded great terror and extreme evil. It was pitch black and strange, and thousands of swords submitted to it. It looked very similar to the peerless sword. Ha 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 ha, someone finally opened the sword world. Boom! The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling caused thousands of swords in the sword pool to explode. The terrifying and evil sword energy changed the color of the sky. The demon leader laughed fiercely and grabbed the peerless magic sword and came to Tianjian Mountain. On the other side, Qiju, the master of Wuxian Purgatory, seemed to have discovered this, and his deep eyes flashed slightly. It's been a long time since it was so lively. I don't know what year it is in the outside world, but will anyone still remember the Qi family? After the light laugh, Qiju jumped up, and his body instantly turned into a flame that shot into the sky. Swish swish swish! With a startling flash of lightning, the flaming swords cut through the sky, like a flaming phoenix with its wings spread, about to descend on the top of the snowy mountain. Today is destined to be the most extraordinary day in the sword world. The Lord of the Wuxian Purgatory at the highest peak. The terrifying demon leader born from the evil thoughts of the sword world. Are they actually going to gather at Tianjian Mountain? Boom! The sky exploded with a roar. In an instant, Su Ming was awakened. And the snow-white giant sword also turned into a blurry figure. Although his face could not be seen clearly, the man's white robe fluttered without wind, and his sword intent was majestic. Just standing there, he gave people a domineering demeanor that was independent of the world. Wu Ming looked up at the sky, his eyes were so dead and terrifying, as if he didn't have time for eyes. Qiju, if you want to hide here, that's your business. Today, I must leave this damn place. Boom! The sky was furious, and a huge battle seemed to be about to begin in the next second. Chapter 231 Wu Ming urged for update, the Supreme Sword. The Demon King was born from the fusion of evil thoughts and sword intentions in the sword world. He is proficient in all kinds of sword techniques. Due to the shocking battle between Wu Ming and Mu Yingxiang, the sword world opened and finally rushed into the human world, and he can possess others. Although he was defeated by Wu Wudi and Bulet and Jingyun respectively, his martial arts are also among the best in the world of Fenjiun. Finally, he merged with the Great Tribulation Sword, and the last two weapons, the Thousand Autumn Sword and the Immortal Sword. The three combined God, Spirit, and Demon to forge the Thousand Autumn Great Tribulation Divine Weapon Ruthless, successfully cutting off Bulet and Jingyun's peerless sword and relieving his hatred. As for Qiju, he is a descendant of the Qi family, carrying 100 years of legacy. It is rumored that the ancestor of the Qi family was framed as an undercover agent in Japan because of Wu Di. The emperor ordered the Nai family, the Duan family, the Hong family and the Japanese emperor to eliminate him, but he was eventually defeated. To avoid, the original founder of Shuo took the Qi family and fled to the Wuxian Purgatory, and ordered the descendants of the Qi family to avenge the Qi family if they could leave the sword world. Qiju's body was destroyed due to practicing the Shuo divine art. For revenge, he poured the sword wool into Juexin's body, and the latter defeated Fenjiun and was difficult to find an opponent for a while. As for the Shuo divine art, it is a mythical martial art in the Fenjiun series, which is not inferior to the existence of the 23 swords. The 8th level can cultivate the Yuan Shen. The sword mountain representing the Wuxian Purgatory is higher than the sword mountain of the Tianjian Wu Ming. It even derived other sword mountains, which is also the support of the final boss of Fenjiun 3, Lianchunzi. In the end, Fenjiun, Sword Saint, Wu Ming and many other strong men were defeated. This shows the power of this martial art. Qiju, it's just a wisp of sword wool, do you want to stop me? Facing Chi-Ju's obstruction, the ferocious face of the demon leader showed fear. But as long as there are swordsmen in the world, he is an immortal existence in this sword world, so how can the Demon King be afraid of Chi-Ju? Facing the Demon King's unreasonable rudeness, Chi-Ju's face was as calm as a lake, without a ripple. He stood in the air, his burly body was as tall and strong as a mountain, and he said with righteousness, "Demon King, I just came to see the excitement because I was bored." As he said that, a hint of coldness hung on the corners of Chi-Ju's eyes. "I am in Wutian Buletin Dongzun, and I can't use my previous strength. But there are people here, are you really going to fight me? You?" The Demon King's heart was cold, although he was angry, but it was slightly visible that the peerless magic sword in his hand facing Chi-Ju had already shaken. The momentum has fallen, and the sword intent is naturally gone. The Demon King knows that his mentality has been slightly inferior. After a cold snort, the peerless magic sword in his hand was put away. If it comes to strength, Chi-Ju hiding in Wushan Budongzun is not his opponent at all. Because as long as Wushan Bumizun is destroyed, Chi-Ju will also die, and the former is extremely fragile. However, once Wushan Bumizun is destroyed, Chi-Ju's sword intent will launch an unbridled attack. The moment of beauty, defeated at the beginning. Even if he is immortal in the sword world, he may not survive. The red fire divine art, nothing can be burned. It is one of the highest martial arts in the sword world, even the Demon King is quite afraid. Especially, there are people here. He and Chi-Ju can both use sword intent to seize each other's body. If they really want to compete, the red fire divine art is fierce and domineering, but it can suppress him. Seeing the three masters who suddenly appeared, Su Ming was a little excited. Of course, it was not because of the opponent's strength, but because he finally met someone other than the Douluo world. Although the characters in Fenjiun are also comics, it is another world after all. When I was a child. Who hasn't shouted Kong Long Yu Hui and 10,000 swords return to the sect? As for fear. Although he felt the terrifying sword intent emanating from the three people, with his current mental strength, even if he couldn't defeat them, Su Ming was sure that he would not be defeated instantly. At most, he would just escape from this sword world. Seeing that Chi-Ju and Mo Kuei stopped fighting, the righteous voice of Wu Ming suddenly rang in the sword world. "Two seniors, it's lonely up there, why not come down and have a chat?" Swish! Hearing the invitation from the Wu Ming sword intent, Mo Kuei and Chi-Ju turned into streams of light and landed on the white giant's sword, each occupying one side of the hilt. The demon leader shouted fiercely, "Wu Ming, this kid is very useful to me. I have no objection to you teaching him sword skills, but you must hand him over to me afterwards." Chi-Ju nodded, "I see that this boy has pure sword intentions and is a rare good seedling. Can you bear the pain and let him go? My Wushan purgatory is in need of a good disciple." Hearing this, Wu Ming was silent, but it was obvious that his gentle aura had changed. Like a sword unsheathed, it can break everything and move forward. If you two want to borrow him to leave the sword world, I'm sorry that I can't agree. The Shenzhou is prosperous and stable, and it is not appropriate to have another disaster. Even if Wu Ming dies, he will stop what you two are asking for. Swish! As soon as these words came out, the demon leader's face became extremely bad. Even the kind-hearted Chi-Ju was emitting an extreme heat wave at this moment. In the void, the sound of swords crackling rang out. Although the three did not move at all, the confrontation between the three had already begun. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly said, "Three seniors, please stop. Seniors Chi-Ju and Mo Kuei, what you two are eager for is beyond my ability to do, and it is useless to argue." Swish! As soon as these words came out, the sound of sword fighting stopped abruptly, and Chi-Ju and Mo Kuei jumped down and landed in front of Su Ming. And Wu Ming turned into a giant sword, swish inserted into Su Ming's feet, including the latter, to prevent Chi-Ju and the other two from plotting something bad. Although Wu Ming at this moment is only the sword intent of Wu Ming in the Fenjiun world, the sword intent is like a person, and the mind is connected. Wu Ming cares about the people of the world, and the sword intent is naturally the same. If Chi-Ju and Mo Kuei are allowed to leave the sword world, Shenzhou will never be peaceful for a long time. Mo Kuei's face was livid. He glanced at Chi-Ju. Seeing that the latter had no intention of taking action, he felt even more unhappy and had to focus on Su Ming. "Little ghost, if you are willing to take me away from this sword world, I will teach you the supreme swordsmanship. Don't think that Wu Ming's Wanjian Gazong can't match it. There are the 12 Swanyan swords in this sword world, which is the strongest swordsmanship in the sword world. What do you think?" Chi-Ju said lightly, "The 12 Swanyan swords are indeed powerful, but it is too difficult to practice." Chi-Ju's eyes flashed with a strange light, "Boy, if you are willing to promise me one thing, I can pass on my lifelong swordsmanship to you. No one in the Central Plains martial arts will be your opponent. There was no threat, no superiority, Qiju was completely friendly, and only used absolute temptation to attract Su Ming. Who can resist such a temptation to compete for the top of the Central Plains martial arts? But the more so, the more uneasy it is. Compared to Mo Kuei's directness, Qiju's mind is more meticulous. Su Ming had studied the sword world in advance and knew that the Qiju sword had taken over Zhuexin. Mo Kuei wanted to go out because he was a combination of evil sword thoughts and the peerless sword was the best sword in the world, so he wanted to defeat the peerless sword. And Qiju wanted to kill Naifeng, Lian Chenzi, and others to avenge his family. Both of them were possessed, but Mo Kuei was obviously more reassuring. Seeing that the two still didn't believe it, Su Ming had to tell them that he came from different worlds, so that they wouldn't have evil thoughts about him. If it were someone else, they would definitely be curious about the new world, but the two were too obsessed and would never go to other worlds. Therefore, he was absolutely safe. Other worlds. Apart from the Shenzhou world, are there really other worlds? Qiju and Mo Kuei were in doubt, but they didn't reject it immediately. In the Fenjiun world, it is said that the ultimate martial arts can break the void and go to a more vast world. Moreover, the strong spiritual power emanating from Su Ming was also very unusual. Generally speaking, the deeper the swordsmanship, the stronger the spiritual power. The two knew that with Su Ming's swordsmanship level, he could not match such a strong spiritual power. Moreover, this spiritual power was fierce but restrained, without any sharp edge, obviously not the ultimate sword, not integrated with the sword. Originally, the two were a little skeptical, but after several conversations, especially after Su Ming mentioned Dugu 9 swords, 6 meridians divine sword, flying fairy from the sky. These swordsmanship, they had never heard of. Even the sword world that hides the world's swordsmanship has never appeared, how could the two not believe it? Knowing that they could not return to Shenzhou, Qiju and Mo Kuei were both bored for a while and no longer had the idea of possessing the body. Suddenly, Qiju seemed to realize something, his eyes lit up, and he immediately asked. Su Ming, since you can come to the sword realm, and the sword realm is unique to Shenzhou, does it mean you have a way to descend to the Shenzhou world? Noticing the changing expression on Mo Kuei's face, Su Ming shook his head without thinking. I can come here purely because of an opportunity. Unless I have great strength and can break the barriers of the world, I can't go to other worlds. But... After a pause, Su Ming looked at the two with a much brighter look. If Tang San was here, he would definitely know that this guy was going to cheat again. Su Ming showed respect and continued. In the world of the younger generation, the lives of several predecessors are circulating. Although there are good and bad ones, the predecessors are also bored in the sword realm, so why not listen to them? Qiju and Mo Kuei were immediately interested, and Wu Ming also transformed into a clone, wanting to listen to these stories. Listen to me and I will tell you slowly. Su Ming spoke with great emotion and rhythm, recounting the lives of several people, with the spirit of pointing out the world. Then, the story about Wu Ming was stuck in Wushan sword realm and the subsequent battle with Mu Yingxiang. The same is true for Mo Kuei and Qiju. One is stuck in the confrontation with the peerless sword. The other is stuck at the key point of Qiju's revenge. The three people who were about to climax were itching inside. It's like when a reader reads a YY novel and suddenly Hexi Jun pops up at the key point. How can you bear it? Little ghost, you dare to keep me waiting, you want to die, right? Swish. The peerless magic sword exudes a terrifying deterrent and passes through Su Ming's crotch like lightning. Su Ming suddenly felt a chill on his back, but he was strong in his heart and had no fear at all, and he was calm and composed. Qiju also hurriedly urged, Su Ming, this is about the Qi family's 100-year will, please tell me the final outcome. Wu Ming did not speak, but the rustling of his robes showed that his sword intention had reached its peak. Fighting with his sworn brother Mu Yingxiang and realizing the ultimate sword way is his greatest fate as a swordsman. Who is stronger, the heaven sword or the absolute sword? Wu Ming was anxious to know the word win or lose that he had long abandoned. Seeing this, Su Ming smiled happily, stretched out his arm, and clenched his 5 fingers in a rhythmic manner. Swish! The sword-shaped object that was as crystal clear as ice and snow and emitted a wonderful halo was held in his hand. It was the pure ice sword soul that the system had rewarded earlier. 3 seniors, I came to the sword world only to practice swordsmanship. There are still 2 hours left, and I'm afraid I will be forced to expel you. Su Ming slowly raised the sword spirit in his hand, and a pair of fiery eyes appeared on the transparent and cold sword body. The index finger flicked lightly, and the sword rang crisply. May I ask the 3 seniors, who will go first? The voice was thin and exuded an irresistible majesty. So Ming looked around, and his resolute and iron-blooded eyes were completely different from before. The transformation from sheep to wolf was just a moment. At this moment, So Ming did not hide his intention for the supreme swordsmanship at all. Swordsman, regardless of the sword, what kind of swordsman is it? The fearless can be invulnerable. As swordsmen, the three of them knew what So Ming was thinking at the moment. The sword is like a person, it would rather break than bend. Obviously, everything just now was a trap set by So Ming under the friendly appearance. The purpose was to lure the three of them into the trap. The time to experience the sword world is only a few hours. It is impossible to master a set of sword techniques and martial arts. 10,000 swords return to the origin, Red Fire Divine Art, and Swanyan 12 swords are all top martial arts, and the difficulty can be imagined. The only choice for So Ming is to pass it on. This pure ice sword soul was born for this purpose. The Demon King snorted angrily, and hated the righteous sword intent on So Ming's body and the pure and flawless sword soul in his hand. However, despite his resentment, he did not continue to threaten. As for Wu Ming and Chihu, they are not fools. If they attack So Ming at this moment, the matter will be completely broken. This is the attitude of So Ming's sword intent to the two. Realizing that the threat is not feasible, the three looked at each other, and Wu Ming was the first to speak. Observing your swordsmanship, I know that you are a righteous person and will never kill innocent people. Since you are not from this world, Wu Ming will not violate the teachings of the master. I have the highest sword. How much you can learn depends on your understanding. Wu Ming was very satisfied with the nature of the sword intent emitted by So Ming. As for digging a trap to threaten the three people, it was not unforgivable in his opinion. In order to pursue the swordsmanship, as long as you don't harm others too meanly, it is inevitable to make some mistakes. Compared with the evil sword intent in this sword world, the sword intent emitted by So Ming is always a little evil thought, like the pure sword spirit in his hand, can be seen from his character. I am afraid that this moment is his true face. While speaking, Wu Ming put his two fingers together to make a sword finger, and as the sword finger slowly raised to his chest, countless swords on the sword mountain whistled up. 10,000 swords were shocked, like the supreme sword, countless long swords burst out with unparalleled terrifying destructive power. All elements returned to one. As Wu Ming's fingers moved, countless swords turned into a long river of sword energy behind him. Swish swish swish. The river rushed, and it never came back. Countless sword energy came towards So Ming. The sky seemed to feel the deterrence of the sword, and it cut a bright long horizontal line with the sword. The wind and clouds changed, and the danger of the world overturning was imminent. The charm of swordsmanship was interpreted to the extreme in Wu Ming. In So Ming's pupils, a long dragon of steel was roaring, getting bigger and closer. The extreme terror made So Ming's hair stand on end, and he had to resist the urgency of escaping. Because So Ming knew that Wu Ming would never do anything to him. Wow! When the sword was about to touch So Ming's forehead, all the sword energy disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The wind stopped. The clouds stopped. A breath of hot air slowly came out of So Ming's mouth. Chapter 232, The Newcomer of the First Academy, Jian Rongxiu. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed since So Ming went to the Sword Realm. Of course, So Ming only stayed in the Sword Realm for 4 hours, and the speed of time was the same as that of the Douluo world. Wu Ming demonstrated the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, and injected a sword intent into the pure sword soul, which So Ming could observe 3 times. As for the Demon King, he was furious when he heard that the peerless demon sword was no match for the peerless sword and ended up being useless. He originally wanted to pass on the top swordsmanship, but he shamelessly threw the peerless demon sword to So Ming. However, this also helped So Ming. The peerless demon sword was originally formed by the resentment of the sword that was cut off by the peerless sword. It complemented the pure ice sword soul, so Ming obtained the sword martial soul. As for Chi-Ju, he was trapped in the sword realm and felt very regretful. In addition, So Ming was a spiritual force, so he only passed on the cultivation method of the Red Fire Divine Art, unlike Chuexin who directly pushed the Red Fire Divine Art to the 8th level. However, with So Ming's reminder, the plot of the Fenjiun world may also change. Unfortunately, the Fenjiun world pays attention to destiny. Even if Chi-Ju tosses again, it is afraid that it will be useless. The legendary swordsmanship 10,000 swords return to the origin. New sword martial soul. Mythical martial arts, the Red Fire Divine Art. So Ming's gains were not small. It was a pity that he could not practice now, and he was itching but could not do anything. Although his body had recovered a lot in the past half-month, his lower body was still inconvenient to move. Occasionally, he needed a wheelchair to go out for a walk, which was inconvenient. The season was hot summer in the blink of an eye. The sky was clear and the air was fresh, and the soft light floated in the dust. The bright sunshine scattered in strands, stretched into silk, and warmed every corner of the school. The square. All the people in the academy gathered here at this moment. The teachers were Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xian, and Qin Ming, and there were 2 teachers brought over by Xiao Xian. Zhou and Wang were both sole emperors, but they were a little older and were mainly responsible for the daily affairs of the academy. The students, led by Tang San and Xiao Wu, were neatly lined up in a row of 7 people, standing on the stairs at this moment. The 7 people were flushed, their brows could not help but rise, and their bright eyes looked extremely excited, as if they were waiting for something. Su Ming sat on a higher step, his blue-red pupils overflowing with wisps of grey airflow. Just a glance can disturb people's souls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the mind control technique once, proficiency +1. Great success 3435/5000. Unable to move, although he can't specialize in the swordsmanship, practicing the mind control technique has become the only choice. Even if the proficiency of the mind control technique is extremely high, it has now been forcibly pushed to the great success level by Su Ming, and it is no longer a big problem to control the spirit power and cultivation of the soul master who is weaker than himself. Wow! At this moment, a subtle and undetectable sound of wind came into his ears. Seeing that Zhao Wuji and others didn't notice it at all, Su Ming understood in his heart and turned his head to look over. Under the exploration of mental power, a clear figure came into his mind. Daming, you are finally back. Su Ming's calm eyes were more happy, and he immediately said to the system. System, start upgrading the smelting clone technique. Ding! Deduct 50 upgrade points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the smelting clone technique to the first level, casting body. Ding! Deduct 100 upgrade points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the smelting clone technique to the second level, condensing veins. Ding! Deduct 200 upgrade points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the smelting clone technique to the third level, penetrating body. Ding! Deduct 300 upgrade points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the smelting clone technique to the fourth level, injecting soul. Ding! Only 10 upgrade points left, unable to upgrade further, please keep up the good work. Su Ming was not distressed that all the upgrade points he had accumulated with great difficulty were gone. It stands to reason that upgrading the soul skills such as the Holy Spirit Sword technique and the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, which enhance combat power, would greatly help Su Ming's combat power, and it shouldn't be like this. But, compared to the simple combat power enhancement, the effect of the smelting clone technique made Su Ming more yearning. Clone. That's right, just like his name. Even if Su Ming works harder now, there is not enough time. Practice meditation. Study the way of alchemy. Study swordsmanship. Explore soul guides. For all these things, even Su Ming feels stretched and overwhelmed. The previous desperate fighting method is obviously no longer suitable for Su Ming's needs. Every profession has its own specialty. The main body is a sword martial soul, and Su Ming feels that the most suitable for him to devote his mind to is still the way of sword and soul guides. People can learn a lot, but they must specialize. Let the clones work separately first, and then merge together. This method has great benefits whether it is cultivation or condensing soul cores. This is also the reason why Su Ming told Gu Yuina that he can solve the coexistence of multiple soul cores. What's going on? Why are you suddenly calling everyone together? Who knows? Maybe there's something important to announce. Ahem, keep your voices down. Look. That. The new students who had just arrived at the square and noticed the situation on the scene were all silent. Something is wrong. It's too wrong. It's okay that the teacher is here, but the chief brothers and sisters are all here. And the dean. Countless pairs of eyes looked in Su Ming's direction, curious, respectful, puzzled, and expectant. A white robe. Graceful. The eyebrows are deep, exuding a hint of coldness and power. The dean's appearance is similar to the description in the rumors, several female students thought secretly. Although most of the college's reputation was made by Tang San and his friends. But as the absolute core of the college, he can say draw a line to rule and gather 3 titled Douluo. How can the legend of the dean be concealed by his young and handsome appearance? There are also rumors that the dean is a titled Douluo. Being able to pass the early assessment, there is absolutely no problem with the intelligence of the people present, and naturally they will not question Su Ming's young appearance. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. The more handsome a man is, the more likely he is to hide. Hey! Zhao Wuji snorted twice and said loudly to everyone. You are all disciples who passed the college assessment in the early stage. Whether you can become a formal disciple of the college needs to be personally reviewed by the dean. Now, stand in a row. Everyone looked at each other, but still stood in a row neatly, looking forward to it. The first school, the strongest school in the Tiandu Empire. The school with the most stringent enrollment. They were selected from nearly 1,000 people. Now, it's just a matter of time. Zhao Wuji said, now, those whose names are called, take 3 steps forward. The first one, Meng Bufan. Me? The first one? In the crowd, a young man in gorgeous clothes and with a dignified demeanor raised his lips and walked out with big strides. His strong self-confidence and demeanor made people's eyes light up. Meet the dean. Su Ming nodded, opened the atlas in his hand, and glanced at it. Meng Bufan. Age, 16 years old. Martial Soul, Heavenly Star Hammer. Cultivation, Level 35 Soul Master. Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Seeing Meng Bufan coming out, Xiao Wu and the others looked at Tang San unconsciously. Tang San smiled slightly, looking a little helpless. Although he has not cultivated the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul yet, he still has a good impression of the Hammer-type Martial Soul. This junior brother is also one of his attention. It's a pity that he is now in charge of the control department. If you pass my assessment, you will become a formal student of the academy. Su Ming's voice had just fallen, but his eyes showed a creepy light. When Su Ming's eyes met, Meng Bufan was struck by lightning, his eyes immediately became empty, and he seemed a little confused. What's going on? What happened? Feeling that something was wrong with Meng Bufan, everyone was shocked, until they saw Su Ming's eyes, they understood everything. The dark eyes were like a black hole that swallowed everything, gloomy and creepy. Being stared at by it, it was as if the soul was seen through, giving people goosebumps all over their bodies. What a terrible look! Everyone was chilled. Although Su Ming did not target them, he was just watching them intently, and their entire minds were almost pulled in. As the target, after just a few breaths, Meng Bufan's face was like a wet white paper, and his body began to shake violently and uncontrollably. Don't! Mumbling in a trembling voice, Meng Bufan seemed to have seen some terrible demon, and his steps could not help but retreat, and his face was visibly distorted. No! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar came from Meng Bufan's throat. He woke up and fell down with a cold sweat all over his body. His eyes and arms were shaking violently like sieves, and he was terrified to the extreme. All the students were shocked by what Meng Bufan had seen that made him so scared. Tang San and Xiao Wu glanced at Su Ming, wondering if such an assessment was too harsh. I'm afraid few people could stand such mental pressure. Su Ming didn't say anything, but just shook his head gently, and Zhao Wuji also waved his hand at Meng Fan. Although Meng Bufan was quite capable, it was a pity that his state of mind was too bad and his ability to withstand blows was too weak. Born as an aristocrat, he couldn't even pass the first level of the state of mind test, which was really disappointing. Su Ming's state of mind test has 3 tests. First test, what if the clouds fall into the mud and are trampled on by others? As long as he keeps the hope of survival and accepts this mediocrity to face it all, he will pass. If he seeks to rise up, it will be even better. As for Meng Bufan, he couldn't accept this blow and collapsed at the beginning. Su Ming naturally didn't want such a student. As for the second test, what if he is depressed and mediocre in the sect and faces the temptation of the evil demons? There is no answer to this question. As long as he doesn't harm his relatives and friends in the sect and has some good thoughts in the world, Su Ming will let him pass. Because good thoughts can be cultivated. The third test is also the most difficult one. What if the people he cares about most slaughter the world? These 3 tests correspond to self-improvement, goodness, justice. Self-reliance and perseverance lay the foundation, adhere to the authenticity of good thoughts, and uphold justice and virtue. Su Ming did not set the highest standard, also considering the complexity of human hearts. As long as it is desirable, the school can tolerate it. Knowing that he failed, Meng Bufan did not quibble or fight, and left here in disgrace, completely different from the previous glamorous and bright. And the people waiting for the assessment began to get nervous and uneasy. The assessment of the first school is so difficult? Unfortunately, it still came. The second one, Le King Kaiu. The third one. The assessment is continuing. But everyone can see that there are obviously more people who are eliminated. Su Ming's requirements are not high. If you can pass the second level, you can pass the entire assessment. Compared with the children of nobles, the mentality of poor children is indeed much higher. Looking at 5 people born in the middle and lower classes passing the assessment, So Ming couldn't help but feel a little emotional. 20 geniuses born with extraordinary talents, 10 ordinary talents, the latter have a higher number of people who have passed, they really have not experienced the hardships of the world. As for how to distinguish the difference between the two, the martial spirit, clothing, behavior, and aura can already be seen. Le Kinga. Age, 15 years old. Martial spirit, Feng Zidi. Cultivation, 29th level Great Spirit Master. Strength, 44. Defense, 21. Spirit, 49. Zhangjian Xing. Age, 18. Martial Spirit, Yu. Cultivation, 35th level Great Spirit Master. Strength, 155. Defense, 10-3. Su Shuet, Jianrongxiu. Age, 18, 24 years old. Martial Soul, Holy Sword, 6-Winged Angel. Cultivation, Level 42 Soul Sect, Level 61 Soul Emperor. Power, 2780, True Martial Soul Possession. Defense, 2633, True Martial Soul Possession. Su Ming was stunned when the wrong information passed by. He looked at a woman who passed the test in disbelief. She was wearing white clothes, tall, with long and slender legs wrapped in light white one-piece socks, and a waist corset that outlined a perfect curve up and down, which was very graceful. She had a fair face, delicate features, elegant and refined, and stood tall and graceful. Although she looked too beautiful, she was not frivolous or enchanting, like a fairy in an ancient painting, and no one was allowed to play with her. As if she noticed Su Ming looking at her, Jianrongxiu's eyes were empty and she lowered her head quickly. Where Su Ming couldn't see, her eyes flashed with strange excitement and joy. Humph, no matter what you think, you can't imagine that I would give up being a prince and come to the first academy, right? When the time comes I'll scare you to death. Just wait for your sister. What does Jianrongxiu want to do? Stealing secrets like martial arts? Or is she an undercover agent, step by step becoming the dean and swallowing up the academy? Su Ming's temples jumped suddenly, and he was speechless. No wonder I thought Jianrongxiu's clothes were beautiful just now. When I looked again, it was the pattern of my own clothes. It's not coming for me, right? The more Su Ming thought about it, the more possible it was. If he couldn't find Jianrongxiu's identity, with her super talent and weapon-type martial spirit, he would probably accept her as his second disciple, and he could continue to get a 10% reward in the future. If her talent is better, she will definitely be the third dean, not to mention the second-generation dean. Hi! In his heart, Su Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jianrongxiu's calculation. But then, Su Ming began to have a headache. How to deal with Jianrongxiu? Ahem. Zhao Wuji pretended to cough twice, and his eyes indicated that Su Ming should speak. Su Ming immediately came back to his senses, looking at the 12 selected disciples, without giving other thoughts, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face, and he said loudly. Congratulations to the 12 of you for passing the Academy's assessment. In the future, you will be a member of the Academy. The future glory of the Academy will be created by you, and will also be shared by you. Boom! When the thunder roared in the clear sky, the wind and clouds changed. Xiao Wu, Ye Lingling, Tang San, Ming and others stepped forward solemnly and handed over the boxes one by one. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Academy. The heavy voice sounded like heavenly music in everyone's heart. The door slowly opened, and a dragon-shaped badge came into view, silver and stunning, illuminating everyone's eyes. They succeeded? Will they be a member of the number 1 Academy in the future? Boom! The hearts roared, and everyone looked at the badge excitedly, unable to calm down for a long time. In the dark, it seemed that they and the Academy were integrated, and good and bad depended on each other. The gears of fate finally turned for them at this moment. Chapter 233 Jianrongxiu's Sudden Confession. Bang! The office door slowly closed. The light dimmed slightly, and Su Ming stared at the woman in front of him with strange eyes. Shua! A cold atmosphere suddenly surged into his heart. Jianrongxiu glanced at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes, and her heart suddenly became very nervous, her palms were sweating, and her breathing became a little paused. After a long and slow fragrance, Jianrongxiu pretended to smile and asked. Dean, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Ming did not reply immediately, his eyes moved slightly downward, and his gaze was on Jianrongxiu's right breast. Jianrongxiu's face was slightly red when her private parts were stared at, and she was ashamed. As expected, she was a little lecher, shameless. Although she was ashamed and angry, Jianrongxiu's heart was pounding, and there was not much resistance in her subconscious mind, as if she was a little happy. Her face and figure could attract So Ming, if it was her real body. Just as Qian Rongxiu was fantasizing, So Ming's mouth moved and he uttered an intriguing sentence. The badge is very beautiful, the 9th seat of the academy, 9 is the extreme number, implying the last hope. Unfortunately, it doesn't match you. Badge? I have such a good figure, you actually like the badge? Qian Rongxiu glared at So Ming unhappily, feeling disgusted. It was like a strawberry that had just been in her mouth fell to the ground, and was stepped on by a dog. Dean, what are you talking about? Qian Rongxiu suppressed her anger and pretended to be gentle and aggrieved, with her long eyelashes drooping, like a sad and pitiful person rippling in autumn water. Since I am already the 9th seat of the academy, I will definitely take on my responsibilities and advance and retreat together with the academy. Does the dean want to go back on his word and take back my badge? Qian Rongxiu covered the badge with her eyes bulging, alert but tenacious. Advance and retreat together. So Ming fell into thought, chewing on the 4 words carefully, and could not think of any possibility. Qian Rongxiu, will you betray the angel clan? Haha, it's a joke. Besides, you will do anything to achieve your goal. Even Xue Qinghe, who is a prince and lives in the palace, can be plotted against by you. Although So Ming is proud of his IQ, it is probably not much higher than the real Xue Qinghe. Seeing this, Qian Rongxiu was a little anxious, thinking that this guy would not kick her out of the academy, right? Could it be that he saw through my identity again? Impossible. I hid myself so well that it is impossible for me to be discovered. Qian Rongxiu quickly expressed her opinion. Dean, if you don't believe me, I can swear to heaven. I will definitely stand together with the academy. So Ming's eyes brightened, this is a good suggestion. Swear it. Qian Rongxiu was stunned when he said this. Do you know what the word courtesy means? You guy. Pushing the duck to the shelf, Qian Rongxiu pursed her lips and raised 3 fingers. I, Su Shuet, swear to heaven that I will. So Ming. Wait a minute. So Ming glared back at her with a "are you kidding me" look, and couldn't help but sympathize with Xue Qinghe, the wronged person who heard this oath. So, I wronged person number 2? Seeing that Qian Rongxiu was not ready to expose herself, So Ming said unhappily. If you swear, you'd better swear to the angel god, so that people can be convinced. By the way, add the 3 words Qian Rongxiu. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Qian Rongxiu was stunned. Clown. The clown turned out to be me. You clearly know my identity, but you deliberately don't expose it, just want to laugh at me, right? How did you find out? Qian Rongxiu bit her pink lips tightly, her tone was so weak, she wanted to escape from here immediately, it was too embarrassing. So Ming didn't answer, his eyes gradually turned cold. If you come to the First Academy to lurk, intending to imitate the previous incident to trap the First Academy, I advise you to give up this idea. Although I don't want to do anything to you, if you touch my bottom line, I will never be polite to you. As a person, you should know how to advance and retreat. Boom. Qian Rongxiu was in a trance, and her originally rosy cheeks turned pale in an instant. Do you think I came to the First Academy to do something bad? Qian Rongxiu stepped in front of So Ming with a sullen look, but what she waited for was the latter's "isn't it?" eyes. She was immediately furious. I have done so much for you, and you actually doubt me. You don't want to hurt me, why do you think I will hurt you? Suffering injustice and prejudice again, Qian Rongxiu finally couldn't control her emotions and yelled at So Ming. Maybe my methods are not fair, but why do you deny all my good things? I thought about harming other people, but I never thought about harming you. Do you think you have a heart and I don't have one? I tell you, I didn't come to the First Academy to covet the secrets here. You can insult me for being shady, but you can't tarnish the most beautiful feelings in my heart. Qian Rongxiu's tears flowed down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. But she didn't blink, and her sad tears stared at the heartless man in front of her. So Ming, I thought you understood me and would like me, but I didn't expect. Hee. As she cried, Qian Rongxiu suddenly laughed, as if mocking her own self-love. Cold eyes glared at So Ming fiercely. Qian Rongxiu didn't want to stay in this sad place for another second. Feeling that it was out of the ordinary, So Ming was numb all over. Until he saw Qian Rongxiu was about to leave, he subconsciously pulled her back. Things haven't been explained clearly, why are you leaving? So Ming's mind was in a mess, east, west, south. Qian Rongxiu likes me? How is this possible? We have only met 3 times, plus the last time we met was unpleasant, a total of only once. Could it be love at first sight? So Ming didn't believe this at all. Even if it was a sudden confession from a woman as cold and loyal as Qing'er, So Ming didn't believe it for a while. Finally, after more than a year of getting along, he accepted it. It was because he was wary of sudden feelings that So Ming found it incredible. Just like, at this moment, So Ming, who was in a state of confusion, did not notice that Jian Rongxiu could not resist because of the great force of his pull without thinking. She was pulled back and fell on So Ming, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Boom! In an instant, a strong masculine breath came, and Jian Rongxiu's originally pale face changed red and white several times. Jian Rongxiu could feel her back against a strong and powerful chest, and upwards, there was a warm and hot breath, which was numb and seemed to be constantly drawing strength from her body. For a moment, Jian Rongxiu's brain also lost its mind. Ahem, you first. So Ming's old face was a little hot. Although Jian Rongxiu had a good figure, it was not appropriate for the two of them to do this now. But before So Ming finished speaking, a feeling of electric shock suddenly surged into his brain. This is... Jian Rongxiu felt the wonderful connection at the same time, and her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Swish! Jian Rongxiu turned her head suddenly. When their eyes met, the atmosphere became a little strange. Jian Rongxiu pursed her lips tightly, her bright eyes slowly moved up, not daring to look at So Ming, ashamed but inexplicably happy. Ahem, you get up first. So Ming spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Oh! Getting up honestly, Jian Rongxiu didn't know what to do, and put her hands under her belly. A lady from a noble family, with a graceful posture, waited for So Ming to speak. Supporting his head with his index finger and thumb, So Ming rubbed his headache temple with his index finger. Let's do it one by one. Let's talk about the first one first. So Ming looked at Jian Rongxiu with strange and complicated eyes. Do you like me? So Ming's question was not to Jian Rongxiu, but also to himself. After traveling through time for so long, he was very clear that his character had flaws. Grandpa Brin recognized Xiao Wu as his granddaughter, and he was also worried that he would be left alone after his death. This was what Grandpa Brin told So Ming when he left. At least So Ming himself thought that he was not very likable and was rather stubborn. Xiao Wu, because they had been together for many years, they had a sense of dependence and affection. Qing'er, because she liked him and her personality changed, she could tolerate his shortcomings. So Ming could understand that the two of them liked him, but Jian Rongxiu drank a lot of wine and comforted her. She fell in love with me? This. Yet. Although she was extremely shy, Jian Rongxiu still nodded to admit it, her heart was beating wildly. For a moment, her body felt like it was on fire, and the shyness kept stimulating her nerves, and her heart was spitting pink bubbles. So Ming's head hurt even more. Because he had been observing from beginning to end, without blinking his eyes, Jian Rongxiu's instinctive physical reaction just now was absolutely not fake. Do you know why you like me? Or, what do you like about me? So Ming's face was grim, and he felt that this matter was more serious than his weak strength. If it is not handled properly, the consequences will be unpredictable. For example, if Jian Rongxiu is suddenly exposed, what will happen to the Tiandu royal family is another matter. In the academy alone, she is a time bomb. By then, even if Tang Hao takes into account the face of the spirit master, he will probably severely injure Jian Rongxiu to vent his hatred for killing his wife. If Jian Rongxiu gets into trouble in the first academy, how can the academy be safe? Then he will have to face the revenge of the entire Wuhan Hall, including Jian Douluo. He is not afraid of himself, but he is afraid of everyone. In addition, Tang San has a grudge. Xiao Wu has a grudge. If he and Jian Rongxiu really have something, how should he choose? The troubles here make So Ming feel every time he thinks about it. Headache. Jian Rongxiu thought for a long time before she spoke. Don't you think that, whether it's talent, strength, appearance, or experience? In fact, we are a perfect match. The tone was gentle and a little shy. Jian Rongxiu stared at So Ming, her beautiful eyes were like two blue gems, pure and clear, the same from the inside out, and she continued seriously. Besides, if you like someone, you like him/her, why are there so many reasons? I like you, I think you are very good, and it will be a very happy thing to spend the rest of my life with you. I think you can understand me, and I can understand you, isn't that enough? Enough. Of course it's enough. If a man and a woman can understand each other and support each other for a lifetime, that would naturally be the most beautiful ending. So Ming couldn't refute this ideal beauty, but reality is always cruel. You just saw it, I don't really understand you. Don't you understand now? Before So Ming finished, Jian Rongxiu stomped her feet and interrupted the chilling words. I've been so straightforward, you still want to say these words to fool me? Su Ming was speechless. Thinking about it, he continued to argue. I told you before that I have some grudges with the spirit hall and your mother. Qian Rongxiu's chest rose and fell violently, and she spoke word by word. I am now the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xue King He. Also, the 9th seat of the First Academy, Su Xuet. What does your grudge with that woman have to do with me? Alas! Knowing that Qian Rongxiu was talking in anger because of her bad relationship with Bibi Dong, Su Ming did not take it seriously, and said earnestly. In addition to this, there are more grudges, these at trademark S not what you can balance now. If you can perfectly inherit the divine position, you will have the ability to reorganize all of this, but then, your grandpa will fall. This is a problem of no solution. It doesn't make sense to hang on my crooked neck tree. You said, right? I never thought we were together, can we solve these things together? I have not enough strength, what about you? Do you think I am here to earn system rewards and actively choose the hell difficulty dungeon? I have women, and 2 of them. Su Ming used his trump card and looked at Qian Rongxiu proudly. 2 women. You should have given up on this. Qian Rongxiu, the future angel god, shares a husband with other women? What a joke. You really like them, right? Qian Rongxiu's face turned pale and she asked a serious question. Of course. Su Ming replied decisively, thinking that it was finally done. Qian Rongxiu's expression changed constantly. After a long time, her resentful eyes made people feel pity. She said. Whoever you like, if they treat you well, I won't have any objection. Just like you treat me well, I will naturally remember your kindness, so I won't make it difficult for you. Poof. Su Ming almost vomited blood, looking at Qian Rongxiu with a trembling heart, really not joking. No. Am I worthy? I really don't deserve it. For a moment, Su Ming didn't know how to persuade Qian Rongxiu who was obsessed with love. And silence is also a potential attitude. Qian Rongxiu's eyes became darker, and a sad smile appeared on her face. How could she not understand that Su Ming had been looking for excuses to shirk, and pressing step by step would only backfire? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything before, I was just joking. Although we can't be lovers, it's okay to be a confidant who keeps each other warm, right? Also, I will practice in your academy in the future. Please give me more guidance when you have time. It would be best if I can become a god. I will keep your first academy safe. How about that? Becoming a god can solve all these. Qian Rongxiu muttered to herself. Chapter 234 Qian Rongxiu, this is a disease, it must be cured. Confidant? Good friends of the opposite sex who communicate spiritually more than physically? Let me ask. Is a confidant who likes you really a confidant? However, Su Ming is still very interested in what Qian Rongxiu said about mutual help. For the Spirit Hall, apart from Xiaowu and Tang San, and correspondingly apart from Bibi Dong and Qian Sunji, Su Ming actually still has a good opinion. At least in small places like Dian Village, the awakening of martial spirits was helped by the Spirit Hall, which gave some civilians a chance to turn things around. Rather than guarding against the Spirit Hall, Su Ming was mainly guarding against Bibi Dong, the crazy woman who was ready to take revenge on society. The current top university is in great need of a stable development environment. Moreover, it can temporarily get rid of Qian Rongxiu's emotional entanglement. Let's not talk about what will happen in the future, at least now I can feel a little relieved. Seeing that Su Ming did not refuse at the first time, Qian Rongxiu was secretly happy. By the way, why don't you wear the clothes I gave you as compensation? Qian Rongxiu asked bluntly, as if you had already agreed to it. Forget it, Su Ming sighed, acquiescing, and looked at Qian Rongxiu speechlessly. I am a soul master, always ready to fight, not to attend a dance. I thought you didn't like the things I gave you. Qian Rongxiu smiled, you mean, it's too luxurious, so you're not used to it. Su Ming shrugged helplessly, luxury is secondary. Do I have to pay attention to whether the diamonds on it will fall off when I fight? Qian Rongxiu was speechless after hearing this. Clothes are clothes, why do you care whether the diamonds on them fall off? Even if the clothes are ruined, I will give them to you again. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's look, Su Ming didn't need to guess, he knew she would misunderstand. Look at my outfit. Do you think I like fancy clothes? Also, what I can't understand is why you girls wear high heels when fighting. Can high heels increase combat effectiveness? Qian Rongxiu. With a twitch in her mouth, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but look at the high heels on her feet, feeling speechless. What clothes I wear is my freedom. It doesn't affect my fighting. You, a boy, are meddling in my daughter's business. Okay. Qian Rongxu rolled her eyes proudly. Wait a few days, I'll ask someone to design a few clothes for you according to the clothes you're wearing. Is that okay? Is it the clothes I care about? Why is it so difficult to chat? Su Ming waved his hand helplessly. No, I have enough clothes to wear. Don't worry about it. Okay, a dozen pieces. Qian Rongxu raised her head slightly and looked down at Su Ming sitting in a wheelchair. Yes, I did it on purpose. You are sick, you need to be treated. Su Ming. Is this the attitude of a confidant? Okay, if you want to improve your cultivation, go to the Gathering Spirit Tower, don't disturb my mood here. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at the side door, indicating that someone should be more self-conscious. Qian Rongxu glared at Su Ming with disdain. The spirit has been subdued, but your mouth is still hard. Sooner or later, I will soften your mouth. By the way, what are you practicing recently? Why do you suddenly use a wheelchair? Qian Rongxu, who was about to leave, suddenly turned back and looked at Su Ming's wheelchair with a puzzled face. Just now in the square, she felt very strange, but she didn't have time to ask. It seems that Su Ming has never left the wheelchair. It was Xiao Wu who pushed him back just now. Could it be? Swish. Qian Rongxu suddenly felt uneasy and reached out to hold Su Ming's wrist. Strange, nothing happened at all. Qian Rongxu frowned, and when she was about to continue to explore, Su Ming opened her hand with his finger. Qian Rongxu asked seriously. Are you practicing some soul skills again? Su Ming. I 1/4% plus, I 1/2 po. After these words, Su Ming was completely stunned. Go. You go. Go now, and I'd better not let you see me again in the next few days. After scolding, Su Ming still felt unsatisfied, and kicked Qian Rongxu's butt. Bang! Qian Rongxu's body swayed, and when she reacted, her face was immediately bloodshot, and she felt a burning sensation behind her. Kick my butt? This guy actually kicked my butt? Ah! Let's go, do you think I want to stay here with you? With a fierce cry, Qian Rongxu covered her violently beating heart and quickly fled the office. Su Ming finally felt quiet and raised his hand to remove the mental blockade around him. But then, Su Ming seemed to realize something and suddenly became surprised. Can move. Swish. Looking at the successfully raised thigh, Su Ming hurriedly tried to get up. Perhaps because he hadn't been on the ground for a long time, Su Ming's figure was slightly shaky. After adjusting, he stepped firmly on the ground and stood up. Finally, it's over. The pain of not being able to walk was really tormenting, and Su Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now that I'm recovered, I should get down to business. Su Ming left the office and found Daming, who had returned. Due to his own inconvenience, Su Ming asked Daming to go to the Xingde Great Forest to negotiate. If Su Ming hadn't repeatedly assured him that nothing would happen, Daming wouldn't have dared to return to the Stardo Great Forest. After returning safely, his heart was finally at peace. Su Ming, the master asked me to bring you a message, remind you of the agreement between the two. Daming stretched out his palm, and several soul bones emitting a wonderful halo floated in his palm. In total, there were 4 pieces. If other soul masters saw this scene, they would probably go crazy. But this is not all the heritage of the Stardo Great Forest. For hundreds of thousands of years, too many soul beasts have died in slaughter and heavenly tribulations. Although soul beasts don't have the habit of collecting soul bones, it is really easy for fierce beasts like the 10,000 Demon King to find soul bones in the Stardo Great Forest. This shouldn't be all the soul bones in the Stardo Great Forest. Bones, right? Su Ming asked casually. Daming was speechless. Why, do you need more soul bones? 4 soul bones, one of which is 100,000-year soul bone. Moreover, it is the kind of soul bone with unique properties. Just be content. No, I'm just curious. Su Ming didn't bother whether Guyuina had given a discount, as long as it was a 10,000-year soul bone with the corresponding properties, the quantity was enough. Fortunately, it didn't take another trip. Daming was finally relieved. The Lord and his men are very interested in the transformation pill. That 100,000-year soul bone is a gift. If possible, you see. As he spoke, Daming signaled with his eyes whether Su Ming should give a return gift. Hearing this, Su Ming's sharp eyes immediately looked at Daming. Daming rubbed his hair behind his head, looking unhappy, and his eyes involuntarily turned to the ceiling. I don't want to be like this, but I have to go back to the Stardo Great Forest. You don't want me to encounter any inhuman treatment in the Stardo Great Forest, do you? So Ming shook his head and didn't care about these things with Daming. He just regarded it as consolidating the relationship with the Soul Beast clan. Transformation pill, there is no short term. If you wait for a while, it should be fine. Daming took the transformation pill and transformed from a soul beast into a human. A few months ago, So Ming told him about his new idea. Like Xiao Wu, there is no need to hunt soul beasts in the early stage, but to synthesize them by yourself. Similarly, can Daming, whose body has changed into a human, also transform his cultivation into soul rings and condense soul rings one by one? In this way, there is a new shortcut for soul beasts to transform and cultivate again, and they don't need to give up their original cultivation. After several months of experiments, Daming has no idea how many failed times, from filtering the soul power attributes of soul beasts, to combining soul power, and then combining ability with soul rings. With So Ming's ideas, Daming has successfully condensed a white soul ring. Because he knew this, So Ming deliberately mentioned the transformation pill as a gift in the Stardo Great Forest, just to use this shortcut to seek a 100,000-year soul ring. Unfortunately, too many changes happened, and So Ming had no time to explain that soul beasts could transform into humans to practice, and irreconcilable conflicts and battles occurred. It's fine if you have it, time doesn't matter. Daming laughed generously, without any intention to urge So Ming. After all, he hadn't condensed a purple soul ring yet, so how could he send the transformation pill back immediately? So Ming understood immediately, told Daming to keep an eye on the academy's movements, and left. As for the freshmen of the academy, whether they were from the royal family, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, or the Spirit Hall, without the subsequent state of mind assessment, they had no access to the core skills of the academy. In the first year of freshman, the focus was on physical training and theoretical knowledge, which So Ming had already prepared, in order to lay the foundation for practicing skills and tempering the body with blood essence. In the training room, So Ming sat cross-legged, and a cluster of flames rose from his palm. The temperature of the flames was very high, and the air was distorted by the burning phenomenon. Let's start with the fire attribute. So Ming waved his hand, and a fiery red left leg bone on the ground floated up in an instant. Boom! The fire dragon roared and, under So Ming's control, instantly wrapped the entire soul bone. The terrifying high temperature kept roasting the Flame Wolf King soul bone, making crackling sounds. Time passed bit by bit, and the soul bone began to soften, like cotton candy encountering wind and waves, rising and falling in the air, showing a liquid appearance. Seeing this, So Ming began to form seals with both hands, and his movements were fast and rhythmic, either inward or turning over, using spirit and soul power as pens. OM. With the last finger falling, a rune condensed in front of So Ming, emitting a clean and white luster. Go! So Ming pointed his finger, and the rune swished towards the soul bone liquid essence, covering the latter like a fishing net. Then, a surprising scene appeared. The soul bone seemed to be pulled, and began to condense into a white jade bone that looked like a foot bone. At first, the white bone was like jade, crystal clear. But as the kneecap, thigh bone, pelvis, ribs, and spine bones were all formed, only the left leg bone was still crystal white, and the rest of the place turned into a normal bone, which looked a little dark. Seeing the skeleton taking shape, So Ming took out a huge skin bag from the space ring. The skin bag was segmented, and it still exuded the starlight of gems, which looked dazzling, and even retained a scent of energy. It was not an ordinary thing. The skin from the million-year-old soul beast Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, of course it is not an ordinary thing. The small piece of skin was burned by the flames and turned into a silver liquid. Swish! Under the pull of the rune, the silver liquid began to flow towards the white skeleton. At the same time, So Ming's body also emitted a fiery red magma color, as if it was about to melt. The hot energy turned into a rainbow bridge, connecting him and the skeleton together. Buzz buzz buzz! After a while, a strong and dazzling light overflowed from the skeleton. In the dazzling light, the prototype of the human body could be seen faintly. Time flew by, and it had been several hours in the blink of an eye. The originally empty skeleton was now covered with organs and muscles, with only a few parts such as ribs, shoulders, and knees exposed. Sizzle! So Ming ruthlessly scratched his finger, and blood flowed out of the broken fingertips. Congeal the veins! So Ming flew up, flying sword style pointing at the heart. The blood from the finger poured on the heart, and the originally still heart began to emit a surging heartbeat sound of bang bang bang. Blood-red tubes spread from the heart and spread out in all directions of the body, like a water channel, which would inject the source of life into this body. After doing this step, So Ming Luo returned to his original position, waved his hand, and the medicine in the medicine cauldron next to him quickly rushed to the remaining body. Swish! Blood scattered, and a piece of bloody flesh the size of a mouth fell into the medicine liquid injection port. Blood and flesh are the guide, and my body is forged. Su Ming flew up again, breaking through the flesh and blood, and slapping his bloody palm on the top of the body. Boom! In an instant, the flames that rose to the sky wrapped Su Ming and the remaining body layer by layer. Buzz buzz buzz! The increasingly fierce red light seemed to break through the restraint of the flame and expose everything that happened inside. Unfortunately, even after half an hour, until the flames were extinguished, they still could not break through. In the middle of the training room, a body quietly floated in the air, like a newborn baby, with a bit of blood red remaining on the white and tender skin. It was a man about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender figure and broad shoulders. His well-proportioned figure did not show the beauty of muscle strength, but his firmness showed some extraordinariness. The man was bald at the moment, but it did not affect his handsomeness at all. Although he was a little worse than the main body Su Ming, his appearance was far superior to others, and he deserved the word handsome man. Especially the two sword eyebrows and the fire cloud pattern on the forehead, which made him more heroic and charming. Next, it's time to penetrate the body, let this body have the instinctive reaction of the human body, and then return to the center. The pale face could not hide the burning eyes. Su Ming swallowed a few candies, adjusted his physical condition, and then started to move again. Body penetration is not only about the operation of the 8 extraordinary meridians and various tendons, but more importantly, it can control the whole body as one, rather than a patchwork of parts. Only when the body is penetrated successfully, the mental power and soul power are injected, and the consciousness is controlled by the body, can it be considered that the smelting of the clone is successful. If it is not forcibly using the upgrade points to improve the smelting clone technique, it will take a long time to practice just one of the runes, not to mention that there are 5 such runes. As for why soul bones are used as skeletons, it is because each clone needs fixed elements and synchronized mechanisms. If soul bones are absorbed, they also need fire attributes. When merging into the main body, if the clone still has soul bones, conflicts will occur between too many soul bones. In other words, the clone can only use the energy of the soul bone to transform nutrients to strengthen the body, so as to lay a foundation for the clone to surpass ordinary people. Chapter 235 Time Flies, Soul Master Competition. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp and pleasant ringing of the bells continued in the Soul Gathering Tower. Although they were still not satisfied, all the students who were immersed in cultivation stopped practicing. Swish! The blue eyes flashed with a graceful brilliance, and Qian Rongxue was both happy and surprised. No wonder that guy practiced so fast, it turns out that there is such a good thing. The slender jade fingers brushed the lotus pattern under the seat, and it was cold. Qian Rongxue felt that all the pores on her body were greedily absorbing energy. The vitality of heaven and earth is several times richer than that of the simulated environment, which is of great benefit to cultivation. Although reluctant, Qian Rongxue still walked out of the practice room. There were 12 other figures walking out with him. Everyone was in high spirits. The sparkling eyes were as if they had discovered a new continent, and they could not hide their excitement. The reason why there was one more person was that Titan had forced his grandson Tai Long into the academy. Besides, it was Tai Tan's enemy Zhao Wuji who told Su Ming about it, which made the latter think that the two had a pie transaction. Considering many factors, Su Ming still gave Tai Long a place to audit the class, and the benefits were halved accordingly. Seeing that everyone was not obsessed with cultivation, Ye Lingling smiled with satisfaction and said to everyone loudly, "I believe you have already understood the effect of this spirit gathering tower. This place is open to students. Everyone can come here to practice. It is also the place that can improve your cultivation the most." As she said this, Ye Lingling half covered her lips and smiled, and couldn't help but joked. "I believe that after today, none of you will forget how to get to this place, right?" As soon as this was said, everyone smiled bitterly, looking at each other, and everyone's thoughts were completely exposed on the surface. A place like this that can accelerate cultivation, they wish they could stay here all year round. Can't find a place? They may forget how to get home, but they will never forget how to get here. Senior sister, do you mean that we can always come here to cultivate in the future? The abrupt words made everyone look over. It was a graceful woman wearing the white cape of the college, with long pink hair neatly tied behind her head, leaving only 2 tufts of hair hanging down. She had a melon seed face, peach blossom eyes, and a gentle temperament of a lady from a noble family, with a touch of classical beauty. Unfortunately, looking at Yu Kinga, who was the 12th seat of the college and a rare beauty among the freshmen, all the male compatriots, including Ye Jianxing, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Yu Kinga was indeed beautiful, and only Su Shuet, Qian Rongxue, could surpass her among the freshmen. Everyone thought that there would be a scene of two outstanding people competing in the college, but unfortunately, when Yu Kinga opened her mouth, everyone's fantasy was shattered. Because Le Kinga's voice was too deep and smoky, if it weren't for the soft and sharp voice of a woman, this voice would be no different from that of a boy. Noticing the strange looks of her classmates, Le Kinga couldn't help but frowned, and her eyes became a little colder. She came to the first academy not only because the first academy was powerful, but also because of the number of people. She really didn't want to be criticized by others. I never thought. Looking around, Ye Lingling was a little unhappy and shouted coldly. You came to the first academy to improve your strength. Don't think about what you shouldn't think, and don't say what you shouldn't say. For several years, if you treat your classmates differently, who can you expect to help you after you graduate? If you come to the academy with a superior attitude, I believe that the academy will never tolerate you without me asking. Swish. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically, and they immediately retracted their gazes, not daring to continue to act rashly. Le Kinga also gave Ye Lingling a grateful smile. As if she hadn't seen it, Ye Lingling kept a straight face and continued. Knowing that you all care about the Gathering Spirit Tower, I can also tell you with confidence that you can come here to practice at any time. Of course. These two words, like a basin of cold water, abruptly curbed the accelerating heart. Sure enough, things are not simple. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, everyone thought in their hearts. Deliberately pausing, Ye Lingling continued. If you want to practice in the Gathering Spirit Tower, you need corresponding points. Points are the hard currency of the academy. I explained it to you before. The Gathering Spirit Tower is divided into 3 floors. We are now on the 3rd floor, the highest floor. You can also think of it as the bottom of the tower. The bottom of the tower has the widest area and the sparsest heaven and earth energy. There are only 30 positions on the 1st floor, which has the densest energy and requires the most points. The academy only provides you with possibilities. You can have them, but you need to fight for them yourself. Points? Qianrongxiu's eyes were subtle. If she asked that stinky brother for them, she wondered if he would give them to her. But after thinking about it, in order to avoid exposing her identity, Qianrongxiu gave up. Relying on cheating to practice, not to mention Su Ming's contempt, even she herself should look down on herself. Okay, let your chief seniors explain the rest to you. The rules of the academy, if we want to graduate, we still have to rely on you. However, if you think this is a benefit given to you by the academy, you are totally wrong. It is best not to think about being lazy or blackmailing. By the way, senior sister will give you one last word. Ye Lingling's face was full of seriousness, but her eyebrows and eyes were filled with a strange smile, which made everyone tremble in their hearts. Remember, all of you seniors in the academy are not good people. What do you mean by seniors are not good people? For a moment, everyone did not react to what it meant. Behind Ye Lingling, Xiao Wu and others had different expressions. Tang San wiped his nose, his eyes were affectionate. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Xiao Wu and Ming's mouths were grinning, for fear that the academy would not be lively. For a moment, tacit smiles bloomed on the faces of the 7 people, as if a monster opened its bloody mouth to welcome its prey. Clang! Clang! Soon, more than a dozen sets of armor collided with the ground, making a dull metal collision sound, and one set weighed at least hundreds of pounds. Ming was the most powerful. For Ye Jianxing, Tai Long and others, he specially built a daily weight of 300 pounds. A strong attack-type soul master has at least 1,000 pounds of strength, and Ye Jianxing, who is a soul master, is even stronger. But without using martial souls, 300 pounds of weight is definitely not easy for people who are new to it. But this is not Ming's original intention. If you can't even carry a 500 jin load, why should I teach these losers? Under the friendly greetings and entertainment of the crowd, Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong, who had always been good to Ming, also joined the battle. Ming, who was beaten so hard that he dared not say a word, could only accept the humiliating terms and reduce the weight to 300. Xiao Wu leaned on her waist, unruly, and her big sister's pomp was undoubtedly revealed. Now put on your own weights and start the 10-kilometer weight training. The one who runs the longest distance will be rewarded with 400 points, the second 200, and so on. Qianrongxiu and the others? Didn't we agree on a 10-kilometer weight training? Why didn't the one who finished first be rewarded? Shua! The dazzling sunlight swayed the cruel heat. Step! 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 Under the scorching sun, a group of people were sweating and running around frantically. Ye Jianxing and Su Shui are indeed soul masters. They are really fast. We may not be able to catch up with them. Forget it. We may not be able to be first or second. I will be third. Bullshit. You are talking nonsense. Those 100 points belong to me. Hehe, I can still run for 5 minutes. Can you? You are so stupid. I can run for 10 minutes. Just wait and see. Do you think I am dead? In the pavilion with flying eaves, 7 figures looked at each other leisurely. The corners of their mouths were raised, which was more difficult to suppress than that of title Douluo. Youth is so good. As soon as the voice fell, a ghostly figure appeared behind them. Xiao Wu was startled and turned her head quickly. Hey, Daming, how did you get here? After these words, Tang San and the others looked at Daming curiously. They hadn't seen him for a while. Daming shook the metal bucket in his hand and said harmlessly. I have already prepared the bath medicine that Su Ming asked me to prepare before, and brought it here for you to try. Don't worry, the extreme yang and extreme cold springs have been neutralized a lot. After this medicinal bath, I guarantee that you can improve your body's resistance to cold and heat. How is it, surprise or not? Daming stood sideways, his eyes full of evil taste, more like a smiling glutton, and the 7 people had goosebumps. Extremely hot yang spring, extremely cold yin spring? Stop, don't come over here. No. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed again. No more waiting. In the conference room, Zhao Wuji stood up and slapped the table. He looked around with his tiger eyes, and the majestic aura that he gradually developed was like a wave. The dean said that the first goal of our #1 school is to win the championship of this Soul Master competition. The dean has not come out of retreat yet, so he must have more important things to deal with. If we delay the college trademark's important affairs because of waiting for him, we can trademark T bear this responsibility. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and they could see the anxiety in each other trademark's eyes. Tomorrow, the Soul Master competition will be held. If the #1 school has registered and cannot attend, it will be regarded as a waiver, and it will become a big joke at that time. It trademark's so funny. The #1 school doesn't trademark T even dare to participate in the Soul Master competition? What first? I think it should be the last one. Thinking of all the unfavorable remarks that would overwhelm the school, everyone's mood became heavy. At this time, a graceful star stood up. Qian Rongxiu smiled knowingly, her smile was as beautiful as a flower, elegant and moist, and said. Dean Zhao, you go to participate in the Soul Master competition, I will stay and wait for Dean Su. When he comes out of retreat, it won't be too late to rush over with him. Zhao Wuji raised his thick eyebrows. This was the solution he wanted to talk about. The Soul Master competition is a good place to see the world. Although Tang San and his team have no problem with their strength, such a big scene is also a good test of their character and knowledge. However, let Su Shui wait here? In fact, he would rather let Su Shui play in the game. Xiao Wu, Tang San and Ye Lingling have all become Soul Kings. In the early games, it is completely fine to let Su Shui and Ye Ji Unseen play. Even for Le Kinga, a 29th level Great Soul Master, it is a good opportunity to show off. Xiao Wu glanced at Zhu Zuqing and saw the latter nodded. She didn't care and said bluntly. Su Shui, you should go. I'll stay and wait for my brother. Hehe, there are no good opponents in the first few games anyway. After all, I want to use it as a trump card in the battle. No, I'll stay. Qian Rongxiu immediately raised her voice to reject it. Anyone can go, but you and Zhu Zuqing can't. Knowing that her behavior was a bit extreme, Qian Rongxiu calmed down instantly and analyzed with reason. The most important thing about the Soul Master competition is morale. With the strength of Xiao Wu and Tang San, the 2 leaders, it is enough to deter all enemies. It would be a pity not to go. Also, although our #1 academy is well known in Tiandu City, it is not satisfactory in the entire empire. This is a good opportunity to make a name for the academy. The responsibility and significance are great. It is more appropriate for me to stay. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but nod his head. There are too many uncertain factors in the Soul Master competition. It is possible that other academies still have some hidden combat power. As the strongest person in the first team of the academy, it is indeed inappropriate to leave Xiao Wu in the academy. Zhao Wuji made the final decision. Okay, let Su Shui wait in the academy. She is a strong attacking Soul Master. If something happens in the academy, he can handle it himself. As for the others, let's go to Tiandu City together. Seeing that Zhao Wuji had spoken, Xiao Wu did not insist on her own opinion. Although she wanted to stay, she was afraid that Su Ming would say something wrong about her. It would be a waste of effort and lower the impression score. That would be a big loss. In this case, it is better to go to Tiandu City according to the wishes of her brother. Yes, Zhu Qingbuzheng, I guess he has thought of this a long time ago. Oh, my troublesome head. Xiao Wu was so angry that she pouted. Soon, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin left with the team, leaving only Su Shui and a few maids in the academy. Of course, there are also Su Ming and the elusive Daming. What is this guy doing? It can't be that he is practicing magic, right? Forget it, let's keep waiting. After wandering around the advanced training secret room for a few circles, Qian Rongxiu put down her head and hands and chose not to disturb him. Inside the secret room, the scene was very similar to that a month ago. The bright yellow light kept evolving in the red light, and finally dimmed rapidly, blending into the body, forming bronze human skin. Swish! The cocky eyes opened, and the deep texture revealed a calm color. The unique perception seemed to be connected to the earth, and the ground was jumping uncontrollably. So Wu Go. Cultivation, Level 27 Great Soul Master. Martial Soul, Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, broken. Strength, 153. Defense, 160. Spirit, 103. Speed, 89. With the ultimate soil in my body, I can't restore the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd that was originally absorbed. Seeing that the martial soul of the clone would have defects, even if Su Ming had been prepared, he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. A martial soul defect means failure. Even if the ultimate soil is taken back and the clone is condensed again, it is estimated that it will not be able to condense a satisfactory clone. Besides, he doesn't have any extra Earth attribute soul bones. Chapter 236 Exit, Soul Master Competition. Things in the world go from difficult to easy, this is the fun of life. If everything is solved, what's the point? Are we just good for nothings? Incomplete martial soul is really good for me. The hoarse voice is not surprised by praise or criticism. Su Yujiao stares at the main body Su Ming calmly, and his deep eyes reveal kindness and gentleness. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded silently. Hat. Su Wugo smiled carefreely and rubbed his bald head. His calm temperament was also a bit unrestrained and uninhibited. Everyone has left. Now it's my turn. I've been in the Tiandu Empire for so long, but I haven't been to the Xingluo Empire yet. It's not bad to explore the way for you in advance. The bright yellow light enveloped Su Wugo, and instantly pulled the ladder into the ground and disappeared. The personalities are different from each other. Su Ming smiled. Now that the three clones have left, he, the main body, must also take action. System, publish the goal of effort the supreme of the continent, become the actual ruler of the Douluo world. Ding! Data collection, please start your efforts. Challenging things are interesting. As before, Su Ming opened his personal interface. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 60. Martial Soul, Slashing God, Quality, Gold, 206/10000000. Special Constitution, Berserker Body, Advanced. Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Light Kung Fu, Perfect, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfect, Mixed Element Sword Slash, Perfect, Gathering Spirit Technique, Perfect, Holy Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 12, Fighting Star Shift, 4th Level, Mind Control Technique, Great Success, Melting Clone Technique, 4th Level, // Extreme Gold Eye, Golden Destruction Raise Nan * Self-Created Soul Skills Improvement Points * 10. Items owned, LV5 and LV6 Recovery Pills, Xingluo Spiritual Pearl, Decomposable, Hunyuan Immortal Grass, Decomposable, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Decomposable, Sword Realm Experience Card, Time Limited Comprehension Card. Strength, 6123, Normal. Defense, 6226, Normal. Spirit, 6630, Normal. Speed, 4057, Normal. The soul power is 4 levels less. And the strength and defense have not changed much. But the spirit power has lost almost 1000 points, alas. Although it hurts a little, such a price is not unbearable. Su Ming quickly adjusted his mentality. At least Tian Ming, the restless guy, was separated, and there was less trouble and peace. Yes, the body created by the smelting clone technique made Su Ming's strength decline a lot. These days, Su Ming has condensed a total of 3 clones. The ultimate fire clone, Soul Li, Martial Soul Fire, Level 38 Soul Master. The ultimate ice clone, Luo, Sword Martial Soul Evil Thought Ice, Level 36 Soul Master. The Ultimate Earth Clone, So Wugo, Martial Soul Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Level 27 Great Soul Master. In order to condense these 3 clones, So Ming stripped out all the 3 ultimate attributes in his body. Especially for the clone, Luo, So Ming also moved the soul spirit Tianmeng over. This is also the reason why his spiritual attribute declined. Although the 3 ultimate attributes are missing, So Ming is actually just missing the ultimate earth. After all, the Eye of the Ice and Fire Dragon King contains the ultimate attribute, and So Ming is reluctant to give it away. The ultimate wood and ultimate gold dual soul cores, one for treatment and the other for attack, So Ming feels that they are enough. Leaving the training secret room, So Ming walked in the academy. Looking around, he didn't see anyone. Strange, where did everyone go? So Ming frowned slightly after scanning with his mental power. He was about to ask Daming, but saw someone rushing over quickly. So Ming, you finally came out of seclusion. Qian Rongxiu came to So Ming with a smile. Feeling the sharpness and strong sense of oppression emanating from So Ming's body, she was horrified. In such a short time, this guy actually became stronger again. He is really a monster. He is worthy of being the one Qian Rongxiu, like. With a mischievous look in her eyes, Qian Rongxiu calmly hugged So Ming's arm with one hand. Feeling the brief stiffness of So Ming's body, she couldn't stop laughing in her heart, knowing that you couldn't be indifferent. Qian Rongxiu quickly blocked So Ming's words, the Soul Master competition has already begun. If you don't come out of retreat, you probably won't be able to see everyone's performance in the competition. Let's go. Teacher Zhao said that if you come out of retreat, you should go to Tiandu City. The academy can't do without you at this important moment. So soon. The Soul Master competition has already begun? How come it feels like only 10 days have passed? So Ming said nothing more and turned to the back of the academy. Seeing this, Qian Rongxiu quickly called out. Tiandu City, it's in the west, you're going the wrong way. I'm not directionally challenged. Watching So Ming disappear, leaving only the cold words, Qian Rongxiu's face changed slightly. Could it be this guy is still planning something? With a thought, Qian Rongxiu chased after him. But when she saw So Ming walk into the kitchen, walked into the underground ice cellar, took out a frozen tuna, Qian Rongxiu was a little confused for a moment. This shouldn't be what I thought it meant, right? Tiandu City. The scene of thousands of people with empty scrolls is playing out. Since the Soul Master competition has been held, most people are gathered in the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena. The Senior Academy Soul Master competition, as the grandest event in the Douluo world, is extremely entertaining and visually appealing. The hardy battle is always an irresistible temptation for nobles and civilians, the World Cup of the Douluo world. At this moment, the Soul Master competition has been held for 3 days. On the Tiandu Empire side, the Soul Master competition is divided into preliminaries and promotions. The preliminaries are classic team battles, and for each victory, the team can get 300 gold coins. The promotion match is a round-robin match. From this, 15 teams from afar will represent the Tiandu Empire to participate in the finals at the Wuhan Hall. Although only 3 days have passed, the strong strength exposed by the First Academy has frightened all the participating teams and regarded them as the biggest rival of this competition. Boom! In the large Wuhan arena, a spacious square with a diameter of more than 200 meters, 2 teams are fighting. There are nearly 100,000 spectators, and even if they are talking, it is enough to shake the world, not to mention that they are roaring at this moment. First. Ha ha ha, I knew the First Academy would win. Oh, Erming, you are so handsome, sister loves you. Oh, we won. We won. Shouts. Enthusiasm. Deafening. The audience seemed to have drunk fake wine, their faces flushed and full of energy. The third game of the 4th day of the preliminaries, the First Academy, wins. Congratulations to the First Academy for winning 4 consecutive games. The MC, who had undergone formal training, held the microphone Soul Guide and couldn't trademark T help but congratulate hysterically, unable to hide his excitement. According to the saying of later generations, this MC is not far from being a true fan. There is no way, the absolute pressure displayed by the First Academy is too strong. Others are fighting in group battles, but the First Academy is doing scientific research, fighting 1 against 2, or 1 against 2.5. The battle becomes more exciting and more soul-stirring, stimulating the nerves all the time, and naturally pleasing. As the MC announced the results, Erming, Dogayan, Tailong, and Yu Qingge walked down from the stage, their calm faces were slightly red, and they looked very happy. Interestingly, Tailong was carried down by Erming. As the headstrong duo of this competition, Tai Long's recklessness and Erming's straightness, and the innocent greetings when they came on stage attracted the hatred of many people. The only difference is that Tai Long, who is level 37, is obviously not as tough as Erming, who is also a soul master, and he was the one who was hurt the most. Damn it, what's the point of 3 people fighting one? Humph. If I hadn't forgotten to eat in the morning, would you be my opponent? Tai Long had blood on the corner of his mouth and was in tatters. He didn't forget to greet the opponent in a friendly manner after leaving the stage. The main idea was, if you can't kill me, keep going crazy. Erming nodded in agreement. I can prove that Tai Long ate a chicken in the morning and was so hungry that he burped when he came here. When he's full, he can be the first to fight you for. Next time, just keep your eyes open and watch. Tyrone's bloody lips were trembling. Do you think I'm the same as you, a good-for-nothing? Also, what do you mean keep your eyes open next time? Do you really want me to fight 4 of you alone? Yuan rolled his eyes at Erming, who looked back meticulously. Rest assured, I know your strength, no need to tell you. Not bad, well done. Zhao Wuji patted Tai Long's shoulder hard, and the latter's face became worse, but he still forced a happy smile. Wow! The blue ripples were rippling, like a sea of water surrounding Tai Long. Li Qiaoer, the youngest and lowest level auxiliary spirit master, used her spirit, the heart of the deep sea, to treat Tai Long's injuries. The heart of the deep sea is a deep blue gem. This type of pearl comes from the deep sea blue shell. After becoming a human spirit, the former has healing power. Although the effect is not as amazing as the 9-hearted begonia, the special feature of the 3 spirit rings forming an ability makes the healing power of Heart of the Deep Sea higher than other spirits. The Academy won 4 consecutive victories, and everyone was naturally in a good mood. You are so strong. I see that unless we are in the finals, I'm afraid we don't need to play. Hey! Seeing Tang San trying to please Duguyan, everyone immediately sighed and looked down on him. Seeing Duguyan blushing with embarrassment, Tang San smiled without any embarrassment. Okay. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. The Soul Master competition is a good place to broaden your horizons. You will all play sooner or later, but a little later. Although our number 1 academy is strong, other academies are not soft persimmons. Even a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. We can't be careless. Hehe, if we lose in the gutter, I think compared to someone, I think I am still amiable, don't you think? Zhao Wuji grinned, revealing his eerie white teeth, and the threat was self-evident. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed instantly, as if they thought of something bad, and their faces trembled. Xiao Xin hurried to smooth things over. Wuji, that's enough, it's already this time, don't put too much pressure on everyone. Even if you really lose, isn't it just that the dean invites you to have tea? Our dean doesn't eat people, don't you think? Tang San and the others were silent. Are you comforting people? I think you are adding fuel to the fire. Listening to the conversation between the few people, Xiao Wu, who was a little absent-minded, immediately glanced over coldly. Only when my brother is not here, you dare to say that to him. I tell you, when he comes back, none of you can escape. Zhu Zuqing nodded indifferently. Indeed, it is a bit despicable to say such things behind someone's back. Teacher Zhao, you are teachers, don't bring bad influence to the school. There should be some limits when joking. How can the vice president say bad things about the dean? Could it be? Zhu Zuqing pretended to be surprised and looked at the 2 of them, almost putting the words coveting the position of the dean on her face. A basin of cold water from head to toe. Zhao Wuji and the others were completely discouraged, smiled bitterly, and hurriedly said that they did not mean that. The evil man had his own funny appearance, which made everyone else laugh. However, after more than a year of getting along, the 2 sides would not hurt their feelings because of this quarrel. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin did not think about playing tricks on Su Ming, they were just pulling tiger skins. Xiao Xin and the others also knew the relationship between Xiao Wu and Su Ming. Su Ming had not been seen for more than a month, and they were really worried. The recent state of the 2 was obvious. Seeing them say this, how could they not be angry? So, each of them could understand each other. Giving Xiao Wu a reassuring look, Ye Lingling said to everyone. Su Ming is still in seclusion, everyone should stop joking with him, and concentrate on facing the Soul Master competition in front of you. Today there is a very exciting battle, it is a fight between the 5 Elements Academy, especially the Tian Shui Academy. You all remember what happened in the Royal Academy. Tian Shui Academy also participated, but they never made a move, hiding very deeply, just in time for us to observe the opponent's strength up close. Tian Shui Academy? Everyone instantly became interested. With the royal fighting team advancing directly, the 5 Elements Academy is the strongest of the 5 teams. The battle between them will definitely be a wonderful fighting spirit match. Tang San and his friends immediately restrained all their colors, their eyes full of interest. Xiao Xin touched her beardless round chin and spoke calmly. Tian Shui Academy is an object that must be paid attention to. I watched a game of theirs before, their captain is very leadership-like, and her command ability is definitely not inferior to Tang San. And her martial spirit is the top beast martial spirit Ice Phoenix, and her strength should not be underestimated. Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Everyone was shocked. Phoenix and Dragon are both symbols of powerful martial spirits. Tang San's eyes were burning, and he said firmly. It seems that we must watch this game. Everyone nodded. On the other side, several women in blue were discussing something in the lounge, looking very serious. Against Thunder Academy, I hope everyone can show their due strength. Although this will expose the strength of Tian Shui Academy to a certain extent, the Thunder team is not a soft persimmon. Also, the damage of the Thunder Element's attack is extremely strong. Everyone remember to protect yourself. I don't want you to get into trouble. Shui Bing'er, with hazy blue hair and beautiful appearance, looked around, and her cold voice carried a magical power, as if she could stabilize people's hearts. Sister, don't worry. Yes, we can not only protect ourselves, but also win, Swoo, don't you think so? Well, victory belongs to Tian Shui. Seeing everyone's high morale, Shui Bing'er nodded with satisfaction, and looked at the corner inconspicuously. There, a figure was sitting on the ground leaning against the wall. With white hair fluttering, he looked lonely and lonely. He turned his back to this side, holding a strange sword in his arms, with half of the hilt sticking out of his shoulder, and the whole person looked out of place. Luo, are you interested in playing in this game? As soon as these words came out, the entire lounge fell silent instantly. All the women fighting in Tian Shui Academy looked curiously at the only male student that Tian Shui Academy had recently accepted as an exception. Chapter 237 Qian Rongxiu is jealous. Luo. A unique name, and at the same time, it represents a unique person. At the age of only 14, he became a level 36 soul master, and Tian Shui Academy made an exception to admit him. His talent is so strong that even she, Shui Bing'er, feels inferior to him. Although he is not as good as those monsters in the first academy, such talent is enough for Tian Shui Academy to treasure him. More importantly, his martial soul also has a terrifying ice attribute, even better than her Ice Phoenix martial soul. Tian Shui Academy is a top academy for training water attribute soul masters. How can such a talent be let go? It's just that the other party's temperament is particularly strange. Always looks cold and unapproachable, as if it seems that apart from the sword in his hand, it is difficult for other things to attract his interest. The Tian Shui team is all girls. The atmosphere in the team was originally very lively. It is said that people who are close to Zhu are red, but this guy is indifferent. As the captain of the team, Shui Bing'er shoulders the important responsibility of this competition. She also feels powerless against his character. But the opponent's strength is what Tian Shui College urgently needs. There is no way, Shui Bing'er can only try to open some breakthroughs and let Luo integrate into the team quickly. The original battle plan for the Thunder team did not include Luo. Shui Bing'er just tried to ask. If a person is alone for a long time, it is easy to be out of touch with the team, which is not good. Thunder team? Hearing this, Luo was startled and turned his head to look over. Facing Luo's gaze, including Shui Bing'er, they all felt nervous and oppressed for no reason. The pair of snow-white eyes without pupils seemed like 10,000 years of ice polished by wind and snow. The only grey luster that flashed by was grey, mysterious and deep, and it seemed that it did not belong to the understanding of exploration. Luo just stared at it for a long time. Okay. With the voice falling, the women breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you are willing to participate. The Thunder team should not be underestimated. The opponents behind will become stronger and stronger. You should contact them in advance so that you can have a better idea. Shui Bing'er's eyes swept across the remaining 6 people, as if she was thinking about something. The 6 women who looked at each other also knew that if Luo went on the court, naturally someone would have to leave the court. Finally, Shen Liuyu, who was a strong attack system, took the initiative to ask for a rest. She had a lower cultivation level, and Luo was also a strong attack system, so it was naturally the most suitable to fill her position. In that case, Liuyu will stay, and the rest of the regulars will all play. Yes, no problem. Big sister, don't worry, our Tian Shui Academy will definitely not lose this time. Seeing this, Shui Bing'er's mouth corners slightly raised. But if you look closely, you will find that her eyes are extremely deep. Thunder Academy, backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, is already very powerful and has always been in the top 3 among the 5 major academies. Moreover, the 5 major elemental academies also have a restraining relationship. Tian Shui Academy restrains Hiwo Academy to a certain extent. Thunder Academy restrains Tian Shui Academy. Water flow can pass through electric current, which is a dimensionality reduction attack on the martial spirits of aquatic creatures. Even the ice and snow she condensed cannot completely block the electric current, not to mention the terrifying destructive power of the electric current. It is precisely because of this that she asked Luo what he meant. Tian Shui team, the game is about to start, please be ready. The voice of the host came from the voice tube, which shocked everyone. Shui Binger nodded, then moved her fair legs and headed for the exit. Come on! Come on! Knowing that her companions were about to fight, Lu Yu did not miss a single one. Even when Luo passed by, she still cheered with her fists. Well, so cute that it makes people feel annoying. Boom! As Tian Shui College appeared, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely hot. Come on, Tian Shui College! Goddess, my goddess, I support you. Too beautiful, how can you bear to kill such a beauty? Look, look, Shui Binger is looking at me, heart. All beauties can always arouse the roars of many evil wolves. But soon, Luo, who was at the end of the team, snatched away the attraction in an instant. It's like 6 women are afraid in a hotel, and you rush over, but you find that there is a man inside, and you want to shoot him in the head. The abnormality of Tian Shui College also attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's expression became strange. 100 years ago, Tian Shui College also accepted a boy. I didn't expect to make an exception again today. Emperor Shuiye said vaguely, and his knuckles, the size of jade beads, swayed up and down, knocking on the chair and making a deep sound. Ning Fengzi suddenly remembered something, his eyes turned slightly, and then he said with some regret. Your Majesty, how does this person's talent compare to Senior Bai Wuya back then? Bai Wuya was also a famous figure 100 years ago. It's a pity that he finally fell at the threshold of titled Douluo, which is a pity. If Bai Wuya could become a titled Douluo, the current situation of Tian Shui College would be completely different. Also because of Bai Wuya's emotional experience, Tian Shui College did not dare to think of recruiting male students for 100 years. This sudden exception to recruit, if this person is not extremely outstanding, Shuiye and Ning Fengzi will definitely not believe it. Seeing is believing. How can we guess the strength of this young man without showing it? Your Majesty is right. Ning Fengzi laughed and was about to end the topic when a cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Fengzi, this person is a swordsman. His strength should not be underestimated. Ning Fengzi's pupil shrank suddenly, and he turned his head in surprise to look at Chen Xian beside him. A swordsman? Ning Fengzi was shocked. Uncle Jian made such an evaluation. It seems that the other party's swordsmanship is definitely more than just strong. A person flashed through Ning Fengzi's mind. It's a pity that Su Ming doesn't seem to have any plans to participate in the Soul Master competition, otherwise he wouldn't. The thoughts in his heart suddenly stopped, and Ning Fengzi looked at the exit of the passage in surprise. Ning Fengzi's reaction did not escape the eyes of Shuiye and Saras. Su Ming. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, the two of them were shocked. Compared to Saratha's sinister and cold eyes, Shuiye's eyes were a little complicated, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and became calm. Su Ming is still so incredible. Only he can do such a thing, but it's not a burden. Looking at the strange figure, Ning Fengzi sneered. The head of a school, the first genius of the continent, actually came to watch the Soul Master competition with a candied horse. Really different. Dozens of candied horse were inserted on the soft drumsticks, and Su Ming carried them on his shoulders. After determining the location of the first school, he walked straight over. As he walked, he was still chewing the ripe hawthorn in his mouth. The sweet taste was fruity, crisp, which was a taste that other foods could hardly achieve. At the same time, on the Soul Fighting Square, two eyes also swept over Su Ming. Shui Binger looked serious. She finally came. It was a pity that she couldn't participate as the dean. Otherwise, this Soul Master competition. Luo just glanced at her and quickly retracted his gaze, as if it had nothing to do with him. Yu Tianxin, captain of the Thunder Team, Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, 43 level strong attack system Battle Soul Sect, please teach me. A gentle and elegant voice, without losing domineering and confident, sounded. Shui Binger's eyes turned around and shifted everyone's attention to the square. What she should do and think about now is to win this game. Shui Binger, captain of the Tian Shui team, Martial Soul Ice Phoenix, 43 Level Control System Battle Soul Sect. A crisp and pleasant voice came out of Shui Binger's mouth, neither humble nor arrogant, and her dark eyes were crystal blue. As the MC announced the start of the fourth game, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became high, and roars soared to the sky. Su Ming noticed that many eyes were staring at him, but he didn't care. He walked to the viewing area of the first academy in a somewhat childish manner. Seeing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing whispering to each other and not interested in the game, Su Ming couldn't help but secretly say that men's beauty is a national disaster. The battle between the 5 element academies is so interesting, don't you want to watch it? As the voice fell, 2 small sticks slowly descended, and upwards, there were also bright red candied haws. The voice was very sudden, like a ghost. Not only did Tang San and the others not notice someone approaching, but even Zhao Wuji didn't notice it. So much so that Zhao Wuji said lie down, but fortunately, after realizing that it was Su Ming, he took back the words in time. Seeing that Su Ming ran towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing first, Tang San and the others showed ambiguous smiles on their faces, and were quite relieved. Bei Qi bit her upper lip. Although Jian Rongxiu felt bad, she knew that she couldn't compete with Xiao Wu and the others. If she wanted to hate someone, she should hate that she didn't know Su Ming earlier. What are you laughing at, Tang San? Why don't you concentrate on watching the game? The backstab from Zhao Wuji made Tang San curse in his heart. So many people are laughing, but you chose me. What do you mean? No one said hello and turned to continue watching the game. Well, they really don't know Su Ming, who is in love. If they want to know him, they should know him first. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing stared at the candied haws in front of them, but they also heard the voice they thought about day and night. Brother. Su Ming. Almost subconsciously, the 2 girls happily took Su Ming's arm, their eyes full of love. Brother, you are finally here. I thought you were not going to care about the Soul Master competition. Zhu Zuqing stretched her jade neck and teased. Xiao Wu, are you worried about this? Swish. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned red. You are still the same, and you don't know who it is wahoo. Before Xiao Wu finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing covered her mouth. The latter's face was flushed, and her shy eyes glared at Xiao Wu fiercely. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will not forgive you. Xiao Wu raised her eyes, very proud, and finally the 2 women reached a reconciliation through eye contact. Su Ming threw the candied haw stick to Er Ming, and reached out to give Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing a string each. I had urgent matters to attend to during my retreat, and I forgot the time, I1/2. Fortunately, the Soul Master competition has just started. It would be a pity if I missed such an interesting thing. Su Ming pulled his hands out of the 2 girls' arms. He was not used to having his hands tied, so he rubbed their heads as compensation, and then leaned on the railing to watch the game. Xiao Wu was very happy, and her eyes narrowed into lovely crescents. On the other hand, Zhu Zuqing blushed and bit her lips tightly, and her inner shame became more and more intense. It was really shameful to be treated like a little woman. Zuqing, you. Shut up. Brother, look at her, she dares to be mean to me now, and I don't know if she will ride on our heads and bully us in the future. Zhu Zuqing, I1/2R, I1/S_I1/T, I1/2Q. Ignoring the 2 girls' nonsense, Su Ming prepared to watch the game. He was also very curious about the soul skills that his clone Luo had obtained. But it was not as expected. Brother, I didn't expect that Senior Sisters Iao and Senior Sister Zuqing were both your women. You are so lucky. Jian Rongxiu smiled but didn't smile. She hid all her resentment and anger in her heart. Under her sleeves, her knuckles were white from clenching her fists. Brother? As soon as this title came out, everyone in the first academy was completely shocked. Watch the game? Watch what? Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Ye Lingling. They stared at each other, their eyes kept turning to Su Shui and Su Ming, their eyes almost bursting with surprise. Brother? Su Shui actually called the dean brother? Su? Could it be Su Shui is really Su Ming's sister? Tyrone pulled Li Qiaoer, who was treating him, and said, don't block it. If I don't watch this scene, I'd rather die than live. The sudden scene not only confused Ye Lingling, who treated Su Ming as her brother, but also confused Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Even Su Ming, the person involved, turned around with a look of surprise and stared at Jian Rongxiu in a daze. Could it be that my brother's biological parents are here? Xiao Wu sipped on the candied haws, glanced at them, and compared their appearances. She thought of it as if she had suddenly realized something. I have to say that Su Shui and my brother do have some similarities in their eyes and aura. Jian Rongxiu, I came here just for him. How can I attract people's attention if I don't look like him in disguise? Seeing that Su Ming was about to open his mouth to explain, Qian Rongxiu pursed her nose. She wanted to explain, but there was no way. From today on, you must call me sister. Qian Rongxiu smiled slightly, and the bright sunshine seemed to freeze time and space. He and I discovered earlier that our spirits have a spirit fusion skill. You also know what this means. I am a few years older than him, so Su Ming and I have a brother-sister relationship. Don't worry, we will do as we usually do in the academy. Previously no, I will defeat him with my own ability in the future, and I don't want to hear bad gossip. Qian Rongxiu smiled and stared at Su Ming with affection. Others didn't notice, but Su Ming heard clearly that Qian Rongxiu emphasized the nasal sound on the word previously. Previously? What was previously? Of course, it was a scene in the office. If you don't admit that we are confidants, then I will pursue you openly. You can decide which one to choose. Su Ming was speechless and uncomfortable and covered his forehead. Find a place to lock her up, or just bury her. Anyway, just shut her up. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zoking's faces also changed. Martial soul fusion skills, and it was a natural martial soul fusion skill. No wonder. Everyone was immersed in the shock of the 5 words martial soul fusion skills, and did not notice the change in Su Ming and the others' faces at all. Chapter 238 Swanyan 12 Swords. Thunder. Martial soul fusion skills? Su Ming and Su Shui actually have martial soul fusion skills? Could it be a tradition of the old Su family? Seeing Su Ming frowning and not speaking, Tang San and others' eyes became strange. Not speaking means tacit consent to a certain extent. No way. Schoolmate became the dean's sister? Sister and brother. Su Ming's face looked bitterer than bitter gourd, and a trace of grey airflow overflowed from his eyes. You and I haven't reached that level yet. You'd better know your place. Don't ask for trouble. Qian Rongxiu groaned in her throat. Although she was having trouble breathing, she still wanted to argue a few words. But what greeted her was Su Ming's back of the head, which made Qian Rongxiu so angry that her teeth itched. A confidant is still a confidant. This doesn't count as siblings, right? Xiao Wu looked at the two of them and said nothing. Zhu Zuoqing frowned slightly, feeling a little resistant to the shameless Qian Rongxiu. Okay, the game begins. Xiao Xin reminded, drawing everyone's attention to the fighting arena again. The brilliant soul ring light was divided into 2 halves on the fighting arena, staggered and scattered, and a certain deployment had been formed. Generally, the strong attack and defense systems were in the front. The agile attack system was second, or on the flank, protecting the auxiliary system and the surrounding control system soul masters. Although the 5 Elements Academy is an extreme school, the team is definitely balanced. Tian Shui Academy actually has a man joining. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it. Tang San, look at his eyes, do you think he's poisoned? Well, it's hard to say, but I rarely see such eyes. Seeing that everyone was discussing his clone, Su Ming raised his mouth and said, I feel the harsh coldness from his body, and I also feel the sword force. If I'm right, he should have extreme attributes in his body, and it's a sword martial soul. Ultimate attributes? Sword martial soul? Everyone's interest has reached a new level, especially for the extreme attributes. Because the birth of enlightenment requires the word extreme. And the attributes of the 7 of them are not pure, and they can't study their own fields like Su Ming. In this regard, the 7 of them have fallen behind. I didn't expect someone to have an extreme attribute. No wonder he was hired as an exception. It seems that his soul master strength cannot be inferred by common sense. That's for sure. At least he can fight across levels. I just don't know if he is the same as Su Ming. It's impossible. Domains are not so easy to comprehend. Le Kinga and the other freshmen were confused, but seeing Tang San and the others' reactions, they were excited. As for Qian Rongxiu, she rolled her eyes at someone and became even more angry. Intentional. Definitely intentional. As for what, it's just that you don't want me to pester you. Qian Rongxiu's shoulders shook violently. Since Luo appeared, she felt the connection with his martial soul. She had only had this feeling with Su Ming, but today she suddenly found that it disappeared. Now, it appeared on another person. If that Luo had nothing to do with Su Ming, she, Qian Rongxiu, would be Su Ming's last name from today. Avatar. It must be a Vatar. This guy has Vatar-like skills. But what does this guy want to do? Isn't it good to fight for the first academy? Why does he have to join Tian Shui College? Is it there are women he likes in Tian Shui College? Qian Rongxiu's cold eyes swept over Shui Bing'er and the other girls. It is said that women in love have 0 IQ, but Qian Rongxiu is definitely negative. The situation on the field was critical, and the balance would be broken in an instant. Second soul skill. The cold voice was very stingy, as if unwilling to utter a word. The yellow light spread ripples, and 3 figures broke out of the ground first. They held long swords in their hands, and they looked exactly like Luo. Swish! 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 In an instant, the clone and the main body moved together, and Luo took the lead and rushed towards the Thunder team. The sudden scene made both sides stunned. How brave! The Thunder team has always been known for its strong attack power, and few opponents will charge alone. Yu Tianxin laughed grimly, and his arms continued to use dragon claws. The terrifying lightning was like a toy in his palm, jumping non-stop. As Yu Tianxin moved, a terrifying thunder descended at the same time, causing the lightning snake wrapped around his body to surge again. In an instant, the lightning that had spread for several meters surged by twice. Yu Tianxin was not surprised to know that it was the team members' spirits that were assisting him. He shot out with crackling sounds. Shui Bing'er was anxious when she didn't expect Luo to be so arrogant, but now was not the time to stop him. With a glance from Shui Bing'er, the strong attack and quick attack teams of Tian Shui College quickly surrounded Yu Tianxin, intending to rescue Su Ming first. Because the Thunder team was faster, they were already assisting Yu Tianxin in taking down Luo in one fell swoop. Just when the two sides were about to come into contact, the clear sky suddenly thundered. The gathering clouds emitted terrifying arcs of electricity. Boom! The silver thunder dragon fell from the sky, the light pierced everyone's eyes, causing palpitations. The thunder fell from the sky and landed on the black and white evil eyes in Luo's hand. The long sword, which was less than 1.5 meters long, has now become a terrifying thunder sword of nearly 3 meters, with countless thunders entwined, as if a terrifying thunder dragon is roaring. Although the range of the thunder and lightning does not seem to be as good as Yu Tianxin's, the terrifying energy that destroys everything is not possessed by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex at all. The thunder guides my sword. 4 figures swung their swords at the same time. 4 silver thunders, under the swing of the long sword, shot towards the Thunder team like a tide. 4 thunders formed a fence in parallel, and the blue lightning light was too pure, emitting a cold silver light. The sudden scene completely shocked everyone. Even Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi could not help but stand up, their eyes were bright and shocked. This level of attack is not something that a soul master can possess at all. Soul sect? No. Even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul Emperor, I'm afraid. The audience watching the show opened their mouths, their expressions frozen at this moment, unable to close them for a long time. Boom! Lightning never gives people time to react. While Yu Tianxin and the others were shocked, the terrifying lightning had already exploded on their half of the fighting arena. Ah! 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 All the people in the Thunder team were affected by the thunder, their figures were stiff, and they wailed in pain. Yu Tianxin was the first to suffer. The scales of the dragon claw arm cracked under the bombardment of thunder. Even the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit was like this, not to mention others. The tragic wailing filled the fighting arena and pulled everyone's mood back. Enough! The angry and irritable cry sounded. It was a heroic woman with unruly eyebrows, who was also the dean of Blue Tyrannosaurus Academy. Luo didn't want to kill anyone, as it would not benefit him at all. The long sword swung back gently, and the lightning on the sword disappeared, and the lightning that tortured the Thunder team did the same. Plop! Plop! Figures fell one after another, with a look of luck on their faces, as if they had forgotten the previous pain. Thunder team wiped out! Team wiped out! Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Even the MC held the microphone blankly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Several girls from Tian Shui College also stared in amazement. Time and space seemed to freeze. Tap tap. Glancing at Shui Bing'er expressionlessly, Luo left the fighting arena alone. In his hand, he held a strange long sword with one side as white as jade and the other side as black as ink. Fuck. Fuck. What did I see? Team wiped out. Team Thunder was wiped out. Oh my goodness, 1 against 7? Who the hell is this guy? From today on, I am a die-hard fan of Tian Shui College. Don't compete with me. The roar of business instantly submerged the fighting arena. The audience was so enthusiastic that they shouted fiercely, and their necks became thicker. Amid the shouts, countless people let out a long sigh. Shuiye, Ning Fengzi, and Sarah slowly sat back. The atmosphere was cold and speechless, and their deep eyes were full of brilliance. The 4th day, The fourth game, Douluo. Tian Shui College versus Thunder College, Tian Shui College wins. The word win seemed to have exhausted all the voices of the MC, but in the face of the roar, it only caused a little ripple. Sister, did we win? It seems we did win. Oh, sister, did you see that Luo was so powerful? Shui Bing trademark opened and closed her lips, and glanced at the dark Yu Tianxin opposite her. She was shocked, but also overjoyed. Luo, you gave me a big surprise. With a gesture, Shui Bing led the jubilant girls away. She had too many curiosities to ask Luo. Observers from the other 4 elemental academies were so scared when they saw this scene that they hurried back to report. They couldn't afford to play with this year's Tian Shui Academy. We agreed to be the second juniors together, but you actually went for the big and small kings. At the first academy, Tang San and his companions were also frightened. Is that kind of terrifying attack really something that a soul master could unleash? Tang San couldn't help but compare himself secretly. He was afraid that he would be injured if he wanted to withstand this attack. The third level of Battle of the Stars could not transfer such a powerful energy. The joy of victory was diluted, and everyone's face became serious. Tian Shui Academy is destined to be a big enemy. Brother, is this what you said? He has the ultimate water attribute? Water? Water is bullshit. This guy's clone is so powerful? Qian Rongxiu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth secretly. If she didn't take it down, it would look like she was at a disadvantage. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Su Ming shrugged innocently. He does have the ultimate water, but he just didn't use it. The way of the sword is divided into intention and momentum. The small momentum is in oneself, and the big momentum is in the world. If the way of the sword goes far, it is not impossible to use the big momentum of the world. Although it was said lightly, Su Ming was also a little surprised at this moment. He thought that exchanging the 12 Swanyan swords for the ultimate water clone was indeed the most correct decision. Hearing Su Ming say this, Zhao Wuji slapped his thigh fiercely. Dean, how about we open another elective course in the way of sword? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, because the sword path just now seemed to not require spirit rings, it was completely another way of cultivation. Bang! 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 A dull pain exploded on the top of the head. Ning Rongrong, Tang San and others quickly covered their heads, gasping for air in pain. You can't chew too much. It's good to be ambitious, but don't overestimate yourself. Sword path is not that easy to practice. When you win the Soul Master competition, the Academy will consider this matter. After the words fell, Su Ming's figure had disappeared, and only a light word came back. I have something to do, you can arrange it yourself. Everyone. Let's go, you little bastards, you're in trouble now. Luo is not so easy to deal with, ha ha ha. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian were in high spirits, leaving with their arms around each other, letting you all show off. Now that Luo has appeared, it's just right to lower your arrogance. On the other side, Su Ming's figure turned and moved, catching up with Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Su Ming, are you here for that Luo too? Ning Fengzi looked warm on the outside, but he was already alert in his heart. Chen Xian's face also sank, and he said. Su Ming, there are many monsters in your first academy, why bother to fight for this one? At my age, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. It's not easy to find a sword successor. You're embarrassed to snatch someone from me, right? Hearing this, Su Ming laughed, and his indifferent eyes had already expressed it. Isn't it? Jian Douluo raised his eyebrows and asked. Su Ming shook his head, Senior, you are worrying too much. I came here to find you, not for that Luo. Looking for me. Swish, Chen Xian stopped and did not continue to Tian Shui College. Ning Fengzi also looked at Su Ming in confusion. To be honest, the relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the First Academy is not bad, but if it is good, it is not too good. It is extremely rare to let Su Ming speak. Su Ming nodded and said. I am looking for you, Senior, of course, to discuss swords. The voice was so loud that it was deafening. Su Ming's indifferent eyes changed completely, emitting a sharp cold light, and his aura suddenly turned into a sharp sword, which was intimidating. Chen Xian was startled, and his inner sword intention and fighting intention also rose step by step. After staring for a moment, Chen Xian's cold face finally bloomed into a pure smile, nodded and said. Okay. But wait until I finish this matter. Of course. Su Ming nodded, and then added casually. Swordsmanship is second, fighting spirit is the best. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the temperature at the scene dropped sharply. It seemed that countless knives were scratching the air. Chen Xin was inexplicably surprised. Ning Fengzi looked at Su Ming up and down with his deep eyes, and his heart was fluctuating. Discussing swords and fighting spirits are two different concepts. Discussing swords can be divided into different levels of swordsmanship. Fighting spirits are purely about strength. Good, good, good. Chen Xin said good 3 times in a row. He did not show any anger, but smiled very happily, with a radiant feeling. The people of the Chen family are fearless and have always loved to challenge the heroes of the world. They would rather break than bend. So Chen Xin is very happy to accept the challenge of the younger generation. There is a come and go. It's wonderful. I didn't expect that you have made such great progress in such a short time. You should know that I am a level 96 titled Douluo. You dare to challenge me, you are not a conceited person. Chapter 239 Fusion of Behemoth Essence and Blood. Half a month later, the first academy is 10 miles north. I will be there in the morning, and I will not leave until sunset. Very good. Su Ming came here just to confirm the time for the soul fight. Su Ming felt that he could be safe, so he did not start the soul fight immediately. Ordinary battles are less and less helpful to him. At present, only the titled Douluo echo his needs for strength and rewards. System, issue a task, defeat Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Ding. Data collection in progress, please start your efforts. After the matter was done, Su Ming returned to the temporary station of the First Academy. As for Luo's matter, Su Ming was not worried that he would be entangled by Ning Fengzi and others. Since he went out independently, Su Ming would not interfere unless it was a critical moment. If these clones cannot grow up, they can only blame their bad luck. Survival of the fittest, this is the law of nature. Even if the ultimate ice is lost, it is worth it. What? Brother, you made an appointment with Sword Douluo to fight souls. The tender voice was trembling. Xiao Wu, who heard this, immediately frowned. The lacquer tray fell, the porcelain cups splashed, and the coffee flowed all over the floor. Zhu Zuqing looked at Su Ming in horror, her heart hanging high and not daring to let go. Su Ming, could it be thought Sword Douluo is looking for you to fight swords again? Zhu Zuqing walked over, her trembling eyes full of hope. Su Ming was safe and sound during the last fight. If it was the same, it would not matter. Unfortunately, what he waited for was Su Ming's shaking head. This time is different. It's a fight of souls, and I proposed it. Don't worry, no matter whether we win or lose, we will be fine. It's not a life and death fight, don't worry. Hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were slightly relieved, but they still couldn't let go of their worries. Well, can we fight 2 against 1? Xiao Wu cutely blinked. I think brother can use martial soul fusion skills with me, so the chances of winning are greater. Su Ming's mouth twitched, Zhu Zuqing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or feel helpless. Fuck, forget it. With her chin on the table, Xiao Wu sighed, her rabbit ears moving up and down. Su Ming changed the subject and said seriously. How are the tasks assigned to you before? The Soul Master competition is only a few days away, it shouldn't waste your time. Zhu Zuqing rarely smiled, and her slender jade fingers gently massaged someone's temple to help him relieve fatigue. The beauty was cold and enchanting, and her delicate voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. Xiao Wu and I have been learning to refine pills. We haven't succeeded yet, but with the pill furnace you designed, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As for the ultimate attribute, I naturally chose speed, but soul beasts related to the netherworld attribute are hard to find, not to mention how powerful the ultimate soul beasts should be. Xiao Wu is more troublesome. She hasn't figured it out yet. Her mental power. Xiao Wu took over with a bitter face. I don't know whether to focus on speed or mental power. I thought it was more balanced before. But after you let me practice mental power, I feel that my mental power is quite strong, but suddenly I become a control-type soul master, and it always feels weird. Strange? How can it not be strange? I haven't figured out what god position you are suitable for yet. Taping the table with fingers, Su Ming frowned more and more. Let them think about this problem. Su Ming is to determine the future path of godhood. Qinger, don't worry, there is no problem with the god of speed. As for Xiao Wu, the supreme god, not considered. The first level gods, the 7 deadly sin gods are not suitable, and the 5 elemental gods, Xiao Wu's own attributes have no bias, so they are not suitable either. The only thing that is slightly related is the gods of forests and nature. But Xiao Wu's martial soul, the soft bone rabbit, is not advantageous in this kind of gods. After all, it cannot control the surrounding environment. Moreover, there are problems with transforming into a human and inheriting the gods. The most feasible way is to create a god by yourself. Or, wait until I become a god and open a back door. The thought flashed, and Su Ming immediately rejected it. Taking it to the god realm is one thing, but becoming a god is another. Raising his eyes slightly, Su Ming said. Chinger, the soul beasts of the netherworld are not as good as the soul beasts of the space system. If there is a coincidence, it may not be impossible to find one. As for Xiao Wu, everything should be practiced according to your original idea, but your mental power is strong, you can work hard in the direction of alchemy. Maybe, you can become a great master of alchemy. Only unfortunately, your soul power is not of fire attribute, so you can only rely on external flames. Alchemy. Xiao Wu's face became even more bitter. She was always lively and active, so she didn't like sitting still for a day or half a day to make an alchemy. Knowing this girl's temper, Su Ming didn't force her. Whether she was a god or not, it made no difference to him. It was just a good expectation. After telling the two of them a few things to pay attention to in the Soul Master competition, Su Ming went back to seclusion. It's always better to be well prepared for the first time to fight with a titled Douluo. In the secret room, a drop of purple and golden liquid was taken out from the system space by Su Ming. Boom! With the appearance of this blood, the surrounding space became wrinkled, and there was a strong wind tearing everything around. Microscopic seams appeared on Su Ming's clothes, as if they were cut by invisible scissors. On the right cheek, under the straight cut, bright red blood flowed out. It's worthy of being the essence of behemoth. It feels more dangerous than the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. A long-lost sense of comfort surged into Su Ming's heart. He felt that his blood was agitated and his eyes were shining. Bear Lord, help me absorb this behemoth blood into your body. In the sea of consciousness, the sleeping Bear Lord woke up. Since Tianmeng was exiled, he felt that his whole life was complete. Behemoth blood? As if being clicked, Bear Lord's fur stood up like steel needles and immediately left Su Ming's sea of consciousness. When he saw the drop of blood, Bear Lord was stunned. This. It's really behemoth blood. Where did you get it from? With a clear look of stupidity, Xiang Jun stared at Su Ming in a daze, his eyes widened with 7 parts of horror and 3 parts of envy. The behemoth clan was exterminated by the dragon clan. Even if he had practiced for more than 300,000 years, he could not condense such a complete and pure behemoth blood. It was almost the sublimation of the end of the bloodline. If he could get such a drop of blood before, he would at least have a chance to beat Emperor Tian, not to mention that he would definitely defeat him. The behemoth clan used to eat real dragons. It was given by others. With this drop of blood, it should be able to make the trunk bones. Su Ming, who felt that he was too talkative, urged, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started." Given? Why didn't someone give it to me? Heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and Xiang Jun no longer obsessed with how this drop of blood came from. With a scratch of his claws in the air, the blood of behemoth instantly split into more than 20 parts, the largest piece in the middle was only the size of a grain of rice. Behemoth's blood began to merge into Su Ming's chest under the control of Xiang Jun in the shape of trunk bones. One person, one bear, light and shadow changed. Purple and gold intertwined, and the painful roar could be faintly heard from the wall. Chapter 240 Bone Douluo's Kindness. North of the First Academy. Longshao Mountain, the rock wall has been eroded for years, forming a snake-head shape, with 2 peach trees, looking like a swimming dragon from a distance, so it is named Longshao. Although it is summer, there is still snow on Longshao Mountain. The height that ordinary people cannot reach has created this unique snow scene. The plum blossoms in the snow can hardly compete with the enchanting peach blossoms that can withstand the wind and rain. The peach color is bright, and the wind and snow play with beautiful sleeves. Step. Lightly stepped over, leaving no footprints. The elegant, proud, and lonely Chen Xin slowly came to the peach tree. A mouthful of white mist was exhaled, scattered in the wind and snow. Chen Xin didn't say much, but he couldn't hide his melancholy. "I say, why are you being poetic at this time? Just your 7 killing swords broke the martial soul, what will be left later? But that's right. If you don't look at it now, you won't be able to see it again." Alas! The voice was hoarse, like leaves falling in the wind. The Bone Douluo with a strong skeleton and a few tufts of white hair on his head walked over with his hands behind his back, his mouth slightly raised, as if he could get great pleasure from teasing someone. "Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian will have a big battle later. This is the key to adjusting the spirit, I think." Before Ning Fengzi finished speaking, Gu Rong waved his hand to stop him. "He is over 100 years old, there is no need to adjust, why is he so pretentious?" The sword of Jiandao Chenexin will never be covered in dust. Swish! Gurong sent out his palm, like the wind blowing dandelions, and the originally brilliant peach blossoms all fell with the wind. Ning Fengzi was speechless for a moment. That's not right, Uncle Gu, are you belittling or praising me? Chen Xin looked at Gurong speechlessly, do you want me to lose or win, why are you making trouble at this time? Gurong laughed and teased. The sword of Chen Xin of Jiandao will not be covered with dust, but it is no big deal to lose once or twice occasionally. Besides, what's embarrassing about losing to a rising star, the first genius in the current Soul Master world? The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, losing is no big deal, just try your best, have you never lost before, Chen Xin? Chen Xin's eyes suddenly changed, and after a while, he slowly nodded. Thank you. Gurong stopped immediately, don't. I'm not comforting you. Actually, I really hope to see you lose, so that I can use it to bully you. Gurong had a wicked smile on his face, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Chen Xin. Smiling bitterly and shaking his head, Chen Xin didn't care about what he said. Upon closer inspection, there was something in his eyes' spirit gradually gathered together. Yes, he was not so calm at the beginning of this battle. Su Ming's talent and strength are obvious to all. He had lost once in a sword fight before, but it was okay because it was a sword fight. But once he lost the fighting spirit, it would be a devastating blow to his reputation as a swordsman. Su Ming, he is only 14 years old. Because he was not absolutely sure of defeating Su Ming, and was disturbed by his reputation that he had never cared about before, Chen Xin's mentality was heavy. Such a mentality. Even if he fought with 120,000 points of attention, he still could not exert his full strength. The vast snow gradually covered Chen Xin's shoulders, and the latter stood there motionless. It seemed that he did not pose any threat, but the white snow around Chen Xin seemed to slow down. The white snow under his feet melted outwards in circles, revealing hard black cold stone. The snowflakes seemed to be disturbed by some kind of magic, turning into circles of snow rings, moving irregularly around Chen Xin, and the rhythm slowly became synchronized. Feeling that Chen Xin's fighting spirit and sword power were rising steadily, Gurong and Ning Fengzi looked at each other, and then consciously walked aside. At this time, Chen Xin moved. He pinched his right hand into a sword finger, using his hand as a sword, and his movements were sometimes slow and sometimes lightning fast. Everything around him seemed to be under his control. For a while, the wind and snow were blowing, and peach blossoms were flying. Although there was no soul power released, it could be detected that Chen Xin was extremely dangerous at this moment. It was like a gunpowder barrel full of explosives, whoever touched it would die. After a while, someone else came. The white coat fluttered on his face, the man with cracked legs, sitting domineeringly on a stone on the top of the mountain, his deep and unparalleled aura made people scream horror. Gurong was shocked and subconsciously blocked in front of Ning Fengzi. Fengzi, this person is definitely not an ordinary person, be careful. It's him. Ning Fengzi's mind moved, and he couldn't help but ask. Friend, I wonder when Su Ming will come. Tang Hao shook his head slightly, and then stopped moving. He sat there motionless like an ice sculpture. He came just because he received the news, came to have fun, and got to know someone's strength. The rest has nothing to do with him. Gurong frowned slightly and looked at Ning Fengzi subconsciously. What is the identity of the person in front of him? Ning Fengzi raised his eyebrows, as if thinking about something. After a while, he nodded slightly, but when Gurong was about to take action, he was interrupted by his waving hand. Gurong looked at Ning Fengzi in confusion, and the latter just shook his head slightly without explaining. Ning Fengzi was also extremely curious about Tang Hao's identity. If Gurong took action, he would most likely be able to see the clues. But now is not the best time. As time went by, more and more people came. Deming, Dugubo, Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Except for the freshmen of the First Academy, almost everyone who should come gathered here to witness this legendary battle. The shadows of people were so dense that the snow in the sky was eclipsed. Tang San did not say hello to Tang Hao, and Ning Rongrong did not chat with Ning Fengzi. It was just that Gurong did not care and chatted with Rongrong unscrupulously. Rongrong, tell your grandfather Gu about your dean's strength. I heard that he is only 14 years old. Is he really strong enough to fight that idiot? Of course. Ning Rongrong thought without hesitation, her little face flushed and proud. That guy can't be judged by common sense. He won't do anything he's not sure of. Besides, it's okay if Grandpa Jian loses, but if he wins, it's terrible. He will definitely keep fighting endlessly. Hiss. Hearing this, Gurong got goosebumps. You mean, he can't stand losing, and will keep pestering people until he defeats old Jiantu? That's not what I mean. I mean, he will keep trying, and then Grandpa Jian will be miserable. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong also felt her body getting cold. This was told by Xiao Wu. Su Ming rarely stays in a place of failure for several months. He can make people collapse. Gurong. Otherwise, old Jiantu, you should admit defeat? Admitting defeat is not shameful. Touching his chin cunningly, Gurong seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the corners of his mouth that were raised could not be suppressed at all. Ning Rongrong poked with her elbow and asked speechlessly, Grandpa Gu, are you hoping that Grandpa Jian will lose? Gurong's old face suddenly turned red. Nonsense. I have been friends with your Grandpa Jian for decades, how could he do such a thing? I, Gurong, just don't want him to be pestered all the time. Chapter 241 Fierce Battle, Suppressing Jian Dao Chen Xin. Wrong, is this the bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? Why, does it feel a little different? Ahem, that, senior, I didn't say anything. Just as Tang San and others were discussing the image of bone Douluo, suddenly, a fierce whistle sounded in the sky. The sound came from a far distance, but it was clearly transmitted to the mind, making people feel cold, and everyone instantly cheered up. Finally it's here. Swish. The sound came from far away, and soon, with a rumble, the ice and snow exploded, and Su Ming, dressed in black, came Longshao Mountain. Swish. Sensing Su Ming's arrival, the snow on Jian Douluo's body fell off, like peeling an egg, revealing his body submerged in the wind and snow. The cold melt water flowed through his hair and forehead, and a pair of eyes without any emotion slowly opened. Indifferent, chilling. It was like the Creator's gaze, calm and peaceful, but with a pressure from the great power of heaven and earth. Even from a distance, Tang San and the others felt their bodies shivering, the crushing from will was always so silent. Compared to Jian Douluo's cold fighting and killing intent, Su Ming's body was full of a different red, like a branded iron that had been roasted, and even the snow near him was melted. Bang! 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 Beside the ear, the sound of the bravely beating heart was like the roar of a war drum. Vitality and surging, everyone felt that what stood before them was a wild beast with bared fangs and claws, and they could feel the terror emanating from the blood. Sticky, violent, it was going to engulf the enemy. That terrifying heat wave had already swept over them. This kid. After a while, I'm afraid I'll have to keep a low profile, Tang Hao thought to himself. As an extreme power soul master, Tang Hao could feel the weirdness emanating from the other party's body better than anyone else on the scene. Su Ming, you're finally here. Chen Xin bowed his head and nodded, very satisfied with the terrifying feeling emanating from Su Ming at this moment. Such a battle was also a great reference for him. Sorry for the wait. Su Ming looked around and was not surprised that Tang San and the others were here. As for the Soul Master competition, the first academy has entered the promotion round, and with Jian Rongxia here, it will definitely not lose. I have a deep understanding of the sword art you talked about before. Today, please watch it again. Boom. The cold wind whistled and a terrifying aura emanated from Chen Xin's body. The sword energy swept the snow and wind. In just a moment, the originally white mountain top was left with only bare, cold, and dark rocks. Tang Hao and Daming immediately led everyone to sweep up and left the battlefield. Bone Douluo and Ning Fengzi also understood and left. As everyone left, Chen Xin's aura immediately gathered. Looking closely, a magical scene appeared in front of everyone. Swish! Chen Xin grasped the air, and a sword formed by the convergence of airflow was held in his hand. Just like the person he was at the moment, it was as calm as a stream, and it looked very strange. This scene also made everyone dumbfounded. Isn't the martial soul of Sword Douluo the seven-killing sword? Did he want to defeat Su Ming without using his spirit? Grandpa Gu, what are you doing, Grandpa Jian? Ning Rongrong quickly pulled Gurong's sleeve. If she looked down on Su Ming like this, she would suffer a great loss. Gurong's smile was full of pampering. Wrong, don't you see that this is the old guy's spirit, the seven-killing sword? This is the seven-killing sword? Grandpa Gu, stop making trouble. Ning Rongrong stared at a certain old naughty boy angrily, and Tang San and the others also had incredible eyes. This is indeed the seven-killing sword, your Grandpa Jian's latest understanding of the sword. Boom. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what Gurong was like, but Ning Fengzi had spoken, so it couldn't be fake. At this time, Tang San spoke, his bright eyes seemed to see through everything, and he was amazed. It is said that in the sword path, there are people who have reached the realm of unity with sword. Although the senior sword Douluo in front of us seems ordinary, but you might as well close your eyes and feel it carefully. Hearing this, Xiaowu and the others immediately closed their eyes and used the rest of their senses to feel. Forward. Further forward. Boom. In the dark space, a crystal-clear ancient longsword suddenly appeared like a flash of lightning. Swish. Everyone opened their eyes at once, their foreheads were covered with sweat, as if they had experienced some great horror, and their eyes were instantly panicked. That sword was the 7-killing sword? Recalling the sharp and unmatched sword edge just now, they felt as cold as lambs to be slaughtered before their death. Everyone was still frightened and their palms were sweating. Gurong looked at Tang San unexpectedly. You are Tang San, right? I didn't expect your observation to be so meticulous. No wonder Rong praised you so much when she mentioned you. Compared to someone, it's still far behind. Tang San smiled and raised his chin in a certain direction, without any arrogance on his face. Someone can now fight with titled Douluo, and even if he uses all his strength, including the current hidden weapons, he can probably only kill Soul Saint. Hearing this, Gurong smiled and did not refute. Although the two have not started fighting yet, the terrifying fluctuations released by the two have already put the battle on the bowstring. Humph, Tang San, don't learn his bad heart. If you dare to bully Yanner, I won't forgive you. It was Douluo who spoke, and it seemed that he was still brooding over the last incident. But everyone didn't care about these things, because Su Ming's voice rang out. It is indeed a good idea to integrate the martial spirit into the body. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to complete it in such a short time. Sword Dao Chen Xin, what a pity. This time, I only have this sword in my hand, I have no sword to fight you, ... The change of Chen Xin also surprised Su Ming. The enthusiasm of seeing the prey has disappeared in his heart. 7-killing sword, the best in the world offensive martial spirit, logically speaking, the disappearance of the 7-killing swords would greatly reduce Chen Xin's strength, but in Su Ming's perception, Chen Xin is now even more powerful than before. Using his body as a sword to make up for the shortcomings of the sword in his hand, Chen Xin's strength has definitely risen by more than one level. The battle has become more interesting. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and dark ripples spread under his feet. Chen Xin was also carefully observing Su Ming's every move, because he did not feel any fear from Su Ming's face. But the next second, time seemed to freeze. Except Tang Hao and Daming, everyone stared at the soul ring under Su Ming's feet with wide eyes. The blood-red soul ring symbolizing the 100,000-year soul ring dyed the surrounding space blood-red. And what's even more weird is the 2 dark gold soul rings behind, and the unique bright gold soul ring. 6 soul rings, more than 100,000 years? Chen Xin's sword trembled. Ning Fengzi and the others all felt their scalps tingling and their hearts tightening. Xiaowu opened her mouth wide, silence was better than words. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a while. Zhu Qing, am I seeing this correctly? Hiss, why don't you pinch yourself? Really? The scene in front of them was actually real. Everyone was extremely shocked and felt dry mouth and tongue. Even the highly cultivated Ning Fengzi was full of admiration. Even for a titled Douluo, 100,000-year spirit ring is difficult to obtain. And he alone actually has 6. No wonder you want to fight with me, it's incredible. I have lived for so many years and have never seen such a monstrous person like you. Chen Xin pursed his lips and felt his throat was particularly dry, and he urgently needed clear springs to moisturize it. Originally, in his opinion, if he could fight with Tang Hao and Qian Daoliu in the future, he would have no regrets in his life. Now, there is one more. Let's start. Su Ming waved the colorful sword in his hand, and a soft and beautiful light flashed from the tip of the sword. Boom! In an instant, the huge rock on the left was cut in half. In the smoke and dust in the background, 2 pairs of eyes flashed at the same time, and the extreme cold and heat were in an invisible confrontation. Swish! The terrifying speed was dazzling. In just a moment, the two were fighting together. Boom! Endless rubble exploded on the top of the mountain, and the rocks flew through the air, as if they were hit by a missile. Both of them knew the strength of the other party, and they had fought before, so they did not test too much. This caused Yelingling and others to not see the situation of both sides at all, and only saw the sparks of colorful light. So fast! Tang San was stunned, and hurriedly urged the purple extreme demon eye, and Xiaowu and Zhu Zuking's eyes also showed light. Clang, clang, clang! In the eyes of the 3 people, a sword and a knife, an old man and a young man were fighting fiercely together, and the roar of swords and swords colliding kept coming to their ears. Every collision was accompanied by a violent explosion. In just a few blinks of an eye, Longshao Mountain had been reduced by several meters, and smoke and dust were everywhere. As expected of Jian Douluo, even with the blessing of the system, the basic moves are not inferior to mine at all. Swish! Seeing Chen Xin turn around and chop diagonally, Su Ming turned back to Su Qin's back knife, using the solidity of Zhan Shen to resist Chen Xin's attack. In an instant, the knife was originally held in the right hand and changed to the left hand. Swish! The dragon pierced through the heart, and the sharp edge of the knife went straight to Jian Douluo's chest. The change between attack and defense is always in an instant. Chen Xin's heart tightened, and he stepped back repeatedly, trying to avoid Su Ming's blade. Clang! The seven-killing sword turned his wrist and chopped the God Slayer with a wonderful arc, forcing the direction of the God Slayer to shift. At the moment when Su Ming turned sideways, Chen Xin's eyes turned cold. When a crisp metal collision sounded in the explosion, the two figures retreated in unison. Chen Xin felt a little disappointed. Such a good opportunity was blocked by Su Ming's hand and sword. Dong dong dong. Big and small gravel fell between the two of them, but they could not block each other's sight, like needles. Shen Guang. The blessing of 600,000-year soul rings is indeed extraordinary, otherwise you can't block my full-strength sword. Sword Douluo stood with a sword, and his magnificent and domineering aura was clearly visible. This is ridiculous. Knowing what Sword Douluo meant, Su Ming sneered. Oh? What's the meaning? Chen Xin didn't seem to intend to take action. When masters fight, it is not only strength that matters. Momentum and mentality will also affect the outcome. Su Ming refuted with reason and evidence. First, 600,000-year soul rings are actually just two soul rings that are over 100,000 years old. Second, if I really had 600,000-year soul rings, you would definitely not be able to withstand my heavy blow. Third, neither you nor I are power-type soul masters, but in terms of strength, you are definitely not as good as me. As soon as the voice fell, a sonic boom sounded. Su Ming rushed out like a cheetah, and all the strength of his body was concentrated in the front part, or more precisely, in his arms. Speed up! Speed up! Chen Xin's pupils shrank after reacting, and he immediately raised his sword. Dang! Draw the sword and slash, heaven strike! A sharp clanging sound roared, and Chen Xin suddenly felt a burning sensation in his arm. In the face of this terrifying strange power, he actually felt a threat of not being able to hold the sword, and he couldn't help but feel horrified. The scenery in front of him quickly receded, and the white horse flashed, and Chen Xin was like a cannonball, smashing into the mountain at a high speed. With a loud bang, a large piece of cliff fell, burying the famous sword Douluo. This! Ning Fengzi couldn't help but stare in amazement, and even Gurong almost dropped his jaw. My god! What is this? Kendao Chen Xin actually fell into a disadvantage? Tang San and others didn't know how to describe their feelings at the moment, and they all looked dazed. Don't infer that kid with common sense. Although he is not walking with extreme power, his strength is far beyond the comparison of power-type soul masters. Everyone turned their heads stiffly and looked at Tang Hao, who was most qualified to speak. Although the latter was wearing a mask, his eyes still couldn't hide his inner surprise. Tang Hao's eyes were solemn, and his voice was like a huge iron. His soul skills, the first three are auxiliary soul skills, one is for attack, one is uncontrolled, and one is for range control. Even so, he still cultivated such a terrible power, or in other words, from the beginning, he was sure to train his body to be no less than any power-type soul master. Moreover, he has also cultivated the secret of being able to concentrate explosive power. In terms of power in a moment, I am afraid I can hardly defeat him. Boom boom. The most horrified person to hear Tang Hao say this was Douluo. That kid can suppress Tang Hao to a certain extent in terms of power? Forget it. The previous matter, let it go, how can I be so petty? Tang San was also extremely horrified, but he knew that Tang Hao would never speak nonsense. From the latter's eyes, he only saw the word serious. Obviously, this is absolutely true. Alas! Tang Hao sighed, feeling quite stressed. Especially when thinking of everything that happened in the Xingde Great Forest that day, he couldn't forget it for a long time. Although Su Ming used Tianmen's ability at that time, at that moment, even the unattainable power that he envied was gone. If the two of them exploded the ring at the same time, Tang Hao asked himself that he was not absolutely sure to win. Draw the sword and slash explosive power. Burst of war body explosive power. Soul bone explosive power. Exploding ring explosive power. Although he didn't know the specific names of the first three skills, every time he used them, Tang Hao could see Su Ming's changes clearly. This kid's body strength was extremely high, plus so many amplification skills. In terms of strength alone, there are indeed few who can compare with him. Although Sword Douluo Chen Xin is a 96 level titled Douluo, he is no match for Su Ming's amplification skills. Moreover, in just half a month, this kid's strength has increased again. Chapter 242 Draw the sword and slash the secret, defeat Chen Xin. Boom. Seeing Chen Xin being hit into the rock by himself, Su Ming's face was calm, as if it was a very ordinary thing. After completely integrating the essence and blood of Amethyst Behemoth, Su Ming's own strength has once again made a leap forward. The fierce beast Behemoth is the only soul beast in the soul beast world that can compete with the Dragon Clan. And the Amethyst Behemoth is the supreme of the Behemoth clan. Only when this Amethyst Behemoth dies, will the Amethyst Behemoth be born in the Golden Behemoth and become a true emperor. In the Douluo world, the Dragon God is known as the strongest, and his single challenge ability is unmatched. However, the Amethyst Behemoth is the only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon God, which shows how powerful he is. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 65. Martial Soul, Slaying God, Quality, Gold, 314632/10000000. Special Constitution, Berserker Body, Advanced. Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Light Kung Fu, Perfect, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfect, Mixed Element Sword Slash, Perfect, Gathering Spirit Technique, Perfect, Holy Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 12, Star Shift, 4th Level, Mind Control Technique, Great Success, Melting Clone Technique, 4th Level, //star/, Extreme Gold Eyes, Golden Destruction Raise Nan * Self-Created Soul Skills, Improvement Points *10. Items, LV5 and LV6 Recovery Pills, Xingluo Spiritual Pearl, Decomposable, Hunyuan Immortal Grass, Decomposable, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Decomposable, Time Limited Comprehension Card. Strength, 10,324, Normal. Defense, 9,523, Normal. Spirit, 8,630, Normal. Speed, 6,357, Normal. Normal strength exceeds 100,000 Jin, plus sword drawing and slashing sky strike. This is Su Ming's current strength. A sword with a force of nearly 200,000 Jin, how can a sword Douluo resist it? Bang! Dust exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground amid the baptism of gravel. The messy white hair was covered with dust, but Chen Xion's heroic appearance remained unchanged, and his momentum was even stronger. He stood in the air, as anxious as an invincible sword emperor, and the sword intent around him froze the space. But if you look carefully, you will find that even if Su Ming's sword burst out with power, it still did not cause much damage to the sword Douluo. Is Su Ming's power not strong? Or is the sword Douluo's strength too strong? It is difficult for ordinary people to guess, but Su Ming's next words reveal the truth of everything. If you hadn't integrated the 7-killing sword into your body, you would not have been safe from that sword just now. Sword Douluo talked about the spirit ring before, and Su Ming mentioned this point at this moment, which was to return the former's words verbatim. Chen Xion's cold eyes were a little gloomy. It was indeed as Su Ming said, the 7-killing sword was integrated into the body. The body can not only make the soul skills more untraceable. More importantly, it can greatly improve his own strength and defense. If it were the past, he would not be a strength-type title Douluo, even if his arms were fully exerted, he would only be 100,000 Jin. But at this moment, under normal conditions, he can already reach 100,000 Jin. In the previous battle, he was also surprised that Su Ming's strength was so strong. Interesting, it seems that today's battle is destined to be an unforgettable day. Sword Douluo's eyes suddenly brightened, and his momentum was like a rainbow, piercing the sky. Swish! He pointed his sword directly at Su Ming, and shouted in a low voice. My friend, what do you think of this sword in my hand? 7-killing sword. The first offensive martial spirit in the Douluo world, do you need to ask about this sword? And he is the owner of this sword. Asking about the sword, of course asking about the sword. Hee. Okay, let me see how powerful your 7-killing sword is. Swish! Su Ming rushed towards sword Douluo Chen Xian like a meteor, looking a little brainless. Seeing Su Ming like this, Chen Xian was more and more happy. It was not because of Su Ming's recklessness, but because of Su Ming's attitude. The latter wanted to win fairly. Although the 7-killing sword can be used for close combat, the most powerful attack is always released at a distance. The 7-killing sword, the strongest offensive martial soul, is not a close-range slash. But, soul skills. The fourth soul skill, heavy sword shadows. The sword pointed downward, and the terrifying hurricane rolled towards Su Ming. The dozens of meters of tornado formed by countless sword blades swallowed Su Ming in an instant. Su Ming stopped. He felt that the hair on his body was flying in the middle of the hurricane, and his clothes were cut by the crazy sword energy. You didn't hold back at all. Su Ming sneered. He had used up his only control skill. He knew what would happen next. After all, he also had control skills. He would kill the controlled prey with one strike. Swish! Su Ming took a step forward and drew his sword to rush in one direction. In an instant, it was dawn. A bright moon lit up in the hurricane. The moon became brighter and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 meters. It was draw the sword and chop. Flying moon. Boom! The moon hit the hurricane. The terrifying roar startled thousands of sword lights, and the whole hurricane was shaking. Unfortunately, the crumbling hurricane finally held firm and began to close quickly in the middle, trying to oppress the space occupied by Su Ming. 7 Killer True Body. A cold roar exploded, and Su Ming's hair also stood up. Because of the blessing of the martial soul True Body, the speed of the tornado sword wind changed faster, and it would be completely closed in a few seconds. Sword Douluo, Su Ming is going to resist his sword. In that case, why not take your sword? The madly surging blood overwhelmed his caution. Hide? It's impossible to hide. Su Ming laughed happily, and the fifth dark golden soul ring under his feet lit up instantly. That was the soul ring of the Bear King. It was the key to open Su Ming's true body of killing gods. Buzz! Countless dark golds flew out of the dark golden soul ring like fireflies, circling in the air, as if foreshadowing the arrival of something. Suddenly, a huge object broke through all the dark golden sparks. Boom! It jumped out like a god, breaking through all constraints and descending on the earth, majestic and supreme. It was a huge dark golden figure, and it looked very similar to Su Ming. It was just that he was covered with neat dark golden fur, with short dark golden hair like flames on his head, and holding a dark golden horizontal sword in his hand. The sword was originally more than 10 meters long, but the giant's figure was even larger, almost 30 meters long. Just the momentum released was enough to break Jian Douluo's fourth soul skill. Just as the tornado dispersed, a white light fell from the sky, and the terrifying momentum broke the clouds. Even the ground where Su Ming was collapsing, as if it could not withstand this power. The bright cold light was like the reflection of frost and snow, and it pierced Su Ming's eyes so much that he couldn't open them. From the front view of Tang San and the others, it was a huge crystal sword that was nearly 20 meters long and about 3 or 4 meters wide. At this moment, it was stabbing towards Su Ming's direction with the power that penetrated the heaven and earth. In the next second, Su Ming's palace body would be nailed to the ground. The 7 Killings True Body, so terrifying. It was so terrifying that Su Ming felt that endless pressure was coming at him, and he couldn't move at all. The fire cloud evil god back then was probably also this powerless. Su Ming felt a chill in his heart, and felt that he had underestimated Chen Xian a little bit before. With the same martial soul body, Chen Xian's 7 Killings body was obviously more powerful than his. Although his soul ring was of higher quality, the soul power in his body could not support the full strength explosion of the soul ring. In that case, let's go to the next level. In the sea of consciousness, Xiang Jun felt Su Ming's will and roared angrily. Golden light mixed with purple halo struggled to burst out. Swish! The tiny golden filaments rose into the air one by one, and the heat waves rippled in circles. Buzz! The god-slaying body suddenly opened its eyes, and the fierce light that penetrated the world burst out from its eyes. Exploded, bombarded on the 7 Killings True Body. The right arm's dark gold fear claw bare soul bone, frenzy. Increased 120% of speed, attack and defense, strength and soul skills. Although the God-Slayer's true body did not grow larger, the power contained in it exploded multiple times. In the face of that energy that could not tolerate the world, the top of Longshao Mountain began to collapse involuntarily, and the stones formed floating islands. The figure was isolated and stood in the air. Su Ming had nothing under his feet at this moment. The only thing he could rely on was the God-Slayer in his hand. The figure standing upright slightly turned his feet, and the God-Slayer kept trembling, like a hot sun in the sky, shining brightly. Hunyuan sword slash, the third secret, break. Swish! The tip of the knife drew a stunning arc, and at the tip, a dark golden knife light shot out. The knife light was swaying. The knife light was shaking. It seemed that it could not contain this terrifying energy, and could only remove the excess power in this way. What kind of wonderful sparks would the stunning sword light and the dazzling crystal sword collide with? Boom! 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 In an instant, the top of Longshao Mountain collapsed. In that terrifying explosion, it seemed that nothing could exist. The sky and the earth turned white, and the terrifying energy leaked out. Several titled Douluo at the scene immediately put up a defensive shield. Damn! Zhao Wuji couldn't help but swear. Facing this terrifying energy by himself, he could only use Wuhu's true body to save his life. Even so, he was hit hard, his body seemed to be burnt, and he kept screaming with his head covered. The third level of the mystery of Hunyuan Sword Slash is the strongest move that combines the power of Sky Strike, the energy of Flying Moon and the mental attack of God Devouring together. Even though Zhao Wuji's physical defense was amazing, in front of this spiritual power, even Du Guo's face turned pale, let alone him. Tang San, who won in the end, did you see it? Xiao Wu asked anxiously. Tang San shook his head seriously, I don't know, your brother's attack on spiritual power is too strong, and I lost my sight, so I don't know what's going on inside. While speaking, Tang San motioned Xiao Wu to look at Ning Fengzi and the others. Through their ugly faces, he had a vague guess, but it was not convenient to say it out loud. Wow! De Ming waved his sleeves violently, and the wind and waves formed dispersed all the diffused energy. And everyone finally saw the situation inside. Su Ming was standing on the top of the mountain, and Jian Douluo was still standing in the sky. The atmosphere was surprisingly calm, as if nothing had happened. Only the broken dragon head with countless sword marks told how tragic the battle was just now. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Drops of blood bloomed on the ground, blood gathered on the index finger and fell along the God Slayer. Brother! Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu's heart was in her throat, her eyes were bloodshot, and Zhu Zoking's face was also a little scary. Tang San stopped the irrational Xiao Wu and reminded her meaningfully, maybe, things are not what you think. No? Didn't you see that my brother was injured? That Chen Xin, there was not even a single wound on his body. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San fiercely, as if she would go berserk at any time. Su Ming, he won. The unexpected words sounded, Xiao Wu wanted to refute, but when she found that it was Tang Hao who said this, she couldn't help but be stunned. Won? How could he win? Ya Lingling and others almost put the word doubt on their faces, staring at Tang Hao with big eyes, because in the situation before them, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was Su Ming who lost. Could it be? Instantly, everyone turned their eyes to Sword Douluo Chen Xin. This. When they noticed the flickering light in Chen Xin's eyes, everyone was shocked. Obviously, there was something wrong with the former's condition, otherwise it would not be like this. Poof! Suddenly, Chen Xin's body swayed, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person fell to the ground like a helicopter that had lost power. The sudden scene completely stunned Tang San and others. Uncle Jian. Ning Fengzi's heartstrings were tense, and he quickly landed from the sky and helped Chen Xin up from the ground. Pressing Chen Xin's shoulders, Gu Rong's face was ashen, his eyebrows were squeezed together, and he looked at Su Ming with eyes that were almost spitting fire, wishing to peel off his skin and eat his meat. Su Ming coughed out some blood foam and waved to Xiao Wu, saying that this injury was not serious. He sighed and comforted Ning Fengzi and the other two. His spiritual sea of consciousness has been attacked. He may need to sleep for a short period of time. He will be fine after recuperation. The words were full of frustration and helplessness. Su Ming did not seem to be happy at all. Even he did not expect that this battle would end in such a funny way. It cannot be said that Chen Xin was careless. After all, it was difficult to achieve triple defense in that situation. The third level of the mystery of Hunyuan Sword Slash is not just a simple fusion of force, energy, and intention, but a step-by-step promotion of the three. Powerful energy attacks can make opponents retreat. Mental attacks with power and energy can be invincible. With the blessing of energy and mental power, the power becomes more powerful and unavoidable. It is not a simple matter to defend head-on. Moreover, in the violent explosion caused by the collision of the two martial souls, who would have thought that the spiritual power would suddenly rise and severely injure Chen Xin? Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Jian Douluo Chen Xin, and the mission is completed. Effort evaluation, 1. The host defeated the title Douluo with the cultivation of Soul Emperor, which is a miracle in itself, and the host can be given 5 stars. 2. Su Ming defeated Chen Xin in a dignified manner, and the latter was convinced and did not refuse, without any luck or scheming, and an extra star can be given. Effort level evaluation, 6 stars. Ding! The rewards will be issued after the overall mission is completed, and the single reward will be issued now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Zaihu Chen Wushu ** sword controlling technique. Chapter 243 The Reserve defeated the regular, and the legend of the academy began. When Su Ming defeated Chen Xin, Tiandu City was also in a commotion. Because of the battle against Blazing Academy, the First Academy did not have a regular player present. Oh my god, if I'm not mistaken, these colleges are all newly recruited students of the First Academy. Who said it wasn't? Even Duguyan didn't come. I heard that she is the weakest person in the First Academy. I thought there would be a big show, but I didn't expect the First Academy to send all the substitutes. Alas! In the audience, the people who were looking forward to it locked their stretched necks back, and the disappointment on their faces was obvious. Even the MC who had become a fan was a little disappointed at this moment. It was obvious that he was a fan of the person, not the name of the team. The next thing to do is the fifth game of the promotion match, between Shuo Academy and the First Academy. Please be ready. The long voice was no longer so enthusiastic, but like an old woman's foot rap. But even so, the MC was still full of smiles, interpreting the professional expression management to the extreme. Damn it, what does Tang San think of our Blazing Academy? Looking at Su Shui opposite, Blazing's eyes were fierce, and his teeth were about to break the entire gums. Other members of the Blazing Academy also suppressed their anger. First Academy, today is the end of your winning streak. Insulting Blazing Academy is humiliating me. Huo Wu, go all out. Seeing the angry look of the people in Blazing Academy, Jian Rongxiu shook her head ridiculously. If it weren't for hiding their strength, you bunch of trash could be killed with a single move. Tyrone, you go first, try to wear down their fighting spirit as much as possible. I want to see how they dare to shout so happily later. Jian Rongxiu's face was cold and frosty, and her eyes seemed to have a hook, and the Blazing Academy in front of her was the prey above. Although she wanted to end it all at once, she could only choose the most appropriate way to deal with it at this moment. 1 go, 2, 3, 3, and 3. Blazing Academy, being roasted again, isn't that just right for the occasion? Faced with Jian Rongxiu's order, Tai Long nodded obediently, even with a little awe in his eyes. It's not because of her unclear relationship with the dean, but purely because of Su Shui's strength. Because among the freshmen, Su Shui is the only one who can compete with the regulars and is not at a disadvantage at all. Strange, why didn't Ning Fengzi come? As a member of the competition committee, he shouldn't be absent without reason. On the main stage, Sarath noticed the vacant seat on the right, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The sinister cold light on his face dissipated, and Sarath, with his head tilted, asked casually. Your Majesty, why don't you see Sect Master Ning and the other two today? Is there something wrong with the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? I don't know about this. Shuiye replied without a false expression, watching the fight leisurely, looking like he didn't want to pay attention to Sarath, which made the latter feel unhappy. With a gloomy face, Sarath turned to the fighting arena, his eyes dim, and his mind didn't seem to be on the fighting arena. What does His Holiness the Pope mean? Are we really going to watch the First Academy? Salis was anxious and deeply confused. It stands to reason that every time a new force is born, the Spirit Hall will have two ways to deal with it, drawing in and containment. But when it comes to the First Academy, it really ignores it and allows it to grow and develop. This once made Saras think that the First Academy was another set of means for the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall to infiltrate. Otherwise, every time he asked, the reply was execute Shangyu. Moreover, the First Academy was like an iron barrel, and even the people he planted all returned empty-handed. At this moment, it was impossible to find out the internal situation of the First Academy. Fortunately, this force did not turn to the royal family, otherwise Saras could only comfort himself like this. The bright sunshine turned extremely cold at this moment. The audience looked numb with horror. Everyone looked at the fighting arena in disbelief, at the beautiful figure slowly falling in the flames. Tall figure, beautiful face. The back line was like a mountain mist, in perfect harmony with the long sword in hand, forming the most heroic scenery in the world. As her toes landed lightly, the world seemed to freeze at this moment. It was as beautiful as a dream, and people could not help but think that such a beauty was not available in the world. Glancing at the ragged Huo Wu opposite with contempt, Jian Rongxiu's arrogant attitude was mixed with a bit of no strangers allowed. Competing with me in the fire element, overestimating yourself. Master of ceremonies, it's time to announce the result. Leaving behind a word, Jian Rongxiu walked down the fighting arena slowly, without any joy on her face. Since the last battle with Su Ming, Jian Rongxiu has completely lost interest in other prey, except for the joy of winning Su Ming. Shua. Salis woke up from his illness, looking at Jian Rongxiu's back with horror. Damn it! The Spirit Hall's understanding of the First Academy is probably still superficial. Salas clenched his fists in anger, and suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis. Anxiously, he did not say hello to Shui yet, and left angrily. Even the substitutes are so strong, the regulars must be even stronger. As far as he knows, the strongest people in the First Academy are Tang San and Xiao Wu. So far, neither of them has appeared in the competition, and the specific situation is still shrouded in clouds. Salas feels that if the Spirit Hall does not take action, there is a high possibility of an accident. At that time, the champion of the competition. No. This is not just about the champion, but the First Academy. The threat is too much. Seeing that Zeroth was so rude and didn't take him seriously, Shui snorted coldly, with anger and powerlessness in his eyes, but could only hide everything in a warm and gentle manner. Appearance. Right now, it's not the time to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. Maybe, the First Academy. Shui's eyes fluctuated, and the ruler of the Tiandu Empire seemed to have started to have evil thoughts. The Empire can accommodate the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect can grow and cultivate external talents, but it cannot do without the word assistance and needs a dependent relationship. But the threat to the existence of the Empire, the First Academy and the Spirit Hall. The danger of disappearing is not a threat. Maybe the fight between the two wolves is a good way. Shui thought secretly in his heart, and as for the agreement reached with Douluo before, he instantly threw it behind his mind. As an emperor, in addition to the Empire, even the closest relatives can be abandoned, not to mention. Congratulations to the First Academy, the victory. On the fighting stage, the MC held the microphone high and roared, his eyes gradually becoming fanatical. From today on, he is Suira, a die-hard fan of the first team. Boom. As the MC's voice fell, the stunned crowd at the scene finally came to their senses. Damn it! Damn it! What's wrong with Shui? She beat 2 opponents and won so easily. Damn, you told me she's a substitute? Then the strength of the regulars wouldn't be a direct 1-on-7. Hiss, based on the current situation, I'm afraid only Tian Shui College can compete with the First Academy. Today is destined to be a sad day for the 5 elemental academies. I'm afraid no one can really shake the First Academy. First. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Jian Rongxi led the people of the academy to leave with honor. If it is said that the previous incident at the Royal Academy made Tiandu City aware of the existence of the First Academy, the convening of the Soul Master competition made the continent see the First Academy. After this battle, everyone will realize the First Academy is above other academies. The miracle day belonging to the First Academy officially kicked off today. The discussion in the streets and alleys was more intense than ever. The topic they were talking about was the First Academy and a name. Su Ming? No. It's not Su Ming, nor Su Shui. It's a person called Suan. Because, he used to be a member of Blazing Fire Academy, but in this battle, he fought against a Soul Master with the cultivation of Soul Master, and the result was a draw. Family members fighting each other, whoever is weaker will be embarrassed. Therefore, Blazing Fire Academy was pushed to the forefront and laughed at it. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, you heard that the dropouts of Blazing Fire Academy almost beat their regular players to pieces. Suan, I have to say that the most correct thing I did in my life was to drop out of Blazing Fire Academy. What level are they, and they are qualified to teach me? Tisk tisk, the people of Blazing Fire Academy said before that the First Academy picked up the garbage they didn't want, and now their faces are swollen. Who said it wasn't? I heard that Suan couldn't even be selected as a substitute, and now he is tied with the main players. It's so funny. It trademark as funny, but everyone knows the reason. It must be from the First Academy. Because there are more than one person like Suan. Half of the students in the First Academy are from Tiandu City. You can find out if you dig. Without exception, their strength has been significantly improved. However, few people say that the First Academy has a good way of educating people. Why? Nonsense, if they praise the First Academy to the sky, they will be more presumptuous. They dare to recruit students this year. 12 people, and they dare to recruit 6 people next year. We will never reduce our own enrollment quota. We swear to fight the First Academy to the end. As for the huge improvement of the freshmen in a short period of time, it was deliberately done by Su Ming. With the Gathering Spirit Tower, their strength will not be enough to fight against the higher level. Purely under the pressure-type training of the 4 departments of the academy, Su Ming ordered that after each training, the freshmen should be given a hot medicinal bath to stabilize the improvement of the training. Such treatment, not to mention Tang San and others, even Su Ming once none of them enjoyed it. If it weren't for the alchemy, how could the freshman have this enjoyment? Freshman, enjoy? You call taking a bath in boiling water enjoyment? Ahem, let's get back to the point. Su Ming was also late to realize what happened in Tiandu City. After knowing the results of this battle, he immediately arranged for them to take a medicinal bath with an increased amount. As the dean, no matter what, he can't treat students unfairly. After defeating Jian Douluo, Su Ming wanted to strike while the iron is hot and defeat Douluo at the same time. After all, in addition to the rewards for individual defeats, Su Ming also issued a task of defeating the winning streak of the title. Unfortunately, Douluo didn't want to fight him at all. For several days, he was nowhere to be seen. If you see a person with green eyes staring at you as if he was going to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, would you fight him? Obviously, Douluo asked himself if he was not a reckless man. Jian Douluo controlled the Chrysanthemum Pass. Huohuguan and Iahem, they are on par. So, I may not be Chen Xian's opponent, why do I have a conflict with my granddaughter's dean? Su Ming didn't want to bully him, but the system gave him too much. With the sword controlling skills of the cultivation level, he can basically kill people in the Douluo world. You are a person of status after all, can you stop being a dogskin plaster? In the pavilion, Su Ming stared at someone, and his grinding teeth made a soul-shaking sound. I finally got a soul guide engraving map and was about to study it, but I didn't expect to meet Jian Rongxiu, the annoying goblin. Jian Rongxiu shrugged, no way, I've already used up all the time in the Gathering Spirit Tower. I've also tried the ways the Academy can earn points. You think I want to see you, right? Ming asked me to come to you. As a member of the Academy, is it wrong for me to want to practice and become stronger? Jian Rongxiu tilted her head, her holy and lazy temperament was a little playful, and her smile was charming. On the side, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuoqing stared at Su Shui coldly, with disdain and disgust, like the eyes of the original wife looking down on the mistress. They are not fools, they can naturally see that Su Shui likes Su Ming, what sister and brother, is just an excuse. The point is that her last name is Su, and they are a little too close. Ming, this guy, is really so easy to deceive. Su Ming frowned and thought, he also had a basic understanding of the situation in the academy, and knew that what Jian Rongxiu said was true. The college has some problems in earning points. Currently, the college has few supporting facilities, so it has not formed a large-scale effect. Even if Su Ming has a plan, the college needs to develop further. After thinking about it, Su Ming said, the college has its own rules. Points can't be given to you for no reason. If you want to earn points, there are two other ways. First, the college has investors doing surrounding construction. You freshmen can go to help. I will talk to Vice Dean Zhao and treat it as one of the practical inspection projects. Second, the seniors in the college lack long-term experience in the fighting spirit field, which leads to less achievements of the college in the outside world. If you make up for this honor, you can get extra points, depending on the level of achievement. You want to trick me out of the college, it's a nice thought. Jian Rongxiu puffed up her pretty face, full of pride, and said with a smile. Okay, okay, okay. I know you are the dean and can't be partial. I won't cause you any trouble. Then I will go to build the surrounding area, okay? I really don't know what you are thinking, building the school in this remote place. There are obviously better choices, and you don't need to spend all this energy, but you insist on asking for trouble. You are really a guy who deserves a beating. While speaking, Jian Rongxiu quietly stretched out her slender legs, leaned towards Su Ming across the table, and teased someone. Swish! In an instant, Su Ming's eyebrows jumped suddenly, and his body stiffened instantly. Jian! Su Ming's face flushed, and he wanted to get angry. It can be seen that Xiao Wu and the others are here, and things are not easy to explain, so he can only bear it. Seeing that the goal has been achieved, Jian Rongxiu also stopped. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to help with the surrounding matters. But, brother Su Ming, you must remember to buy me a drink. After saying that, Jian Rongxiu, who was laughing wildly in her heart, left gracefully, leaving only the evil smile slowly drifting in the air. Chapter 244 Jian Rongxiu preparing to copy homework. I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet. Two eyes full of resentment and anger stared straight at Su Ming, and they didn't say anything, as if silently condemning something. Scumbag. Flirtatious. One is not enough, thinking of two, and now it's even more excessive, thinking of three. Are the two of us not enough for you? Pooh, pooh, pooh. Bad embryo. Su Ming had no choice but to hold his forehead, feeling embarrassed that he couldn't get rid of it even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I'm going to say you misunderstood. You two definitely don't believe it, right? Believe it. Of course we believe it. As if it was an appointment, Xiao Wu finished speaking and Zhu Zuoqing took over the conversation. The two of them sang in unison, staring at someone with angry eyes. The deep affection for comrades and the criticism of the enemy were written on their weird faces. Seeing this, Su Ming shook his head and poured himself a cup of King's Inn tea. She does like me. She told me about this before. She came to the first academy for me. But considering many factors, I rejected her, but she just didn't give up. Damn it, I know that someone is eyeing my cabbage. Zhu Qing, why don't you find an excuse to expel Su Shuer? No, if you do that, it will break the rules of the school. If your brother wants to, he would have kicked her out long ago. Then, what should we do? Give me some ideas. Let me think about it. After the two exchanged glances, Zhu Zuoqing held her chin and thought. It's not difficult to find an excuse to expel someone. But the problem is, how do outsiders view the school? What should other people in the school think, and how should they view them expelling students because of jealousy? In addition, there is Su Ming's feelings. Although I don't want to admit it, some details show that Su Ming's attitude towards Su Shuer is actually quite tolerant, as if there is a natural sense of closeness. Otherwise, how dare Su Shuer be so unscrupulous? And Su Shuer seems to have a big background, otherwise she would not easily agree to the construction of the surrounding areas of the school. Then let me ask you, what is the reason for you to reject her? After thinking for a while, Zhu Zuoqing did not say that Su Ming was wrong. After all, there would be many women who would be jealous of a man like him. In the past, she was not as cold as Jade, but now she has become the self she hates the most, sharing a man with her. Seeing that Su Ming was about to open his mouth, Zhu Zuoqing immediately added a few more words, blocking his way. Don't say you feel wrong. After all, this kind of feeling is easy to cultivate. You are obviously better to her than others. As for beauty, she is no worse than us. You can tell at a glance that she is a princess of a wealthy noble family. Such a woman with unique beauty, strength, and temperament, don't you feel moved? As soon as these words came out, Su Ming was silent. It is indeed a woman like Jian Rongxiu, especially her true appearance, Su Ming asked himself when he saw her. He also felt extremely stunning. If such a woman pursues other men, the latter will probably come up to her even if they lick her face. So, why did he reject her? Hiss. Before Su Ming finished thinking, he felt a piercing pain in his toes. Under the table, two slender and round jade legs were trampling on Su Ming's feet. Xiao Wu blinked cutely, with a fierce red light in her eyes. Brother, your eyes just now were a little dangerous. I kindly remind you, do you mind? Zhu Zuoqing pursed her nose in grievance. So, what were you thinking just now? Su Ming. You are getting more and more courageous. Su Ming had a fierce face, as if he was about to get angry, and scared the two of them to immediately retract their legs, instantly becoming good babies who were bullied. The shadows slanted horizontally, reflected in the cup and swaying comfortably, but the invasion of lips broke the tranquility. Su Ming took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice. It's not convenient for me to say more about this matter. It's not that there is anything shameful, but it's good for you. You don't know, maybe it's better, there will be less trouble. While speaking, Su Ming didn't even look at Xiao Wu, so as not to let the latter find out something wrong. As Xiao Wu's brother, he should actually stand on her side. Uproot Bibi Dong, the murderer who killed his stepmother, and the people of the spirit hall. But now, the conditions are indeed not sufficient. It's best to be alone, without any worries, and you can let go. Unless he is besieged by several titled Douluo of the spirit hall, even if he can't beat them, he can escape. Now that I have the #1 academy and so many people around me, going back to the way I used to be, practicing and doing things recklessly without any regard for my life, is unreasonable. After hearing what Su Ming said, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuoqing did not continue to ask. They just reminded Su Ming not to mess around with other women and stop when it trademarks enough. Su Ming naturally agreed. Unfortunately, sometimes, it trademarks not that men don't trademark T refuse, but that they can trademark T stop at all. Except for killing his sister, practicing the ruthless way. After all, whether it trademarks Xiao Wu or Zhu Zuoqing, Su Ming has never shown any love for her, and he has never even thought about the issue of starting a family in this world. When the water forms a trough, it also creates a peak. It is born out of the trend, not because it is not straight, and it cannot be forced by human power. Considering the development of the academy, Su Ming once again called Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin, several major academy leaders, to hold a meeting. The core topic is giving full play to students' trademark subjective initiative. Working hard in practice is not only the standard of the academy, but it requires students to establish a standard higher than the academy and work hard to practice. For this reason, Su Ming and his team passed the honorary reward rules. Those who strive for great honor for the academy can not only get points. Medicine, skills, soul bones, are all boldly included. In a word, I am not afraid of students being arrogant, but I am afraid that they are useless. Su Ming, I am afraid that the system will give less faith points. Ahem, each of us takes what we need. Su Ming asked himself that this method is not despicable, at least the students really benefited. Because of the serious injury of Sword Douluo Jinexin, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. In a short period of time, the team's core increase was reduced by 1. Su Ming understood very well and intended to let Ning Rongrong go back. The team has the remaining 7 people, which can fully support any situation. It's incredible, it's incredible. Looking at the information in his hand, Xiao Xian's eyes were full of shock, and his eyes almost popped out. Ignoring that Su Ming was explaining Dozhuan Xingyi to everyone, he rushed straight into the training room and completely interrupted the course. Big thing, big thing. Xiao Xian was so surprised that his voice was trembling, holding the parchment in his hand and shouting. Just now, there was news from Tiandu City that Luo from Tianshui College defeated Shenfeng College by a score of 7. The news is certain, and it was confirmed by the second team. It seems that before facing the 3-seeded teams, our first team has another strong enemy to conquer. The strongest in the second team is Su Shuet, who is also a soul master. I'm afraid she is not Luo's opponent. The more he spoke, the calmer his voice became, and the more joyful he became. The first team finally met a decent opponent. As for losing, haha, 3 soul kings, plus 4 soul masters, it would be strange for such a team to lose. Not to mention, Ming can suppress the soul king. Tang San and Xiao Wu can fight against each other at a higher level. But just when Xiao Xian regained his confidence, Tang San poured cold water on him mercilessly. As for the Battle of Luo, I believe everyone has seen it. To be honest, he is a very strong opponent. His swordsmanship is so high and his moves are so exquisite that I am afraid he is even better than Jian Douluo. Even in him, I saw the shadow of the Dean in the past, who was also focused, especially his eyes. His eyes are even more terrifying than his current strength. Tang San's face was particularly serious, especially when he mentioned his eyes, and his deliberately emphasized tone seemed to bring people back to the match between Tianshui College and Thunder College. It was a particularly unique look. The white pupils only had a little silver light, like ice spread in the snow, cold and solid, without any emotional fluctuations. With nothing in the eyes, how could there be anything in the heart? Genius is not scary, what is scary is the genius who abandons everything outside and concentrates on swordsmanship. Moreover, this genius gives him a feeling very similar to Su Ming. And this is what Tang San wants to express. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. Like Su Ming. I am afraid that there will not be another Su Ming in the entire Douluo continent. Just the word similar is enough to surpass everyone present. Tang San, do you really think so? Isn't that Luo even your opponent? Ya Lingling said what she was thinking at the moment. The answer was given by Xiao Wu. She looked at Tang San seriously and said word by word. Tang San is right. That Luo is not only powerful in swordsmanship, but also has terrifying mental power. I am afraid his mental power should be no less than mine. As she said this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but look apologetic, because in order not to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, she and Tang San kept this matter to themselves. Boom! As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. In terms of strength, Xiao Wu is the strongest in the team. Relying on the powerful advantage of mental power, many opponents have been defeated before they even have time to react. Win by surprise. A bottom-line guarantee. Now even Xiao Wu said so, isn't that Luo really so powerful and difficult to contend with? After a discussion, everyone turned their eyes to Su Ming. A tacit understanding. A very tacit understanding. Because Su Ming must know, and the latter has also practiced swordsmanship for a period of time. Let me betray myself? Su Ming rubbed his nose and explained awkwardly, that Luo is really strong. I'm afraid it's difficult for you to win alone. But if it's a round-robin battle, his soul power is definitely his biggest shortcoming. Everyone. Are you encouraging? You are trampling on the dignity of both of us. Using the sky wheel against Luo, their first team will be laughed at to death. Tang San said righteously, it's time to train everyone, so let me be the first to go and find out the truth for you. No way. Tang San, Don't think that everyone doesn't know what you are thinking. How about this, I think it's better to let him recover. Even if he loses, it's because he is not as skilled as others. What do you think? Sister-in-law, Zhu Zuqing, has a good idea. I think it's okay. Second. Ming. You want to die, right? Seeing the serious atmosphere broken, everyone laughed and played again. Su Ming laughed angrily. This last lesson before graduation, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you. You are used to losing to me. Can you really stand others defeating you? I'll wait and see. Su Ming muttered in his heart. Prince's mansion. Knowing that Jian Rongxiu was back, Shueking he rushed back without stopping. Plop. Anna immediately knelt down in front of Jian Rongxiu, crying loudly. Your Highness, please, I really can't hold on any longer. I almost got caught several times, I'm afraid I'll be beheaded one day. Besides, I feel that sect master Ning, he must have seen through my disguise. Wu, please forgive me, Your Highness. Seeing Anna's tearful look, Jian Rongxiu felt a little guilty, but for her own future, she could only let Anna continue to suffer. Shua. Jian Rongxiu was playful and lifted Anna's snowy and crystal chin, caressing it gently as if treating a treasure. How is the task I gave you? Anna, who calmed down for a moment, seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and quickly replied. Don't worry, Your Highness. There are already 8 caravans willing to go to the First Academy in secret, and they don't know your identity in the First Academy. Your Highness, considering my loyalty to the work, can you spare me this time? Even if I have to be a cow or a horse, I am willing. Anna, who has always been elegant and measured in advance and retreat, has lost her previous confidence at this moment, and looks submissive and at the mercy of others. She was always worried all day long. It would be fine if she faced other people, but she actually had to face Emperor Shuiyat. Accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. As she said just now, she was afraid that if she was not careful, the guillotine would come down. Hearing Jian Rongxiu coming back, Anna dropped everything on hand and wanted a relief. This kind of life is really not for human beings, woo. Anna, I won't force you. Swish. Anna's eyes immediately revived, and she covered Jian Rongxiu's knees with both hands. But the next second, Jian Rongxiu changed the subject. Anna, didn't you say that my house lacks a woman? Jian Rongxiu stared at Anna, as if she meant something. And Anna seemed to understand this meaning. Your Highness, you. Anna's face flushed instantly, and she stammered like a quail. Swish. Seeing this, Jian Rongxiu pulled Anna into her arms instantly. Boom. In an instant, Anna's brain completely crashed. Ah, could it be that Your Highness likes me? Bang, 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 her heart kept beating faster and faster, and only the violent heartbeat was rising and falling in her ears. Anna was almost overwhelmed by the surprise. And the feeling at that moment made Jian Rongxiu stunned, thinking that it was no wonder that Zhu Zuqing liked to hug Su Ming's arm so much, it was really cheap. She whispered in her ear. If you perform well, I don't mind giving you the title of concubine. As for what is considered a good performance, Jian Rongxiu whispered in Anna's ear. Feeling the unique and gentle man's strong spirit, the moist air blowing in her ears, Anna's whole body was like burning, and her ears were ripe. Your Highness, are you telling the truth? Anna's face flushed, looking at Jian Rongxiu as if asking the sound of nature. Fingers slid from Anna's exposed shoulders to her white skin, and then to her neck. Under the strong stimulation, Anna's delicate body couldn't help but tremble with pleasure. That's natural, I never lie. It's just that I always treat you as my sister, you have to make me like you. So, do you understand what I mean? Jian Rongxiu looked at Anna with a victorious attitude, and her heroic and confident appearance almost made Anna faint. Yes, yes, Your Highness. Chapter 245 Tang Hao's Crazy Love. The wind blew the curtains, like clouds in the sky, revealing white jade-like skin. A face that even fairies would envy. There were 3 parts of expectation and 3 parts of resentment in the sapphire-like eyes, and the pain that no one knew when it would be healed, so pitiful that people couldn't help but pity and caress. Alas! The weak sigh of the fallen leaves sounded faintly. Jian Rongxiu, wearing a snow-white off-shoulder long dress, leaned lazily on the bed. Although her delicate collarbone and seductive white skin were exposed, she was not the least bit charming, but generous, confident, and extraordinary, like an elegant work of art. Is it such a painful thing to like someone? She seemed to be holding back her breath, feeling bored but with nowhere to vent, and wished she could catch someone and beat him up right now. She thought of Jian Rongxiu, who asked herself that her talent and appearance were unique in the entire continent. It was his honor to like someone, how could he dare to say no? But that guy was indifferent to her, and she shamelessly approached him. You said I would be trapped by love. You are so smart, why don't you tell me the result? Humph, I guess you are too embarrassed to say it, right? The thief is crying catch thief. Or are you doing it on purpose, trying to whet my appetite? In fact, you like me, but it's just inconvenient to say it. The more Qian Rongxiu thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, and her pretty face flushed. How could a man refuse to throw himself into the arms of a woman like her? Behind him, there is the entire angel family. Which man doesn't want to have the support of this force? Yes. With Su Ming's strong character, he definitely doesn't want to lose face in the spirit hall. When the first academy becomes the top force on the continent, his status will be equal to his, and if he likes me, he can go to the spirit hall to propose marriage openly. The corners of Qian Rongxiu's mouth are getting higher and higher, and she is almost smiling like a sunflower. I can't tell, do you still have some male chauvinism? But it's not hard to talk about going to the spirit hall to be a son-in-law, why are you so stubborn? I don't look down on you, I want to be a gigolo, is that okay? Ah! So embarrassing. The beautiful face was deeply buried in the quilt, Qian Rongxiu felt like it was like being poisoned, and there was no cure. After a long while, she finally raised her head. She pursed her upper lip against her lower lip, looking at the strange yet familiar room around her like a silly roe deer, her blue eyes like the sea stirred up waves of immature ripples. It was getting brighter and brighter, as if she saw a little angel slowly rising up. Your Highness! The gentle knock on the door startled Qian Rongxiu, and she immediately changed into Xue Qinghe's appearance. Come in. Being interrupted at this time, Qian Rongxiu reluctantly replied, and the beautiful scene in her imagination slowly receded from her mind. The door was pushed open, and Anna walked in with a lunchbox. Looking at Xue Qinghe who was busy at the desk, her charming face couldn't help but get hot. Your Highness, the weather is hot, I prepared something to quench your thirst. This is the ice-cold snow plum soup I made myself, and there are some other foods. Do you think it's suitable? While speaking, a plate of thirst-quenching holy products was placed in front of Qian Rongxiu. Due to the problem of the plating and the food, Qian Rongxiu could tell at a glance that this was not the work of the imperial chef. The rules of the palace are strict, and the imperial chef would never dare to use such a variety of cold foods. Under Anna's eager gaze, Qian Rongxiu picked up the spoon and tasted it carefully. Staring at herself eagerly, Qian Rongxiu also felt uncomfortable, coughed twice, and said, Anna, this food is really good, but the craftsmanship needs to be improved. Thank you for your hard work. With a word of hard work, all the previous sufferings were solved. Anna smiled and shook her head. It's okay. As long as you like it, I can learn from the imperial chef. When my skills improve in the future, I will often cook for you. Glancing at Qian Rongxiu with spring in her eyes, Anna's heart was pounding. She bowed and immediately packed up and left. Looking at Anna's escape, Qian Rongxiu felt that she was still happy and couldn't help thinking. As she thought, it was impossible for a boy to be indifferent to a girl who was good to him. Maybe, the way I opened it was wrong. It's better to give help in times of need than to accompany someone. Looking at the spoon in her hand, Qian Rongxiu felt enlightened and smiled slightly. Without Qian Rongxiu by his side, Su Ming felt that the whole world was much quieter. With 3 clones practicing, Su Ming did not continue to practice soul power recently, but put all his thoughts on drawing soul guide inscriptions. The inscriptions on soul guides are mainly rare gemstone carvings and metal carvings. The function of the inscriptions is to detonate the characteristics of gemstones and metals. Just like a light bulb, the metal is the tungsten filament, the electricity is the soul power, and the inscription is the environment inside the light bulb, which plays a supporting role. When the metal characteristics are extremely powerful and contain terrifying energy, the soul power link can be omitted and the inscription can be directly used to detonate. This is the difference between ordinary soul guides and fixed soul guides. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the energy storage core inscription, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the energy storage core inscription, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the energy storage core inscription, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully engraving 100 energy storage core inscriptions and successfully advancing to the 2nd level soul guide. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the 2nd level soul guide achievement, and rewarding 3 2nd level soul guide core drawings. Swish! Looking at the 3-point leather paper that appeared in the system space, Su Ming did not smile at all, but breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if it were not for the development of another continent and the academy, Su Ming would never spend his precious time on a soul guide that would produce slow results. What he prefers more is an investment that can see results in the short term. This has nothing to do with short-sightedness, but it is the wisest choice to improve strength under the premise of having a system. After turning over one of the leather papers, Su Ming carefully examined it for a moment, closed his eyes to make sure that there was no problem with the circuit, and then took a piece of forged metal to carve on it. As for the carving tool, it is naturally a carving knife. Bang! Carving failed. Bang! Carving failed. It took Su Ming 3 days to carve out the core inscription of a second-level soul guide. Bang bang bang! Brother, today is the last day of the promotion competition. As promised, I'm here to call you. A mosquito-like voice sounded outside the door. The specially built training room had a very strong soundproof effect. Xiao Wu probably shouted outside at this moment. Promotion competition. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch today. After assembling the jade pendant soul guide in his hand in a few seconds, Su Ming left the training room with 3 jade pendants. Let's go. Xiao Wu smiled instantly and pulled Su Ming away. It was very early. The sun had just risen. There was still some time before the Soul Master competition began. Of course, the first academy in Tiandu City were also some distance away. Previously, the promotion competition was participated by the second team. Tang San was busy with the establishment of the Tang sect recently and did not live in the academy. Now he rushed back. The reason why also is used is because Ning Rongrong is also back. According to Xiao Wu, Chen Xian's injury is no longer serious, so he came back. The Kai Bao Liulai sect is the first auxiliary sect. If this injury cannot be treated, it is really a loss of face. So Su Ming is not worried about this at all. Even if he has healing pills but does not take them out, the sect still has to save face. Let's go. If there is anything, we can talk on the way. Nodding to the 7 people, Su Ming took the lead and got on the carriage. Ning Rongrong, Ya Lingling and Duguyan were together, while Er Ming followed Zhao Wuji. Giving Duguyan a look, Tang San finally got on the carriage where Su Ming and the other 2 were. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were a little surprised about Tang San's arrival. After all, it was completely reasonable for the 3 of them to share a carriage. Tang San should not be so annoying. Tang San, what do you want to do with my brother? Xiao Wu understood Tang San the best, so she gave him a seat. She also saw that the latter's face was not right, as if he was suppressing something unspeakable. My father. Just after saying 4 words, Tang San closed his mouth again, and his hands at the root of his legs clenched into fists. The pair of calm and deep eyes were now full of indifference and anger, and faintly revealed a cold light of resentment and biting people. Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were even more surprised. Their intuition told them that something very unusual must have happened to Tang San, otherwise he would not be like this. Su Ming frowned slightly and asked a question speculatively. Tang Hao, take out the soul bone from his body, right? Shua. As soon as these words came out, Tang San raised his head in an instant, as if he had seen a ghost. You. After a long time, the mouth stuffed with duck eggs slowly closed. Tang San smiled bitterly, his face full of sadness. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you. I haven't even told Yanzi about this. Swish. 2 soul bones fell in front of Su Ming. The dazzling crystal light was particularly dazzling in Tang San's eyes. Even, he could smell the remaining blood on them. My father said that your strength is enough to protect the academy now, and he doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. The 2 soul bones in front of you are the inherited soul bones of the Haoshan sect, and they need to be returned. Thinking of Tang Hao's miserable condition, Tang San's tears rolled in his eyes, but he held them back. His tone was nasal, as if blocked by something. In the future he doesn't owe Haoshan sect anything, and I don't have to bear the things of their previous generation. I can live according to my own wishes. The touching words made Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing feel soft in their hearts, and they envied Tang San for having a good father who loved him. Xiao Wu, needless to say, grew up with her mother. The Zhu family is dependent on the royal family, so there is no freedom at all. They are like appendages of power. The one who pushed them was the patriarch of the Zhu family, who was also her father. Xiao Wu, Tang San, is your father okay? Otherwise, brother, why don't you go see Senior Tang? Zhu Zuqing, Tang San, although I don't know what happened specifically, he is definitely the senior I admire most. You should be proud to have such a father. Xiao Wu patted Tang San's shoulder, and Zhu Zuqing also pulled Su Ming's arm, indicating that the latter had better do something. Su Ming didn't expect his speculation to come true. The incident happened several years earlier than the original plot. Yin has recovered, Tang San's bloodline has awakened, and he has also cultivated to the Soul King. And he can also stand on his own. I'm afraid he made the decision after watching me and Chen Xin fight. Su Ming shook his head with emotion. Tang Hao was still the same Tang Hao, with the same strong will and stubbornness, and acted decisively. Who would be willing to fall from the level of titled Douluo if it were someone else? Your father has your mother by his side. You don't need to worry too much about his affairs. Your mother can completely cure him. I would like to hear your opinion on the matter of Haoshan sect. Before Su Ming finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing began to wink at each other frantically. There is only one way to take out the soul bone, that is take it directly. Obviously, Tang Hao's current situation is definitely not optimistic. It's better to visit Tang Hao instead of asking about his affairs. On the contrary, talking about other things at this time is definitely not what friends do. Tang San's face changed slightly. You don't want to see my father. Although Su Ming was indifferent, he was not a cold-blooded person. Tang San was very surprised that Su Ming didn't ask too much about his father's current situation. Su Ming shook his head. You are not a hypocritical person, and Tang Hao is even less so. As the best opponent and friend, would you hope that the other party would appear in front of you when you are most embarrassed? Hearing this, Tang San didn't know how to answer. Because when he came back, Tang Hao had told him not to tell Su Ming his whereabouts. When he recovers his strength, he will come to Su Ming to finish the battle between the two sooner or later. Seeing Tang San silent, Su Ming continued. Don't look at your father and I often quarrel, and look a little cynical. But, in fact, his pride is higher than anyone else. If I go now and squeeze him, he will say that he can't talk to me or beat me, and he must feel bad. But if I comfort him, he will feel despised. Facing the embarrassed self, it's better to kill him. The more he said, the more powerless Su Ming was to complain. This damn man's self-esteem. And the three people who heard this also fell into a brief thought. Although this it sounds a bit cold-blooded, but when you think about it, it seems to be about the same. Su Ming patted Tang San's shoulder and comforted him with great kindness. Remember to go back and tell your father when you have time. I, Su Ming, am waiting for him to duel. I am a reasonable person. After a year, I will beat his son up for every month he is late. The son pays for the father's debt, it is only natural. Tang San's face turned dark, and he wanted to throw someone out of the carriage right now. Listen to yourself, are you talking to me? It is said that when friends are in trouble, you can stick your back together. You want to stick your back in my arms, right? Alas! Seeing that Tang San was still reluctant, Su Ming sighed and gave the former a slap, saying without question. Remember, just tell your father, the old stubborn man, exactly what I said. He will definitely be happier to hear this than to hear any sweet words from others. Tang San. So, I am the only one in the world who is hurt, right? Chapter 246 Tang San, I should have killed Yu Xiaogang earlier. The first academy is now missing Tang Hao, who can overpower several titled Douluo. This is not a good thing for Su Ming and the academy. If an emergency situation suddenly occurs, only Su Ming can deal with it. Douluo? The weakest titled Douluo. De Ming? At this moment, he is trying to transform his ability into spirit rings, and his strength will be greatly restricted. Su Ming is not worried about what will happen recently. After all, in the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, if the Spirit Hall wants to launch a surprise attack, the force it needs to dispatch is too strong. At least it will require a team of more than 100 people composed of 4 or 5 titled Douluo. With Bibi Dong's current control over the Spirit Hall, he cannot draw out such a strong force without the support of the Elder Hall. What Su Ming is most worried about is the final of the Soul Master competition, because the venue is at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Spirit City. The first academy made such a huge commotion in Tiandu City, but the Spirit Hall remained indifferent. This was definitely not an oversight on the part of the Spirit Hall. Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiandu City, is not a fool. In the original novel, he was treacherous and sinister. He would even take the initiative to show goodwill to Huo Wu and Tang San. Facing the more powerful First Academy, is it possible to choose to ignore it? Facing the rise of the First Academy, Bibi Dong, who received the news, simply ignored it with contempt. Is it possible? What exactly is wrong? Touching his chin, Su Ming began to think. He felt something was wrong before, but there were so many things that he didn't have time to think about it carefully. Now that he thinks about it carefully again, the wrong thing makes him feel more and more uneasy. Qian Rongxiu? No. Impossible. Her relationship with Bibi Dong is very strong, and it is impossible for her to influence Bibi Dong's decision. Besides, if she found out that I was in danger, she would not have told me since she was so concerned about me at the moment. Damn it! I didn't expect that I would actually tie the word safety to Jian Rongxiu's love. Could I have become Lord Sun in Lanjabang? It's not Jian Rongxiu. Then who else can influence Bibi Dong's decision? Suddenly, a disgusted black eye's face appeared in his mind. Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stood up like a monkey in surprise. Brother, are you okay? Su Ming, did something happen? The sudden scene scared Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Tang San also looked at Su Ming inexplicably, not knowing what happened. Looking at Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, Su Ming took a deep breath, and while sitting down, he also cast a serious look at Tang San. Tang San, let me ask you, have you been following your teacher's movements recently? Teacher? Tang San was stunned for a moment, but when he reacted, his face was as dark as if he had eaten shit. That was the figure he had been reluctant to mention. How good the old man of the Tang sect was before, how bad the image of Yu Xiaogang was in his heart now. He and him, now they are clear, no longer related. Su Ming, why did you mention him for no reason? Tang San's face was full of discomfort, his lips seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he could only tell the truth from Su Ming's meticulous appearance. Su Ming, you also know that Yu Xiaogang has never appeared since he met him in the Star Do Great Forest. After that, Dean Flanders took Oscar and the others to the Royal Academy. I had a brief exchange with Oscar, but I didn't see Yu Xiaogang. From Oscar's words, Yu Xiaogang had left Shrek Academy a long time ago, and they didn't know where he went. Tang San, who had reacted, shuddered suddenly, stared at Su Ming strangely, and said anxiously. Su Ming, do you mean that Yu Xiaogang will take revenge on the First Academy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without waiting for Su Ming to answer, Tang San shook his head firmly, thinking that Su Ming had some persecution delusions. Yu Xiaogang's strength is too weak, and it is impossible for him to pose any threat to the First Academy. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is behind him, I heard that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has only one titled Douluo, and they would never dare to stand up for someone like Yu Xiaogang. That's true. Su Ming changed the subject and continued. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family can't do it, but the Spirit Hall can. The Spirit Hall? The cold light in Tang San's eyes became even colder, and the Mother Killer, the hatred is irreconcilable. He will also seek retaliation from the Spirit Hall for this account. But then again, why would the Spirit Hall stand up for Yu Xiaogang? Tang San pondered and asked, Su Ming, do you mean that there is still a connection between Yu Xiaogang and the Spirit Hall? On the side, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing held their breath and concentrated, as if they knew the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to make any sound. Su Ming nodded, his face was unusually serious. Although Yu Xiaogang's strength is weak, he has a small reputation in the Spirit Master world with some understanding that is ahead of the world. As for the relationship with the Spirit Hall, it can be traced back to the previous generation of the Pope. Yu Xiaogang? The previous generation of the Pope? Tang San was completely unable to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. His father once told him that it was the previous generation of the Pope who hunted down their family. Yu Xiaogang, do you still have a connection with Jian Sunji? It's simply courting death. Tang San's body was tense, like a fully drawn bowstring, with arrows of hatred and murder circling in his eyes, suppressing the last bit of relaxation. But after a few seconds, his body relaxed again, and he asked. Yu Xiaogang and Jian Sunji should be enemies, not friends, right? I guess so. Sure enough. If not, Dad would never let me worship Yu Xiaogang as my master. Tang San asked, so, what is the relationship between the two of them? Not only Tang San, Xiao Wu and the others also looked at Su Ming eagerly. These old stories, they, the younger generation, had no way of knowing. Seeing the curiosity of the three, Su Ming was not stingy and told them the old stories of the past. The current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is the direct disciple of the previous Pope, that is, the Saint of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps just like you back then, Bibi Dong developed a liking for Yu Xiaogang because of his knowledge, and the two of them fell in love for a while. You also know Yu Xiaogang's talent. If he is a good genius, the two of them would have a good match, but he is a waste whose soul power cannot break through level 30. How could the Spirit Hall let the saint marry such a person? Due to the obstruction of Pope Kyung Sunji, Yu Xiaogang finally misunderstood Bibi Dong and then left. Hiss. Hearing this, the three of them were horrified. Tang San, in that case, the current Pope Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang are. Zhu Zuqing, I didn't expect that the current Pope Bibi Dong, who worked hard to govern the country, actually had such a shameful past. If other people in the spirit hall knew about it, I don't know how many people's faith would collapse. Shua. Just when the atmosphere was serious, a monkey suddenly climbed up a high branch. Xiao Wu hugged Su Ming's neck tightly, and shouted bitterly. Brother, tell me the truth, did you know all this a long time ago? You actually asked me to worship him as your master, how can you treat me like this? Humph. Stretching out her little foot and kicking Su Ming's waist angrily, Xiao Wu was about to cry, and left the car with a bitter frown, looking really angry. Oops. Forgot about this. Su Ming helplessly held his forehead. If Xiao Wu had known about the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong, she would never worship him as her master even if she was beaten to death. Even in Xiao Wu's opinion, Yu Xiaogang is very likely to be an indirect accomplice. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would not know so much about the situation of Xingde Daisen and soul beasts, and there would be no tragedy later. She actually worshipped the person who was related to the murderer of her mother as her teacher? Xiao Wu's mentality at this moment can be imagined. What happened? Tang San and Zhu Zuqing looked at Su Ming with confusion. Why would Xiao Wu be angry for no reason? Su Ming raised his eyes to Zhu Zuqing. Qing'er, go see Xiao Wu, I will go and tell her after the things here are dealt with. Okay. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, bringing a gust of fragrant wind, and only Su Ming and Tang San were left in the carriage. Su Ming cut to the chase and said. Later, Yu Xiaogang fell in love with another woman. I didn't expect that woman to be his cousin. The Blue Tyrant Academy where Tailong originally studied, the dean is Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaogang and Flanders are known as the Iron of Northwest Shangzi Ba, known as the Golden Iron Triangle. She is that woman. After knowing this, Yu Xiaogang left again without saying goodbye, leaving Lu Erlong behind. He treated two women like this in a row, which is the main reason why I look down on him. As he paused, Su Ming's face became stiff, with a faint sign of impending storm. Yu Xiaogang didn't go to the Royal Academy, so where did he go? If it was other ordinary cities, it would be fine, but if he went to the Spirit Hall, do you think he would use the power of the Spirit Hall to retaliate against us? Or, if the Spirit Hall knows your father's whereabouts, can they bear it? Boom! Tang San's heartstrings tightened instantly, and his face no longer had any joy or luck. If that's the case, then I'm afraid it's going to be a big deal. Tang San looked at Su Ming in fear, speaking in a timid tone. Su Ming, I don't know if you know that Kyung Sunji was seriously injured by my father and died after returning to the Spirit Hall. It can be said that in the eyes of the Spirit Hall's high-level officials, it was my father who killed the Pope. If they knew my father's whereabouts. With a sudden chill, Tang San's mind was instantly clear, but his body was cold and tense. If I had known that this would happen, I shouldn't have worshipped Yu Xiaogang as my master. If my parents really have an accident, it would be better to be more ruthless. What master-disciple relationship? Just give Yu Xiaogang. A cold murderous intent flashed from the depths of Tang San's eyes. With a smile, Su Ming looked at the sky outside the window, his mind sank. If Yu Xiaogang really jumps out of the window and throws himself into the arms of the Spirit Hall, then everything can be explained. The First Academy made such a big fuss, but the Spirit Hall did not react at all. The more this is the case, the more terrifying it feels. The finals of the Soul Master competition are held in the Spirit City. In a trance, the sky seemed to be gloomy, as if a huge net was falling, and everything in the world would fall. It seems that I have to make some preparations. If I am really caught off guard, hee. Although the corners of his mouth were smiling, Su Ming's face did not show any joy. The gloomy sky also covered his face exposed by the window. I'll find a way to recover your father's injury. At this time, the First Academy cannot tolerate absent deserters. After patting Su Ming's shoulder heavily, Su Ming left the carriage. Looking at the carriage in front, Su Ming jumped up and landed steadily on the roof. Humph! Xiao Wu folded her hands and turned her head to the side angrily. Leave it to you. Zhu Zuqing smiled slightly, got into the carriage playfully, and went to find Ye Lingling and the others. On the roof, only Su Ming and Xiao Wu were left. Swish! Suddenly, a foot as fast as lightning cut up and attacked Su Ming. Su Ming, who was sitting with his legs bent, raised his hand and clasped it, smiling and saying, I didn't mean it. Even if our relationship was not very good at that time, I would not have said such bad things to you, right? As he said that, Su Ming put Xiao Wu's legs down. This girl's legs were getting longer and longer. In another 2 years, I am afraid that Zhu Qing would not be able to beat her. I think you did it on purpose. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and her body suddenly jumped up. The legs that had just been put down rotated together with her body, and instantly her legs were facing Su Ming's neck to form a strangulation technique commonly used in boxing. Then when we duel, deliberately say this, and then influence my mentality, so that you can easily defeat me. Honestly, is this what you want? Xiao Wu held Su Ming's chin tightly with both hands. Although she knew that she would not be the opponent of the latter, she was full of resentment and had to seek justice today. Being held by Xiao Wu's legs, the soft skin of her legs was so soft that it was so soft that it was so soft that it was so soft. Although there was stockings between them, the wonderful touch still made Su Ming extremely uncomfortable and he felt a sense of moral degradation. Especially, the posture of the two at this moment. The only good thing was that the socks didn't have any special smell, they were brand new and had a slightly sweet fragrance. Ahem, okay, you let go first. You are so old now, if other people see it, what will happen? Su Ming patted Xiao Wu's white socks on her calves, and felt that this was inappropriate, so he immediately withdrew. Humph. Xiao Wu pouted, not knowing whether it was because of the previous incident or because of Su Ming's dissatisfaction. Let them see it, they won't care if I'm close to you. Isn't it normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to do this? Tang San and Duguyan. Before he finished speaking, a female Tyrannosaurus roared in shame and anger in the carriage below. Xiao Wu, shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Yo. You dare to threaten me, I'll give you a face, right? Pa. Xiao Wu slapped the roof of the car and said angrily. What nonsense, do you dare to say that you and Tang San didn't kiss? I saw it all, you. Swish. A turquoise poisonous snake crawled from the car to the roof. In the blink of an eye, it turned into Duguyan. Dead rabbit, I'll tear your mouth apart. Duguyan, blushing, rushed towards Xiao Wu in a rage. Originally, the angry Xiao Wu was like a fish in water, smiling and teasing Duguyan, and there was no sign of sulking at all. Su Ming was so depressed that he held his forehead. Women are really fickle. Chapter 247 Qian Rongxiu's Loving Feeding. Tiandu City. The final of the Soul Master competition. Except for the Royal Academy team, the two strongest teams of the Tiandu Empire participating in the Soul Master competition will meet here. This strong duel and wonderful game have already become a hot topic in Tiandu City. Tens of thousands of people sat in the audience, waiting for the start of the game with passion. Although everyone deliberately suppressed the voices of discussion, the atmosphere of tens of thousands of people has already made the atmosphere of the scene very hot. Even if you sit next to each other, you need to shout loudly to let your companions hear you, which shows how intense the scene is. Damn, it's finally going to start. I didn't sleep all night last night, just waiting for today. Brother, are you waiting to see the beauty or the game? Ahem, of course it's the game. Tian Shui Academy only pays attention to it occasionally. Hey, who do you think will win between the two teams? I think it's the first academy, the main players didn't even play and they won all the games. Their strength was obviously overwhelming. They deserved to be the first place. Not necessarily. You didn't see Luo's game. He also crushed everyone. And it was a soul master fighting a soul sect. I think he has at least the strength of a soul king. It's so funny. Doesn't the first academy have a soul king? The strength of a soul king is nothing in front of a soul king level genius. Damn it, you want to fight, right? Fight if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Today's fight between dragons and tigers is also a great event for the empire. On the main stage, Emperor Shuiya looked very satisfied with the atmosphere on the scene, with a red glow of glory on his face. The martial spirit of the Tiandu Empire is not as good as that of the Xingluo Empire. If the people are like this now, the military strength of the empire will definitely go up a level. Tian Shui College and the First Academy have both won 14 consecutive games. The winner will be decided today. This game is really exciting. As soon as Ning Fengzi finished speaking, the disgusting sound of flies rang out. As a member of the Soul Master Competition Committee, Sect Master Ning was absent from the competition without reason. Doesn't he need to give an explanation? Salas looked ahead, as if he was not talking to Ning Fengzi. Gurong's face darkened at Zaratha's interrogation-like attitude, but Ning Fengzi smiled indifferently. The sect has discovered a treasure, and Ning had to return to the sect to deal with it. It was not intentional to belittle the Soul Master competition. Treasure? As soon as these words came out, Zarath and Emperor Shuiyi's faces changed. Something that Ning Fengzi called a treasure and went to great lengths to return to the sect must be priceless and is definitely not an ordinary item. Sect Master Ning is blessed with a lot of money. I would like to congratulate the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect for obtaining a treasure. Your Majesty is too polite. It is not a treasure. It is barely worthy of your attention. Master Ning's vision is getting higher and higher. No, no, it's all thanks to your majesty. Staring at the front with a cold look, Saras snorted angrily and stopped asking for trouble. Hiss, why are there so many people today? Yes, I remember that there were not so many people watching the previous games, why today? When they arrived at the stadium, Xiao Wu and Yelingling were shocked by the scene, and a sense of pressure arose in their hearts. Xiao Xin smiled and said, Tian Shui College has been as popular as our college recently. They both have a perfect record. Our duel with them is the last game that the Tiandu Empire can watch, so it is naturally much more lively than usual. Hearing this, everyone woke up as if from a dream. The final of the Soul Master competition was held in Wuhan City, the holy land of Wuhan Hall, so naturally so many people were not allowed to watch the game. So, this was the last visual feast of Tiandu City. Ahem. Zhao Wuji coughed and motioned everyone to be quiet. Then, he said with a stern face, frowning and cold eyes. Today is the last game of the promotion game, and it is also the most exciting game. Everyone should not take it lightly. Team 1, except for Rongrong and Lingling, the two auxiliary systems, the rest of the people are ready to play. Team 2, Su Shuet. Zhao Wuji was stunned, and roared to the deputy captain Zhao Jianxing angrily. Nonsense! Jianxing, why is your captain not with you? Although you are the second team, you are also students of the first academy. You must always be prepared for the battles you are about to face. How can your attitude be so casual? Boom! Zhao Wuji roared and released a powerful soul Douluo pressure, like a giant mountain rising from the abyss of a cold pond, which frightened everyone into silence and they dared not breathe. Xiao Xian half closed his eyes were cold and sharp, and asked faintly. Jianxing, tell me, where did Su Shui go? Gurgle. Zhao Jianxing, who had a slender figure in a harmless scholar's face, swallowed his saliva and blamed himself. I don't know either. The captain said she needs to go home and has some things to deal with. I don't want to ask more. You. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was angry and helpless, and had to cast his eyes on another honest and quiet boy. Suan. If Su Shui doesn't come back in time, you, Tai Long and Zhao Jianxing, prepare to participate in this competition. Looking around, Zhao Wuji shouted. Listen to me clearly, today, we are here for victory. If anyone dares to hold us back, I will personally deal with him. Everyone was so frightened that they nodded like crazy. On the side, Su Ming just watched all this silently without expressing his opinion. Emperor Shui Yat. Ning Fengzi. Gurong. Su Ming's eyes were on the main stage. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. Shui Ye had no expression on his face. After all, the relationship between the two sides was not harmonious. In order to maintain the face of the royal family announced that as long as the First Academy won the championship of this Soul Master competition, the area within a radius of 10 miles of the First Academy would be given to the First Academy. In Shui Yi's eyes, the First Academy might still be a potential threat. If it weren't for the deterrence of the Spirit Hall, I'm afraid the two sides would not be as calm as they are now. So calm. Salas, I'm afraid you have already passed the information to Bibi Dong. I guess you are also wondering why the Spirit Hall did not take any action. An Su Ming made eye contact with Sarath, noticing the coldness of suspicion in the latter's eyes, and became more and more certain of his guess. If even Sarath didn't know, it could only be said that everything was under Bibi Dong's control, and even he had no right to know. Such a top-secret operation must be against a titled Douluo level powerhouse. Right now, there is no other suitable match except the First Academy. Welcome everyone, today is the last day of the Tiandu Division promotion match. The promotion team has been determined. The result of this match will not affect the existing results, but it is still the most anticipated and watched match. Today, the two sides of the competition are the First Academy and Tian Shui Academy. Please invite the captains of both sides to the stage. As the MC finished speaking, Shui Bing'er from Tian Shui Academy walked out with long legs. There was a hint of nobility in the coldness, and she had the temperament of a queen. Although Shui Bing'er was indeed beautiful, Xiao Wu and others all looked at the only male, Luo. Then I'll go. Ye Lingling nodded and walked onto the stage. Yes, the captain of the first team was not Xiao Wu or Tang San, but Ye Lingling. Perhaps everyone was more convinced by Ye Lingling, even Xiao Wu, who always liked to compete, gave up. When the two beauties came on stage, the audience couldn't help but howl like wolves. Like her name, Shui Bing'er was born with a hazy beauty, her smile was like ice and snow, and her coldness was filled with a charming halo. Ye Lingling, on the other hand, was a kind of relieved coldness, like the melting snow, which could draw any pattern, instead of being cold and hard, giving people a sense of alienation that could be approached but could not be approached. In this game, our Tian Shui Academy will not lose. Shui Bing raised the corner of her mouth, her voice was like a deep bell, and she stretched out her sleeved hand generously and decently. The first academy, never lost. Ya Lingling smiled lightly, the momentum in her eyes was no less than Shui Bing's, shook hands with her and then parted ways, then turned and walked down the stairs. Shui Binger was slightly stunned, she didn't expect to receive such an answer, which made her feel more interesting. Never lost, that's because you haven't met us. Looking at Ya Lingling's back as she left, Shui Binger smiled indifferently in her heart, and seemed to be confident. Just after stepping down, she noticed a familiar figure, and when she saw what the latter was holding, Ya Lingling showed an ambiguous smile at the corner of her mouth. Sorry, I was delayed because of something. Tang San and the others were surprised by Ya Lingling's expression, and suddenly heard a pleasant voice behind them. Qian Rongxiu, wearing a white academy short cape and with her figure outlined by the waist corset, was standing behind everyone, holding a food box in her hand. Tang San was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Ming with a half-smile. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth and wanted to scold Su Shuet, but when he saw this scene, he felt as if his mouth was blocked by cotton. On one side is the dean. On the other side is the atmosphere of the academy. Also, when Tang San and the others graduate, Su Shuet will be the leader of the academy. When he wants to achieve results as the vice dean, he will have to rely on the group of people led by Su Shuet. Scold? Forget it. I just scolded myself so much that I'm hoarse. I'd better take a break. Zhao Wuji decisively chose to play dead, out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Wuji, I didn't expect you to have this day. Xiao Xin secretly laughed at someone who was feeling uncomfortable. Being stared at by everyone, Su Shui seemed a little embarrassed, and her face flushed. I know everyone is rushing back from the academy, so I arranged for someone to prepare some breakfast. If you haven't eaten yet, or if you don't feel you've eaten well, you can eat some more. Without waiting for everyone to answer, Qian Rongxiu had already opened the food box and brought out one plate after another. They were not staple foods, but cakes and pastries, which looked particularly delicate and dazzling. Eat whatever you want, don't be polite to me. Qian Rongxiu waved her hand a little awkwardly, but the empty food box was hidden behind her. Hurry up. Qian Rongxiu's eyes hinted wildly, with a hint of anxiety. Wow, Su Shuet, you brought so many delicious foods. Hehe, I only ate one cake on the way here, and I'm so hungry. Xiao Wu was not polite, she picked up the cakes and stuffed them into her mouth. Noticing that she looked a little silly, Xiao Wu immediately greeted everyone. Hey, what are you all doing? Come and eat. Everyone. Tang San, what are you doing? Ahem, nothing, I just feel a little weak in the legs. Tang San smiled. It should be because she was weak. Xiao Wu immediately looked at Zhu Zuqing who was holding her forehead. Zhu Qing, what are you doing again? Don't talk to me, I suddenly have a headache. Zhu Zuqing looked uncomfortable. What did she lose? She couldn't even snatch a man from such a silly and sweet girl with such a high IQ. Even the other spectators were powerless to complain. If Xiao Wu was abandoned by Su Ming one day and hid in a corner crying, they would definitely not be surprised at all. This group of people is weird. Xiao Wu curled her lips. Based on the principle that no one should be hungry, she started eating alone. It was difficult to avoid everyone's gaze. Qian Rongxiu endured the blush and pretended to be calm as she came to Su Ming. I have prepared some delicious food for you. I made it myself. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Qian Rongxiu opened the food box, which contained several small plates of pastries. In the middle of the pastries, there were crystal dates and snow lotus seeds and other fruits. Each portion was 2. Hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had just picked up the plate to give to Su Ming, froze in an instant. Beiji. The pastries in her mouth fell to the ground and were covered with dust. What she had just eaten suddenly felt bitter, and her face wrinkled. Wonderful. Wonderful. It was even more exciting than the Soul Master competition. Tang San and the other spectators were laughing in their hearts, but they were forcing themselves to hold back their smiles, which was very uncomfortable. Cough cough cough. Realizing that he couldn't hold it in any longer, Zhao Wuji coughed twice and said in a false tone. What are you all doing? Now it's a competition, forget about everything else. Erming, you'll be the first one to go up. In the first battle, we must show the prestige of our #1 school. Do you understand? Erming responded and walked onto the fighting stage with reluctance. On the other hand, the others were staring at So Ming. The difference was that they were watching the show, while Qian Rongxiu's eyes were shy and expectant. It seemed that as long as So Ming took a bite, it would be equivalent to tacitly agreeing to something. After all, this was her first time making food for others. As the person involved, So Ming looked at the loving cakes handed over in front of him and felt overwhelmed. To be honest, he did feel a little hungry. It didn't matter if he ate some of the food sent by the students. The problem was that the purpose of the food was not pure. Moreover, it was sent in front of Xiao Wu and the others. Now, he is in a dilemma. So Ming suddenly realized something and turned to look at Zhu Zuqing. Chinger, this pastry looks good. Try it and see if you like it. Xiao Wu, there are some more pastries here. Come and eat if you like. Hearing this, the two girls puffed up their faces and were completely indifferent. They also stared at So Ming, waiting for his next move. Qian Rongxiu did the same. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. So Ming. Chapter 248 Qian Rongxiu, Call Shuer. To eat or not to eat? It was a very tricky question in front of So Ming. If Zhu Zuqing had listened to So Ming and tasted the food, So Ming would have been able to settle the matter naturally. But obviously, So Ming underestimated the psychology of women. Once a woman becomes jealous, how can she be rational? Zhu Zuqing is also a woman, and this is no exception. In the past, So Ming had seen a movie that said a man cannot eat food from two women. At this moment, So Ming was like facing food handed over by three women at the same time. No. To be more precise, he became the food and was being divided. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's expectant face, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's murderous cold eyes, So Ming felt like he was being roasted on fire. Sure enough, he shouldn't have been involved in love too early, and it wouldn't have ended up like this today. Come here. So Ming took Qian Rongxiu's hand and led her out of the spectator seat. The first time So Ming held her hand, Qian Rongxiu's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't feel any other thoughts in her mind. She only felt that there was a sudden sweetness in her mouth. Her face was so hot. Qian Rongxiu, what do you want? So Ming stared at the young woman speechlessly. He thought about how serious Qian Rongxiu's love brain was. But now I really face it, I find that it is simply outrageous. If a beautiful, rich woman like Qian Rongxiu really meets love, why would she act like this? Even if she really has someone, she will hide it in her heart, thinking about slowly and subtly conquering the man's heart. But at the moment, Qian Rongxiu's state is more like a middle school girl in the future, trying every means to please boys. I didn't think about anything, I just wanted to make some food for you. Aren't you the easiest to get hungry? This is what I heard from Sister Lingling and others. So I just want to make some food for you every day. Facing So Ming's scolding, Qian Rongxiu seemed extremely aggrieved, her delicate eyes seemed to recognize water, innocent and aggrieved, looking at So Ming pitifully. You. So Ming rubbed his temple. What kind of woman is the most difficult to deal with? It must be a woman who is persistent. It is said that love between men and women is like a moth flying into a flame. So Ming now knows how hot this fire is. After thinking about it, So Ming decided to give Qian Rongxiu a real love lesson. Qian Rongxiu, with your identity, it is definitely not difficult to find someone who loves you. Love is a matter of mutual affection, not one-sided. It is unrealistic to blindly ask others to love you. If you were me, what would you do if someone you don't like kept pursuing you? Without waiting for Qian Rongxiu to answer, So Ming stopped her and answered for her. You would refuse very straightforwardly. Why? Because you are Qian Rongxiu. You are the heir of Angel. Any opposite sex who doesn't catch your eye, you won't give him the slightest chance. Qian Rongxiu nodded obediently, yes, I really won't give them a chance, but it's different if it's you. So, I will give you a chance. Qian Rongxiu stared at So Ming with a stubborn look on her face. Her eyes were pure, and she could see So Ming's figure. Without waiting for So Ming to continue to popularize her knowledge about love. Perhaps, she had realized what So Ming was going to say, and said first. I don't believe you really have no feelings for me. Besides, you saw my body naked that day. Can you just let it go by saying nothing happened? Qian Rongxiu's weak eyes became firm, and she said firmly. I tell you, this is impossible. I will get married in the future, not alone for the rest of my life. If my husband knew that I was seen naked by other men, and something else might have happened during that time, how can I face him? So Ming's face was strange, and it was unclear whether it was black or red. It was obviously you who used your martial soul body that day, and I. Did you see it? Qian Rongxiu's face was flushed, and her pink lips were almost bitten. Anyway, it's not my fault. So Ming. If you use your martial soul body to attack head-on, I would have to be blind. Jian Rongxiu also didn't say anything, just stared at someone with her cute and tearful eyes, feeling helpless and aggrieved. So Ming didn't know what to say, so he found a corner and sat on the ground nonchalantly. If Jian Rongxiu was like the cold and aloof character in the novel, she hid her heart step by step and moved herself with her charm. So Ming asked himself that he would not reject such a woman who made his heart beat, even if he already had two women in name. But Jian Rongxiu chose the method that he found most difficult to accept. For feelings, So Ming likes a relationship that comes naturally. Not only Xiao Wu, but also Zhu Zuqing, who would not rashly accept sudden feelings. Indeed, Jian Rongxiu is a very good girl. She is also one of the most regrettable women in the original book. Indeed, what Jian Rongxiu said before makes some sense. No woman could be indifferent to a man who had seen her naked body and pretend that nothing had happened. So what should I do? Accept this sudden feeling that caught me off guard? Or should I consider the overall situation and drive Jian Rongxiu away, so as to avoid the two of them being in a dilemma when facing the spirit hall in the future? Seeing Su Ming's uncomfortable look, Jian Rongxiu also felt a little heartbroken. She knew that her behavior had brought him pain. But I just wanted to be nice to him. Am I tired and wanting to pursue happiness, is that wrong? Pursing her lips in pain, Jian Rongxiu's eyes were bitter and red, and her heart felt like a knife cutting. Why don't you eat something first? I made it with great difficulty. She forced a heartwarming smile at the corner of her mouth, and Jian Rongxiu opened her hands with tears in her eyes, revealing the pastry with nail marks. She had never cooked food because she was spoiled. Even the two dishes on the plate took her half the night to make. How much food was wasted for this? Jian Rongxiu's tears rolled in her eyes, and her endless sorrow and resentment were like a mirror, reflecting Su Ming's figure, and like a hammer, hitting the stone in Su Ming's heart. Su Ming's expression was stiff, and he suddenly felt like a scumbag who abandoned a woman after playing with her feelings. Why is every woman so difficult? It's my fault for refusing. It's also my fault for not refusing. Su Ming sighed and said listlessly, let me ask you, if one day I want to kill your mother Bibi Dong, what will you do? Of course I. Seeing Su Ming's tone soften, Jian Rongxiu was secretly happy. She wanted to agree without thinking, but when she heard the meaning of the words, her happy face froze instantly. Although Jian Rongxiu hates Bibi Dong very much, but in her heart, Bibi Dong is still her mother, and this is an inseparable blood relationship. Su Ming spread his hands and advised, look, I have already told you very clearly. In order to avoid such a thing from happening, we should just maintain a normal relationship. You need to practice and become stronger. I can provide you with resources to practice in the first academy. There is no problem with that. You don't need to think about my kindness. Just consider that I have already recovered the cost, and we owe each other nothing in the future. The future will be determined by strength. Wait a minute. The more Jian Rongxiu listened, the worse her face became. She was not a fool and knew that Su Ming was politely refusing. She said with anger and dissatisfaction. I remember you said before that as long as I become a god, these things can be solved. Since they can be solved, don't tell me that I can't become a god for what you are worried about. Crouching and staring at Su Ming, Jian Rongxiu took a deep breath, and her eyes were like a mirror with a ray of hope. Don't worry, as long as you nod, even if I can't inherit the angel god, I will find a way to cultivate to become a god. As long as there is a slight chance, I will not give up. Su Ming finally felt what it meant to dig a hole for himself. Become a god? But I remember that it was not what it meant, but that absolute strength could solve all problems. The premise is that you can be invincible. But now, there is an uncertain factor involved in this problem, that is me. Even if you become a god, you will never be able to beat me in the future. So, the key to the problem is how I plan to solve it. That is, how to treat Bibi Dong. Now the First Academy and Bibi Dong are definitely enemies, and because of her adoptive mother. Suppress Bibi Dong and then revive her adoptive mother. Will Xiao Wu accept this result? A competitor suddenly appeared. Can Zhu Qing and the others accept it? Su Ming, who came up with these questions, felt a little bit stupid. It was not a challenge, but a difficult task designed for himself. Jian Rongxiu, I. Shua. Her lips trembled suddenly, and Jian Rongxiu suddenly stretched out her hand to cover Su Ming's mouth, crying. She didn't want to be rejected again. Under Su Ming's stunned gaze, Jian Rongxiu endured the extreme heartache and reminded him hysterically. You have to think clearly. If you reject me this time, we will be enemies in the future. Tick-tock-tea. Don't doubt my revenge. I know everything about you. I have many ways to take revenge on you. Today, either you accept me, or you kill me and accept the revenge of the spirit hall. After saying that, Jian Rongxiu had already burst into tears and fell into Su Ming's arms, hugging his waist tightly, crying with tears in her eyes. She was indeed a fool who didn't understand love. She didn't know how to please a man. But she just wanted to be with him. What's wrong with that? In order to achieve this goal, she could do anything. Even if he would hate her for the rest of his life. The tears wet the clothes on her chest, and even through the clothes, he could feel the cold sadness in the tears. Su Ming didn't know how to start, so he could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He could hear the determination to die in Jian Rongxiu's words. If he hurt her again, she would definitely go crazy. She had a miserable life, and she turned love into hate. Su Ming can even assert that Jian Rongxiu is no less terrifying than Bibi Dong. It is no accident that the blackened Jian Rongxiu appears in the angel god test. Or rather, she looks bright and holy, but actually hides darkness in her heart. This darkness comes from Jian Sunji, Bibi Dong, and the mission of the angel family. Once released, a good girl will go down a road of no return. There are too many such examples in the Douluo world of problematic boys and girls. Alas! Su Ming sighed. If you really like me, give me some time to adapt. As soon as these words came out, Jian Rongxiu immediately raised her head. Really? He gave in? Did I hear correctly? Swish! The bean-sized tears were full of luster, and the excitement of surviving a disaster lingered in the joyful heart. As long as you agree, let alone one condition, I will agree to you even if there are 100. A bright smile, better than the blooming of the crabapple. Jian Rongxiu continued to hug Su Ming, and her soft and snowy face gently rubbed against the latter's chest, as gentle as a cute cat. Su Ming continued. As for your mother's matter, I will handle it in the future. No matter what the result is, you can't complain. Yet. Jian Rongxiu nodded immediately, feeling a little secretly happy. Because as long as she maintains this relationship, Su Ming will not hurt her. It is absolutely impossible for him to harm his mother Bibi Dong. If I had known that being shameless and playing rogue could make Su Ming compromise, I should have used him earlier. It seems something is wrong? Su Ming shook his head, not having the time to ask, and then put forward his third request. In front of others, you are still a student of the First Academy, and you have a normal relationship with me. You are not allowed to deliberately be jealous and provoke Xiaowu and Zhu Qing. If we can really get together, I will mention your matter to Xiaowu and others, and find a way to resolve everyone's conflicts. How do you think about this? Jian Rongxiu frowned slightly. That is me, we are not in a relationship on the surface, but privately. As she spoke, Jian Rongxiu couldn't help blushing and stammering, if you like to be sneaky like this, I don't have any objection. But you can't be partial. You should treat me well like you treat Xiaowu and the others. You can't give me the cold shoulder for no reason. If you do this often, it's the same as rejecting me, isn't it? It's obvious that we are not suitable to be together, let alone how we get along. Su Ming hesitated slightly, but still nodded and agreed. Okay. Jian Rongxiu was overjoyed, as if she had eaten honey, and hooked her hands around Su Ming's neck. Her shining eyes stared straight at Su Ming's eyebrows, and lips, as if she was admiring the treasures at home. Then call me Shuer. Chapter 249 Erming's Spring. Shuer. Su Ming was a little embarrassed to speak. After all, Jian Rongxiu was 10 years older than him. But looking at Jian Rongxiu's happy look, Su Ming still called her softly. As if a clear spring was gushing in her heart, Jian Rongxiu pursed her lips tightly, and her face looked like a red-hot iron. Well. She should have been very proud of herself, but she finally couldn't stand the shame in her heart, and she blushed and let go of the arm that was holding Su Ming. She placed her hands flat between her lower abdomen and her zigzag thighs, with a graceful manner and elegant behavior, as if to say that what happened just now was just an appearance. Well, try the cakes I made. Realizing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Jian Rongxiu didn't know what to do at this moment. Glancing at the food box beside her, she took it over. Is this the first time you make these? Su Ming glanced and asked cautiously. It's my first time, I guess it doesn't taste very good. Have you tried it? No. Su Ming was shocked and became more alert. How about you try it first, and then tell me the answer. Then I'll try it. Jian Rongxiu was also curious about the food she made, and gently opened her red lips and took a bite. Instantly, her fair and crystal face became brilliant. Beiji. The lotus seeds in the middle rolled to the ground. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little lucky. The moment he saw the way the lotus seeds were handled, he doubted the taste of this food. Sure enough, his doubt was correct. Now, someone should be embarrassed to ask me to eat it again. I appreciate your kindness, but let's wait until your cooking skills improve. I'm picky about food, don't use this to retaliate against me. Okay, the competition should start, let's go back. After saying that, Su Ming walked out of the passage first. Only Qian Rongxiu, whose face turned green and red, was left standing there in a daze. What revenge? You deliberately picked me, right? This time, it was definitely an accident. But when she thought of Su Ming saying that he was picky about food, Qian Rongxiu, who was furious, seemed to have discovered a new world. This should be a weakness. After taking a long breath, Qian Rongxiu straightened her clothes and wiped away all the tears. Her face regained its former confidence and spirit, and she followed Su Ming back slowly. As Su Ming said before, nothing happened between the two. Seeing Su Ming and Su Shui coming back, except for Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing who glanced at them without asking, the others were completely attracted by the battle on the stage. At this moment, the fighting spirit stage was completely covered by golden light and white light. You can only see two groups of light overlapping and colliding far and near, and the fierce roar is like a erupting volcano. Just by listening to Ming's voice, you can hear how fierce the battle is. What's the situation now? Su Ming asked. Of course he was not asking about the stage, but about how many games had been played. Xiao Xin replied without shifting his eyes. Ming's appearance has put great pressure on Tian Shui College. We have won 3 consecutive games so far. The Tian Shui team had no choice but to send out the captain Shui Binger. Shui Binger's top beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix, has reached level 43 and is very powerful. Ming has consumed a lot of his spirit power before, so it is not clear who will win or lose. Su Ming nodded, and he was more clear about the current situation. As for the situation on the fighting arena, he could not hide it. Ming had been dragged into a hard battle by Shui Binger. Ming's soul power was only level 38, and after the round-robin battle, he was completely unable to exert his due strength. Moreover, Shui Binger's martial soul had a certain suppression on Ming. Of course, it was not the suppression of the soul beast level, but the suppression relationship between soul skills and effects. Shui Binger's martial soul, Ice Phoenix, was a control-type soul master. The most feared thing for the strong attack system was the control system. Soul Master. Shui Binger's overall strength is indeed not as good as Tang San of the same level. Her control over the ice element is not as strong as the awakened blue-silver grass. But her advantage is that her control soul skills are instant and locked, and can isolate the Earth's amplification of Ming. Under the current circumstances, if Ming wants to break through head-on, he can only rely on his physical fitness to break the ice, otherwise he can only passively take the beating. Ming, your strength is surprisingly strong. Even if you change to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, it is estimated that you can't take advantage of it, but this is a soul master competition. Shui Binger's dark eyes exuded a terrifying blue, and the blue hair on her head fluttered, like an elf in the wind and snow. Shui Binger flew into the air and landed on the back of the Ice Phoenix. Hwa hwa hwa! Ice and snow rushed towards Ming like an overwhelming force. Ming had just used his second soul skill, Titan Vatra Body, to break the ice, but was frozen again in the blink of an eye. Such a frustrating way of fighting made him feel sick, and he could only vent his anger by roaring. Boom! The snow-white light spread out from Shui Binger. Like a floating duckweed, the frozen Ming was immediately bounced off by Shui Binger's ice resistance ring. Boom! Another ice resistance ring, Ming was forced back again in an instant. Shui Binger's tactics were undoubtedly successful. She knew that Ming's physique was extremely strong. Even the Ice Phoenix was no match for him in a head-on soul skill contest, so she changed her strategy. This was a soul master competition, with the restrictions of the fighting soul stage. As long as you fell off the stage, you would lose. Shui Binger used freezing, and then used the ice resistance ring. The ice resistance ring had a range, so she kept pressing closer. In this way, she could avoid close combat and push Ming directly off the stage. In the blink of an eye, Ming was less than 2 meters away from the edge of the fighting soul stage. The situation was critical. Roar! Although Ming was a little dull, he knew that he would be eliminated if he retreated again. Swish! Golden rays of light shot out from Ming's body like the scorching sun, breaking the ice and snow on his body and instantly breaking free from the ice. At the same time, the purple soul ring under Ming's feet also lit up. With little soul power left, he chose the most violent way to directly defeat Shui Binger. As the purple soul ring lit up, dark air began to emerge from Ming's body, gathering towards his hands one by one. Third soul skill, Titan Air Cannon. Amidst the ferocious roar, terrifying energy exploded from Ming's colliding fists. The air compressed to the extreme, like an extremely heavy shell, blasted towards Shui Binger. Can Shui Binger withstand it? This question does not need to be answered. Because at the same time as the air cannon was blasted, the vast blue ice and snow had already shot out from the wings of the ice phoenix. The large-scale attack made the temperature of the entire fighting soul field drop, and ordinary people could not keep up and shivered. Everything was within Shui Binger's calculations. She knew Ming would retreat to that position. While the second soul skill was resisting the ice ring, she was already charging the fourth soul skill. At a distance of 2 meters, even if Ming could resist the attack, the terrifying impact of the fourth soul skill could still push him directly off the stage. Boom! The powerful chi and snowstorm exploded, deafening, and thousands of tiny ice arrows shot in all directions. This scene made the host's jaw drop, and he quickly asked someone to open the defense array of the fighting soul stage. Dong dong dong! The defense array that can defend against Soul King level attacks caused huge ripples, and a lot of ice and snow had overflowed, and it seemed that it would collapse at any time, but it was still defended. Kaka! The ice and snow collapsed, and Ming looked at the high platform in front of him. He knew that he was out of the game, like a defeated rooster, and lowered his noble head. Ming, you have already defeated 3, and Shui Binger probably can't fight anymore, which is great. Sister Lingling is right, you defeated 4 by yourself, we are 6 against 3, how can we win? Seeing Ming come back unhappy, Ya Lingling and Ning Rongrong immediately comforted him. Even Zhao Wuji became a caring babysitter, but obviously, their comfort was not as effective as Xiao Wu's kick. Ming, you caused the trouble yourself, go and deal with it yourself. After kicking Ming unceremoniously, Xiao Wu glanced in the direction of Tian Shui College, her pink eyes revealing a hint of ambiguity and secret joy. Hearing this, Tang San and the others also looked over. Noticing that a woman from Tian Shui College was staring at this side, her face flushed and avoiding the scene, the faces of the others also became interesting. Ning Rongrong secretly laughed and teased, Ming, tell me the truth, who gave you the idea to spank her? Ahem. Ya Lingling reminded him of the words and also kindly analyzed for Ming. She was definitely not adding fuel to the fire. Ming, look at Shui Yuer's expression. I think she probably hates you. You're too cruel. She's a girl. Why don't you apologize to her? Xiao Xin assisted by taking out a recovery bean. Ahem, Ming, this is a bean for restoring the body. Take it and apologize to her. If one person said something wrong, he might be wrong. If 2 people said something wrong, they might work together to pit him. But if everyone did this, it meant that he was indeed wrong. Ming nodded and walked towards Tian Shui College with the bean. Behind him, a group of figures stretched their swan necks, with wonderful expressions on their faces. Ah! You are! Xiao Wu, who had reacted, was immediately taken down by Zhu Zuqing and the other 2 girls, and her mouth was covered tightly. Seeing Ming turn around, everyone waved their hands and said, Go, go, we're fine. Strange. Ming scratched his head, thinking about solving it quickly and going back, so he couldn't help but speed up his pace. Seeing a man and a woman walking together not far away, everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Good people like us are really rare. Everyone, let's encourage each other. It seems that I missed something interesting. Su Ming also smiled a little. Swish. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a stiff figure had already proudly stood on the fighting spirit stage. Ahem Shui Binger covered her chest and stood up from the ground with difficulty. Looking at the man in front of her, her eyes brightened a lot. Next, it's up to you. As soon as the words came out, blood immediately spurted out of Shui Binger's mouth, and her steps were unstable and she was about to fall. Big sister. Seeing this, Luo frowned, held the evil ice in his hand, and stretched out his hand to straighten Shui Binger's body. Referee, she gave up, Tian Shui College requires a substitution. An unpleasant sound like ice debris crawling came out of his throat. Luo supported Shui Binger and handed her to other teammates who rushed over, and then turned back. First Academy, who's coming up? Luo held the long sword in his arms, and his expression was extremely cold. Even when facing Su Ming, the main body, there was no emotional fluctuation. As white as paper, as cold as ice and snow. Luo's white eyes had no pupils at all, and those who didn't know would think he was blind. Be careful, he is very powerful, don't fight to the death. Seeing Tang San and the others getting ready to make a move, Su Ming couldn't help but give a serious reminder. Luo's clone is the most powerful of his 3 clones, because it has merged too much energy from Tianming. First, it is the soul seal. In the explosion with Guyuina, there was a soul seal light ball left, and Su Ming gave it to Luo. And there were 2 mental seal light balls left, Su Ming also gave one to him and merged one himself. Clone, Luo. Martial Soul, Evil Thought Ice. Level 43 Soul Sect. Strength, 1332. Defense, 1288. Mental Power, 2031. Speed, 621. From Luo's data panel, with the cultivation of level 43 Soul Sect, he must have merged the Soul Seal Light Ball at this moment. Strength and defense, because it is a human body structure built with soul bone energy, it is not inferior to Tang San, the Soul King. As for his mental power, it was ridiculously high. With a normal mental power of more than 2000, even if a spiritual soul emperor came, he would have to be on high alert. With extreme mental power and ice element, in terms of single combat ability, I am afraid that Xiaowu and Tang San cannot beat Luo. Therefore, Su Ming must remind them not to fight to the head later, otherwise he can only forcibly control Luo and occupy the dominant consciousness, and then Luo's identity will be exposed. Let me go first. Just as Tang San was about to go on stage, Lang Li's voice suddenly sounded. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Su Ming meaningfully and said. The promotion match is a round-robin match. If I go first, you leaders can feel the situation first, and it can also weaken his strength a little. Next, no matter who goes up, you can be prepared. This is a team battle, not a time for individuals to be heroes. As soon as the last sentence came out, Tang San could not refute it and could only acquiesce. Su Shui's strength is the strongest in the second team. She is definitely the most suitable person to test Luo's strength. Seeing that no one had any objections, Qian Rongxiu smiled and rushed onto the fighting stage. First Academy, Su Shui, please teach me. Staring at Luo opposite her, Qian Rongxiu's surprised eyes were a little bit mischievous. If I can't beat the main body, I don't believe I can't beat your clone. Facing Qian Rongxiu, Luo, who possessed the evil ice martial soul, seemed to sense something, frowned slightly, and his cold face softened a lot. Tian Shui Academy, Luo, please teach me. Swish. The silver-white sword light swept across, drawing a long line between the two. The evil ice sword martial soul in Luo's arms was already in his hand. Luo snorted and reminded, this is the boundary, it cannot be crossed until one side admits defeat. Okay. Qian Rongxiu reacted instantly and nodded without thinking. Because they can only fight like this. The 2 martial souls have martial soul fusion skills, sacred and evil, fire and ice, 2 opposing attributes. Once the martial souls come into contact, the martial soul fusion skills are easily triggered under the opposing attributes. At that time, it is impossible to tell who is better. Chapter 250 Luo's Power. Fighting souls, and drawing a middle line? Such a weird fighting method made the audience a little confused. Strange, why did Su Shui agree to such a fighting method? Tang San and others were also full of doubts. It stands to reason that such a method is not advisable. Both of them are sword martial souls, and they are bound to fight at close range, but in this way, wouldn't both sides tie their own hands and feet? Just talking about the size of long-range attack power? Everyone couldn't help but feel that it was a bit of a joke. Forget it, now we can only believe Su Shui. Zhao Wuji wanted to speak, but seeing that the momentum of the two was already stirring in the field, he could only swallow the words that came to his mouth. On the fighting soul stage. A man and a woman, with upright postures, like cloud peaks. Luo held the sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword emitted an icy chill. The ground below instantly formed an ice cone and spread to the surroundings. Under the influence of the extreme ice, the temperature of the entire fighting arena dropped instantly, and even the fence of the audience seats 100 meters away from the fighting arena began to overflow with white frost. Why do you feel colder than before? Not only cold, don't you feel dizzy in your head, a little bit out of control? Hiss, now that you say that, I feel it too. The eyes of the crowd began to change slowly. In the VIP room, some nobles looked at the light began to stare at Emperor Shuiye with burning passion, and the desire in his heart grew step by step. Ordinary audiences looked at money bags and women, even married women, with naked desire in their eyes. Humph! At this moment, a thunderous cold snort exploded. The stinging pain of the collapse of the sea of consciousness made everyone come back to their senses instantly. A woman looked at the salted pig hand on her chest, horrified and roared in shame. Ah! Hooligan! What are you doing? I, I don't know what's going on. The man was in a panic and fled in a hurry. Such things happened in many places in the fighting spirit field. If it weren't for Douluo's reminder, I'm afraid things would get worse and worse. And the strong men above the Soul Emperor stared at the martial spirit in Su Ming's hand with horror. I didn't expect that Luo's spirit could actually bewitch people. It's incredible. I've never seen such a spirit before. I'm afraid it's also a top-level spirit. You don't need me to tell you. Look at Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix. The ice attribute is not as powerful as his sword. Fearing that something embarrassing would happen and lose the face of the entire Tiandu Empire, Emperor Shuiye quickly dispatched 4 Soul Emperors to suppress the surroundings of the fighting arena to prevent the two people's energy from continuing to leak out. Your Majesty, I suspect this person should be related to the evil Soul Master. After the game is over, I need to take him back to the Spirit Hall. Swish. Shuiye and Ning Fengzi looked at Saras and couldn't help but secretly say that he was shameless. They were not fools, so they could naturally see Saras' intentions. If a genius like Luo could be recruited to the Spirit Hall, he might be another titled Douluo in the future. It seems that it is impossible to judge at the moment. Emperor Shuiye frowned and stopped him. As for Luo, he actually had the intention to recruit him. Your Majesty, what you said is what I wanted to say. Luo's spirit can only affect the mind, but it has no control. And this boy has a firm character. He can't be an evil spirit master. Bishop Saroth has violated the original intention of the Spirit Hall by jumping to conclusions. Ning Fengzi was naturally happy to be able to trip up the Spirit Hall, and said with a smile. What if he is really an evil spirit master? Salas's eyes were cold. He was not afraid of Emperor Shuiye and the other two. He was determined and snorted. Your Majesty should also know how powerful the evil spirit master is. The appearance of any evil spirit master will cause extremely unstable factors to the continent. If we don't find out now, and you two bear all the consequences of the evil things in the future, I don't care. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Shuiye and Ning Feng looked ugly. At this moment, the situation in the fighting spirit field suddenly changed. The original permeating evil thoughts disappeared, replaced by a pure and gentle light energy, like rain washing away the filth in everyone's heart. This power was not released from Qianrongxiu, but Luo. In addition to evil thoughts, it actually contains the power of purification? This. Everyone was stunned. Hee. Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi smiled at the same time, like a slap on Saras' face. The latter only felt his old face burning, and his narrow eyes became more and more cold. To deny Luo now is tantamount to denying the bright purpose of the Spirit Hall. No wonder my spirit and his spirit can be easily integrated. It turns out that his spirit of this clone also has the property of purification. Got it. Qianrongxiu completely understood it at this moment. In order to use the spirit fusion technique, in addition to the compatibility of the spirits, the general spirit masters must communicate with each other and then perform together. But her situation and Su Ming's are completely different. As long as the two of them get close to each other, they can perform the martial soul fusion technique. Because both of their martial souls have purification attributes, they can instantly fuse the opposing attributes of the two, so naturally there is no need for the soul master to control it himself. Qianrongxiu held the hilt of the sword with both hands, her eyes were cold, like an ancient female warrior, about to launch a fearless charge. Seeing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because Qianrongxiu's martial soul is now completely a golden flaming long sword, and there is no trace of any six-winged angel at all. And the soul ring is also 4 rings, not 6 rings of the Soul Emperor. With such a superb camouflage effect, the inherited soul bone of the angel family is really good. No wonder no one found out when he was lurking in the royal family. I'm afraid that not only the martial soul, but also the soul skill effect, has a certain concealment ability. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the silver moon was upside down. The terrifying sword energy rushed towards Qianrongxiu, and wherever the sword energy passed, the ground was instantly covered with solid ice. The sword energy was already sharp, and now it became even more sinister under the cold air flow. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy had expanded into a 10-meter-long icy wind blade. Not good. The long-lost sense of crisis made Qianrongxiu come back to her senses instantly, and her back was instantly wet. She hurriedly parried and quickly used her first soul skill Angel Assault. Originally, the effect of this skill was to wrap the fist with the power of purification to achieve the effect of dissolving the opponent's soul power defense during the attack. At this moment, it was indeed all transferred to the Holy Sword by Qianrongxiu. The Holy Sword shone brightly, and Qianrongxiu swung the sword without thinking. There was only a low hum, which was not the sound of an explosion. The two energies instantly disappeared in the middle of the fighting arena. Like the meeting of water and fire, the water extinguished the fire, and the water was also evaporated by the fire, without any explosive visual effect. The clone is so powerful. Qianrongxue bit her pink lips, feeling a little anxious. She was a soul emperor, and her soul skills must be more powerful than Su Ming's. But just now, he just swung a sword and didn't use any soul skills at all. While being shocked, Qianrongxue instantly analyzed the problem. Although she used a lot of fire power, it was not as powerful as the ice attribute of Luo Wuhan, which was pure ice, and existed at the same level as the sun's true fire. Moreover, she was disturbed by Luo's mind, and she was in a hurry to deal with it, and she couldn't exert her greatest strength. Yes. Mental interference. This is what Qianrongxue just sensed, otherwise she wouldn't have been in a trance just now in the face of a tense battle. Off stage, Xiao Wu and Tang San's faces suddenly changed. Xiao Wu, did you figure it out? Yes. Xiao Wu's face was serious. Every time Luo swings his sword, he has mental interference. If I'm not mistaken, there should be mental lock. In other words, as long as he swings his sword, it's basically difficult to dodge, and you can only resist it. Tang San nodded, which coincided with what he thought. Su Shui's quick reaction and high combat awareness were beyond his expectation. Mental interference? Mental lock? Ning Rongrong was stunned. You mean, he has such an effect as long as he swings his sword, instead of using spirit skills? Gurgle. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing, Ye Lingling and others looked at each other, and their scalps tingled. Ordinary attacks have the effect of spirit skills? It would be a torture for anyone to encounter such an opponent. Tang San nodded with emotion and said, I did not see Luo use his soul skills just now, he just used soul power to activate the sword. Xiao Wu's guess should be correct. Everyone was silent. Originally thought that they were already monsters among monsters, but they did not expect that there would be another more monstrous existence. Unique swordsmanship, strong mental power, control of ice. Even if one of them is taken out alone, it is enough to be called a genius. Now he has concentrated 3. Ahem, don't raise others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. No matter how strong he is only a soul master, and you two are soul kings. Don't you want to be afraid before the battle? Su Ming cheered for the two without blushing. Luo had absolutely nothing to do with him. He could not participate in the soul master competition, but letting his clone participate also satisfied this regret. He also wanted to see how exciting it would be for Luo to fight Tang San and Xiao Wu. As for mental interference and locking, they were the passive effects brought by Tian Meng, and Su Ming only left 2 mental attack skills. Hearing Su Ming's words, Xiao Wu and Tang San rolled their eyes at him. It's easy to talk without any pain. They didn't believe that Su Ming couldn't see how powerful Luo was in front of him. While they were communicating, Qianrongxue and Luo had already launched a fierce attack on each other with sword energy. Countless sword lights met in the middle of the fighting spirit arena, like fireworks, beautiful and magnificent. But facing Luo's sword light every time, it was a mental locking skill. Qianrongxue didn't get any benefit, and was beaten and dodged a little embarrassed. The first soul skill, the sword divides the world. Luo's cold voice rang in her ears, and Qianrongxue, who barely stood still after dodging, was so angry that she wanted to swear. I was the one who was beaten, and now you are still using soul skills. Wait, I will get revenge sooner or later. Qianrongxue glanced at Su Ming angrily. Swish! The golden sword rushed straight into the sky. Under the sun, the metallic luster of the sacred sword slowly faded, revealing a jade-like quality like glass. Boom! The sky split, sweeping away the turbid clouds. The scorching light burst out from the sun, crossing a long distance and falling directly on the sword in Qianrongxue's hand. The sword was like a tiger with wings, and the light golden flame on it instantly turned into golden purple red. The terrifying high temperature emitted by the sun's true fire instantly dispelled the coldness around. Even though they were separated by a distance, everyone present felt the power of the flame. Burning everything, nothing remains. Where will the battle between ice and fire go? Everyone held their breath and concentrated, not daring to blink again. Qianrongxue held the sword tightly with both hands, suppressing the terrifying force. With a rumble, the long sword in her hand was engulfed by a huge fan-shaped flame, which extended for more than 10 meters and almost reached the middle line of the fighting spirit arena. Wearing white clothes like a fairy, with flames rolling, Qianrongxue at this moment looked more like a flame god, which shocked everyone. If you can block this sword, I lose. Qianrongxue stared at Luo fiercely, and her remaining soul skills were all carrying the angel mark and could not be used. Even when facing Huo Wu, she only used 2 skills and relied on the cultivation of the Soul Emperor to complete the crushing. This attack of the sun's true fire was the strongest attack she could use without being exposed. Hearing this, Luo then waved and withdrew the first soul skill. The original sword energy instantly turned into dozens of sword energy, which exploded the moment it hit the ground, and the entire fighting spirit arena was trembling. Swish, 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 countless ice cones rose up, the coldness was overwhelming, making it impossible to stand. If this attack hit Jian Rongxiu head-on, I'm afraid she would have been frozen. Knowing that Su Ming had saved her face, Jian Rongxiu felt warm inside, but she had no intention of stopping the attack in her hand. But when Jian Rongxiu looked again, Luo's figure had become blurred. The breeze blew, carrying a bit of coldness. Wow! A strand of black hair drifted from Jian Rongxiu's temples, and the neat cut made Jian Rongxiu's pupils shrink and her back feel cold. In the stands, countless people opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. What's going on? How did Luo come behind Su Shuet? Oh my god, I remember I didn't blink, did I see it wrong? It's over, the goddess lost after all, doesn't this Luo know how to be gentle with women? Seeing this result, countless people couldn't help but sigh, because the result came too fast, so fast that people couldn't react. On the fighting spirit stage, a figure stood behind Su Shuai like a ghost. The long robe was lifted up by the wind and fell down, along with the long sword that he had stabbed at Jian Rongxiu's back. Wow! In an instant, the flames on the sacred sword disappeared. Jian Rongxiu gritted her teeth, and in addition to being shocked, her dim eyes were aggrieved and unwilling, and there was remnant of indignation on her face. You said you would take my sword, but you actually crossed the line and attacked me. Shameless! Luo's eyes moved slightly, and he turned his back to remind her in a low voice, the power of the sun's true fire is too great. Without the ultimate fire, it is best not to use it easily before breaking through the soul saint. I just used this sword, but I was helpless. Jian Rongxiu. Should I thank you, or should I call you shameless? Okay. You won, okay. Knowing that she couldn't block the sword just now, Jian Rongxiu threw down a sentence like a vent and turned away. Damn Su Ming, you don't keep your word. Boom. The situation suddenly changed, and the atmosphere on the scene was immediately ignited. Such a wonderful match caused everyone to shout loudly, and they all cheered for the students they supported. For a while, the scene was shrouded by the words Tian Shui and no one. Big sister, we won, we won. Luo is really amazing, so handsome just now. Tisk 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 what, little girl is in love. Listening to the cheers of her companions, Shui Bing'er breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Luo, her eyes flashed with a subtle light. It seems that you are stronger than I thought.